30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Do not bully the youth for being poor. Lu Wujin, I will make you pay blood for today's humiliation. 3 years from now I will take your head. On the misty rain-soaked street, a plainly dressed youth with a resolute face stood with clenched fists staring intently at his enemy before him. The youth was named Yi Ming, the legitimate son of the Yi family, one of the 4 great clans of Dugu City. 3 years ago Yi Ming was the foremost genius of Dugu City. He began Qi training at 5, reached the great perfection of Qi training at 13, and stood half a step into foundation establishment. At that time the Yi family basked in unparalleled glory. Yi Ming had even caught the favor of the Taishan holy sect, the foremost sect of the eastern continent. A decree was sent down: if Yi Ming could break into foundation establishment before the age of 15, a great cultivator would personally take him as a true disciple. But after that brilliance, Yi Ming's cultivation began to leak like a punctured balloon, regressing instead of advancing. In 3 years he fell from half-step foundation establishment to the 3rd layer of Qi training. The genius became a waste. The Taishan holy sect fell silent. The head of the Yi family was angered to death by this matter. In the end Yi Ming was expelled from the Yi family. Today the Lu family, with whom Yi Ming had a marriage contract, tore up the contract in front of the entire city, declaring they had no further connection with this waste. How dare you? A mere waste dares to defy my young master. From the crowd an elder of the Lu family, his face dark as iron, shouted loudly. If not for the Lu family's reputation, he would have already taught this insolent brat a lesson. In the world of cultivation the strong reigned supreme. The onlookers showed no sympathy for Yi Ming. Instead they looked at him with contempt, as if watching a fool. A waste like him could never match my goddess Qingqing. This broken engagement is good. An abandoned son of the Yi family. Without the protection of the Yi clan, this Yi Ming is no better than a stray dog. Someone glanced at Lu Wujin, the young master of the Lu family, and shouted loudly, daring to infuriate the eldest son of Lu, I really think he doesn't want to live. Yi Ming's face darkened, his eyes were venomous as he stared at Lu Qingqing behind Lu Wujin. Qingqing, is this your wish? At this moment Lu Qingqing had already broken into tears. She tugged at her brother's sleeve, pleading, brother, please spare Lang's life. Ah, what? Lu Wujin snapped awake as if from a great dream. It wasn't that he was slow. He was in the process of fusing 2 lifetimes of memories. That's right, Lu Wujin was a transmigrator. One second he was sleeping, the next he found himself in this cultivation world. After sorting through his memories he was shocked to realize he had transmigrated into the novel he himself had written. Indeed, Lu Wujin was a struggling web novel writer. He was writing a novel called The Harem of Long Outyen, but had only written half when he transmigrated into the early villain, Lu Wujin, young master of the Lu family. To be fair, this Lu Wujin was also pitiable. As a brother he simply didn't want his sister to marry a down-and-out beggar with no money, no background, no future, and not even a place to live. Originally Lu Wujin didn't want to make a big scene. After all, breaking an engagement would embarrass both families. But that scoundrel Yi Ming had actually attempted to elope with his sister Lu Qingqing. In ancient times a woman's chastity was paramount. If Lu Qingqing had gone away with Yi Ming without any propriety, how could she ever hold her head up in society? Later results proved that Lu Wujin was absolutely right. 3 years later Yi Ming achieved the golden core stage, and without any regard for Lu Qingqing's sacrifices he directly massacred the entire Lu family. Lu Wujin was hung on the city wall, tortured for 3 days and 3 nights, then refined into a soul lantern, suffering endless torment for eternity. Lu Qingqing's fate was also miserable. In Yi Ming's harem she didn't even have a title. She was only a bedwarming maid for the protagonist. By the middle of the novel Lu Qingqing's name never appeared again, completely erased from the plot. Thinking of this, Lu Wujin cast a deep glance at Yi Ming. When writing the novel he only focused on creating exciting moments. But when faced with a real person he realized this kid was a colossal, vengeful, lustful pervert. Lu Wujin didn't want to die, didn't want to be hung on the city wall. In a flash he thought of 2 strategies. First, apologize to Yi Ming, and mend their relationship. This thought was immediately rejected. Yi Ming was petty and ungrateful. In the novel Yi Ming's first master was Old Man Ming. Old Man Ming treated him like a son, imparting all his skills to Yi Ming. But how did Yi Ming repay? He not only seduced his master's wife but even leaked Old Man Ming's whereabouts for a secret canon of the Medicine King, causing him to be ambushed by enemies and lose all his cultivation. With his cultivation gone, Old Man Ming became just Old Ming. By the middle of the novel Yi Ming even openly took his master's wife into his harem. If he treated his master like that, how could he spare an outsider like Lu Wujin? Second strategy: before Yi Ming grows, use all of the Lu family's trump cards to utterly annihilate him. At this thought Lu Wujin wanted to slap himself twice. First of all, he was only a legitimate son. He had no right to use the family's trump cards. Moreover, even the Lu family ancestor Lu Yiming would be no match for Old Man Ming. That's right, Old Man Ming was currently hiding inside the black soul ring on Yiming's right ring finger. Back when he wrote the novel to please readers, besides the soul ring cheat, Lu Wujin had also given Yiming other power-ups: inverse luck, holy bones, divine crystal bottle, golden eyes, etc. The most terrifying among these was the inverse luck. With this, Yiming would always find treasures while shopping and stumble upon precious items when falling off cliffs. When encountering strong enemies, males were either killed or framed and females were taken into his harem. Anyone who dared touch Yiming's women would inevitably die. If he couldn't suppress Yiming's inverse luck, killing him would be harder than reaching heaven. But luck was intangible. How could it be suppressed? Lu Wujin's eyes widened. Suddenly a possibility occurred to him. Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin. By this time, Yiming had already called Lu Wujin several times with no answer. Such disdain and disregard only fueled Yiming's anger. His fists crackled audibly. How dare you? The master's name is not for you to shout freely. At this, a furious roar came from among the Lu family members. The speaker was Lu Hu, captain of the Lu family guards. Yiming's repeated insolence had finally enraged this straightforward man. Lu Hu's expression was icy. A green spiritual energy emanated from his body, the golden saber in his hand humming loudly. He was ready to teach this reckless boy a lesson. Lu Hu was originally an orphan. If not for being taken in by Lu Tao, the head of the Lu family, he would have starved in the streets. Lu Hu had grown up with Lu Wujin. They were not brothers by blood but closer than kin. Now that Lu Wujin was being publicly humiliated, how could he not be angry? Master, ill seize Yiming and make him apologize to you. With that, a golden flash erupted. Lu Hu struck. His saber descended upon Yiming with the force of thunder. Though a guard, Lu Hu was a renowned genius in Dugu City with few peers among his generation. And Yiming was merely a waste at the third layer of chi training. How could he possibly be a match for Lu Hu? Everyone watched, waiting for Yiming's defeat. Facing the saber, Yiming did not retreat but advanced, his eyes blazing with inexplicable excitement. Well struck. The next moment, the clang of metal rang out. In the blink of an eye, Yiming unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists a blur that dazzled the onlookers. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, it was Lu Hu who was sent flying. A smug smirk curled at the corner of Yiming's mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt. So strong. How could he be this formidable? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Clearly Lu Hu had the upper hand, yet it was he who fell. A mere chi-refining third layer had utterly defeated a chi-refining ninth layer. Such a vast disparity, yet he won in a single bout. This Yiming seemed unfathomable. Among the crowd, only Lu Wujin showed not a trace of surprise. Yiming was the child of fortune. Not to mention Lu Hu at the same realm, even a foundation establishment expert would probably be no match for Yiming. Lu Wujin recalled carefully. At this moment, Elder Ming should have just awakened and begun teaching Yiming the Earth Grade Martial Art 9 Extremes Collapse. Cultivation techniques were also graded. From low to high, they were mortal, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, immortal, and divine. The immortal and divine grades existed only in the immortal realm, so heaven grade was the ceiling of this world. The Xuangwu continent was vast and boundless, with cultivators numbering in the hundreds of billions. Yet there were only a few dozen heaven grade techniques. These heaven grade techniques were either in the hands of the most supreme forces in the world or hidden deep within the most perilous forbidden lands. For the true heirs of ordinary aristocratic families, even an earth grade technique was an elusive treasure for them. Pitifully, though the Lu family was one of the 4 great clans of Dugu City, the highest technique within the clan was merely yellow grade advanced. And Yiming's foundational technique was the Earth Grade Intermediate 9 Extremes Collapse. One could not help but marvel that the protagonist was indeed the protagonist, with luck so extraordinary.
Simply put, they were a bunch of talentless, dim-witted fools without any cultivation resources. In this world they were nothing but ants at the very bottom. Even looking at them felt like dirtying one's eyes.
And leaving him dead without a burial place. Unable to kill, he could only let Yiming go. Before departing, Lu Wujin respectfully performed a junior salute to Yiming. While everyone else was baffled, Lu Wujin began to speak. Senior, this Yiming may be talented, but he is vengeful and petty at heart. I beg you to be cautious. The originally confident Yiming was instantly flustered, instinctively covering the ring on his right hand. Lu Wujin, what nonsense are you spouting? What, senior? Lu Wujin smiled non-committally. Senior, I know the whereabouts of the samsara grass. If you are interested, we could discuss it tonight. At the mention of samsara grass, Elder Ming could no longer remain calm. The black ring quivered faintly. A commanding voice transmitted into Lu Wujin's mind. Who exactly are you? Do you believe I will kill you right now? An immense pressure emanated from the black ring. Lu Wujin felt as if his internal organs were being twisted together, his bones creaking. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to calm down. Elder Ming, I have no intention of harming you. Otherwise I would only need to shout that the medicine king Mingjia is here, and in no time the experts of the Taishan sacred sect would appear. Elder Ming's anger surged, the pressure nearly materializing, crushing Lu Wujin until he could barely breathe. Brat, you dare threaten me? Lu Wujin's forehead beaded with sweat. To trap Yiming he had to persist. Elder Ming, kill me if you will. Why all this idle chatter? Elder Ming pondered for a moment. This surnamed Lu kid's background was suspicious, but what he said was indeed true. This city, though remote, was still under the jurisdiction of the Taishan sacred sect. If he truly wanted to deal with him, there were many ways. There was no need to appear before him. Now only the samsara grass was missing for the soul-stabilizing pill. This risk was worth taking. Alright, I'll come to you at midnight. Lu Wujin let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this injury was not in vain. The conversation between Elder Ming and Lu Wujin was conducted through telepathy. Yiming only knew they were talking but not the specifics. This made Yiming uneasy. Why was Elder Ming chatting warmly with his enemy? Could that bastard Lu Wujin be trying to steal Elder Ming away? Anxious and unsettled, Yiming left Dugu City and rested in a dilapidated temple. After settling down, he could no longer contain his curiosity, asking casually, Master, what did that bastard Lu Wujin say to you? He wasn't slandering me, was he? You must not believe him. He is a sinister and cunning villain, a filthy rat in the gutter. Elder Ming was then contemplating how to obtain the whereabouts of the samsara grass from Lu Wujin, and had no time to entertain him. He replied offhandedly enough, use this idle chatter to practice. Yiming was sensitive. Seeing his master's perfunctory attitude, he felt hurt. Naturally, he attributed all blame to Lu Wujin. It must be that seductive bastard Lu Wujin who has bewitched Master with sweet words. No, I cannot let Lu Wujin off. Master, I beg you for something. Elder Ming asked impatiently. Speak. Kill Lu Wujin for me. Elder Ming stared at Yiming in astonishment. Didn't you say you would take revenge yourself in 3 years? Yiming's eyes burned with ferocity. Anyone who offends me, I don't want them to live another day. Elder Ming fell silent. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Conflict was inevitable and killing was not uncommon. But killing still required a reason. Treasure hunting, vengeance, romantic rivalry. To be honest, the enmity between Lu Wujin and Yiming had not reached the point of no return. Elder Ming was also a father with a daughter. Given Yiming's current cultivation, regression, poverty, and lack of influence, no one would willingly marry their daughter to him. What the Lu family did was unreasonable, but it was also understandable human nature. Elder Ming had always harbored reservations about Yiming's constant talk of revenge against the Lu family, of slaughtering them all. Now this brat was even unworthy enough to ask for his intervention. This reminded Elder Ming of Lu Wujin's words, this Yiming may be talented, but he is vengeful and petty at heart. Master! Master! Yiming called several times, but his master did not respond. Thinking his master had fallen asleep due to depleted spiritual energy as before, he could not help but mutter under his breath, useless old coot. Elder Ming heard it clearly, but he did not lash out. No matter what, Yiming had saved his life. If not for Yiming constantly channeling spiritual energy into the Ming ring, he would have died of depletion. Elder Ming had originally intended to give his all to nurture this disciple. But that one word, coot, thoroughly chilled his heart. Forget it. Teaching him the 9 extremes collapse was enough to repay his life-saving favor. As for the rest, heh. Oh, can't you watch where you're going? Bumping into me recklessly. Are you trying to take advantage on purpose? Lu Wujin were not married yet, so have some decency. At the Lu residence, Lu Wujin, pondering how to deal with Yiming, accidentally collided with a woman approaching him. The woman possessed a willow-like waist and slender brows, radiating boundless charm even without makeup. Recognizing the newcomer, Lu Wujin frowned deeply, his disgust palpable. The woman was none other than his fiancée Chan Qian'er, a notorious leech on her family. In the novel, she constantly drained the Lu family's wealth to support her nominal younger brother Chan Erlong. The original Lu Wujin was a spineless sycophant, obeying Chan Qian'er's every whim. Not only had he never been stingy with money, but he also spent a fortune to hire someone to awaken her spiritual veins, helping her embark on the path of cultivation. Yet Chan Qian'er never thanked Lu Wujin for all had done. Instead, she shamelessly believed it was all. Leveraging Lu Wujin's affection, she lorded over the Lu household, berating and beating him without ever showing a kind face. As the author, Lu Wujin knew more than his original self. Chan Chenner played the virtuous maiden before him, but was a complete degenerate behind his back. Not only was she involved with her nominal brother Zhang Erlong, but she also took the initiative to lead Yi Ming to the Lu family's escape secret chamber to curry favor with him 3 years later. The Lu family, a millennia-old clan, naturally had means of survival. 3 years later, Yi Ming attacked the Lu household. Every male of the Lu family fell in battle. On his deathbed, the original Lu Wujin revealed the secret chamber's location to Chan Chenner, hoping she'd escape. But she fell in love with Yi Ming at first sight as he slaughtered the Lu clan. Before everyone's eyes, she stepped over Lu Wujin's corpse into Yi Ming's embrace. To please him, she exposed the secret chamber's location. Using the lives of dozens of Lu family elders and children as her ticket, Chan Chenner became a member of Yi Ming's harem. With her cunning, she fared far better than Lu Qingqing. She stayed by Yi Ming's side, not a heroine but ranking among the top 10 in his harem. Licentious by nature, she catered to the desires of certain lecherous men. Lu Wujin had even written a steamy scene involving her, Lu Qingqing, and Yi Ming. Though she was a character of his own creation, her personality was truly detestable. Lu Wujin's mind was consumed with surviving the clan's annihilation 3 years hence. He had no patience for such a woman. Faced with her unreasonable outburst, he simply ignored her. This, however, only infuriated Chan Chenner. In the past, one of her tantrums would have sent Lu Wujin apologizing. Now he treated her as if she didn't exist. Unable to bear the slight, she angrily grabbed his sleeve to stop him. Lu Wujin, what's your game? Apologize right now, or I'll break off the engagement. Breaking off the engagement was her ultimate weapon. In the past, that threat always made Lu Wujin cave. But she didn't know this Lu Wujin was a different man. His disgust was now unconcealed. He violently shook his sleeve as if it were soiled. Chan Chenner, show some respect. We're civilized people, what's with the grabbing? If you don't care about your reputation, I do. Huh. Chan Chenner was stunned. Had this fool taken the wrong medicine today? Why was he so aggressive? Was he playing hard to get? Yes, that must be it. At that thought, contempt filled her heart. Daring to play mind games with me. Let's see how I deal with you. She shot him a vicious glare. Lu Wujin, I'm truly furious this time. Don't think you can fob me off with 100 or so spirit stones. Dream on if you want my forgiveness. Lu Wujin muttered under his breath, crazy. Then he quickly sidestepped Chan Chenner and fled as if escaping a plague. His departure didn't bother her in the least. She was certain that within half an hour this pathetic sycophant would kneel and beg for her forgiveness. Her only dilemma now was what tribute to demand from him. Should she ask for the trendy green gemstone phoenix hairpin or a grand 3-courtyard mansion? Oh, such a difficult choice. Fortunately, Lu Wujin had no idea of her thoughts, or otherwise he'd have cursed her to her face. You wretch, still eyeing my money. Dream on. Instead of returning to his room, Lu Wujin sought out his father, the clan leader Lu Tao. Father, I wish to see ancestor Lu Yiming. Startled, the clan leader nearly dropped his teacup. Nonsense. Ancestor Yiming passed away 50 years ago. Where did you hear he's still alive? As the Lu family's trump card, only a handful knew that Lu Yiming still lived. In the original novel, Lu Wujin only learned of this nascent soul ancestor 3 years later. In theory, a nascent soul cultivator should crush a gold core cultivator like an ant. But he faced Yiming, a cheat of a man. With a single move, the yellow spring finger, Yiming shattered Lu Yiming's soul, condemning him to eternal damnation. Faced with his father's confusion, Lu Wujin couldn't explain. How could he say he'd created this world? He'd be taken for a madman. But he'd prepared a plan. Father, please deliver a message to the ancestor. I guarantee he'll see me once he hears it. Lu Tao eyed his eldest son suspiciously. Had the boy changed? The old Lu Wujin, though talented, was immature and reckless. This one seemed far more seasoned and confident, unlike a youth under 20. Lu Wujin felt uneasy under his father's scrutiny. They say father and son share a bond. Had the clan leader sensed he was an imposter? Just as he pondered how to bluff his way through, the clan leader patted his shoulder approvingly. It seems my son has matured and gained his own convictions. Come, let's visit the ancestor together. Along the way, the clan leader repeatedly cautioned Lu Wujin to be respectful, speak little, and avoid angering the ancestor. Lu Wujin nodded in agreement. They passed through the rear courtyard to a remote little yard. It had no walls, only a fence of branches. The clan leader dared not look around, bowing reverently at the wooden door. Ancestor, your grandson Lu Tao and his son Lu Wujin seek an audience. Uninhibited, Lu Wujin craned his neck to peer inside. When no response came, one glance made him grimace. He tugged at his father's sleeve. Father, the ancestor seems absent. Let's go back. Shaking off his hand, the clan leader scolded. Young man, have some patience. The ancestor rarely leaves this yard. He's old and likely hard of hearing. Raising his voice, the clan leader shouted, "Ancestor, are you there? Your grandson Lu Tao requests an audience." After 3 calls there was finally movement inside. A white streak shot toward the clan leader's face like a meteor. Sensing danger, the clan leader shielded Lu Wujin. "Watch out, a hidden weapon." Spiritual energy surged around him, revealing his formidable late gold core strength. Yet the white streak passed through his spiritual shield unhindered, striking him square in the face. Only then did Lu Wujin realize it was just an old cloth shoe, not a weapon. An old man still fastening his trousers stumbled out, cursing, "Bastard! Why the hell are you yelling? Don't you know I'm taking a dump? Damn it, can't even shit in peace. Damn it all, can't even shit in peace." Within the nameless courtyard, Lu Yiming, the ancestor of the Lu clan, gnawed on a green radish freshly pulled from the earth, his gaze sweeping unkindly over the 2 younger generations. "You two had better have a good reason or no one can save you today." The clan leader, trembling in fear, prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. Lu Wujin, however, remained composed. After all, they were merely characters in his own novel. Why should he fear them? "Ancestor, I wish to become the clan leader of the Lu family." His words were startling, a bombshell from the very start. Beside him, Lu Tao stared at his precious son in utter shock. Were the youths of today so audacious, declaring rebellion with such unflinching confidence? The ancestor's interest was piqued. "You're young, but your ambition is vast. Your father may be mediocre in talent, but he excels in reliability. The Lu family has prospered smoothly over the years. Why should I let a brat like you replace him?" Lu Wujin lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Lu Yiming's eyes. "Ancestor, as absurd as it sounds, I must tell you this: I possess the ability to see the future." The ancestor and the clan leader exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a picture of utter confusion. The ancestor shot a fierce glare at the clan leader, as if demanding why he had chosen a madman as the heir. Seeing their disbelief, Lu Wujin "Ancestor, you possess a broken earth-grade technique, the dragon subduing fist. I know where the remnants of this technique lie." When suspicion lingered, he turned to his father. "Father, the mistress you keep outside has been pregnant for a month. She carries a girl to be named Lu." With a thud, the radish slipped from the ancestor's hand, rolling to the clan leader's feet. The ancestor bent down, picked it up, and hurled it at the clan leader's head with force. The clan leader immediately knelt, begging for forgiveness. "Forgive me, ancestor. I deserve death for keeping a secret household." "Does it hurt?" the ancestor asked. "Ancestor, let me explain. I truly care for that woman." Impatiently, the ancestor flicked his forehead again. "I asked if it hurts. Why so much blather?" The clan leader rubbed his forehead in grievance. "It does sting a bit," the ancestor murmured, "so I'm not dreaming." Overjoyed, he rushed to Lu Wujin, clapping his shoulder, and bursting into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, hey. Heaven has eyes. Heaven truly has eyes. Our Lu family will soar to greatness, becoming the overlord of Dugu City. No, of the Linghai Empire." The ancestor's unrestrained glee made Lu Wujin's heart race. He cautioned cautiously, "Ancestor, please keep your voice down. If outsiders overhear, I fear my life will be in danger." Lu Wujin's words struck like cold water, instantly sobering the ancestor. Indeed, if today's events were to leak, not even the Lu family nor the Linghai Empire could protect Lu Wujin. The Xuanwu continent was vast, teeming with powers far greater than the Linghai Empire. Not to mention others, the Linghai Empire, suzerain, the Taishan sacred sect, ruled over 800 empires, 13,000 kingdoms, and countless first-rate families and sects. The cultivation world had never lacked incidents of murder for treasure, let alone for someone with a superpower like predicting the future. With this in mind, the ancestor immediately extended his divine sense to meticulously inspect every inch of land within a 20-mile radius. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Before they could react, the ancestor vanished. 5 or 6 minutes later, 3 stray dogs and 7 or 8 crows were thrown into the courtyard. The ancestor then fetched a kettle of boiling water from the house and hurriedly prepared to leave again. The clan leader stepped forward and asked, "Ancestor, do you need my help?" The ancestor nodded and handed him the kettle. "Come with me. We'll pour boiling water over every anthill and mouse hole nearby, ensuring not a single insect survives this yard." The clan leader grimaced. "Ancestor, is this truly necessary?" A threatening glare was his only reply. An hour later, the entire courtyard had been transformed. Once lush and vibrant, the farmyard was now scorched black. Fearing the hot water might not kill the eggs, the ancestor used spiritual fire to roast the entire area. Satisfied with his work, the ancestor clapped his hands. "Perfect. Now no one can reveal my precious grandson's secret." The clan leader wiped his sweat and echoed, "Indeed, ancestor. Now aside from us three no one can expose Wujin's secret." 3. The ancestor's expression darkened as he scrutinized the clan leader. Confused, the clan leader asked, "Ancestor, why are you looking at me?" Ignoring Lu Tao, the ancestor turned to Lu Wujin. "My precious grandson, let me discuss something with you." Lu Wujin quickly bowed. "Ancestor, please speak." The ancestor looked at Lu Tao. "Can I kill your father?" The clan leader was bewildered. Lu Wujin was shocked. Was this ancestor out of his mind? Did those words even sound human? Seeing Lu Wujin's silence, the ancestor patiently reasoned. As the old saying goes, only the dead truly keep secrets. Lu Tao may be your father, but he has a treacherous look and a rebellious nature. Clearly not a good man. Better to endure short pain than long suffering. Listen to your grandfather. A father like this is not worth keeping. The clan leader, bewildered, touched the back of his head. Rebels. This old man was fabricating nonsense to justify killing him. To survive, the clan leader knelt without hesitation, raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. "Ancestor, if I, Lu Tao, ever betray the Lu family, may I be pierced by 1,000 arrows and never reincarnate." The ancestor ignored Lu Tao, his eyes fixed on Lu Wujin. The moment Lu Wujin nodded, a funeral would be arranged by tomorrow. "Ancestor, he is my biological father." Lu Wujin was no fool. Though he felt little affection for Lu Tao, he dared not bear the grave sin of patricide. What if the ancestor was testing him? A nod would spell disaster. In this world, aside from that freaky Ming, everyone else was normal. The ancestor hesitated. Can't kill him. What if this old fellow leaks your secret? Lu Wujin pondered long but found no solution. He could only defend himself stubbornly. A son must obey his father's command even unto death. The clan leader's eyes reddened with emotion. Truly, father and son were connected. The ancestor patted Lu Wujin's shoulder, both resigned and gratified. Foolish filial piety, foolish filial piety. He then seized the clan leader. With a grim expression he commanded, "Stick out your tongue." The bewildered clan leader obeyed. The ancestor bit his own tongue and used his blood essence to draw a talisman on it. "This is a speech-sealing curse. If you ever dare reveal Wujin's secret, this talisman will shatter your head." Before the clan leader could object, the curse was complete. Feeling the strange sensation in his mouth, the clan leader's face twisted like a bitter gourd. "Ancestor, what if I accidentally reveal the secret in my sleep?" The ancestor let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, I'll prepare the finest coffin for you." Then, to their astonishment, he drew the same curse on himself. Just as Lu Wujin marveled at the ancestor's excessive caution, the ancestor casually drew the curse on him as well. Tasting the blood in his mouth, Lu Wujin felt like crying. Was this necessary? Would he betray himself? The curse was evidently no ordinary spell. After casting it 3 times, the ancestor's face turned pale and he gasped for breath. Seeing this, the clan leader tactfully took his leave with Lu Wujin. The ancestor did not stop them, repeatedly urging the clan leader to protect Lu Wujin well before waving them off. Leaving the courtyard, Lu Wujin returned to his quarters. Dismissing the servants, he went alone to his desk, picked up a brush and began to write furiously. To avoid being killed by Ming 3 years later, he had to devise a plan for his own fortuitous encounters. Lacking his own, he would steal the protagonist Ming's. He wrote late into the night. A knock at the door interrupted him. Lu Wujin set down his brush and opened it impatiently. "Who is it?" He stopped mid-sentence, recognizing the face before him. The sight nearly scared him to death. "Damn it, Ming. Have you come to kill me already?" The visitor was the old man Ming, or more precisely, he had borrowed Ming's body. "Little friend, how have you been?" Upon meeting, the old man Ming warmly greeted Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin immediately realized that the old man Ming had come for the reincarnation grass. In the original story, Ming would obtain the reincarnation grass half a year later, and give it to the old man Ming. To thank Ming, the old man Ming taught him the Ming's pill roasting art. Though the name sounded peculiar, it was genuinely one of the 3 great alchemy arts of the Xuanwu continent. In the later part of the novel, Ming's ability to become a grandmaster alchemist comparable to the Pill Emperor was largely due to the Ming's pill roasting art. On the Xuanwu continent, alchemists were extremely rare. On one hand, the inheritance of alchemy was extremely conservative. 80% of alchemists in the cultivation world came from the 10 clans of Medicine Valley. These 10 clans held all the alchemical traditions and 90% of the pill formulas in the world. The 10 clans of Medicine Valley were highly exclusive towards outsiders, almost never teaching alchemy to those of other surnames, let alone pill formulas. Even if cultivators from outside the 10 clans possessed exceptional alchemical talent, Without pill formulas, it was like a skilled cook without ingredients. Under layer upon layer of restrictions, the number of alchemists was artificially kept very low. Secondly, the resources required to train an alchemist were terrifying. A good alchemist was essentially built with spirit stones. The Continental Pill Association had once conducted a survey. It took 15 years and 1.2 million spirit stones to train a reasonably talented child into a low-grade alchemist. The Lu family, one of the 4 great clans of Dugu City, owned hundreds of shops and over 100,000 mu of fertile farmland. Their annual income was merely over 50,000 spirit stones. Yi Ming's ability to become an alchemist, aside from being blessed with luck such that he could find heavenly treasures even while relieving himself, was ultimately due to his greatest fortune meeting the old man Ming. Their annual income was merely over 50,000 spirit stones. Yi Ming's ability to become an alchemist, aside from being blessed with luck such that he could find heavenly treasures even while relieving him, regardless of whether others treated him well genuinely or falsely, he would repay them twofold. Because he was too kind, the old man Ming was repeatedly exploited by those around him. Of course, the one who played this game the best was the scoundrel Yi Ming. Using trivial favors, he not only obtained all of the old man Ming's inheritance but even stole the old man Ming's wife. Due to the scarcity of alchemists, their social status was significantly higher than that of ordinary cultivators. The reason Yi Ming could act recklessly in the middle of the novel was that the title Pill King Yi shielded him from many disasters. As long as it could cause trouble for Yi Ming, the reincarnation grass was nothing. Lu Wujin would rather give it to the old man Ming for free. Seeing the faint expectation in the old man Ming's eyes, Lu Wujin made no concealment and said directly, "Old man Ming, 1500 li west of here lies a mountain called Little Qing Stone. At the mountainside there is a late golden core stage demon beast, the red eyebrow serpent, and in its lair grows a reincarnation grass." The old man Ming showed surprise. Before coming, he had already prepared to pay a heavy price. But to the old man Ming's great surprise, Lu Wujin didn't propose any conditions, and simply told him the news of the reincarnation grass so lightly. For a moment the old man Ming was also puzzled. "Young Master Lu, I am very grateful for your information about the reincarnation grass. I don't like to owe favors. Do you have any requests? Feel free to ask. I will try my best to fulfill them." Lu Wujin opened his mouth but finally could only shake his head helplessly. "I greatly admire your character, sir. It's just a mere reincarnation grass. Consider it my filial offering to you." The old man Ming had many treasures but only 2 caught Lu Wujin's interest: the Earth Grade Technique 9-level collapse, and the Ming's pill roasting art. 9-level collapse had already been given to Yi Ming, and Lu Wujin couldn't possibly cultivate it better than that cheater Yi Ming. Lu Wujin did want the Ming's pill roasting art from the old man Ming, but they were not related. Why would the old man Ming give him his family's secret art? Making such a request would only offend him and yield nothing. Rather than getting a useless trash treasure, it was better to give the old man Ming a favor. The old man Ming had never taken advantage of others, and insisted on giving some treasures in return. Unable to refuse, Lu Wujin could only symbolically accept 1 spirit stone as compensation for the information. This further elevated Lu Wujin's image in the old man Ming's heart. On the way back, he even entertained a fantasy: if only it had been Lu Wujin who found the Ming ring back then. The old man Ming left the Lu residence and returned to the dilapidated temple outside the city. After a tremor, the old man Ming's soul returned to the Ming ring and the real Yi Ming awoke, worried that Yi Ming might conflict with Lu Wujin. During the time the old man Ming occupied Yi Ming's body, he had sealed Yi Ming's 5 senses, preventing him from perceiving anything outside. Thus Yi Ming knew nothing of the conversation between the old man Ming and Lu Wujin. Just emerging from the darkness, Yi Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. The endless darkness had made him lose track of time and plunged him into boundless fear. What if that old bastard Ming took a fancy to his young and handsome body and directly possessed him? The gap in their cultivation levels was too vast. If the old man Ming truly had such intentions, Yi Ming would have no chance to resist. Having regained his sight, Yi Ming did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he grew wary of the old man Ming. "Old man Ming, why did you go to see that damned bastard Lu Wujin?" Having just received help from Lu Wujin, the old man Ming could not tolerate his benefactor being insulted. He immediately became displeased and replied stiffly, "Didn't I tell you already? I went to Lu Wujin to inquire about the reincarnation grass." Yi Ming clearly did not believe him. "You don't even know where the reincarnation grass is. How could that bastard Lu Wujin know?" "I went to Lu Wujin to inquire about the reincarnation grass." Yi Ming clearly did not believe him. "You don't even say." "Enough!" A furious roar came from the Ming ring and a tremendous pressure like a 1,000-pound boulder weighed down on Yi Ming's shoulders. Caught off guard, Ming was forced to his knees. After all, the old man Ming was a nascent soul grandmaster. It was not for a mere chi refining stage cultivator like Ming to lecture him. If not for the debt of gratitude for saving his life, those words alone would have been enough to annihilate Ming's soul, and leave him without a burial place. Ming spat blood but still refused to bow his head. His eyes reddened as he stared fixedly at the Ming ring. Old man Ming, I am your lifesaver. Kill me and you will damage your Dao heart, making it difficult to advance in cultivation. Ah! A soft sigh and the pressure on Ming completely dissipated. Though severely injured, a sly smile of triumph appeared on Ming's lips. The old man Ming remained silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but that he had too much to say. One was Lu Wujin, who asked for nothing in return. The other was Ming, who used his favor to demand repayment. The contrast was clear. He was too disappointed in Ming to even bother scolding him. The old man Ming's silence only made Ming more smug. Old man Ming, now you should understand who truly treats you well. Lu Wujin. Ah. He's nothing but a hypocrite, a piece of shit, a liar. He doesn't know a damn thing about the reincarnation grass. If he really can find it, he'll immediately perform a handstand and pee for you. The next day, a matter of no small significance occurred within the Lu clan. Lu Tao, the clan leader, announced his seclusion for cultivation. During his absence, all affairs of the Lu clan, great and small, were to be managed by the young clan leader Lu Wujin. Upon this announcement, the entire Lu clan was taken aback. Lu Wujin was the eldest son, and the legitimate heir, his position as young clan leader unshakable. Yet his cultivation and age were far too low. Could he truly govern a clan as vast as the Lu? Some members of the Lu clan even secretly prepared snacks, eager to witness the young clan leader's folly. Of course, none neglected their outward courtesies. Upon receiving the news, the Lu clan members promptly gathered various gifts and rushed to the eastern courtyard where Lu Wujin resided. The first to arrive was none other than Chan Xian, or Lu Wujin's betrothed. This young lady was quite an oddity. She came empty-handed, and worse still, though not yet wed, she took it upon herself to act as the mistress of the household, directing the servants to receive the gift-bearers. Even more outrageous, she openly commented on the gifts presented. Third elder, how generous! This purple jade is worth at least 50 spirit stones. On behalf of Wujin, I thank the third elder. Please come in and have some tea. Fifth uncle, this white jade ruby is not bad either. It must be worth at least 10 spirit stones. Seventh granduncle, what treasure is this? Let me see. Chan Xianer, gesticulating wildly, laughed so hard that crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes. Having come from humble beginnings, she had never seen so many treasures. At the sight of something she liked, she cast all decorum aside, stuffing it into her own pockets without a care for the disapproving stares. Though the Lu clan members wore smiles at Chan Xianer's avaricious display, inwardly they could not help but sneer. Was this woman utterly shameless? These were gifts meant for the young clan leader. What business did she have pocketing them? Was she out of her mind? That jade pendant was clearly for a man. Why was she hanging it on herself? But as Chan Xianer reveled in her newfound wealth, her expression suddenly darkened. The reason was simple: someone had dared to gift only 2 steamed buns. Chan Xianer had never been one to hide her feelings. Lu Wujin's indulgence had only made her bolder and more reckless. Lu Hu, what do you mean by giving 2 steamed buns? Are you insulting me and Wujin? Everyone look. This pauper brought nothing but 2 steamed buns. How utterly disgraceful. Chan Xianer flailed about like a shrew, surrounded and stared at like a monkey in a zoo. Lu Hu, a burly man, stood frozen, his face reddening as he stammered, trying to explain. It's not that. This. He still tried to explain. Chan Xianer's fury grew. She snatched the gift box from Lu Hu's hands and dashed it to the ground. The box broke and the buns rolled out, coming to a stop at the feet of a pair of embroidered silk shoes. Lu Wujin bent down, picked up the buns, brushed off the dirt, and ate them in full view of everyone. Gazing around the room, he spoke slowly. Uncles, elders, I appreciate your kind intentions, but please take your gifts back. We are all family. There's no need for such formality. With that, before anyone could react, Lu Wujin instructed the servants to see everyone out. Indeed, to deal with Ming, Lu Wujin was in dire need of spirit stones and magical artifacts. Yet these trinkets were all too inferior. He could not be bothered with them. Accepting gifts meant incurring debts of gratitude and having to do favors in return. All things considered, it was far more advantageous to simply refuse them outright. At these words, Chan Xianer shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No, you can't. These things. Slap. Unable to endure it any longer, Lu Wujin finally struck out, delivering a sharp slap to Chan Xianer's face. He had been trying to deal with Ming without altering the novel's plot. The reason was simple: he feared that too many changes to the story would erode his omniscient advantage as the author of the novel. But today he could no longer stomach Chen Xian'er's foolishness. The slap silenced the entire room. Chen Xian'er was stunned. The other Lu clan members were bewildered. Wow, the most notorious simp in Solitary City has finally awakened. This trip wasn't wasted. What a show! The slap was heavy and Chen Xian'er's face visibly swelled. Chen Xian'er was nearly driven mad. With hair disheveled and claws bared, she lunged at Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin, how dare you hit me? My parents never laid a finger on me and you dare. Even if you beg on your knees, I won't forgive you. I want to break off the engagement. Break it off. Fine, then let's break it off. Lu Wujin nodded and agreed without hesitation. If the slap had enraged Chen Xian'er, this pushed her into madness. Lu Wujin, you bastard. I've let you take advantage of me for all these years, and now you want to call off the engagement. Have you no shame? Does your Lu clan have no shame? Lu Wujin shot her a disdainful glance and sneered, ridiculous. All these years you claimed to have a cleanliness fetish, and wouldn't even let me hold your hand. What advantage did I take? Chen Xian'er's heart wavered, but she stiffened her neck and retorted, I am the #1 beauty of Solitary City. Even if you never touched my hand, I am still your betrothed. That alone should have brought you face, shouldn't it? Even the onlookers had had enough huddling together to whisper, Pa, this woman named Chen has no shame. The real #1 beauty of Solitary City is by Ruoshui of the Bai family. Chen Xian'er. She's not fit to polish Miss Bai's boots. The #1 beauty of Solitary City. With those stubby legs of hers, she probably wouldn't even make the top 10. Chen Xian'er's looks don't even match my maidservant. She just dresses provocatively, otherwise no one would give her a second glance. All of you shut up. Faced with such venomous words, Chen Xian'er showed no weakness, choosing to fight back directly. Who do you think you are? I will be the mistress of the Lu clan someday. Every single one of you will remember this grudge. Her roar silenced the room. Though the crowd despised her character, her words held truth. If she truly became the matriarch of the Lu clan, she would indeed have the power to settle scores with most of those present. Lu Wujin surveyed the room and saw a mix of worry and anger on the faces of his kin. After a moment's thought, Lu Wujin ordered paper and brush brought forth. Minutes later, he handed a written document to Chen Xian'er. This is the annulment agreement. The Lu clan previously gave the Chen family 800 spirit stones as a betrothal gift. Please have your parents return them as soon as possible. The flimsy document felt like 1,000 pounds in Chen Xian'er's hands, crushing her breath. Meeting Lu Wujin's cold gaze, she finally realized that this time he was serious. No, I will never break the engagement. If you dare to do so, I will die in this courtyard and make your life a living hell. Chen Xian'er was truly terrified this time. Originally, the Chen family was not even a third-rate clan in Duga City, barely managing to make ends meet as butchers. But ever since Chen Xian'er solidified her relationship with Lu Wujin, the Chen family soared to prominence. Leveraging the Lu family's power, the Chen family ascended to the ranks of a second-rate clan in Dugu City within half a year. With Lu Wujin's name, they virtually monopolized all pig trading in the city. Without the Lu family's support, the Chen family's edifice would crumble in an instant, and Chen Xian'er herself would fall from her pedestal as a favored daughter of heaven, reverting to the foul and filthy daughter of a butcher. Ah! Lu Wujin let out a soft sigh. Must this woman push things to such extremes? Since that's the case, he saw no reason to shield Chen Xian'er any longer. Chen Xian'er, I already know about you and Zhang Erlong. Though the Lu family is modest, we still value a person like you is unworthy of entering our Lu family. At these words, the entire hall was stunned. What does the young patriarch mean? Are you an idiot? Isn't it clear enough? Chen Xian'er is having an affair with Zhang Erlong. Hiss! Aren't they sworn siblings? This is too scandalous. She wouldn't let the young patriarch touch her hand, yet she sleeps with her sworn brother. That woman is nothing but cheap. Is Chen Xian'er out of her mind? Zhang Erlong, aside from his somewhat delicate features, is nothing but a scoundrel. He indulges in every vice, drinking, whoring, gambling, and is said to have frequented brothels since he was 13 or 14, riddled with diseases. Thankfully, the young patriarch was wise to break off the engagement, or those diseases might have spread into our Lu household. A torrent of vulgarities filled the air, but Chen Xian'er paid them no heed. At this moment she was engulfed in despair. It was over, all over. Now not only could she forget about marrying into the Lu family, but with her reputation shattered, she could only marry Zhang Erlong. Chen Xian'er was not one to give up easily. Ignoring the servant's attempts to stop her, she knelt before Lu Wujin. Wujin, I was wrong, truly wrong. This is all Zhang Erlong's fault. He seduced me. Though I gave my body to him, my heart has always been with you. who doesn't make mistakes. Please forgive me just this once. I promise I won't dare do it again. Lu Wujin rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had no desire to waste more words on Chanxier. He turned to Lu Hu as the captain of the guards, are you just going to stand there? Throw this madwoman out now. Lu Hu was a loyal lackey of the Lu family. At Lu Wujin's command he seized Chanxier without hesitation and flung her away. Lu Hu was strong and Chanxier was light. The throw sent her soaring as high as 2 stories over the hall past the rockery in the front courtyard, and beyond the Lu family's thick walls, flying a full 50 or 60 meters. Finally, with a heavy thud, she crashed onto the street before the Lu residence. Lu Wujin was stunned by the sight. Lu Hu seemed simple and foolish, but his vengefulness was beyond expectation. Just because Chanxier had thrown your bun on the ground, you wanted to smash her into meat paste. Not yet accustomed to this cultivation world where life was cheap as grass, Lu Wujin could only instruct. Brother Hu, go out and check. If she's dead, give her a proper burial. If she's alive, have the physician treat her. After years of companionship, even a dog would stir some feelings. Perhaps it was because he had inherited the original owner's memories, but Lu Wujin felt a pang of sorrow, yet he quickly let it go. Women like this were only for protagonists like Ming to enjoy. Lu Wujin was merely an experience pack for the hero's growth. The best course was to keep a low profile. Chanxier was severely injured but survived. She lay in bed for an entire month, witnessing the Chun family's decline firsthand. Without the Lu family's backing, the Chun butcher shops closed one after another. Restaurants, meat stalls, taverns. It seemed as if all the merchants in the city had conspired to refuse purchasing the Chun family's pork. Moreover, Lu Hu led the Lu family guards to demand the return of the 800 spirit stones that had been the betrothal gift. Chanxier's parents were dumbfounded. They had never seen these so-called 800 spirit stones. When they reconciled accounts, they discovered that Chanxier had taken all the betrothal gifts. Chen's mother threatened suicide to force Chanxier to reveal the whereabouts of the spirit stones. Guess what? She had given all the spirit stones to Zhang Erlong to pay off his gambling debts. Lu Hu, now enraged, threatened to sell the entire Chen family to human traffickers if they couldn't produce the spirit stones. Human traffickers have always been despicable wretches deserving of 1,000 cuts. Falling into their hands would lead to no good. Helpless Chanxier sought out Zhang Erlong to demand the return of the spirit stones. Zhang Erlong was a fickle and unscrupulous man. With the Chun family in decline, why would he return the money? He turned his good sister into a slut and publicly declared he had never taken a single coin from the Chun family. The good brother became a shameless rogue. No money to return, no life to give. Lu Hu wanted no part in the Chun family's messy affairs. Without spirit stones, he would confiscate their assets. The Chun family's properties, houses, shops, fields, gold, silver, jewelry, porcelain, clothes. Anything that could be sold, the Lu family sold off. By the time the 15 members of the Chun family were driven out of their ancestral home in thin nightgowns, the 800 spirit stones had finally been gathered. Unable to bear it any longer, the Chun family brutally beat the still recovering Chanxier and abandoned her in a derelict temple to fend for herself. Chanxier was consumed by hatred. She hated the Chun family's ruthlessness and Zhang Erlong's deceit. But most of all, she hated Lu Wujin. If he hadn't abandoned her, she would never have fallen to such depths. Curses ceaselessly echoed from the broken temple. Soon a group of beggars drawn by the sound arrived at the temple, their grimy faces twisted in cruel leers. 3 months later, a pale-faced but elegantly dressed woman appeared before Ming. Before Ming could ask, she unbuttoned her coat, revealing her bare body. I am Chanxier. Like you, I want Lu Wujin torn to pieces. Help me and I will give everything. The virgin Ming had never seen such a thrilling sight. He quickly removed the nether ring from his finger, hid it in a pile of hay, and pounced on her with eagerness. Having tasted forbidden fruit, Ming and Chanxier indulged for half a month. During those days they reveled in nightly pleasures, utterly carefree. Half a month later, while Chanxier was out buying food, Ming secretly retrieved the nether ring from the hay. Ming, you haven't practiced in half a month. So obsessed with carnal desires, do you still wish to cultivate immortality? Nether Elder appeared and immediately scolded him. Ming shrugged indifferently. I have natural talent, even without training am far stronger than ordinary people. But let's set cultivation aside for now. Master, do you think I'm sick? Lately it hurts when I urinate. With that, Ming lifted his robe to show Nether Elder. Nether Elder took one look and erupted in fury. Ming, if you summon me not for cultivation, at least don't ask me to treat these filthy diseases. That Chanxier is no good. Stay away from her. After Chanxier was thrown out, the Lu family members also took their leave one after another. Looking up at the sky, it was already noon. Having eaten something simple, Lu Wujin left Dugu City and journeyed westward, finally stopping beneath a willow tree. He took out a wooden token and knocked on the willow tree 3 times. The scene shifted and the willow tree transformed into a stone gate. Pushing open the gate, Lu Wujin arrived at the willow tree market. After paying an entry fee of 1 spirit stone, Lu Wujin strolled with his hands behind his back, carefully examining every stall. The willow tree market was a trading ground exclusively for cultivators. Many cultivators from nearby areas came here to set up stalls selling cultivation techniques, elixirs, and artifacts they no longer needed. Originally this was a good thing, but alas, people's hearts had grown corrupt. Counterfeit goods far outnumbered genuine ones here. Lu Wujin had come for a specific cultivation technique, a body-tempering art called Buddha's Rathvajra. Although this technique was only of the profound rank, its training effects rivaled those of earth-rank techniques. In the original story, Buddha's Rathvajra was one of Ming's primary cultivation methods. When cultivated to its pinnacle, this technique allowed one to withstand magical artifacts with sheer physical strength, making it one of the supreme body-tempering arts in the world. And this Buddha's Rathvajra was hidden in an inconspicuous stall by the roadside. In the novel, Ming came here to buy a spirit condensation pill, and because the stall owner couldn't make change, he threw in a vase as a bonus. And on the inner wall of that vase was inscribed the Buddha's Rathvajra. It must be said that Ming's luck was truly heaven-defying. Fortunes that others could only dream of happened to him almost every day. Thinking of this, Lu Wujin felt like slapping himself twice in the street. To make the story enjoyable for readers, he had granted Ming far too many advantages. The readers were thrilled, but in the end he had to bear the consequences himself. Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Wujin approached a stall selling elixirs. The stall owner was a young man, and before him lay 3 or 4 grotesquely ugly spirit condensation pills, along with some odds and ends like pots and bowls. Among these was an unremarkable vase. Lu Wujin wasn't sure if this was the right vase, so he asked nonchalantly, "How much for these spirit condensation pills?" Rarely having a customer, the young man eagerly stood up and began his pitch. "Sir, though my spirit condensation pills look ugly, their efficacy is no less. Others sell theirs for 1 spirit stone each, but I'll offer you one for 90 taels of gold. What do you say?" Lu Wujin rejoiced inwardly, almost certain he had come to the right place. The stall owner's spiel was nearly identical to what was written in the novel. Just as he was about to haggle with the young man and casually claim the vase beside him, a clear, cold female voice rang out nearby. "Excuse me, boss, how much is this vase?" The young stall owner seemed entranced, staring straight ahead. He said foolishly, "If a goddess like you wants it, take it. It's just a worthless vase." "What the hell?" Lu Wujin felt as if he heard his heart shatter. After all his preparation, was the Buddha's Rathvajra about to be snatched away? Lu Wujin turned his head and saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her skin was like congealed snow, her brows like distant mountains tinged with haze, and her eyes like autumn waters rippling. A single casual glance could drive countless men to madness. No wonder the stall owner had looked so dazed. The woman was simply too stunning. Unlike the other's lecherous stares, Lu Wujin silently stepped back, trying to put distance between himself and this woman. He recognized her. Bai Ruoshui, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She was also one of Ming's harem members, a leading female protagonist in the early part of the novel, the harem of Long Outyen. To elevate Ming's prestige, Lu Wujin had nearly portrayed Bai Ruoshui as a jinx. Anyone who approached Bai Ruoshui would meet a gruesome end. She once had a fiancé. They grew up together and had a good relationship. Unfortunately, a month before their wedding, he was torn to pieces by a rival family. Bai Ruoshui also had a beloved cousin, who while riding was trampled to death when his horse went wild. Then there was a senior brother who admired her, but during an external training trip, he was devoured by a beast as an afternoon snack. Instances like these were countless. Lu Wujin was a normal man who liked beautiful women, but he valued his life more. At this moment, Bai Ruoshui was not a beauty in his eyes, but a somewhat attractive calamity. Glancing at the vase in Bai Ruoshui's hand, Lu Wujin couldn't bear to give up the technique and steeled himself to speak. "Miss Bai, I really like that vase in your hand. Could you sell it to me?" Bai Ruoshui frowned. "Young Master Lu, are you avoiding me?" Lu Wujin quickly denied it. "Miss Bai, you jest. You are as beautiful as a celestial maiden. What man in the world could dislike you? If you don't dislike me, why are you speaking to me from over a zhang away?" Indeed, the death-fearing Lu Wujin was standing on the other side of the street talking to Bai Ruoshui, with at least 2 or 3 stalls between them. Feeling rejected, Bai Ruoshui was deeply unsettled. Since childhood, her appearance, talent, and cultivation had been outstanding. Praise from others had accompanied her throughout her growth. As she grew older, Bai Ruoshui became the center of attention wherever she went, surrounded by countless gazes. Envy, jealousy, admiration, madness, greed, vulgarity. She had seen all kinds of looks, but the only one she had never encountered was disdain. How could someone as gifted as her be scorned? To verify her suspicion, Bai Ruoshui deliberately took a light step toward Lu Wujin. Then, before everyone's eyes, Lu Wujin stepped back as well. Now Bai Ruoshui was certain. This man surnamed Lu wasn't pretending. He genuinely despised her. Bai Ruoshui felt wronged. She secretly checked herself. Her clothes were neat and spotless. Her hairpins were properly placed and her hair was as smooth and tidy as usual. Her makeup wasn't smudged and she still looked flawless. At this moment Lu Wujin was baffled. What was wrong with Bai Ruoshui? Ever since he asked for the vase, Bai Ruoshui had seemed possessed. One moment she frowned, the next she smiled. Then she touched her clothes and adjusted her hair. Finally she even took out a bronze mirror and began touching up her makeup right there in the street. Could it be that she already knew the secret of the vase and was stalling for time? Thinking this, Lu Wujin couldn't care less and reminded her again. Miss Bai, I really do like this vase very much. Could you part with it? Seeing that Lu Wujin was still fixated on the vase, Bai Ruoshui was so angry she wanted to curse. Was a worthless vase more important than a beautiful woman like her? But her upbringing prevented her from throwing a tantrum like Chan Xier. She coldly said to Lu Wujin, "Young Master Lu, I can give you the vase. But what are you willing to offer in return?" Lu Wujin frowned. Did this girl really know the vase's secret? He probed, "Miss Bai, why don't you name your price?" Bai Ruoshui thought for a moment. She decided to show Lu Wujin her most perfect side, making him realize how ignorant and foolish his disdain was. "Alright, hey, race, an opportunity that others would beg for. Treat me to a meal and the vase is yours." Lu Wujin pondered for a moment, his expression dark. In the end he decided his own life was more important than any technique. Then, "Forget it. I don't want the vase anymore." Bai Ruoshui wept, sobbing with grievance. Her face was like a pear blossom bathed in rain, evoking pity in all who saw her. The onlookers murmured among themselves, venting their discontent. What a shameless man bullying a woman like that. Such a beautiful girl. One should cherish her, not. Truly it's like burning a zither for fuel or feeding peonies to pigs. A sheer waste. If I had such a gorgeous Dao companion, I'd gladly serve her every day, even washing her feet. This scoundrel not only fails to treasure her but even makes the goddess cry. It infuriates me. Goddess, I am Zhu Xiaobao of Langlang Mountain's Zhu family. Take my advice, such a man is not worth keeping. Hearing the crowd's criticism of Lu Wujin, Bai Ruoshui felt a flicker of satisfaction at first. But gradually she sensed something amiss. Everyone seemed to mistakenly believe she and Lu Wujin were a couple. Bai Ruoshui blushed, wanting to explain. Yet before she could speak, Lu Wujin hastily clarified, "Everyone misunderstands. I am not even a friend of Miss Bai's. We've only met a few times." Though his words were harsh, Lu Wujin had no choice. He absolutely did not want any entanglement with Yiming's woman. However, Bai Ruoshui was unaware of these circumstances. To her, Lu Wujin's behavior seemed not just disdain but outright loathing. Bang! Bai Ruoshui raised the vase in her hand and hurled it fiercely at Lu Wujin, puffing out her cheeks as she cursed, "You wretched man. Spend the rest of your life with this broken bottle." If the Bai family had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astounded. Bai Ruoshui had always been the well-behaved daughter of the Bai family, her conduct impeccable, never having quarreled with anyone since childhood. Yet today not only was her face flushed with anger but she even swore. Clearly the girl was beside herself with fury. Lu Wujin, now holding the vase, paid no further heed to Bai Ruoshui and left the willow tree market without looking back. This sight made Bai Ruoshui's blood pressure spike again. She chased after him, hurling curses. Unfortunately the girl had been too well bred. She barely knew how to swear. The harshest words she could muster were things like wretched man or scoundrel, utterly lacking in sting. Stubborn as she was, Bai Ruoshui followed Lu Wujin all the way to the Lu residence in her quest for so-called justice. Once she calmed down, she stopped cursing and simply trailed silently behind him. If that were all, it might have been tolerable, but she kept wiping her tears as she followed. In this scene, even if Lu Wujin had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. Along the way, Lu Wujin endured countless scornful glances. Everyone looked at him as if he were an irresponsible beast. Seeing Bai Ruoshui about to enter his courtyard, Lu Wujin at his wit's end could only beg, "Miss Bai, I beg you, please stop following me." Bai Ruoshui glared at him through gritted teeth. "Apologize to me." Lu Wujin was blunt. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai. I was wrong." Bai Ruoshui pressed her advantage. "Tell me, what were you wrong about?" "Me? Lu Wujin was so angry he wanted to curse. How the hell should I know what I did wrong? It's just a vase. She's been crying and fussing over it all afternoon. Is this woman insane? Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking. Miss Bai, what will it take for you to calm down? Just name it and I'll do it. Bai Ruoshui's lips curled slightly. She had been waiting for those exact words. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she said menacingly, treat me to a meal, a feast. Fine. Lu Wujin hesitated a little but eventually agreed. It was just a meal. Surely Yi Ming wouldn't suddenly appear to kill him over this. After sending Bai Ruoshui away, Lu Wujin shook his head helplessly. What a mess this was. Miss Bai is a good person. A voice came from behind. Lu Wujin's heart jolted, but he breathed a long sigh of relief upon recognizing the speaker. It was Lu Yiming, the patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Wujin quickly bowed in respect. Wujin pays respects to the patriarch. Patriarch Lu waved his hand, signaling Lu Wujin to dispense with formalities. My dear grandson, I came to ask about the progress of the Dragon Subduing Fist. The Dragon Subduing Fist was a half-volume Earth-tier martial art that Lu Yiming had discovered in a dilapidated ancient tomb in his youth. An Earth-tier technique was naturally a treasure of the mortal world. Unfortunately, only the latter half existed, lacking even a beginning, making it impossible to cultivate. The patriarch had studied it for over a century without any breakthrough. Now with his prophetic grandson Lu Wujin, he was naturally eager. Instead of answering directly, Lu Wujin handed the vase to the patriarch. Patriarch Lu took the vase with a puzzled expression. My grandson, what is this? Lu Wujin said mysteriously, take a closer look. Frowning, the patriarch used his divine sense. His powerful spiritual perception scanned the vase thoroughly like an X-ray. After examining it for a long time, he still found nothing unusual. Wujin, you're not playing tricks on me, are you? Lu Wujin rolled his eyes slightly. This patriarch had no patience. Was he already getting angry? Lu Wujin took the vase, gently tapped its base, and created a thumb-sized hole. Light streamed through the opening from the rim, instantly illuminating the dark interior. Seeing the patriarch still staring at him in confusion, Lu Wujin could only explain. This contains the supreme body tempering technique, Buddha's Rathvajra. Patriarch, although the Dragon Subduing Fist is an Earth-tier technique, its physical requirements are monstrous. Our Lu family lacks proper body tempering arts. Obtaining the Dragon Subduing Fist would do more harm than good. To our family, this Buddha's Rathvajra is far more valuable than the Dragon Subduing Fist. Though Lu Wujin spoke at length, the patriarch heard not a single word. At that moment he was pressing his eye to the vase's mouth, peering at the sun through it. As he looked, he muttered in awe. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Wujin silently scoffed. Nascent soul cultivators were truly formidable. Utterly unafraid of being blinded by the sun, Patriarch Lu stared at the sun through the vase for a full hour. When he finally removed it, his right eye was ringed with purple and black as if had been punched. Lu Wujin lowered his head, not daring to look at the patriarch's face for fear of bursting into laughter. Unaware of any oddity, the patriarch looked at Lu Wujin with a pleading expression. My dear grandson, I have a favor to ask. Lu Wujin quickly replied, please speak. The patriarch pulled out a worn storage pouch from his bosom. Given current market conditions, mystic tier techniques are priceless and rarely found. They typically sell for between 1.5 million and 5 million spirit stones. This Buddha's Rathvajra is a rare body tempering art. At auction it could fetch at least 6 million spirit stones. The patriarch changed his tone. Wujin, the Lu family truly desperately needs this technique. For the family's sake, I'll set aside my pride and beg you to sell it to me at a discount. Lu Wujin smiled faintly. How many spirit stones can the patriarch offer? The patriarch's face reddened, too embarrassed to meet Lu Wujin's eyes. Well, all the liquid assets of the Lu family, plus my own retirement savings, come to about 200,000 spirit stones. Lu Wujin stared blankly at his ancestor, causing the old man to feel uneasy. Wujin, do you have a question you want to ask me? We're family, don't hesitate to speak. Lu Wujin hesitated. Actually, it's nothing. I'm just curious why the Lu family is so poor. The old ancestor's face reddened slightly. He had given permission to speak, but not to expose the family's secrets. In truth, the Lu family's wealth ranked among the top 3 in Dugu City. Only the Bai family, who owned a small mine, surpassed the Lu family in wealth. The other families were poorer. The reason Lu Wujin thought the family was poor was simply because of his identity as an author. Almost all web novels share a common flaw: currency significantly depreciates in the later stages. Initially, the author could define the currency's value based on reality, but as the story progressed, and the protagonist grew, money inevitably became cheaper. Simply put, if the protagonist earned 1,000 per month at the start, readers wouldn't feel satisfied unless he earned tens of thousands. Even 100,000 seemed too little. In the middle phase, earning 100 million per year from business wasn't excessive. The longer the novel, the more the author needed to create thrilling moments, eventually requiring hundreds of billions annually. Lu Wujin, a struggling author, was no exception. To create excitement, he would stoop to anything, even building a harem. How could he be expected to uphold noble principles? In the middle of the novel, the protagonist Yi Ming spent 1,000,000 spirit stones in one night, just to meet the Silver Moon Pavilion's courtesan. To spend a night with her. Ahem. Even a single conversation cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. With only 200,000, the Lu family couldn't even afford one of the courtesan's socks. No wonder Lu Wujin was dissatisfied. Despite his complaints, Lu Wujin had no intention of taking the old ancestor's spirit stones. To eliminate Yi Ming, he needed to rapidly build his own power. The protagonist Yi Ming possessed the highest talent and fortune in this world. Relying on solo combat alone, Lu Wujin stood little chance against him. If single combat failed, then gang up. Lu Wujin planned to create his own force to oppose Yi Ming. As the author, he naturally knew which individuals were useful and which had great potential. In terms of personnel, he had an inherent advantage. The Lu family, the first minor clan to be destroyed by the protagonist, was weak overall but highly united. During the clan's annihilation 3 years later, Yi Ming killed 10 Lu family members to extract Lu Wujin's whereabouts, yet none revealed a single clue. After the old ancestor fell, the Lu family, facing Yi Ming's bloodlust, did not beg for mercy. Instead, they charged at him in a tragically heroic final assault. Such a family was worth nurturing. Ancestor, I can give you the Buddha's Rathvajra technique for free. In the future, I'll find ways to provide more techniques. However, I have one condition. The old ancestor waved dismissively. Don't mention just one condition. If it can bring prosperity to the Lu family, I'd gladly give you my old life. Lu Wujin nodded inwardly. He pulled a note from his pocket covered in tiny script. While the old ancestor read it, Lu Wujin explained, "My condition is simple. I can provide these techniques to the family for free, but I will handle their distribution. Ancestor, I plan to allocate them as follows. As far as I know, the main branch of the Lu family has only 37 members under 50. However, the collateral branches number over 3,000. Among these collateral members, there are young geniuses. But due to limited resources and techniques, they struggle to surpass the chi refining stage in their lifetime. My suggestion is to treat all Lu family disciples equally. Not only should they receive the same monthly allowance, but everyone should be allowed to cultivate the family's yellow-grade high-level technique 7 variations fist. On this basis, the family should establish a merit point system and a rotation tournament mechanism. For the merit points, every family member who contributes to the family's development earns points. The greater the contribution, the more points. Points can be exchanged for spirit stones, techniques, pills, and so on. The rotation tournament is purely to enhance the combat ability of family disciples. I suggest a minor tournament every 3 months and a major one annually. Based on results, disciples will be classified as core, inner, or outer. The treatment among them should be significantly differentiated to stimulate enthusiasm. Of course, this is just a rough outline. The details need refinement by you and the elders." As Lu Wujin spoke, the old ancestor's brow furrowed deeper. The methods weren't new. Many major sects used similar approaches to train disciples. The methods were good, but there was a fatal flaw: without strong financial support, everything would be like a castle in the air, utterly useless. Not wanting to discourage Lu Wujin, the old ancestor stammered, "Wujin, your methods are good, but our family has many members and modest income. It's hard to sustain such consumption." Unexpectedly, Lu Wujin cut to the chase. "Ancestor, you're short on money, right? Give me 50,000 spirit stones. In 10 days, I'll return you 500,000. Use that 500,000 to tide things over. When it's used up, tell me, and I'll think of other ways to earn more." Seeing Lu Wujin's confidence, the old ancestor refrained from arguing. "Fine. It's just 50,000 spirit stones. If lost, I'll only hurt for a few years. By the way, ancestor, there's an auction at Duga City's auction house soon. Take the remaining 150,000 spirit stones, and make sure to acquire the Crimson Essence Chamber pot." The old ancestor's face twisted in pain at the mention of spending more money. The next morning, Lu Wujin arrived at the Bai family spirit herb shop. "Shopkeeper, what's the price of 9-leaf grass?" Without even sitting down, Lu Wujin asked. The shopkeeper recognized him and immediately came to serve him personally. "How many stalks does young Master Lu need?" Lu Wujin placed his spirit stones on the counter. "As many as possible." The shopkeeper rejoiced inwardly but kept a straight face. Young Master Lu, the normal price is 1 spirit stone for 100 stocks. If you buy enough I can give you a 10% discount, 1 spirit stone for 110 stocks. Lu Wujin didn't bother haggling. Fine, that price works. Oh, wait here. Go to the Bai family warehouse and bring out the stock. I'll take everything you have. The 9-leaf grass is one of the primary ingredients for refining spirit-gathering pills. These pills replenish spiritual energy and restore mental vigor, making them among the most commonly used elixirs for cultivators. Even the poorest wandering cultivators would carry a few spirit-gathering pills as a precaution. The Xuanwu continent was vast and boundless, with cultivators numbering in the tens of billions. Naturally, the demand for spirit-gathering pills was immense. The purchase price of 9-leaf grass was generally 1 or 2 gold taels per 2 plants, meaning 1 spirit stone could buy 200 plants. For each 9-leaf grass sold, the shopkeeper could earn half the profit. It seemed ordinary, but the sheer volume of 9-leaf grass consumed was staggering. Upon learning that Lu Wujin intended to purchase a massive quantity, the pharmacy owner's grin nearly split his ears. In a single morning, the pharmacy owner not only emptied the Bai family stock, but also acquired 9-leaf grass from other shops at high prices. By dusk, nearly 80% of the 9-leaf grass in Duga City had been consumed by Lu Wujin. Both the buyer and seller were quite satisfied with the outcome. The pharmacy owner was immensely grateful to this apparent spendthrift for allowing him to earn nearly 20,000 spirit stones in a single day. Both the buyer and seller were quite satisfied with the outcome. The pharmacy owner was immensely grateful to this apparent spendthrift for allowing him to earn nearly 20,000 spirit stones in a single day. The moment they recognized him, the expressions of both men in the shop soured. The pharmacy owner stood up abruptly. "Yi Ming, what are you doing here? Get out." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yi Ming. However, Lu Wujin was somewhat surprised that the pharmacy owner regarded Yi Ming with the same disdain as he did. Despite the pharmacy owner's insult, the defiant Yi Ming actually managed to restrain himself. He pulled a storage pouch from his bosom and slammed it heavily before the pharmacy owner. "I want 9-leaf grass as much as possible." The pharmacy owner was taken aback. What kind of day was this? Why was everyone scrambling to buy 9-leaf grass? Then his expression changed. The merchant's instinct told him something was amiss. "Yi Ming, what do you need 9-leaf grass for? Even if I were to feed it to pigs, it's none of your business." 30,000 spirit stones worth of 9-leaf grass. Cash on delivery. The pharmacy owner, unfazed, probed. "The price has gone up. 1 spirit stone can only buy 50 plants now." Lu Wujin cast a stunned glance at the pharmacy owner. Good heavens, in just a few words the price of 9-leaf grass had doubled. Yi Ming was also bewildered. This price didn't match what Elder Ming had told him. Had that old fraud tricked him again? Yet Yi Ming didn't haggle. He simply agreed. "Fine, the price is not an issue. But I need the stock immediately, the sooner the better." At this, the pharmacy owner's smile vanished. "I'm sorry, but I'm not selling the 9-leaf grass anymore." As a businessman, the pharmacy owner, no matter how foolish, sensed the anomaly. Yi Ming was no fool, and neither was Lu Wujin. Both were the legitimate heirs of their respective families. The Yi and Lu families making such a massive purchase of 9-leaf grass must have been based on some insider information. Realizing this, the pharmacy owner, ignoring the customers in his shop, grabbed his spirit stones and rushed out. Yi Ming was about to berate the owner for breaking his word. But when he turned around, the owner was nowhere to be seen. As Yi Ming stood distracted, Elder Ming's voice from the ring urged, "Boy, what are you dazing for? Hurry and buy up the 9-leaf grass. If you delay any longer, the Bai family will corner the entire market in Duga City." Yi Ming snapped out of it and dashed after the owner. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Lu Wujin. "Lu Wujin, this is your doing, isn't it?" Lu Wujin nodded calmly. "Yes, I did it. What are you going to do about it? Bite me?" After all, he and Yi Ming were already irreconcilable enemies. There was no need to hide it anymore. "You!" A stifled fury choked Yi Ming's chest, nearly suffocating him. Had Elder Ming not been urging him relentlessly, he would have killed Lu Wujin right then and there. Seeing Yi Ming bested, Lu Wujin was overjoyed. Humming a little tune, he swayed his way back to the Lu mansion. The peach leaves tipped so sharp the willow leaves shade the sky. As night fell, Lu Wujin's singing sounded like a saw scraping wood. Even the beggars on the street were "Can't you stop singing? It's the middle of the night, people are trying to sleep." Following the voice, an old beggar with graying hair glared at Lu Wujin with displeasure. The old beggar was no refined soul. Not only did he light a fire in the street, but he was also roasting his own stinky socks over the flames. The stench was eye-watering. Pinching his nose, Lu Wujin approached and teased old man having dinner. The beggar looked confused, as if not understanding. But when he noticed Lu Wujin staring at his stinky socks, his face flushed with anger. Sharp-tongued brat looking for a beating. Lu Wujin quickly apologized. Just a joke. Old man, have you eaten? I haven't had dinner yet. Care to join me? The beggar snorted and patted his tattered robe. Boy, I'm a filthy stinking beggar. Aren't you disgusted by me? Lu Wujin smiled. All beings are equal. After death everyone is just a rotting corpse. What's so special about a beggar? Life is about being happy. I'm in a good mood today, so let me treat you. The old beggar pondered Lu Wujin's words, then shook his head. This boy had a good heart, but his mouth was full of nonsense. Mortals and immortals were different. There was no such thing as equality among all beings. That was only something to fool common folk. The two arrived at a small tavern. The owner didn't mind the beggar and personally poured him wine. 2 plates of dumplings, a few side dishes, and a pot of light fruit wine. The old and the young ate with great relish. After several rounds of drinks, the old beggar's face was flushed, clearly tipsy. Boy, thank you for the meal today. As a return gift, let me cast a fortune for you. How about it? Lu Wujin waved his hand. Thanks, old man, but I don't need it. This was ridiculous. Lu Wujin was the architect of this world, an omniscient god. The last thing he needed was a fortune-telling. The old beggar wiped the wine from his lips and revealed a mysterious smile. Boy, don't be ungrateful. Out there thousands of big shots would kneel with spirit stones begging me for a reading, and I wouldn't even spare them a glance. I'm offering you a free reading because I'm in a good mood. Lu Wujin simply thought the old man was drunk. But since he had nothing better to do, he might as well play along. Old man, how about this? I happen to know a thing or two about divination as well. Let's have a contest. With that, Lu Wujin pulled a single copper coin from his pocket. The stake is this coin. Whoever wins takes it. The old beggar looked at Lu Wujin, then at the coin in his hand. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter. Haha. Boy, do you know who I am? You want to compete with me? Haha. Eh. Boy, you've got guts. Haha. The two invited the tavern owner to serve as the referee. A man of generous spirit himself, upon learning of their contest, he specially brought out a jar of his own aged brew to serve as the victor's prize. Seeing that there was entertainment to be had, the diners gathered around. The old beggar spoke first, brimming with confidence. Young man, how do you wish to compete? Ziwei astrology, Taiyi divine numbers, the I Ching. Which one are you proficient in? I can handle them all. Lu Wujin waved his hand. Sir, I know none of these things. None. Are you joking with me? Without these, how can you perform divination? You aren't trying to fool me, are you? With 3 consecutive questions, the old beggar grew somewhat angry. Lu Wujin offered no explanation, simply saying to the old beggar, you only need to tell me your name. As for the rest, whatever you wish to ask I can tell you. Preposterous. The old beggar roared. Young man, your ambition far exceeds your years. I have devoted centuries to the study of divination. While my skill may not be the greatest under heaven, it is not far off. Even I require names, physiognomy, feng shui, astrological arts, and other tools to determine a person's fate. You presume to tell my fortune with just a name. Shallow, laughable nonsense. Not only the old beggar but even the diners ignorant of divination felt that Lu Wujin was bragging. Divination with just a name. Impossible, isn't it? The world is vast. Setting aside other places, our Dugu city alone has millions of people. The cities under heaven are countless, their populations as numerous as stars. There must be many with the same name. Isn't divining based solely on a name a bit perfunctory? Perfunctory? I've got it figured out. Young Master Lu is just bored and toying with this old man. That's right. Everyone knows the young master of the Lu family is skilled in boxing and calligraphy. No one has ever heard he's proficient in divination. He must be mocking this old beggar. The old beggar grew angrier with each word. He had thought this was a kind-hearted youth, but it turned out he was a dissolute dandy with no moral bottom line. He Tianjizi was a renowned figure on the Xuanwu continent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The fury of a common man leads to bloodshed within 5 paces. The wrath of a son of heaven leaves 1,000,000 corpses strewn across the land. Tianjizi commanded the Tianji pavilion with no fewer than 20 vassal dynasties under him. His status was 100, nay 10,000 times greater than that of an emperor. How could such a figure not be enraged after being toyed with by a country bumpkin today? Surging spiritual energy erupted from Tianjizi's body. Dark clouds obscured the moon and thunder and lightning split the sky. The diners retreated in terror. The more timid ones had already hidden under the tables. The only one who remained calm was Lu Wujin. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but his legs were too weak to stand. However, this lad was quite good at putting on a front. Even though he was scared out of his wits, his face remained as steady as an old dog's. Tianjizi, I advise you not to act rashly. After 50 years of tribulation, do you wish to see it all come to naught? Lu Wujin's voice was not loud, but his words were like a basin of ice water, instantly sobering Tianjizi. Tianjizi's face shifted through several colors, but in the end he did not continue. Tianjizi waved his right hand. Lu Wujin's vision blurred, the scene changed, and they found themselves in an abandoned temple. Who are you? The technique Tianjizi cultivated was called Great Expansion, Heavenly Number, a rare heaven-grade technique in the world. This art was infinitely variable, different people cultivating it would produce different effects. Its greatest advantage was the absence of bottlenecks. With sufficient time, it was practically a foregone conclusion that a cultivator would become an immortal or a Buddha. Of course, the drawbacks of this technique were also severe. Those who cultivated the Great Expansion Heavenly Number had to undergo a 50-year tribulation every 200 years. During these 50 years they were forbidden to kill, fight, or indulge in pleasure. Violating this rule would result in at best a regression in cultivation, and at worst the complete annihilation of the soul. This Great Expansion Heavenly Number was the Tianji Pavilion's most guarded secret, passed only to the successor before the previous pavilion master ascended or perished. Not even Tianjizi's own son knew of the Great Expansion Heavenly Number. How could this youth before him know of it? Tianjizi, who so often peered into the secrets of heaven and solved puzzles for others, was now lost in confusion. Tianjizi's interrogation, however, allowed Lu Wujin to breathe a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, his guess was correct. As a novelist, Lu Wujin was naturally very familiar with the world he had created. But a novel is not a comic. He didn't know what the characters looked like, and could only deduce from subtle clues. Appearing in Dugu City at this time, and being proficient in divination, the person before him could only be Tianjizi. Ah! Lu Wujin sighed softly. He regretted ever writing a novel. Drawing comics would have been so much better. With scenes and characters, he wouldn't be stumbling around blindly like this. As Lu Wujin's mind wandered, his gaze drifted, giving him a foolish look. But Tianjizi interpreted this demeanor as profound and unfathomable. Young Master Lu, what else do you know? After a long silence, Tianjizi couldn't help but ask. Lu Wujin, still lost in his reverie, answered subconsciously, yes, drawing comics is 10,000 times better than being a nobody. Tianjizi, truly worthy of young Master Lu, his words are so profound and unfathomable. Lu Wujin, now clear-headed, was also somewhat embarrassed. To cover his embarrassment, he rubbed his head vigorously. Elder Tianjizi, ask whatever you wish. I'll tell you what I can, and don't press me on what I cannot. Tianjizi nodded. This was the code of conduct. A physician cannot heal himself, or a diviner cannot divine his own fate. Tianjizi stood at the pinnacle of divination in this world. He had thought no one else could help him divine his destiny. He never expected to find a hidden talent in the countryside. Little Dugu City actually had a young Master Lu. Being divined for the first time, Tianjizi couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. So, young Master Lu, I wish to ask about cultivation. Lu Wujin rolled his eyes at Tianjizi. Be more specific. Can I become an immortal? No. Lu Wujin answered decisively. Tianjizi's expression turned grim. Ah. Will I then die during the tribulation like my master? Lu Wujin, no, you won't die from the tribulation. You'll be beaten to death. On hearing this, Tianjizi flew into a rage. Are you talking nonsense, boy? Although the Tianji Pavilion does not seek conflict, it is still a powerful force ranked in the top 50 of the Xuanwu continent. My cultivation level is ordinary, but I have good relations with the sect masters and patriarchs of various major powers. For no reason at all, who would want to kill me? Facing Tianjizi's roar, Lu Wujin plugged his ears with his fingers, looking at Tianjizi with a calm expression. He could very well understand Tianjizi. After all, who could face death with equanimity, especially a cultivator seeking immortality? After cursing for a while, Tianjizi finally calmed down. His expression, grave eyes fixed on Lu Wujin. Tell me who killed me. Lu Wujin let out a soft sigh. This person has no enmity with you. He killed you only because you opposed his marriage to your precious granddaughter Xianyuan Miao Miao. Tianjizi was astounded. Is this man insane? Matters of marriage arranged by parents and matchmakers are only natural and right. Does he think he's the king of heaven? He can marry whoever he wants. Lu Wujin's face showed disdain. He is not the king of heaven. He is the son of fate, Ming. Is this kid trying to deceive me? Tianjizi was as shrewd as an old fox, and Lu Wujin's words were too straightforward, which made him feel a hint of doubt. After the cold wind of the ruined temple blew, and he sobered up, he believed Lu Wujin was a fraud. Although Tianjai's surname was Xuan Yuan, he had no granddaughter named Miao Miao. This alone proved that Lu Wujin was talking nonsense. As for how Lu Wujin knew the secret of the great divination number, Tianjaizi chose to ignore it directly. It must be said that this old man was plugging his ears while stealing a bell just to avoid admitting that he would die a violent death. After bidding farewell to Lu Wujin, Tianjaizi returned to begging on the street with his broken bowl. At noon the next day, Tianjaizi was awakened by a crisp sound. Opening his eyes, he saw a shiny golden bean fall into his broken bowl. What came into view was an extremely handsome young man. Everyone loves beauty. Facing such a young man, Tianjai's morning grumpiness instantly vanished. Young master is truly generous. This golden bean is enough for this old man to live freely for 10 days or half a month. Ming smiled slightly. This old man was putting on quite an act. But how could an ordinary beggar be wearing a high-grade Xian-rank defensive artifact? If not for the reminder from old Ming, Ming would have truly missed this opportunity. Ming bowed to Tianjaizi. Since you want to play, I'll play along. Uncle, I see that you have a kind face and we seem to hit it off. Why not let me be the host and treat you to a meal? How about it? It must be said that Ming had an extremely good-looking face. With just a little pretense, he instantly transformed into a graceful jade-like gentleman. Tianjaizi also found himself liking this young man more and more. He even considered that if the young man's talent was sufficient, accepting him as a disciple would not be out of the question. Ming supported Tianjaizi all the way to the most expensive restaurant in Dugu City, Chunman Tower. The service at Chunman Tower was very attentive. As soon as the two entered, 4 beauties in light clothing supported them to the second floor. Ming, that lecher, had wandering hands constantly rubbing the girls' waists. This made the 2 girls blush slightly, but because Ming was handsome they didn't mind, and one even leaned in slightly to deliberately accommodate. Tianjaizi, with his profound cultivation, naturally noticed these small moves. However, he didn't mind. A man cannot be considered young without being romantic. Oh, everyone is the same. After they sat down, Ming personally attended to Tianjai's meal. While pouring wine and picking up dishes for Tianjaizi, he continuously flattered him. Uncle, to be honest with you, you look like a 9 million great figure. Even in ragged clothes you cannot conceal your heroic and valiant overbearing aura. You are down on your luck today, but one day you will surely meet the right opportunity and soar 90,000 miles. For me to meet you must be the merit I accumulated in my past life. With just one word from you, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even if I die 100 times without regret. Although Ming's flattery was completely off the mark, who doesn't like to hear good words? Tianjaizi had been wandering in the mortal world for 50 years due to his tribulation, enduring hunger and cold. But the cold stares and harsh words from the world were the most torturous. Making an emperor be a beggar for 50 years. The gap between these two states is unbearable for ordinary people. Now suddenly hearing others flatter him, Tianjaizi felt like eating an ice-cold watermelon on a scorching summer day. His whole body felt one word: awesome. At this moment Tianjaizi wished he could accept Ming as his disciple on the spot. Even if the kid's talent was lacking, keeping him as a close confidant wouldn't be bad. Tianjai's complacency was completely seen by Ming, so he decided to step up and get some benefits from this old beggar. Ming clapped his hands and a woman in a fiery red gauze dress walked in from outside. The woman was born with a seductive charm, every smile and frown full of allure. Then Ming introduced to Tianjaizi. This woman is named Qianer. He then waved at Qianer. Qianer quickly accompanied uncle for some wine. Qianer smiled without restraint, sat directly on Tianjai's lap, wrapped her arms around him and blew fragrant breath on him. Grandpa, please have some wine. Unexpectedly, Ming's warm hospitality made Tianjaizi feel a trace of disgust. Unlike Ming, Tianjaizi deeply respected his wife and had never fooled around outside. Moreover, the woman in his arms had a dark aura around her eyes, likely suffering from some disease. One would want to avoid such a woman. How could Tianjaizi let her get close? If not for his favorable impression of the young man opposite, Tianjaizi would have already turned hostile. Ming also noticed the disgust in Tianjai's eyes and quickly dismissed Qianer. Ming was very puzzled. How could anyone dislike such wonderful things as women? Could it be that this old man was impotent? This small episode with Qianer brought Tianjaizi back to his senses a bit. Taking a disciple still required checking talent. If his cultivation was too poor, wouldn't that be a slap in Tianjai's face? After thinking for a moment, Tianjaizi took out a transparent stone from his bosom. Little brother, infuse your spiritual energy into this stone, and I will give you a chance. Ming's eyes lit up. Here it comes. As his hand touched the stone, a dazzling red light shone. Tianjaizi was very satisfied and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. An extreme grade fire spiritual root. You can enter the outer sect of my Tianji pavilion. Before he finished speaking, a golden light followed the red light. Tianji's expression changed slightly. Very good, extreme grade fire root plus extreme grade metal root. You can become an inner disciple. After the golden light came a cyan light. Tianji clapped in praise. Excellent. My Tianji pavilion will have another true disciple. After the cyan came blue. Tianji could hardly believe his eyes. This talent is rarely seen in the world. Kid, I want to take you as my last closed-door disciple. It wasn't over yet. After the blue came a yellow, a black, a white. The entire room was like Wu Lauer entering a dance hall with all kinds of lights and shadows alternating. Things gradually developed in an uncontrollable direction. Tianji also went from ecstasy to calmness, and finally fear hung on his face. Tianji's appearance instead made Yi Ming smug. Indeed, I am the born protagonist. People like Lu Wujin are not even worthy to polish my boots. Tianji was afraid. It was because there was no such thing as perfection in the world, but this young man in front of him had broken that common sense. The unknown brings fear but also curiosity. Tianji hesitated for a long time, then asked, little brother, I am skilled in divination. Could you let me cast a fortune for you? At this moment Yi Ming was a bit smug and laughed. Grandpa, go ahead. Tianji took out the copper coins for divination. He casually tossed them and all 3 coins landed with the inscribed side up. Tianji said nothing, picked up the coins and threw again, all inscribed side up. Threw again, still all inscribed side up. Threw again, still all inscribed side up. At the 3rd time Tianji's expression became grave. At the 30th time Tianji's hands trembled as if the coins in his hand were not coins but a burden of 10,000 jin. When the 99th toss ended, still all inscribed sides up. By this time Tianji was drenched in sweat. Cold sweat soaked his clothes and his face was as pale as white paper. He was panting heavily as if he had suffered a serious illness. The child of destiny. This person must be the child of destiny. Tianji wanted to bow down and worship, but for some reason the words of Lu Wujin from yesterday suddenly came to his mind. Before kneeling he asked out of impulse, may I ask your honorable name, young master? Yi Ming smiled slightly, his overbearing aura leaking out. Dugu City Yi Ming. But the 9-leaf grass hadn't been secured yet, so he couldn't afford to fall out now. Bai Wudi said coldly, my sister is not at home. Lu Wujin was overjoyed, patting his chest. A child of destiny was not terrifying. What was terrifying was that this child of destiny was named Yi Ming. At this moment Tianji fully believed Lu Wujin's words, convinced that Yi Ming was the one who would murder him in the future. Tianji mobilized his spiritual energy, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly materializing. Centered on Tianji, the spring full pavilion was like a leaf adrift in a storm. Vast spiritual energy rampaged through the pavilion, the entire building trembling on the verge of collapse, under the assault of Tianji's qi. Yi Ming did not understand why the old man before him was enraged, but the killing intent he released was undeniably real. Yi Ming braced himself against the pressure, staring at Tianji with a hostile gaze. Senior, even if you intend to kill me, let me die with clarity. How have I offended you? Tianji remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Ming's head. The two were less than half a meter apart. It seemed that with a mere gesture he could obliterate this enemy before him. Tianji raised his right hand, the immense energy causing the spiritual energy for miles around to boil like water. Yi Ming frantically called out to the old man Ming within his ring, begging him to save his life. In response to Yi Ming's plea, old man Ming remained silent. It was not that he was unwilling to help, but that he was no match for Tianji. Boom! Just as Tianji was pondering whether to grind Yi Ming's bones to dust or flay him alive, a thunderclap erupted from a clear sky. From the cloudless heavens a purple lightning bolt materialized and struck directly at Tianji's right hand. A flash of white light passed and Tianji's entire right arm turned to dust, vanishing into the world. Despite suffering such a grievous wound, his expression did not change in the slightest. He looked up at the sky. In his heart there was both regret for his impulsiveness and a trace of confusion. As the foremost diviner under heaven, Tianji understood better than anyone the terror of a child of destiny. Had he not been blinded by rage, he would never have dared to strike a child of destiny. In the 10th Sandier history of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, only 2 children of destiny had ever been recorded. One was Pengu, the creator god. The other was Zhang Warren, the current ruler of the 3 realms and the god king of all deities. Both great gods hailed from humble beginnings. When Pengu was born, the world was in the midst of the dragon phoenix cataclysm. The ancient dragons and phoenixes fought until the world was shattered and most of the 3,000 great worlds were destroyed. Pengu was an orphan from one of the myriad small worlds. After his birth he wandered ceaselessly using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed, keeping company with bears and tigers and feeding on deer and pigs. For 800 years of wandering, Pangu remained an ordinary man without cultivation. Then one day he pointed at the firmament and cried out, "Above the heavens and below the earth I alone am supreme." As the words fell, his cultivation surged by 1,800 levels. Alone with his axe he annihilated the ancient lineages of the phoenixes and dragons, carving out the Xuanwu continent as a paradise for humanity. The god King Zhang was originally a destitute scholar too poor to sustain himself, and was forced to marry into a family named Shao. For 10 years after marrying in, he endured all the coldness of the world. He fathered 3 sons with the Shao family's daughter, but all 3 bore the surname Shao. Once the Shao family had heirs, they immediately cast the god King Zhang out of their home. On a winter night, the god King Zhang stood naked in the snow for 3 days and 3 nights. In despair he wrote a poem, "Wealth and honor are always decreed by heaven. What can a poor commoner do but endure?" Suddenly a madman sharpens his knife in the night, the emperor's star wavers and Mars shines bright. From this day forth heaven and earth shall be overturned, to kill why borrow heaven's wrath. The unfaithful shall be slain. The unfilial shall be slain. The unkind shall be slain. The unjust shall be slain. The discourteous, unwise, and untrustworthy. Today they shall all be slain. Slay. Slay. On that snowy night the god King Zhang vanished. 3 years later a white-robed, white-haired immortal knocked on the Shao family's door. His robes were as white as snow, unstained by a single drop of blood. Those who befriended them might not necessarily rise to glory, but their enemies were doomed to die without a burial place. The ancient dragon and phoenix clans had ruled the myriad realms for eons, yet they were destroyed by the younger. Those who befriended them might not necessarily rise to glory, but their enemies were doomed to die without a burial place. The ancient dragon and phoenix clans had ruled the myriad realms for eons, yet they were destroyed by the younger Pangu. The god King Zhang in his lifetime had slaughtered countless beings. Before he ascended to the immortal realm, he was known as the 8th heavenly demon king. This appellation originated from the Western teachings, which proclaimed that their god created the world in 7 days, only for it to be destroyed on the 8th day by a demon king. The 8th heavenly demon king was a demon of world annihilation. From this title alone one could imagine the cruelty of the god King Zhang's methods. According to the records of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion alone, the god King Zhang had committed 183 massacres of over 100,000 people, 54 massacres of over 1 million and 6 of over 10 million. The most terrifying instance was when the god King Zhang annihilated a vast empire called Yalong with a single sword strike. An empire with a population exceeding 5 billion. In the blood-soaked world of cultivation, a god of slaughter like Zhang was a unseen a million years phenomenon. Initially the major sects tolerated this child of destiny, unwilling to provoke him. But the god King Zhang was a madman. At the slightest disagreement, he would slaughter the cherished sons and grandsons of many sect leaders. To eliminate the child of fate, the entire Xuanwu continent united as one. The foremost sect in the cultivation world, the Divine One Sovereign sect, personally led thousands of Mahayanistic experts from both righteous and demonic paths to encircle the god King Zhang, who was then only at the early harmony stage. The disparity in combat power could not be described as merely a world of difference. It was utter despair. It was akin to thousands of Ford-class aircraft carriers laden with nuclear weapons surrounding a lone kayak adrift at sea. What do you suppose happened? The kayak miraculously evaded countless nuclear strikes with its incredible maneuvering and then used its paddle, with an attack power of 1, to sink every single carrier. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion's account of this great battle was very unclear, because everyone on the battlefield had been killed by the god King Zhang. The only certainty was that countless heavenly tribulations descended upon the battlefield, instantly slaying the majority of the Mahayanistic cultivators. Going by the treatment of the enemies of the previous 2 children of destiny, Tianjizi should have been blasted to ashes by now. Why only one arm? Tianjizi stared at Ming, sinking into deep confusion. Could it be that children of destiny also had ranks? Some exceptionally powerful, others merely ordinary. No destiny is a fixed number unless someone could defy fate and change it. Tianjizi also had the ability to alter fate, but only for mortals or cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. For a destiny like Ming's, he dared not even touch it, let alone others. Just as Tianjizi was about to dismiss the thought, the calm face of Lu Wujin suddenly surfaced in his mind. Perhaps there really existed such an extraordinary person in this world. Since he could not kill Ming, Tianjizi saw no reason to linger. He casually swallowed a pill, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd his right arm regenerated completely. Shortly after leaving the tavern, a communication talisman flew toward Tianjizi from behind. Taking it, he saw it was from his son Xian Yuanxiu. The spiritual energy required for a communication talisman was immense, so the message contained only a few words. Father Ying has given birth to a daughter named Miao Miao. Ying was Tianji's daughter-in-law Yin Yinger, and she had born a daughter named Xian Yuan Miao Miao. Tianji looked at the message, his expression complex. Then he crushed the talisman in his hand, his eyes turning ferocious. Yiming, this old man will surely kill you. Unable to kill Yiming, Tianji could only head to the Lu residence to seek out Lu Wujin. In his mind, Lu Wujin was now the reclusive grandmaster capable of defying fate. After inquiring, he learned that Lu Wujin had left early in the morning, and was not at the residence. To demonstrate his sincerity, Tianji decided to wait at the entrance in the biting cold for Lu Wujin's return. Unable to dissuade the old man, the gatekeeper reported the matter to Lu, who the guard captain of the Lu residence. Lu, who intended to inform the clan leader but discovered upon inquiry that the clan leader had also left early. Everyone had gone out at dawn. Could something momentous be happening in Dugu City? Lu's guess was correct. A major event had indeed occurred. The price of spirit convergence pills had surged from 1 spirit stone per pill to 10 spirit stones, a tenfold increase. More terrifyingly, this tenfold price was set in the morning. By noon, the price had skyrocketed to 13 spirit stones. When rogue cultivators sensed something amiss and rushed to the pharmacies with spirit stones, the pills had already been snapped up by the 4 great clans of Dugu City. The pills were sold out by noon. But it was only in the evening that everyone learned the reason. Crafting a spirit convergence pill required a spiritual herb known as 9-leaf grass. Now 9-leaf grass was out of stock. It originally grew in the Medicine Saint Valley, but the 10 clans of the Medicine Valley deemed it too low in value and a waste of land, so they relocated it to the subsidiary Yanmeng Empire. The Yanmeng Empire was content with this arrangement, profiting effortlessly from hundreds of millions of acres of 9-leaf grass, becoming a famously wealthy nation. For ease of transport, it established 4 major cultivation zones along its borders. The problem now lay with the eastern zone 9-leaf grass. This spring, the eastern region of Yanmeng suffered a onsen 50 years drought with no rainfall for 3 whole months. After the drought came a deluge, 2 consecutive months of torrential rain following the 3-month dry spell. Under such relentless conditions, this year's yield of 9-leaf grass in the eastern zone plummeted by 90%. Although the 9-leaf grass in the other 3 zones remained unaffected, transportation costs from those regions naturally multiplied several times. Moreover, the Yanmeng Empire's 9-leaf grass was cultivated based on orders, meaning the amount planted this year was determined by orders placed 5 years ago. Thus the other 3 major production zones had little surplus. All calculations pointed to the eastern continent, where Dugu City lay facing a shortage of 9-leaf grass for at least 5 years. 5 years might seem brief to cultivators with long lifespans, but cultivation is like sailing against the current. One either advances or regresses. 5 years were enough to create a gap among peers. Lu Wujin struck gold. Overnight, the value of the 9-leaf grass in his hands had multiplied tenfold. Though the price of 9-leaf grass continued to soar, he still resolved to sell all his stock. An innocent man may be blameless, but possessing a coveted treasure makes him a target. Most of Lu Wujin's 9-leaf grass came from the Bai family. One must not be too much like Yiming. Always leave others a path to survival. One morning, Lu Wujin arrived at the Bai residence with 10 full carts of 9-leaf grass. It wasn't that Lu Wujin couldn't use a storage pouch, but he wanted everyone in Dugu City to know that all his 9-leaf grass had been sold to the Bai family. Due to the price hike of spirit convergence pills, Dugu City had grown unsettled. Numerous violent incidents had occurred over disputes for the pills. Rumors circulated that most of Dugu City's 9-leaf grass had fallen into the hands of Lu Wujin, the young master of the Lu family. According to Lu, who he had recently apprehended several furtive rogue cultivators near the Lu residence. Lu Wujin suspected that these rumors were mostly spread by that bastard Yiming. With Yiming's petty nature, seeing Lu Wujin profit was probably more painful than death itself. Lu Wujin didn't take it lying down. He immediately had Tianji spread counter-rumors telling everyone that Yiming possessed a large stash of spirit convergence pills and 9-leaf grass. Tianji and Lu Wujin had secretly formed an alliance to deal with Yiming. The 2 old schemers locked themselves in a room, racking their brains for 3 days and nights, and finally devised a method to counter the child of fate. Tianji told Lu Wujin that everyone's fortune was fixed. Using a portion diminished it. He had initially thought the child of fate might be different. But after attacking Yiming, he discovered that the child of fate was like an ordinary person, blessed with extraordinary luck, yet its quantity was also fixed. By continuously reducing Yi Ming's fortune, a day would come when he would become as vulnerable as any commoner. There were many ways to diminish fortune, such as digging up the Yi family ancestral graves, placing a cursed doll under Yi Ming's pillow, or squatting in a circle and cursing his name. All these methods worked, but their effectiveness was uncertain. To preserve his own life, Lu Wujin decided to try them all. Digging up ancestral graves. Better not. He might deplete his own fortune before even touching Yi Ming's. Cursed dolls, however, were entirely feasible. With a wave of his hand, Lu Wujin ordered the creation of 100 cloth dolls made of white fabric. Then, personally wielding the brush, Lu Wujin wrote Yi Ming's name, birthplace, and the 8 characters of his birth horoscope on each doll. Finally, these 100 dolls were handed over to Lu Wujin's trusted confidant Lu Hu. Lu Wujin ordered him to beat these 100 cursed dolls with a slipper every day. Additionally, Lu Wujin bought a blank notebook. Whenever he had free time, he would take it out and write curses against Yi Ming. For example, November 2nd, curse Yi Ming to choke on cold water and have his farts break his heels. November 3rd, curse Yi Ming to forget toilet paper and have his urine split apart. Though these curses might not work, they lifted Lu Wujin's spirits, improved his sleep, and even allowed him to eat half a bowl more at meals. Besides this, Tianjizi proposed another suggestion: continually create enemies for Yi Ming. Among the 3 generations of children of fate, the strongest was undoubtedly the first generation, the creator god Pangu. The reason the second generation divine King Zhang failed to reach Pangu's heights might be due to making too many enemies and excessive slaughter. Although this was merely Tianjizi's speculation, it didn't stop him from causing trouble for Yi Ming. Tianjizi's background and status far surpassed Yi Ming's. With his propaganda, the entire Linghai Empire learned that Yi Ming possessed a vast quantity of spirit convergence pills and 9-leaf grass. Though 99% of people didn't know who Yi Ming was, the residents of Dugu City certainly did. With the spread of rumors, Yi Ming's 9-leaf grass stock grew larger and larger. From half of Dugu City's supply to half of the Linghai Empire's. In the end, some rogue cultivators even believed that the price hike of spirit convergence pills was all because Yi Ming had hoarded too much 9-leaf grass. The Bai family had evidently received the news. No sooner had Lu Wujin appeared than Bai Wudi, the legitimate son of the Bai family, stepped forward to greet him. "Brother Lu, your arrival honors me. Forgive my lack of welcome, my apologies." Looking at Bai Wudi's handsome face, Lu Wujin suddenly thought of someone. A strikingly beautiful yet somewhat neurotic woman. Thinking of that person, Lu Wujin grew uneasy. Brother Bai, is your younger sister at home?" Bai Wudi replied with a questioning look. "Damn it, Lu Wujin. The Bai family treats you with great courtesy, and you dare to covet my sister." In the past, Bai Wudi, the doting brother, would have already taught Lu Wujin a lesson. But the 9-leaf grass hadn't been secured yet, so he couldn't afford to fall out now. Bai Wudi said coldly, "My sister is not at home." Lu Wujin was overjoyed, patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. "That's good, that's good." Bai Wudi felt deeply unsettled. What did this Lu fellow mean? Why was he so elated upon learning that his sister was not at home? Could it be this scoundrel must have done something to wrong his sister, that's why he dares not face her? Bai Wudi grew more convinced of this possibility, and his gaze toward Lu Wujin turned hostile. Lu Wujin was solely focused on leaving the Bai residence as quickly as possible, with no time to attend to Bai Wudi's mood. This time Lu Wujin had brought a total of 5 million stalks of 9-leaf grass. At the current price of 12 taels of gold per stalk, this batch of 9-leaf grass was worth a total of 60,000 spirit stones. Although the Bai family was the wealthiest in Dugu City, shelling out 60,000 spirit stones at once still caused them great pain. Can you make it a bit cheaper?" Bai Wudi asked tentatively. Lu Wujin nodded. "How many spirit stones is the Bai family prepared to offer?" Bai Wudi, a scion of a wealthy family, had never haggled before. After a long hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised 2 fingers. "Can you reduce it by 2,000 spirit stones?" "All right, deal." Seeing Lu Wujin agree so readily, Bai Wudi was filled with regret. "Damn, I offered too high a price." Regrettably, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Though reluctant, Bai Wudi still handed over the spirit stones with a pained heart. The transaction concluded, and Lu Wujin could hardly wait to leave the Bai residence. But who would have thought that as soon as he stepped out of the Bai mansion, he would encounter the person he least wanted to see. Today Bai Ruoshui was as astonishingly beautiful as ever, and even the spring breeze could not dim her charm. As Lu Wujin looked at Bai Ruoshui, she also noticed him. Forced by circumstances, Lu Wujin could only brace himself and step forward to greet her. "Greetings, Miss Bai." "Miss Bai, I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Wujin lowered his head and tried to walk away. "Stop right there." Bai Ruoshui shouted loudly. For some reason the moment she saw Lu Wujin a surge of anger flared up within her. Lu Wujin looked at Bai Ruoshui with a bitter expression. Miss Bai, is there something you need? Bai Ruoshui cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wujin and said sarcastically, young Master Lu is indeed a man of high status who forgets easily. You said you would treat me to a meal but I waited and waited yet never saw your shadow. Young Master Lu, you haven't forgotten about this, have you? Lu Wujin scratched his head awkwardly. He had long forgotten all about it. Well, Miss Bai, look, it's getting late. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a man and a woman to dine alone together? Perhaps we could do it another day. Bai Ruoshui looked at the glaring sun in the sky, her anger making her look like a little pufferfish. Young Master Lu, do I look that foolish to you? You actually use such a flimsy excuse to deceive me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Since Bai Ruoshui had put it that way, what else could he do? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and treat her to a meal. In Bai Ruoshui's eyes, Lu Wujin was a true oddball. After all, she was widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in Dugu City, and countless talented young men vied for the chance to dine with her. But what about Lu Wujin? He wore a pained expression throughout, and when they walked together he maintained a distance of over 3 meters. His explanation was that men and women should not touch each other, and he was doing this to protect Miss Bai's reputation. It sounded reasonable enough, yet Bai Ruoshui felt something was off. Could it be that he was attracted to men? She could think of no other explanation. Bai Ruoshui's gossipy nature burned fiercely, and she began to secretly observe Lu Wujin. Upon closer inspection she realized, oh, this wretched man was actually quite pleasing to the eye. At first glance his features seemed ordinary, but his facial proportions were well balanced, making him comfortable to look at. Alas, it was a pity that such a fine man did not like women. Just as Bai Ruoshui was lost in random thoughts, a scantily clad woman with an exceptionally ample bosom passed between them. Lu Wujin, being a man, couldn't help but steal a glance. Bai Ruoshui caught this without missing a single detail. Lu Wujin. Forgetting to maintain her poise, she virtually gritted her teeth as she called out his name. Lu Wujin looked at Bai Ruoshui in bewilderment. Miss Bai, is something the matter? Bai Ruoshui took a deep breath, forcing down the rage within her. Forget it, it's nothing. Bai Ruoshui consoled herself internally. Ruoshui, you are the most beautiful. Lu Wujin doesn't like you because he is blind. Some despicable men only go for flashy cows. Your figure is perfect, no less than theirs. But the more she comforted herself, the angrier she became, to the point where she wanted to beat Lu Wujin up, right there on the street. Lu Wujin, being a dense straight man, completely failed to notice Bai Ruoshui's simmering anger, and casually chose a roadside noodle shop. Lu Wujin, are you that stingy? After earning so many spirit stones from my Bai family, you treat me to noodles. Bai Ruoshui was now like a porcupine with its quills raised. Even if Lu Wujin had offered her dragon liver and phoenix marrow, she would have found fault with it. Lu Wujin, the epitome of a clueless straight man, retorted bluntly, I'm not planning to court you as my wife, so take it or leave it. Bai Ruoshui was left speechless. Bai Ruoshui was so furious that she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. Damn man, well deserved to be single for life. Lu Wujin ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles. Bai Ruoshui looked at the 2 bowls of clear watery noodles, and almost rolled her eyes out of her head. Lu Wujin took 1 bowl, and began adding ingredients to it, right in front of her. He added a great many things. There were purple glowing herbs, a fruit wreathed in flames, a ginseng shaped like a human figure. At first Bai Ruoshui didn't pay close attention, but when she sensed the immense spiritual energy emanating from the bowl, her expression changed. Purple spirit, sacred herb, 9 blaze fruit, 1000-year mysterious ginseng, dragon transformation fruit, true life herb. Lu Wujin, what are you doing? Bai Ruoshui was startled. In just a short while Lu Wujin had dropped over a dozen types of spiritual herbs and fruits into the bowl. These spiritual materials were all rare high-grade items that could only be encountered by chance. If not for the Bai family's generations-long business in spiritual herbs, Bai Ruoshui probably wouldn't have been able to identify them all. The value of these spiritual herbs was extremely high. 50 years ago, a 900-year-old mysterious ginseng was auctioned in Dugu City, and the Bai family had spent a full 50,000 spirit stones to obtain it. The price of the 1000-year mysterious ginseng in this bowl would likely be double that. Even more astonishingly, among these dozen or so spiritual materials, the 1000-year mysterious ginseng barely ranked in value. That meant the value of this single bowl of noodles was at least 5 to 600,000 spirit stones. This was too insane. Lu Wujin paid no attention to Bai Ruoshui's exclamations. After adding all the spiritual materials, he placed the bowl of noodles, now radiating spiritual energy, in front of Bai Ruoshui. Eat it while it's hot, don't let it get cold. As for himself, he dipped his plain noodles in a little vinegar, and began slurping them noisily. Bai Ruoshui was flustered. She secretly pinched her arm to make sure she wasn't dreaming, then pushed the bowl away. Young Master Lu, I am not that kind of woman. Even if you could buy my body with this bowl of noodles, we still need an emotional foundation to be together. Lu Wujin was utterly confused. What is this woman talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Damn, could it be that she wants to marry me? Lu Wujin was utterly baffled. What is this woman saying? I don't understand a single word. Holy crap, could she be thinking of marrying me? Lu Wujin gifted Bai Ruoshui such a precious spiritual herb to repay a debt. He had obtained from her a vase engraved with the Buddha's wrathful Vajra. Although Bai Ruoshui was utterly unaware of the Buddha's wrathful Vajra's existence, one must act with integrity. Lu Wujin was not an ingrate like Yi Ming. Whenever possible, he would do his utmost to compensate. As for the origin of these spiritual herbs, naturally he had fleeced them from Yi Ming. After all, that kid was blessed with countless fortuitous encounters. Why not take advantage? Remembering Yi Ming, Lu Wujin hastily retrieved a diary from his storage pouch. He had been too busy these past few days and nearly forgot to curse Yi Ming. December 8th, curse Yi Ming to become a hairless dead bald head. At this moment, Bai Ruoshui was fraught with anxiety. Could it be that Master Lu intends to marry me? Why else would he gift me such precious spiritual medicine? He must be deeply in love with me. Yes, that must be it. The Lu family is not wealthy, or to obtain these treasures Master Lu must have paid a tremendous price. Oh no, he's taking out a notebook. Is he writing his birth date and time? Is this a proposal to me? We've only met a few times. Isn't our emotional foundation too shallow? But mother said that good men in this world are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This Master Lu should be a good man. How about this? If he truly proposes, he'll act coy at first. If he persists enough, he'll agree. I wonder whom the future children will resemble. But there's no need to worry too much. Both parents are good-looking, so they won't turn out ugly. Should I name the child now? A girl would be called. No, the firstborn must be a boy. If it's a boy, his name will be Lu Sibo. Thinking of this, Bai Ruoshui was so shy she dared not lift her head, her face red as a monkey's bottom. Meanwhile, Lu Wujin earnestly wrote in his notebook, curse Yi Ming's sons to be born without anuses. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't it the damned Master Lu? The amorous atmosphere was shattered by a sarcastic voice. The speaker was Yi Ming, accompanied by the scantily clad Chan Xier. Enemies met and their eyes burned with hatred. Lu Wujin silently put away his diary, and cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Ming. Miss Chan, are your eyes failing you? How can you only pick boyfriends from the trash? A scumbag like Yi Ming. Even a stray bitch on the street wouldn't want him. Why do you treasure him like a jewel? Yi Ming never expected that Lu Wujin, known as one of the 4 gentlemen of Lone City, could curse so venomously. Had this kid taken the wrong medicine? Compared to his former gentleness, he seemed like a completely different person. Before Yi Ming could retort, Chan Xier swayed her hips over to Lu Wujin, her venomous eyes fixed on him as if she wished to devour him whole. Lu Wujin, whom I choose to be with is none of your business. Even the lowest male dog in the world is 1,000 times 10,000 times better than you. Just you wait. One day my man will shatter every one of your bones, leaving you wishing for death but unable to die. Yi Ming, Lu Wujin had also heard some rumors about Chan Xier's plight. Sympathy aside, her fate was entirely of her own making. Now this foolish woman wanted to kill him. Lu Wujin was no pushover to be toyed with. Want to kill me? Even if the heavenly king himself came, he'd have to bash his head in. Just as Lu Wujin was pondering how to retort, he caught sight of Yi Ming behind her, and said cheerfully, Miss Chan, instead of wasting time cursing me, you better keep an eye on your male dog. Don't let him run off with another woman when you're not looking. Chan Xier followed Lu Wujin's gaze. At that sight her lungs nearly burst with rage. There stood Yi Ming, that bastard, flaunting the gold hairpin she had just bought today in front of Bai Ruoshui. At this time Yi Ming was not yet the masterful lover he would become centuries later. He was merely a simple-minded lecher. Holding the gold hairpin, Yi Ming had a lecherous look on his face. Miss, by this gold hairpin is worth 3 spirit stones. I'm giving it to you, and I'd like to invite you to dinner. His impatient demeanor seemed to wish to strip Bai Ruoshui naked right there on the street. Bai Ruoshui shot Yi Ming a disgusted glance and casually pushed the bowl of all-healing noodles in front of him. This is the noodles Master Lu treated me to. A mere gold hairpin, and you dare to have impure thoughts about me. Are you worthy? Yi Ming curled his lips. Just a bowl of crappy noodles, what's the big deal? Yi Ming instinctively glanced at the bowl beside him and exclaimed, holy shit, these noodles. Eh? These noodles are incredible. Old Man Ming was the top alchemy grandmaster in the Linghai Empire. Through constant exposure, Yi Ming recognized most of the spiritual herbs and fruits in the world. With a single glance he could estimate that this bowl of noodles was worth no less than 500,000 spirit stones. Spending 500,000 spirit stones to woo a woman. This Lu Wujin must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. He looked down at the gold hairpin in his hand, then at the fuming Chancellor beside him. The more Yi Ming thought about it, the angrier he grew. Why did Lu Wujin have so many spirit stones? Why was Lu Wujin's woman the most beautiful in Lone City, while his own was a slut like Chancellor available to anyone? At that moment Yi Ming wished he could kill Lu Wujin on the spot. Of course Lu Wujin felt the same way. The only reason they hadn't come to blows was that both had their reservations. Lu Wujin feared that attacking the Son of Fate would incur heavenly punishment. Yi Ming feared he couldn't defeat Lu Wujin. Yi Ming was at the 5th layer of qi refining, while Lu Wujin was at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. A whole major realm apart, Yi Ming didn't want to take the risk without certainty. Yi Ming was the type to hold a grudge, and lacked the ability to conceal it. Seeing his enemy right before him but unable to kill him, Yi Ming's lungs were about to explode with rage. With nowhere to vent, he went up to Chancellor and slapped her twice across the face. Chancellor was utterly stunned, covering her face as she stared at Yi Ming in disbelief. "Why are you hitting me?" Yi Ming revealed a cruel smile. "When you came in just now you stepped with your left foot first. I hate it when people step with their left foot." Chancellor was no pushover. She instantly understood why she had been hit. "Yi Ming, you coward. You spineless weakling. Lu Wujin offended you, yet you don't dare to kill him. Instead you take your anger out on a weak woman like me. How dare you call yourself a man?" Lu Wujin was right. Chancellor was truly blind to have followed you. Slap. Another slap landed. Chancellor's words were like peeling an onion, stripping away Yi Ming's dignity layer by layer, exposing his deepest insecurities. Yi Ming had no words to refute, for she spoke the truth. Unable to argue, he could only resort to violence. Chancellor was merely a mortal, while Yi Ming was a cultivator. Striking with rage, Chancellor's face visibly swelled. Blood seeped from her eyes and nose. The onlooker Lu Wujin couldn't bear it and advised Yi Ming, "That's enough. Even killing a man only requires his head to touch the ground. Why go this far?" Actually, she wasn't wrong. You are a coward, a spineless weakling. When patience runs out, there's no need to endure further. Yi Ming let out a hyena-like roar and lunged madly at Lu Wujin. "Lu Wujin, you're asking for death." The first battle between Yi Ming and Lu Wujin had officially erupted. Yi Ming made the first move, his aura abruptly surging from the 3rd layer of qi, refining to the 9th layer. Evidently this wily old fox had used some unknown method to conceal his cultivation. If it were anyone else facing Yi Ming's sudden surge in cultivation, they might have been caught off guard. But who was Lu Wujin? He was the author of this very book. No one understood the protagonist Yi Ming's prowess better than he did. Confronting Yi Ming, Lu Wujin dared not hold back in the slightest. Without probing or hesitation, he unleashed his strongest killing move, Startling Dragon. This technique originated from the Lu family's yellow-grade advanced martial art, the 7 Transformations Fist. The fist had only 7 moves. Joy descends from heaven, anger rises from the heart, compassion for the world, anxiety gnaws at the soul, terror unfathomable, and startling dragon. The 7 Transformations Fist was based on the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans, using spiritual energy as a medium. Practitioners of this art normally suppress their emotions only to unleash them in battle, resulting in terrifying destructive power. In terms of sheer power, the 7 Transformations Fist was not inferior to ordinary Xian-grade techniques. Unfortunately, its flaw was equally glaring. Cultivators had long lifespans. A qi refining cultivator could live up to 150 years. And after foundation establishment, their lifespan could reach 500 years. 1,000 years for nascent soul, 10,000 for divinity. 1 tribulation for unity and eternity for Mahayana. Animals that lived long became spirits, and humans who lived long turned to stone. The older one grew, the more indifferent they became. The supreme state of forgetting emotions was no different. Without emotions, the emotion-based 7 Transformations Fist would only grow weaker. However, Lu Wujin was different. He possessed the mental strength of 2 people with emotions abundant enough to rival a madman. Just over 20 years old, in the prime of youth, Lu Wujin unleashed the 7 Transformations Fist at its peak. A golden dragon coiled around his right hand. The sun could not dim its radiance, nor thunder drown its roar. The golden fist radiated terrifying heat, instantly evaporating all water vapor within 100 meters. Tables burned, pillars burned, the entire house was engulfed in flames. Yi Ming was stunned. Was this Lu Wujin insane? Launching a ultimate move right from the start? Did he have to be so ruthless? It was like playing do di ju. I throw a 3, and you immediately drop a king bomb. I come at you with a fruit knife and you pull out a 2-meter rocket launcher from your chest? Where's the rule of the game? Can we even have a decent fight? Facing mortal danger, Ming immediately switched from offense to defense, pulling out a palm-sized cyan shield. The shield grew in the wind, instantly blocking Lu Wujin's path. Seeing the shield, Lu Wujin showed no surprise. Instead, a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Ha! The Great artifact Chongming shield. Lu Wujin unhurriedly turned his fist into a claw, pressing down with infinite might on the upper left corner of the Chongming shield. The moment his fist contacted the shield, a massive shockwave erupted. Centered on the two combatants, the blast sent all tables and chairs flying. Hiding behind the Chongming shield, Ming prepared a counterattack while shouting loudly, "Lu Wujin, give up." This is the Great artifact Chongming shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late Foundation establishment cultivator. A weakling like you could practice for a lifetime and still fail to shatter it. With it protecting me, you can only take the beating. It'll exhaust you to death. Haha. While Ming was gloating, he completely failed to notice the countless tiny cracks spreading across the Chongming shield. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. At first only a faint glimmer of light appeared. Then the shield began to crack bit by bit, finally revealing a radiance as blinding as the sun. Ming's face turned pale with terror. Frantically he unleashed the 9 Extremes Collapse. The 9 Extremes Collapse was considered the king of close combat techniques among Earth-grade skills. It contained 9 layers of force, each stacking upon the previous. When mastered, it could amplify one's power by 512 times. In the original story, after obtaining the Buddha's Wrath Vajra, Ming's muscle strength was already over 10 times that of his peers. The indestructible Vajra body combined with the 9 Extremes Collapse, granting a power amplification of several thousand times, instantly turned Ming into a human tyrannosaur capable of crushing anyone he wanted. But unfortunately, due to some unknown bastard's interference, Ming had not obtained the Buddha's Wrath Vajra. Not only that, but Lu Wujin had also borrowed the various spiritual herbs and fruits Ming had intended to use for body refinement. That's right. Those treasures were now quietly lying in by Ruoshui's bowl. Without a body refining technique or spiritual liquid, Ming's physical strength was only slightly above that of his peers. He had only cultivated the 9 Extremes Collapse to the 3rd layer of force, capable of unleashing an 8-fold power increase. On Lu Wujin's side, it was a different story. Normally, a Foundation establishment cultivator was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than a Qi refining cultivator. Ming was still an outstanding Qi refining cultivator, but Lu Wujin's Foundation establishment stage was not to be underestimated. The moment their ultimate techniques clashed, Ming lasted only 1 second. Then, like a cannonball, he was sent flying. After crashing through countless houses, Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Wujin stared in disbelief at Ming's miserable state. Was it really this easy? Could he actually kill that bastard Ming today? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wujin flashed and closed in on Ming. He raised his hand to blast Ming into smithereens. Ming's face was filled with terror. Facing the threat of death, he could no longer hide the existence of Old Man Ming. He shouted urgently, "Old Man Ming, save me!" A sigh echoed. A ripple of black shadow appeared, and before Ming stood a middle-aged man in a black robe with a resolute face, a handsome elder. Without any visible movement, Old Man Ming nullified Lu Wujin's attack as if it were nothing. He gave Lu Wujin a bitter smile. "Young friend, long time no see." Lu Wujin's brow furrowed deeply. He felt no fear toward this pill master. Today he was determined to kill Ming. "Old Man Ming, please step aside. If you step aside, I can tell you who framed you from behind." Old Man Ming was stunned, as if turned to stone, standing there blankly. While Old Man Ming hesitated, Lu Wujin immediately slipped past him and appeared before Ming again. Villains die from too much talk. Lu Wujin feared an accident. Without even letting Ming speak his last words, he raised his blade and swung it toward Ming's head. Ming was severely injured and unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the steel blade descended. "Old Man Ming, save me." His cry was tragic, like a cuckoo shedding blood, like a white ape losing its cub. In this moment of extreme peril, a thunderclap suddenly erupted from the ground, and from the cloudless sky a purple lightning bolt materialized out of nowhere. Boom! A flash of lightning. The blade flew from Lu Wujin's hand, and he himself was charred black, with wisps of black smoke rising from his head. Lu Wujin wiped his face, his hand covered in soot. Damn it! In his excitement he had forgotten that Ming, that bastard, was the son of heaven's fate. In frustration, Lu Wujin raised his middle finger to the sky. Boom boom! The heaven's majesty could not be defied. 2 bolts of lightning taught Lu Wujin a lesson. This time the strike was truly severe. Lu Wujin lay unconscious on the road like a dead fish. While old man Ming was still hesitating, a furious roar came from afar. Who dares to harm my Lu family? Old man Ming breathed a sigh. While old man Ming was still hesitating, a furious roar came from afar. Who dares to harm my Lu family? Old man Ming breathed a sigh of relief internally and lifted Yi Ming to leave. Lu Wujin was not yet dead, so Yi Ming was reluctant to leave easily. He struggled, unwilling to go. Old man Ming, it's just a small matter, won't take much time. Or put me down next to Lu Wujin and I'll do it myself. Seeing old man Ming still silent, Yi Ming grew truly anxious. The Lu family patriarch Lu Tao is only at the golden core stage. What are you afraid of? Even if the entire Lu family comes, you can just kill them all. Such venomous words filled old man Ming with disgust. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hand you over to the Lu family. Lu Wujin's injuries were not severe, and by the next day he had revived in high spirits. Yet his mood was deeply gloomy. That dog Yi Ming had such tenacious luck. Even in such a desperate situation he still managed to survive. The heavenly Tao had utterly lost all sense of shame to protect Yi Ming, even striking him down with lightning 3 times in public. At the thought, Lu Wujin tentatively raised his middle finger toward the sky again. Fortunately, nothing happened. After this battle, Ming Lao could no longer stay in Dugu City. To evade the pursuit of the Taishan holy sect, Ming Lao brought Yi Ming and formally joined the sect. That old man appeared foolish, but deep down he was astute, knowing the principle that the darkest place is under the candle. Furthermore, Ming Lao also wished to investigate the enemy who had framed him years ago. This time returning meant repaying kindness and settling scores. Yi Ming did not oppose this. His sole thought at the moment was to raise his strength as quickly as possible and slay Lu Wujin. Regarding Yi Ming's entry into the Taishan holy sect, Lu Wujin declared that he knew all about it. Now only 2 paths lay before Lu Wujin. One was to remain in Dugu City, steadily improving his own strength while finding ways to expand the Lu family's power. By leveraging Yi Ming's opportunities, Lu Wujin believed he could nurture the Lu family into the foremost clan of Dugu City within 3 years. The second path was to make the same choice as Yi Ming, leave to join a grand sect and use external forces to deal with him. While Lu Wujin was wrestling with indecision, he unconsciously wandered into the rear garden of the Lu manor. He stood on the stone bridge, intending to enjoy the fish beneath and relax his mind. He looked up and all his good cheer vanished. There was a large sleek buttock propped up beside the pond, and beneath it carp of all sizes were lifting their heads. They opened their mouths eagerly as if waiting for something. At the sight, Lu Wujin's chest ached with anger and a scathing roar followed. Lu Hu, what are you doing? Lu Hu turned his head, saw his young master and grinned naively. Young master, do you want to go too? Come on, join me. As he spoke, he shifted his butt sideways to make room for Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin, frustrated at the lack of ambition, berated him. Doesn't the manor have a latrine? Why must you ruin the scenery of the garden? Lu Hu saw no problem with his actions, but since his young master asked, he could only explain honestly. The manor has nearly 400 people but only 1 public latrine. With too few latrines, I simply stopped using them. If an urgent need arises, I have to find a secluded spot. Too few latrines, so you simply don't use them. When urgency strikes, you just find a remote corner. Lu Wujin gave a disdainful glance at the surrounding landscape. The once picturesque Lu Manor backyard now seemed to him nothing but a cesspit with no place to set foot. Forget it, I'll go to a major sect. City folk should have higher standards. At least they won't relieve themselves everywhere. Lu Wujin was not the chosen son Yi Ming. Yi Ming could go anywhere without preparing travel expenses or worrying about danger. He could simply swing his arms and set off. But Lu Wujin could not. He had too many attachments. At the very least, he had to handle the difficulties of the Lu family. Having inherited the original owner's memories, Lu Wujin felt an indescribable sentiment toward the clan. Though he would not risk his life for them, he would help as much as he could. The 9-leaf herb in his hand sold for nearly 600,000 spirit stones. Keeping 50,000 for himself, he handed the rest to the Lu family patriarch Lu Yiming. The poor old patriarch, born in obscurity, had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Overjoyed, he grabbed Lu Wujin and insisted on celebrating at a pleasure house. Fortunately, Lu Wujin, having received a proper education, held firm to his moral compass and politely refused. Even so, the old patriarch happily drank himself into a stupor, repeatedly tugging at Lu Wujin's arm, and proposing they become sworn brothers. This left the Lu clan leader, who was serving as drinking companion, utterly horrified. He feared that after one feast his son would become his grandfather and he himself would become his grandson. The next day Lu Wujin accompanied the Lu family patriarch to the Dugu City auction house. According to the novel's plot, the last treasure Yi Ming obtained before leaving Dugu City was right here. Now that Yi Ming had left early, that treasure could not be allowed to fall into other hands. Today the old patriarch was dressed ostentatiously. A gold thread python robe, 2 thick fingers-sized gold chains, black crystal spectacles, a purple jade thumb ring, shoes woven from extreme northern silkworm silk, and a winter flower mink cap. From head to toe he exuded one thing: extravagance. Not only was his attire arrogant, but his behavior was even more so. Over 100 years old, he walked like a domineering crab, his eyes practically rolling up to the heavens. Hey you there. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't urinate and defecate wherever you please, or this old man will remove your offending instrument. You street vendors, move aside, don't block my path. See these clothes? Even if you sold yourselves you couldn't afford a single thread. And you big oaf blocking the way, what's your problem? Lu Wujin, my grandson, go make that lumbering fool clear off. Lu Wujin secretly rolled his eyes at the old patriarch and whispered, Patriarch, I'm afraid I can't do anything about him. What? Is his cultivation high? No, he's a stone block. Lu Wujin found the old patriarch's behavior utterly baffling. Was a mere 500,000 or 600,000 spirit stones really worth all this? To avoid further embarrassment he decided to distance himself from the old man. As he stepped back he collided with someone behind him. Sorry. Before even seeing the other's face, Lu Wujin kept apologizing. When are you coming to my house to propose? The response caught him completely off guard. He looked up. It was Miss Bai Ruoshui of the Bai family. Now he was even more bewildered. Were girls these days so forward? When had he ever said he wanted to marry her? After searching his memory carefully, Lu Wujin was certain he had never said anything of the sort. He reached out and touched Bai Ruoshui's forehead. Such an intimate gesture made her face turn crimson and she shyly slapped his hand away. You! What are you doing? So many people on the street, have you no shame? Lu Wujin ignored her and muttered to himself. The girl isn't ill, so why is she talking nonsense? Is it because spring has arrived? Unfortunately, Lu Wujin felt an instinctive aversion to Bai Ruoshui. So he could only refuse politely. Miss Bai, there may be some misunderstanding between us. You are the most beautiful lady in Dugu City. Gentle, lovely and graceful, with countless suitors. I am just an ordinary wastrel unworthy of you. At first Bai Ruoshui kept a smile on her face, her heart brimming with delight when Lu Wujin praised her as gentle and pretty. But when he finished the smile vanished. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her pitiful expression arousing sympathy. She stared fixedly into his eyes. Lu Wujin, you heartless scoundrel. Having taken advantage and wiped your mouth, are you trying to avoid responsibility? Lu Wujin was utterly perplexed. How could a perfectly fine young lady turn into such a rogue? He hadn't even touched Bai Ruoshui's hand. What responsibility did he need to bear? Bai Ruoshui also felt aggrieved. She had already lowered her pride and actively pursued Lu Wujin, yet this brat still remained oblivious. If they couldn't see eye to eye, then she would simply avoid him. Deciding to ignore Bai Ruoshui, Lu Wujin turned and followed the old ancestor of the Lu family into the auction house. Bai Ruoshui stomped her foot in frustration and fuming followed them as well. Dugu City was located in a remote area, so there were not many cultivators here. To save costs, the Dugu City auction house opened only once a month and held a major auction every half year. The semi-annual auction attracted clans and scattered cultivators from hundreds of miles around. With so many people, seating naturally had to be ranked. The first and second floors were filled with ordinary scattered cultivators and disciples of minor clans. The private boxes on the third floor were reserved for top-tier families like the 4 great clans of Dugu City. Thanks to the old ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Wujin smoothly entered a third-floor private box. Without further ado, the auction soon began. The auctioneer was an old man in a black robe. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he struck a thief dead with lightning-quick severity. The man's sudden action startled Lu Wujin so much that he dropped and shattered his teacup. The old ancestor Lu, thinking Lu Wujin was frightened, patiently explained. That old man in black is Huangfu Ming, a manager of the Huangfu Merchant Guild. He's at the late Golden Core stage, barely considered a concubine branch member of the Huangfu family. His temper isn't good, don't provoke him for no reason. Seeing that Lu Wujin remained unmoved, the old ancestor continued. This Huangfu Guild is the foremost merchant guild in the world. The Huangfu Guild controls 30% of the world's spirit artifacts, and 10% of all array formations traded. Words like wealth rivaling a nation seem shabby when applied to them. Even an ordinary disciple of the Huangfu family can command the commercial lifeline of the Linghai Empire. I understand. Lu Wujin nodded. He knew far more than the old ancestor Lu. Calculating the days, the Huangfu family patriarch Huangfu Bei had only 3 to 5 years left to live. Once he died, the 8 branches of the Huangfu family would immediately plunge into civil war. About 10 years later, the Huangfu family would be severely weakened. After many compromises, the patriarch's position would eventually fall into the hands of Huangfu Bei's legitimate granddaughter Huangfu Anan. Huangfu Anan was a naive sweet girl. For the sake of so-called love, she and Yi Ming spent 50 years draining the Huangfu family's entire fortune. By leeching off the Huangfu family, Yi Ming spent tens of billions of spirit stones to build his own force, the Yi Alliance. Though small in number, the alliance included top masters from every field. Any one of them could plunge the Lu family into an abyss of ruin. No, he absolutely could not let the Huangfu patriarch position fall into Huangfu Anan's hands. Just as Lu Wujin was lost in thought, the auction officially began. The first item was 100,000 spirit gathering pills. With the price of 9-leaf herb already set to rise, the auction house naturally seized this opportunity to make a killing. The bidding for the spirit gathering pills was exceptionally fierce. In the end, the Bai family secured them at an exorbitant price of 250000 spirit stones. After the pills came a mystic rank low-grade crimson essence blood blade. The starting price was 100000 spirit stones, with each bid increment no less than 1000 spirit stones. Though spirit artifacts were fine, each person's situation differed. Among the 4 great clans of Dugu City, only the Yi family was skilled in swordsmanship. The other clans showed little interest in this blade. Even though the auction house praised the blade to the skies, it ultimately sold for a mere 120000 spirit stones. Lu Wujin was somewhat interested. But with empty pockets, he could only be a spectator. The third item was unexpectedly a fox girl. Naked, she curled up in the corner of a cage, looking utterly pitiful. On the Xuanwu continent, humans reigned supreme. All other races combined were no match for humanity. To the humans of this world, other races served only 2 purposes. 1, to serve as slaves or playthings for labor. 2, to be treated as food. Clearly, this fox girl's fate was to become a pervert's tool of lust. Alas, this wicked old society. The starting price for the fox girl was 10 spirit stones. Such a low price, however, only drew sneers from the onlookers. 10 spirit stones. Are you insane, boss? 10 spirit stones are enough to marry a respectable maiden. A vixen like her. Does she deserve that much? With that money, you'd be better off going to Rui Tower. 10 spirit stones can buy you a night with any girl there. A bitch like her. 10 spirit stones. What makes her worthy? 10 spirit stones'll take her. A hunchbacked, yellow-faced, black-toothed old man limped out from the crowd. Beneath his messy, tangled hair were a pair of dull, jaundiced eyes. The old man reeked so badly that everyone around him covered their noses and backed away. Who's this old guy? He stinks like he's covered in shit. Someone in the know whispered the explanation. This man is the scattered cultivator Huang Laoma, infamous for his sinister and venomous evil arts. He delights in torturing young girls. People have dug up over a dozen mangled female corpses outside his yard. The scene was utterly horrific. The fox girl seemed to sense the malice radiating from Huang Laoma, and began shrieking in terror. I bid 12 spirit stones. In the end, Lu Wujin's heart softened. He couldn't bear to watch such a beautiful girl fall into the hands of a madman. Huang Laoma looked up at the 3rd floor with reluctant resentment. He knew he couldn't afford to offend those upstairs, but for the sake of face, he still stiffened his neck and spouted some polite words. Noble one upstairs, if you want this wench, take her. We're both men of honor. I yield to you today, and I hope you'll spare me some face in the future. Though Huang Laomo's character was despicable, his words were flawlessly diplomatic. He both showed respect to the Lu family and saved his own face. The only pity was that the Lu family utterly disregarded Huang Laoma. The old ancestor Lu didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he turned to inquire of the auction house. Manager Huangfu, is this junior surnamed Huang one of your men? Huangfu Ming shook his head. A mere clown. The Huangfu family wouldn't stoop to such filth. The old ancestor Lu continued, I'd like to borrow this place to kill a man. Manager Huangfu, you don't mind, do you? Huangfu Ming remained silent, which was taken as tacit consent. Huang Laoma finally sensed the danger. With a slight leap, he tried to escape. But before his feet even left the ground, a palm formed of golden spiritual energy materialized out of thin air and slammed down fiercely upon him. With a squelching sound, Huang Laoma transformed from a lively person into a grotesque, unrecognizable pile. Immediately after, the old ancestor Liu's sneering voice rang throughout the hall. Hey! You think you deserve to demand face from the Lu family. What is your name? Lu Wujin asked. The fox-eared woman knelt on the ground silent, holding aloft a blood-stained storage pouch. This storage pouch belonged to old demon Huang. By the laws of the Jianghu, the possessions of the deceased belonged to their slayer. Ancestor Lu deemed the pouch beneath his notice and casually bestowed it upon Lu Wujin. This storage pouch belonged to old demon Huang. By the laws of the Jianghu, the possessions of the deceased belonged to their slayer. Ancestor Lu Wujin initially planned to give her some coin and let her go on her way. But upon inquiry he realized that doing so would be tantamount to callous murder. The Fox clan's territory lay tens of thousands of li from Dugu City. If he sent the fox-eared woman out alone, given the vile nature of humanity, she would likely not survive the night. Helpless Lu Wujin had no choice but to take her in as a maidservant. The fox-eared woman refused to divulge her name. For convenience, Lu Wujin gave her a new one, 12. 12 was rather strange. No matter how Lu Wujin urged, she remained kneeling, refusing to rise. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Wujin couldn't bear this. He tugged at her arm, trying to pull her up. The more Lu Wujin pulled, the more 12 resisted, on the verge of tearful grievance. Finally, Ancestor Lu could not stand it and rapped Lu Wujin on the head. Are you doing this on purpose, you rascal? The girl doesn't even have clothes on. What do you want her to stand up for? Trying to take advantage of her. Lu Wujin suddenly understood, feeling so embarrassed he could slap himself twice. As a man, Lu Wujin naturally had no women's clothing, and the auction house sold no commoner's attire. But he couldn't very well leave 12 naked, could he? 12 was now his maidservant. Having her exposed to others felt like a loss. Just then the auction house was selling a set of female yellow-grade mid-rank spirit robes starting at 1,000 spirit stones, already bid up to 1,500. Lu Wujin looked at the robes, then at 12 crouching on the ground. He gritted his teeth and with a pang of resolve spent 1,800 spirit stones to buy them. Outwardly calm, inwardly he winced at the cost. A full 1,800 spirit stones. This made Lu Wujin's already meager storage pouch even poorer. His mouth twitched with pain while 12 fell into utter bewilderment. This Master Lu had bought her for 12 spirit stones and spent 1,800 on clothes. Indeed, this outfit was worth 150 of her. He had given her clothes worth 150 of herself. The world was too mad. 12 couldn't quite accept it. To soothe his wounded spirit, Lu Wujin secretly opened old demon Huang's storage pouch. That old pervert had crammed the dozen square meter pouch with colorful women's undergarments. Most of these undergarments were clearly used, a total letdown. Lu Wujin found them filthy and dared not touch them with his hands. He conjured a stick of spiritual energy to carefully rummage through. To be fair, old demon Huang was dirt poor. A dignified early-stage golden core cultivator worth a mere 800 spirit stones. Beyond that, Lu Wujin found a yellow-grade low-rank spirit blade, several dozen nameless pills reeking of blood, and a bronze nameplate. The bronze plate intrigued him the most. He never expected old demon Huang to be a disciple of the Blood Sea sect. The Eastern continent boasted two supreme sects. The righteous leader, the Supreme Mystery sect, and the demonic colossus, the Blood Sea sect. One good, one evil, one light, one dark, they divided nearly all the territory of the Eastern continent. Counting the days, Ming would reach the Supreme Mystery sect in 3 or 4 months. Barring accidents, Ming would become the sect's divine son on his first day thanks to his monstrous talent. The divine son of the Supreme Mystery sect held an exalted status with real power comparable to that of a Grand Elder. Only the sect master and the 7 Grand Elders outranked the divine son, or all others were beneath him. To put it bluntly, the moment Ming became divine son, he became half the master of the Supreme Mystery sect, able to command half its affairs. Originally, the sect's divine maiden Ziyueching could rival Ming among the younger generation. But alas, this was a harem novel. Within 3 chapters, Ziyueching had fallen under Ming's spell. The Supreme Mystery sect was millions of li from Dugu City. Lu Wujin racked his brains but found no way to stop Ming from becoming divine son. Unable to prevent Ming's rise, Lu Wujin had to find another path, joining the Supreme Mystery sect's enemy, the Blood Sea sect. Though the Blood Sea sect sounded like a den of villains steeped in murder and arson, Lu Wujin truly had no bet. Either join the Supreme Mystery sect and be tormented to death by divine son Ming, or join the Blood Sea sect and gamble turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Carefully stowing the Blood Sea sect's bronze plate, Lu Wujin pretended to be calm and continued participating in the auction. After several rounds, finally the star of today's auction appeared, the Crimson Essence Night Pot. Of course, it was only the star in Lu Wujin's eyes. To everyone else, it was just a high-class chamber pot. Though a mystic-grade high-rank artifact, its starting bid was only 100,000 spirit stones. Mind you, the minimum starting bid for a mystic grade artifact was 100,000 spirit stones. Usually only very poor mystic grade low rank artifacts started at that price. The 100,000 starting bid proved even the auction house looked down on this artifact. The description of the Crimson Essence Nightpot was equally shabby. As a mystic grade high rank artifact, its sole function was to purify urine. Damn, 100,000 spirit stones could build a latrine fit for an emperor. Madness! Who would spend 100,000 spirit stones on a chamber pot? Seeing no bids, Lu Wujin grew anxious. He leaned close to Ancestor Lu and whispered, "Ancestor, it's time for us to bid." Ancestor Lu took a slow sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "Haste makes waste. My dear grandson, a great man must remain unmoved as Mount Tai crumbles and unblinking as elk appear before him. Though you are clever, your temperament needs more tempering." Lu Wujin was about to nod in agreement when a voice came from the opposite booth. "I bid 110,000 spirit stones. I want the Crimson Essence Nightpot." Before Ancestor Lu could react, a bid followed from the second floor. "I bid 120,000 spirit stones. I ask all gentlemen to yield this to me." At this, Ancestor Lu could no longer keep up his act. He kicked open the window of their booth and bellowed, "I am Lu Yiming of the Lu clan. I want this chamber pot. Whoever dares to bid further, I'll break your legs." Lu Wujin, what happened to remaining unmoved as Mount Tai crumbles and unblinking as elk appear? After only 2 rounds of bidding, he was already causing a scene. "Old Canon Lu, at your age, why is your temper still so foul?" After Patriarch Lu announced his identity, the window of the opposite booth slid open. Seated in the main position of the booth was an old man with graying beard, while behind him stood Bai Ruoshui, her cheeks puffed with anger. "Humph." Patriarch Liu's face twisted into a sneer. "And who might this be? So it's you, old turtle. What's this? Has the sun started rising from the west that you deign to crawl out of your well?" Patriarch Liu's insults failed to provoke Patriarch Bai. Instead, he bypassed him and fixed his gaze on Lu Wujin, inquiring casually, "My precious granddaughter, is this the young man from the Lu family you've mentioned time and again? This lad doesn't seem all that impressive. Mediocre talent, average looks. My precious granddaughter, you'd best be wise and not let some brat's sweet talk fool you." Patriarch Bai had a booming voice, and his words drew curious glances from everyone in the auction house. The most beautiful woman in Solitary City had taken a liking to the eldest young master of the Lu family. This seemed like quite the juicy gossip. At this, Bai Ruoshui was too embarrassed to even lift her head. She chided him coquettishly, "Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? I am ignoring you." Across the way, Patriarch Lu was displeased. Lu Wujin was the jewel of the Lu family. Their future rested entirely on his shoulders. Had that old turtle Bai dared to publicly claim Lu Wujin's talent was mediocre and his looks average, what did he mean by that? Was he implying the Lu family had no one of worth? Patriarch Liu's greatest wish in life was to see the Lu family prosper in his lifetime. Now he had finally glimpsed that hope in Lu Wujin. And this old codger Bai dared to look down on his precious grandson. This was an insult not to be borne. Patriarch Lu rose to his feet, kicked the corridor railing to splinters and bellowed, "Old Bai, I challenge you to a duel." Patriarch Bai. Had this old fool lost his mind? A mere early nascent soul cultivator daring to challenge a mid-nascent soul one. After over a decade apart, what had made the old geezer so bold? Still, since old Canon Lu was asking for a beating, Patriarch Bai didn't mind teaching him a lesson. A duel? Then take this first. Without another word, Patriarch Bai pointed his right hand forward. A jet of water shot forth from his fingertip. The water stream appeared unremarkable, yet it was Patriarch Bai's signature technique, the water dragon sting. Hundreds of tons of water compressed into a stream thinner than a needle. The immense water pressure transformed the humble stream into an unstoppable arrow. "Grandfather, no!" Bai Ruoshui cried out in alarm. Outsiders might not know the water dragon sting's true power, but as a member of the Bai family she certainly did. 20 years ago, the bandit Bloodblade Lu the Pockmarked, coveting the Bai family's wealth, relying on his early nascent soul cultivation, led his men in a direct assault on the Bai residence. But before Lu the Pockmarked could finish his grand speech, a single water dragon sting effortlessly pierced his skull. Lu the Pockmarked was no ordinary nobody. He was a notorious figure throughout the entire Linghai Empire. Even a powerhouse like him couldn't withstand the Patriarch's water dragon sting. How could the relatively unknown Patriarch Lu possibly endure it? If Patriarch Lu were truly killed, how could she ever face Lu Wujin again? Despite her anxiety, Bai Ruoshui was too weak to intervene, and could only watch helplessly as the water dragon sting hurtled toward Patriarch Lu. In that moment tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Ruoshui was blinded by concern. In truth, Patriarch Bai had no intention of killing Patriarch Lu. Though the water dragon's sting was immensely powerful, its speed was not particularly remarkable. Frankly, the water dragon sting was better suited for surprise attacks. Launched so openly, any cultivator above the nascent soul stage could easily evade it. Patriarch Bai didn't want to take a life. He simply wanted to humiliate Patriarch Lu before the crowd. But despite his good intentions, the opposite Patriarch Lu seemed to have turned into a fool standing frozen in place. Seeing this, Patriarch Bai was horrified. Was this fool Lu trying to get himself killed? Why wasn't he dodging? Firing a water dragon sting was like firing a bullet from a gun. Once launched, it couldn't be controlled. Patriarch Bai closed his eyes in anguish, already envisioning old Canon Liu's head exploding. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the third floor. The booth where Patriarch Lu was seated exploded on the spot, fragments scattering like bullets. Fortunately, everyone at the auction was a cultivator, or this blast might have claimed many lives. When the dust settled, Patriarch Lu appeared before the crowd completely unscathed. At that moment his body was wreathed in golden light, with Buddhist scriptures formed from spiritual energy swirling around him. Behind him, Lu Wujin awkwardly shielded Shire, his body pressed heavily against hers. This sight sent Bai Ruoshui's blood pressure soaring and jealousy raging like a sea. Before Bai Ruoshui could erupt, Patriarch Bai spoke first. No wonder you're so cocky, old Canon Lu. That technique of yours is no ordinary thing. Pity your cultivation isn't sufficient. You can withstand at most 3 of my water dragon stings. Though his words were light, Patriarch Bai's eyes were filled with deep wariness. Those in the know understood their own affairs. In his youth, Patriarch Bai had suffered severe internal injuries from battles, and could now only exert 30 to 40% of his full strength. The water dragon sting, though simple in appearance, was extremely draining on spiritual power. Given his current condition, Patriarch Bai could at most fire 2 more. After some calculation, Patriarch Bai might not actually be a match for Patriarch Lu now. And if Patriarch Bai was wary of him, Patriarch Lu was no better off. Indeed, the defensive power of the Buddha's wrathful Vajra was terrifying. But Patriarch Lu had only recently begun his training, and could only bring out 30 to 40% of its might. He and Bai Cho, one was at mid-nascent soul, the other at early nascent soul. Though it seemed like a mere minor gap, the difference in their actual strength was vast. Though Patriarch Lu had withstood that blow, the cost was not small. His internal organs had shifted and cracks had appeared in his ribs. To put it bluntly, at that moment even his very core felt a tearing pain. Both sides held their ground, each wary of the other, neither daring to strike. If not with fists, then with words. Cultivators were in essence nothing more than a bunch of uncouth ruffians. Lu Wujin knew their refinement was generally lacking, but he never imagined it could sink this low. Patriarch Bai Cho of the Bai family and Patriarch Lu Yiming of the Lu family, these two were the most powerful and highest status cultivators in Solitary City. And yet figures of such stature quarreled like common peddlers, trading insults about each other's female relatives, vying to be the other's grandfather, father, brother-in-law, uncle, or cousin. While Patriarch Lu hurled insults with gusto, Lu Wujin, as his direct descendant, was so mortified, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Even more embarrassed than Lu Wujin was Bai Ruoshui. The poor girl just wanted to flee this shameful world. With a patriarch like that, how could she ever show her face again? In a desperate attempt to salvage her dignity, she steeled herself and approached Lu Wujin, explaining with a hint of guilt, "Young Master Lu, please don't take offense. The patriarch. He's not like this at home." Lu Wujin nodded and added by way of explanation, "I think I might have been adopted. There's no way I could have such a low-class patriarch." The patriarch. He's not like this at home. Lu Wujin nodded and added by way of explanation, "I think I might have been Quarreling in the heat of the moment led to dire consequences later. The two elders enjoyed their argument, but now the trouble of purchasing the Crimson Essence Night Pot became a headache. The Bai family was now completely at odds with the Lu family. No matter how much the Lu elder bid, the other side would always raise the price by 100 spirit stones. In just half an hour, the price of the Crimson Essence Night Pot skyrocketed from 100,000 to 400,000 spirit stones. The Bai family could bear such a high price, but the Lu family's funds were nearly exhausted. The Lu elder was filled with regret. He wished he hadn't provoked that old turtle. Now not only would he lose the Crimson Essence Night Pot, but he would also lose face in front of everyone. Seeing his elder sweating in anxiety, Lu Wujin sighed softly. He hadn't wanted to intervene personally, but his teammates were too unreliable. Lu Wujin, accompanied by Shire, walked over to the Bai elder and whispered a few words in his ear. The Bai elder stared at him suspiciously and asked in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth, boy?" You're not trying to fool me, are you? I'm just a minor scion of the Lu family. How would I dare deceive you with lies? The Bai elder nodded, believing the boy wouldn't have the audacity to trick him. After everything was settled, the Bai elder announced loudly, I bid 300,000 spirit stones for the Crimson Essence Night Pot. Everyone was astonished at this bid. The previous bid had been 400,000, since when did auction prices go down? The Lu elder glanced at his grandson in surprise. Was this sorcery? Had the boy cast some spell on the old turtle? Otherwise, why would he change his mind so easily? Astonished as he was, he knew not to pass up a bargain. Following the Bai elder's bid, the Lu elder chimed in, I bid 200,000 spirit stones for the Crimson Essence Night Pot. Hold on. Seeing that another round of bidding would force the auction house to pay the two shameless elders, the chief manager Huang Fu-Ming quickly intervened to stop them. Reluctant to offend the two most powerful local powers, Huang Fu-Ming cautiously suggested, gentlemen, it's not proper to lower bids. How about this? I'll take a loss. Take the pot for 300,000 spirit stones. The Lu elder glared at him. Huang Fu-Ming, have you gone mad for money? A measly night pot for 300,000 spirit stones. Do you think I want smash this den of thieves? Backed by the Huangfu family, Huang Fu-Ming retorted, Elder Lu, this is Huangfu property. Your Lu family may be strong, but you're only tyrants in Dugu City. Do you know the Huangfu family standing on the Xuanwu continent? The Lu elder sneered. The Huangfu family is formidable, but what's that to you, Huang Fu-Ming? If you were well regarded in the family, would you be exiled to this godforsaken place? A toad with a feather duster stuck up its rear, pretending to be a big shot. 250,000 spirit stones, and him taking it. Lu Wujin couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the elder's words. This elder's insults hurt himself more than his enemy. If Dugu City was a godforsaken place, what did that make the Lu family, who had lived there for 10,000 years? Bird droppings. As the saying goes, don't hit a man when he's down and don't expose his secrets. The Lu elder's words were true, but the truth hurt the most. Huang Fu-Ming's blood boiled, his face flushed red with anger. If he weren't certain he couldn't defeat the old rogue, he would have attacked. Seeing the tension, Lu Wujin stepped in again, not wanting to completely alienate the Huangfu family. Lu Wujin approached Huang Fu-Ming, and under his wary gaze pulled out a pale yellow stone. Initially dismissive, Huang Fu-Ming became intrigued after a closer look. Young Master Lu, how many of these do you have? Lu Wujin smiled mysteriously. Not many. Just 3 mines, enough to supply your Huangfu family for 4 or 5 centuries. Huang Fu-Ming swallowed hard, his murky eyes gleaming with greedy light. Lu Wujin, alarmed by his avaricious expression, quickly added, let's be clear, I sell only finished products, not the mines. Don't think about killing me for them. If you do, you won't get a single piece of Sanwei charcoal. Caught off guard, Huang Fu-Ming forced a laugh. Young Master Lu jokes. My Huangfu family are merchants, we value harmony above all. We would never resort to murder and robbery. Lu Wujin chuckled coldly. Leaning close to Huang Fu-Ming's ear, he whispered, let's not talk about the rest. Take old 6 Huang Fu-Jing's branch of the main line. They've committed every crime under the sun. Last year the Northern Rongrong Empire was in turmoil. A new emperor took the throne, but within a year a plague swept through 832 cities, killing millions. Corpses littered the fields. It was a living hell. Afterward your old 6 branch arrived with licorice root bought for a silver tael for 20 packs, claiming it was a miracle cure for the plague. They sold it for 1 spirit stone per pack. With a cost of less than 10,000 spirit stones, they extracted 80 silver mines, 10 gold mines, and 1 high-quality spirit stone mine from the Rongrong Empire. Once they got the spirit stones, the plague vanished overnight. Tisk tsk. That business was more ruthless than outright robbery. Harmony above all. For your Huangfu family, that's about as meaningful as a fart. Hearing this, Huang Fu-Ming was stunned. He stared at Lu Wujin for a long moment before demanding, Lu, which branch is your master from? The Rongrong Empire affair was a closely guarded secret of the Huangfu family. No one outside the main line knew about it. Huang Fu-Ming, a collateral member, only knew because he had been involved. If before Lu Wujin seemed like a gleaming golden sheep, now he appeared as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lu Wujin smiled without speaking. Playing mysterious was easy enough. His smile only made Huang Fu-Ming more uneasy. Businessmen always sought to avoid risk. Without knowing the other's depth, no one would act rashly. Seeing this, Huang Fu-Ming gritted his teeth. He said to Lu Wujin, I can give you the Crimson Essence Night Pot at cost, but you must sell the Sanwei charcoal only to me. Lu Wujin nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, Manager Huangfu, as long as you don't play tricks, I can help you rise to the main line within a year. Huang Fu-Ming was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! Young Master Lu, you sure know how to joke. A year to promote me. Ha! That's quite a funny story. Lu Wujin curled his lip. Promotion in the Huangfu family isn't hard. Just achieve sales of 100 million spirit stones, or submit 10 million in net profit within a year. Is that really so difficult? In my eyes it's quite simple. Huangfu Ming suspected that Lu Wujin was a fraud. Earning 10 million spirit stones a year was that simple. Anyone who could say such a thing was either a madman or a liar. The annual net profit of the Dugu City auction house was roughly around 200,000 spirit stones. The largest auction house in the Linghai Empire located in Dongjing had an annual net profit of only 2 million spirit stones. The Huangfu clan owned approximately over 10,000 auction houses, with the most profitable being the Shangjing auction house in the central continent. It was well known that Shangjing was the largest commercial hub in the Xuanwu continent. That place was truly a bustling domain where spirit separation cultivators were as common as dogs, and unity cultivators could be found everywhere. Even in such a precious land, the annual profit of Shangjing auction house was only 8 million spirit stones. The rule of promotion within the Huangfu family was first proposed by the founding ancestor Huangfu Yi, with a history spanning tens of thousands of years. Yet in all that time only one person had managed to become a direct descendant through promotion. That person was the Ancient Millennium commercial genius Huangfu Zhong. However, even Huangfu Zhong had taken a shortcut in his promotion. At that time he was managing the Luoshui auction house. Although the Luoshui auction house was not as profitable as the Shangjing auction house, it was still a super auction house that ranked among the top 3 of the Huangfu clan. At that time the second branch of the Huangfu family was suffering from a decline in talent. In order to secure the great talent of Huangfu Zhong, the second branch closed down all auction houses within a radius of 10,000 miles centering on the Luoshui auction house. It was no exaggeration to say that Huangfu Zhong's promotion was achieved at the cost of over a dozen auction houses sacrificed by the second branch. Huangfu Ming had always considered himself a misunderstood genius, but that did not mean he was an arrogant fool. Now Huangfu Zhong had become one of the core leaders of the second branch. In terms of talent and ability, Huangfu Ming could not even compare to a fraction of Huangfu Zhong. And now this brat before him had the audacity to claim he could help with his promotion. How was that any different from calling him a fool in front of the entire Huangfu clan? The more Huangfu Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. If not for the presence of the Lu clan's patriarch, he would have slapped Lu Wujin, this babbling liar, to death. To be honest, Huangfu Ming now even suspected that the news about the 3-flavor charcoal mine that Lu Wujin held was false. If the mine were real, he would gladly give away the red essence night pot for free. But now, the red essence night pot was purchased for 120,000 spirit stones. If sold for 250,000 after deducting transaction taxes, rent, maintenance, and so on, at least a profit of 100,000 spirit stones could be made. Forget it. To guard against the possibility that the 3-flavor charcoal mine was real, and to do the Lu family a favor, Huangfu Ming's mind worked extremely fast. Though he thought much, it all happened in an instant. Elder Lu, this red essence night pot does not need to be 250,000 spirit stones. I acquired this treasure for 200,000 spirit stones. Now I won't make any profit. I'll give it to you at the original price just to establish a good relationship with the Lu family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze toward Lu Wujin changed. Was this young master Lu truly so divine? He spoke a few words to the Bai family's patriarch, and the patriarch voluntarily buried the hatchet with the Lu family's elder. He whispered a few words in the ear of the Huangfu steward, and the auction house voluntarily reduced the price by 50,000 spirit stones, selling the red essence night pot at cost. 50,000 spirit stones. 99% of the cultivators in Dugu City had never seen that many spirit stones in their entire lives. Look at that Lu Wujin. With just a few words he saved the Lu family 50,000 spirit stones. Was this young master of the Lu family so charming? In a few casual remarks he had won over 2 old men. Such skill was truly awe-inspiring. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoshui puffed out her chest with pride. No wonder he was the man she had set her eyes on, so outstanding. Then Bai Ruoshui shot a fierce glare at 12. You little vixen, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, when I become the mistress of the Lu household, you'll have a hard time. 12, who was busy attending to Lu Wujin, suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck, and shivered involuntarily. She pulled her clothes tighter and muttered to herself, the clothes the young master bought are nice but not very warm. After much effort, the Lu family's elder and grandson finally obtained the red essence night pot. The two took the night pot into a secret chamber. As soon as he set down the red essence night pot, Elder Lu grabbed it impatiently and examined it closely. This time he had learned his lesson. He put the small opening of the night pot to his eye and carefully inspected its inner wall. Putting his eye to the opening of a chamber pot, Lu Wujin was stunned by the sight and quickly snatched the night pot away. Ancestor, what are you doing? Elder Lu looked bewildered. Looking for the cultivation method. Didn't you buy this red essence night pot because a technique was inscribed inside? Lu Wujin covered his forehead with his hand. Ancestor, this thing has most likely been used by someone before. Don't you find it dirty? Elder Liu's face turned pale. He had been so focused on the technique that he forgot this was a chamber pot. But as an old man he valued his pride and could not afford to lose face in front of a junior. He had to argue stubbornly, dirty. As long as it can increase cultivation, I'd even drink urine if needed. To his utter surprise, Lu Wujin nodded in agreement. Ancestor, now I can rest assured. Elder Lu, what are you assured about? That sounded a bit frightening. Lu Wujin was about to call 12 to clean the red essence night pot, but Elder Lu stopped him. 12's background was unknown, and she had only entered the Lu mansion that day. Elder Lu considered her unreliable. To keep the secret, Elder Lu summoned the clan leader Lu Tao, Lu Wujin's father. The clan leader had been in a meeting in the main hall, but upon hearing the summons he hurriedly dropped his official duties and rushed over. Expecting an important discussion, the clan leader was stunned when Elder Lu pointed at a chamber pot and said, "Go wash it clean." The clan leader, huh? His face was a picture of bewilderment. I was just discussing a business deal worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. And now you want me to scrub a urinal? Are you too old and young, treating me like a human being? Seeing his father's anger, Lu Wujin quickly stepped forward to take the night pot. Ancestor, let me wash. But Elder Lu directly stopped him. The water is cold. Don't freeze your hands. Then he kicked the clan leader. What are you standing there for? Go wash it. The clan leader sighed softly. Damn it, confirmed. They really don't see me as human. Fuming with anger, the clan leader did his work perfunctorily. Pinching his nose, he dunked the chamber pot in the water and shook it a few times, considering the task done. Fearing Elder Liu's reprimand, the clan leader deliberately lingered outside for a few more minutes. The cleaned red essence night pot was placed back on the table, and Lu Wujin fetched a kettle of hot water. In front of everyone he poured the hot water into the red essence night pot. He swirled it a few times casually, then lifted the pot and poured the water into a teacup. Lu Wujin pushed the cup toward his ancestor and his father. Ancestor, father. Look at this water. What's special about it? The ancestor picked up the cup and smelled it. His expression shifted from curiosity to bewilderment, then to rage. Lu Tao, you bastard. Did you even wash this night pot? Why does this water smell of piss? Seeing the situation spiraling in strange directions, Lu Wujin had to explain the true function of the Crimson Essence Night Urinal. After hearing Lu Wujin's explanation, the old ancestor Lu was utterly astonished. You mean to say that after being purified by the Crimson Essence Night Urinal, ordinary water turns into water infused with spiritual energy? Lu Wujin nodded. The Crimson Essence Night Urinal is an ancient artifact carved with a lost pure spirit array. Pouring ordinary water into it, the water taken out becomes imbued with spiritual energy. A small bowl of this water contains spiritual energy comparable to half a spirit gathering pill. At the mention of the spirit gathering pill, the eyes of old ancestor Lu and the clan leader Lu lit up. With the decline in the 9-leaf grass harvest, the price of spirit gathering pills had soared. Originally priced at 1 spirit stone per pill, the spirit gathering pill had now risen to 3 spirit stones each. If this bowl of water truly contained such abundant spiritual energy as Lu Wujin claimed, a bowl of water could sell for 1. No, half a spirit stone. 2 bowls for 1 spirit stone, 10 bowls for 5, 100 bowls for 50. At this moment in old ancestor Liu's eyes, the Crimson Essence Night Urinal was no longer a chamber pot. It was clearly a spirit stone mine. How could he possibly spend so many spirit stones? The ancestral hall hadn't been repaired in decades. It was time for a major renovation. The clan had too few techniques and spiritual artifacts. It was time to acquire some. There were also many promising young talents in the Lu clan. It was time to grant them resources. Beside him, the clan leader Lu was also dreaming of the good life ahead. Since his bones were still sturdy, perhaps he should take a few more concubines. Ruhua from the Luing pavilion wasn't bad, even if she was a bit ugly and had a beard. But she had wide hips, she could bear sons. Expanding the Lu clan desperately needed such wide hips. Boy, drink this bowl of water. A cold snort interrupted the clan leader Liu's wild thoughts. The clan leader Liu's face instantly fell. Ancestor, it's not that I'm fussy. But this water came out of a chamber pot. Perhaps I could find a servant. Old ancestor Lu flew into a rage, grabbing the chair beneath him and hurling it directly. The clan leader Lu, evidently no stranger to such beatings, skillfully ducked and covered his head. The rosewood chair grazed past his scalp. How could I ever have made a fool like you, the clan leader? Back then I should have shot your father against the wall. And you still want to find a servant? Are you trying to tell the whole city the secret of the Crimson Essence Night urinal? Don't you know that a gentleman is innocent but bears guilt for his treasure? You brainless idiot. If you want to die, don't drag the hundreds of souls in our Lu family down with you. The more the clan leader Lu thought about it, the angrier he grew, and he was about to strike again. Seeing this, Lu Wujin quickly stepped forward to intervene. Ancestor, my father was momentarily foolish. Please, for the sake of his years of dedication to the clan, though he has no great merits, he has labored tirelessly, spare him this once. If you must strike, let me bear the punishment in his stead. Old Ancestor Lu dared not lay a hand on his precious grandson Lu Wujin and could only sulk in silence. Under Old Ancestor Liu's tyranny, the clan leader Lu had no choice but to pinch his nose and drink the water from the bowl. It was bitter and astringent with a god-awful stench of urine. How is it? The moment the water touched his throat, Old Ancestor Lu asked impatiently. The clan leader Liu's face twisted in bitterness. This stuff is like urine filled with spiritual energy. Old Ancestor Lu. After a long silence, Old Ancestor Lu suggested, perhaps you should wash it again. Lu Wujin quickly stopped him. Ancestor, we can't wash it too often. The pure spirit array is inscribed with extinct void spirit sand. If we scrub it off, this urn will likely be ruined. Old Ancestor Lu frowned. We can't have all the clan disciples drinking this urine-flavored spiritual water, can we? Old Ancestor Lu himself wanted a taste, but how could he bear to drink something reeking of urine? How about we don't drink it ourselves and sell it instead? The clan leader Lu suddenly spoke up. Old Ancestor Liu's eyes lit up. That's not a bad idea. Then he shook his head. But what about the urine smell? If it tastes bad, can we even sell it? This. The clan leader Lu was stumped, unable to think of a good solution on the spot. Just as the two old men were racking their brains, Lu Wujin smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. This problem is very easy to solve. The clan leader Lu said. Let's hear it. Lu Wujin didn't rush to speak. Instead, he first organized his thoughts in his mind. Only after he felt everything was sound did he speak. Erase the plan well. Tell everyone that this water is the urine of Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Seeing the two elders utterly bewildered. Lu Wujin continued. To sell it better, we can flesh out the story a bit more. Say that Ao Bing was a natural prodigy possessing a trace of ancestral dragon blood. At his birth, 5 colored auspicious clouds descended and 10,000 beasts bowed in reverence. The moment he was born, he pointed to the sky and declared, holding the sun and moon, treading the stars, under heaven there is none like me. Oh, and let's add a bit of hardship to Ao Bing's story. Although Ao Bing was born into nobility, he had a beautiful but vicious stepmother and a harsh, strict father. The stepmother, coveting Ao Bing's fortune, repeatedly used underhanded means to try and kill him. 100 years ago, Ao Bing was severely injured after being schemed against by his stepmother. Fortunately, the old ancestor of the Lu clan lent a hand and saved his life. To repay the Lu family, Ao Bing gifted them a dragon's urine condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. In his past life, Lu Wujin was a web novelist, so formulaic stories came to him effortlessly. This kind of brainless, light-hearted tale he could churn out over a dozen a day. But today he was a bit off his game. The story he made up was too illogical. Saving a dragon's life and the repayment was a jar of urine. Anyone would want to beat that wretched dragon until its chrysanthemum bloomed. Lu Wujin thought it was a cliched low-grade story, but the two elders of the Lu clan had never encountered such thrilling tales before. It was like a bachelor of 30 years suddenly meeting a scantily clad Chan Channer, though everyone knew Chan Channer lived a rather promiscuous life. In the eyes of that old bachelor, was that promiscuity? Hell no. That was his moonlight, his goddess sent from heaven to save him. At first the two Lu elders didn't think much of it, but then Ao Bing uttered those words, holding the sun and moon, treading the stars, under heaven there is none like me. Those words struck like a thunderclap from a clear sky, resounding through heaven and earth straight to the heart. Above the heavens and below, I alone am supreme. This is what it means to be a true man. The clan leader Lu, excited, grasped the old ancestor's hand like a fanatical fan meeting his idol. Ancestor, tell me quickly, what kind of majestic figure is this senior Ao Bing? Old ancestor Lu frowned for a long time, then shook his head. I originally thought my good grandson Wujin was just spouting nonsense. But hearing him narrate so vividly, even I am starting to waver. However, when I was 9 years old, I hit my head and lost a portion of my memory. Now that I think carefully, it's very likely that Senior Ao Bing deliberately erased my memories to keep me out of trouble. Saying this, old ancestor Lu gazed out the window, his face full of reverence. Senior Ao Bing is truly a kind and powerful senior. Lu Wujin grew more and more uneasy and couldn't help but remind him, Ancestor, I just made up a story. Old ancestor Lu glared. You can see the future. Maybe what you saw about Ao Bing is real. Besides, whether I've met Senior Ao Bing or not, do I need you to tell me? Lu Wujin was utterly bewildered. He seemed to have uncovered a shocking secret about this world. The people here were incredibly naive and easily brainwashed. Should he make up some stories about Yi Ming? For instance, Yi Ming usurped his sister-in-law and poisoned his own brother Yi Dalong. Or that Yi Ming, in pursuit of the divine maiden of the Taishan sacred sect, abandoned his fiancée. The fiancée waited faithfully in a cold cave for 13 years, her eyes crying until she went blind. Or perhaps that Yi Ming was caught in an affair with his father's concubine, and was thus driven out of the Yi family. As he thought on, Lu Wujin even began to doubt his own shamelessness. So, he decided to compile these stories into a book and print tens of thousands of copies. Young master, you want to publish a book? Lu Hu held a book in his hands, its cover scrawled with the crooked characters, The Untold Secrets of Yi Ming. At this moment Lu Hu looked at Lu Wujin with eyes brimming with admiration. Lu Hu did not enjoy studying. When he was a child attending the Lu family private school, the teacher once asked him to write a short composition about cabbage. Lu Hu spent 8 days struggling and only managed to write 4 words. Cabbage is edible. So for Lu Wujin, who intended to publish a book, his admiration was genuine. A book, after all, must contain tens of thousands of words. What kind of extraordinary person could compose so many? Lu Wujin, however, was an online writer. In his prime he had typed over 20,000 words in a single day. With that thought, Lu Wujin suddenly found it quite reasonable. He patted Lu Hu on the shoulder and consoled him. Young man, you are not ugly. With that thought, Lu Wujin suddenly found it quite reasonable. He patted Lu Hu on the shoulder and consoled him. Young man, you are not ugly either. Some married women are fond of rough men like you. Have a little confidence. Lu Hu. Confused Lu Hu took the book and headed to a bookstore. How many pages? Lu Hu hastily and respectfully handed over the book. The owner casually flipped through a few pages, giving them a careless glance. How many pages? Lu Hu hastily and respectfully handed over the book. The owner casually flipped through a few pages, giving them a careless glance. These characters are atrocious. A 3-year-old child could write better. Seeing Lu Hu's displeased expression, the owner stopped mocking and grew curious about the content. After reading only a few moments, the bookstore owner flushed crimson and threw the book to the ground. A disgrace to literature. A disgrace. You, a burly fellow with an honest look. How could you write such vulgar trash? Lu Hu stood there utterly dumbfounded. Was there something wrong with the book? How could that be? The young master was erudite, upright, and kind. How could his writing possibly have issues? Lu Hu picked up the book from the ground and shot the owner a fierce glare. Humph. A boor cannot appreciate fine grain. Pedants like you are unworthy of reading my master's masterpiece. If you weren't so old and frail, I'd give you a beating. The bookstore owner was steaming with anger, but as a scholar the worst insults he could muster were no more than boor or knave. Refined terms that stung not at all. Such ineffectual curses dealt zero damage to Lu Hu. Dugu City had more than one bookstore, so Lu Hu left to find another. Halfway there, Lu Hu could no longer suppress his curiosity and opened the book. His expression changed. What began as casual interest soon became a deep flush. This book is too thrilling. Overcome with excitement, he shouted out loud. Pedestrians on the street turned to stare at him with curious looks. Lu Hu's face burned. He gave an awkward smile to the passers-by, silently tucked the book into his chest and fled the crowd. This time, instead of seeking another bookstore, he slipped into a secluded alley. After ensuring no one was around, Lu Hu found a shadowy corner, crouched down and pulled out the book from his chest. In truth, this Untold Secrets of Yi Ming was not as filthy as one might imagine. At worst it was slightly suggestive. The reason the bookstore owner and Lu Hu reacted so dramatically lay with Lu Wujin himself. His original intent was simply to slander Yi Ming and drain his fortune. The book recounted tales of knocking on widows' doors at midnight, digging up old bachelors' graves in broad daylight, abandoning wives and children, stealing friends' wives. In short, he wrote whatever was most shameless and most depraved. To make a story feel real, one must not skimp on details. And the problem lay precisely in the details. Never forget. In his past life, Lu Wujin was an online writer of harem novels. What attracts readers to harem stories? First, fulfilling the fantasies of penniless losers who dream of having women on each arm. second describing various titillating and borderline scenes. Even though Lu Wujin had no intention of crossing the line, a writer's habits are not so easily shed overnight. This world also had bedroom novels like The Plum in the Golden Vase, with even greater explicitness. But even reading such material requires a gradual approach and a certain sensibility. If you drop your pants and go straight at it, it might be exciting for a moment, but afterward it leaves only emptiness. Now take this Untold Secrets of Yi Ming. It featured black stockings made costumes camisoles. There were also erotic scenes, but they were extremely subtle. For instance, in the chapter describing Yi Ming killing his elder brother to steal his sister-in-law, Lu Wujin included no explicit content. He merely wrote a faint line. Yi Ming dragged the sister-in-law into the bedroom. Before long, a plaintive wail like that of a wildcat echoed through the entire courtyard. Lamenting, lingering, utterly irresistible. He left ample blank space for readers to unleash their imagination. Props never seen before, postures, temptations that spoke without words. All added to the allure. Lu Hu, a rustic who blushed just talking to a girl, had never encountered such high-level seduction. Reading the book, he felt his body heat up and his heart pound against his chest. A fire seemed to ignite below his waist, urgently demanding release. "Hey, boss, want to buy a book? A naughty one." Just as Lu Hu was lost in the story, a lecherous voice whispered in his ear. "Who?" Startled, Lu Hu hastily stuffed the book into his chest, then looked at the person behind him. The voice matched the man. He truly was sleazy-looking. Hunchback, sallow-faced, thin as a starving weasel. Seeing Lu Hu's reaction, the sleazy man flashed a smile meant to convey goodwill. Unfortunately, the smile only made him look more disreputable. "Boss, I've got some quality goods here. Care to take a look?" In the past, Lu Hu would have certainly refused such a dubious character. But now Lu Hu was consumed by lust, his mind filled with all sorts of improper thoughts. Unable to resist, he followed the sleazy man through winding alleys to a very secluded courtyard. From the outside, the courtyard looked ordinary, but inside it was a different world. A dozen workers in gray caps and aprons were bustling about. Some were carving wooden blocks, others inking plates, and still others stitching books with thread. Seeing Lu Hu's rapt attention, the sleazy man boasted, "Brother, today you're in for a treat. Don't let the size of this yard fool you. The books we print are sold across hundreds of cities in the Linghai Empire. Without exaggeration, 9 out of 10 deluxe editions in the empire come from this very yard." Lu Hu's eyes lit up. "You mean this is a smut book den?" The sleazy man immediately took offense. "What do you mean, smut? Those scholars who love their classics all say in books there are jade-like beauties, in books there are houses of gold. So if my books contain a couple of brothels, what's the harm?" Lu Hu didn't care about that. He hastily pulled out his book. "I have a book here. Print 10,000 copies for me." The sleazy man glanced at the ugly writing on the cover, and curled his lip in disdain. He didn't even bother to reach for it. As the old saying goes, in 360 trades, every trade has its master. I, Shiman Dagon, may just be a bookstore owner, but I have my standards. My dream is to become the Huang Fu Yi of the printing world. The books I print shall become the luxury goods of the erotica industry. So I set myself a rule: I only print premium works. Seeing Lu Hu's disbelief, Shiman Dagon randomly pulled a book from a freshly printed stack. "See this Chronicles of Dugu City's Romances. I wrote it. To do it justice, I visited every pleasure house in Dugu City within a year, and sampled every girl in the city. From 50-year-old crones to 18-year-old maidens, I missed not a single one." As he grew emotional, Ximon's eyes brimmed with tears. "Do you know how I spent that year? The first month was heaven, the following 11 were hell. I once stood 7 feet tall and weighed 140 pounds, and anyone who saw me would sincerely call me a handsome youth. But to write that book I shed 50 pounds in a year. Worse, I contracted all sorts of filthy diseases that nearly killed me. Now I've been recuperating for half a year, yet the moment I see a woman my stomach churns and my legs go weak." At the poignant moment, Shiman Dagon wiped the corner of his eye. Beside him, Lu Hu was dumbstruck. A smut peddler. Did he have to be so inspirational? At Lu Hu's repeated entreaties, boss Shiman frowned, and began to read the Untold Secrets of Yi Ming. At first his face was full of disdain, but after a few pages his brows relaxed and he grew serious. After another dozen or so pages he excitedly slapped his thigh. "Holy shit, that's amazing. What a line. A pair of bright moons pressed against the chest, purple grapes and jade round in the imperial garden. The prose is smooth, the wording is novel, the plot is thrilling and fresh. How can it be this amazing? It's 10,000 times better than anything I've ever written." With that, Shiman Dagon excitedly grasped Lu Hu's hand, trembling with emotion. "Master, this book. Know this magnificent masterpiece. Did you write it?" Lu Hu was startled by the fervent gaze and tried to pull his hand away, but boss Shiman held it firmly. Calm down. I didn't write this book, my young master did. Boss Shimin was bitterly disappointed and disdainfully let go of Lu Hu's hand. I thought so. How could a rough fellow like you produce such a grand work? Before Lu Hu could get angry, Boss Shimin pressed on. And may I ask who your young master is? My young master is a secret. Fortunately, Lu Hu still knew that writing such a book wasn't exactly honorable. Otherwise, within 3 days, Lu Wujin's infamy would have spread throughout the entire Dugu city. A secret. Boss Shimin didn't dwell on it. Most authors of such books used pen names, so it wasn't unusual. Brother, I really like this book. How much silver would it take for you to transfer it to me? Lu Hu looked astonished. What, you're actually going to pay me? In this world there was no such thing as royalties. To publish a book, the author had to pay themselves, and the cost was exorbitant. A 40-page book printed in 10 copies cost a staggering 150 taels of silver. Lu Wujin knew this well. Eager to ruin Yi Ming's reputation as quickly as possible, he had generously given Lu Hu 100 spirit stones. Now not only did he not have to spend money, but he could actually earn some. It was like seeing a whole new world. As he marveled, Lu Hu couldn't help but admire his young master even more. Others spent money to publish books, but his young master wrote books to earn money. See the difference? Seeing Lu Hu's silent, Boss Shimin offered, I have 2 proposals. First, you sell me the copyright outright. Second, we split the profits. For every book sold, you get 1 tael of silver. At that moment, Lu Hu recalled what his young master had told him before he left. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. The most important thing is to spread this book far and wide. Lu Hu might have been a bit rough, but he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he would never have been appointed as the captain of the Lu family's guard. After a moment's thought, he said to Boss Shimin, let's go with the profit split, but I only want half a tael per book. Use the extra money to hire some storytellers, and have them spread the word all over town. Selling books naturally required promotion, and since the customer was willing to cover the cost, Boss Shimin happily agreed. After everything was settled, Lu Hu returned to the Lu residence cheerfully with a 50 tael deposit from Boss Shimin. When Lu Wujin learned that Lu Hu had published his book as an erotic novel, he flew into a rage and cursed him out. You look honest, but how could you do something so unreliable? My novel barely even touched the edges. It could have passed the censorship on a platform like tomato novels. It was a perfectly good record novel, and you sold it as smut. Isn't that fraud? Lu Hu was utterly confused by the scolding. His young master's words were so hard to understand. A few days later, a wave of storytelling fever swept through Dugu City. The storyteller Old Su had been telling tales for nearly 20 years. Like other storytellers, Old Su had regular sessions and special sessions. In regular sessions, he mostly told popular tales of heroic romance, demons, and monsters. These stories were suitable for all ages and could be told anywhere. But special sessions were different. He would announce that the following story was not suitable for children and asked anyone under 15 and all women to leave. Only after they left would he begin to tell risque stories. One day, Old Su took a job promoting a new book for the Shimin bookstore. Old Su wasn't particularly keen on this kind of job. The owner of the Shimin bookstore had too many demands. Every time he promoted one of their books, he had to spend a day or 2 carefully studying the story. If he didn't tell it well, the stingy Boss Shimin wouldn't pay him, and might even have him beaten up. But Old Su had no power or influence, so he didn't dare refuse. He reluctantly took the deposit. To tell the story well, he stayed up all night studying the untold secrets of Yi Ming. And what he discovered was astonishing. Old Su made his living by telling stories, and had read over 1,000 novels, including more than 800 erotic ones. Erotic novels had been around for eons, but most of them were just about the same old thing. The most innovation they offered was a bit more variety in positions or more complicated relationships between the characters. But this novel was different. It was sensual without being obscene, vulgar yet elegant. Which master had written this? Was it the beginning of a new genre? Such a book, such a master. Truly a ancient millennium phenomenon. The next day, with bloodshot eyes and dark circles under them, Old Su took the book to his storytelling venue. As soon as he entered, he drove away the women and children. Today he would only tell the special session. The audience was baffled by his actions. Who told risque stories in the morning? Was he that impatient? But the moment Old Su began to speak, things spiraled out of control. So many tales of old are but a jest. In the beginning, when heaven and earth were first divided and chaos reigned. In the east there was a city called Dugu City. Within the city lived a peerlessly charming youth surnamed Yi, named Ming, nicknamed Yi Erlang. Originally, Old Zu's venue could only hold 100 people, but within half an hour people from half the street had gathered. A crowd of nearly 1,000 listeners packed the place, leaving no room to move. Old Su had only planned to talk for 3 hours, but the captivated audience wouldn't have it. Some threw silver onto the stage while others threatened to break 3 of his ribs if he stopped. With no other choice, Old Su talked for a full 4 hours until his voice went hoarse. Only then did the enthusiastic crowd let him leave. That day Old Su earned a fortune. But the one who made the most money wasn't him. It was the Emerald Red Pavilion not far from Old Su's venue. The Emerald Red Pavilion had no famous courtesans or refined ladies skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. At best it was a second-rate brothel in Dugu City. It had 3 top-tier girls, 28 second-tier girls, and over 40 bed companions. Business was usually neither good nor bad, with each girl serving about 3 customers a night on average. But that day the men seemed to have gone mad. From early morning they kept streaming in. Only a fool would turn away money. The unscrupulous madam woke up all the sleeping girls and put them to work. But as time passed she began to sense that something was wrong. Not only were there an overwhelming number of customers, but they were also all in a great hurry. In the past, customers would at least listen to a song, or share a cup of wine before getting down to business. But today they were all incredibly impatient. What used to take half an hour now took less than a quarter of an. Some even started undressing before entering the girls' rooms. While the money felt like it was being picked up off the street, the madam was still on edge, afraid something would go wrong. The madam's worry only lasted until noon, because the Emerald Red Pavilion closed its doors. It wasn't that she didn't want to make money. She simply couldn't keep up. In just one morning the Emerald Red Pavilion had served over 700 customers. With a shortage of staff, even the madam had to pitch in and serve 5 clients. Seeing that her girls could barely stand, the madam had no choice but to close the doors, turning away the customers still waiting in line. Half a storytelling session had brought down an entire brothel. After this incident, the untold secrets of Yi Ming became legendary. At this moment Yi Ming was utterly unaware that his reputation in Dugu City had been thoroughly ruined. Now he was both excited and nervous. Before Yi Ming stood a grand hall. A resplendent, magnificent, and imposing edifice. The floor of the hall was made of polished crystal jade, so translucent and clear it resembled a lake of water. Beneath that lake-like surface were white cranes and layers upon layers of drifting clouds. Indeed, the eternal hall of the Taishan sacred sect was built tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Above the crystal jade floor stood 9 golden pillars. These pillars towered 100 zhang high, and looking up one could not even see the roof of the hall. Indeed, the eternal hall of the Taishan sacred sect was built tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Above the crystal jade floor stood 9 golden pillars. These pillars towered 100 zhang high, and looking up one could not even see the roof of the hall. Eastern Burmese jade. The various gems that mortal emperors treasured like priceless artifacts were casually scattered here like trash. Hey! Hey! Country bumpkin. Just as Yi Ming was staring in awe, an arrogant youth behind him let out a laugh. Yi Ming, born with an innate pride, was not one to swallow his anger. He immediately retorted, "Who the hell are you, you scum?" The youth narrowed his eyes and curled his lips in disdain. "I am Zhang Biao, the second prince of the Linghai Empire. Yi Ming, I know all about your background. You're just a discarded son of the Yi family in Dugu City, Jiangnan province. Give up on this assessment and it'll spare your miserable life." If Yi Ming could be cowed, he wouldn't be Yi Ming. Facing Zhang Biao's threat, Yi Ming was not only unafraid but even mocked him. "Bullshit, second prince. If you've got the guts, come and hit me. You." Zhang Biao's face flushed crimson with rage. Having been pampered since childhood, he was always the one bullying others. Who had ever dared to mock him? But when it came to actually throwing a punch, he didn't dare. This was the Taishan sacred sect, and at this moment Zhang Biao, like everyone else, was participating in the sect's entrance assessment. If he failed the assessment because of Yi Ming, wouldn't that be a loss outweighing the gain? Seeing Zhang Biao humiliated, Yi Ming smiled smugly. He remembered this grudge. If he ever gained power, he would make sure Zhang Biao died a miserable death. Just after the hour of Chun, a man in white robes appeared above the crowd riding a celestial crane. His cultivation was profound and his body was shrouded in swirling spiritual energy, making his features indistinct. Without saying much, the man casually tossed down a small bronze bell. The bell grew with the wind, and by the time it landed before the crowd, it had become a giant bell 1 zhang tall. Then the man's deep ethereal voice rang out. "This is the 9-ring spirit testing bell. Can measure your talent. Place your right palm on the bell's surface. 2 rings admit you to the outer sect, 3 to the inner sect, 4 to an ordinary direct disciple, 5 to an elder's direct disciple, 6 to a personal disciple of the 4 hall master, 7 to the sect master's personal disciple, 8 grants the title of Holy Son, and 9 rings proclaim you as the Divine Son." The voice was calm and unhurried, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The disciples below buzzed with discussion. Most believed they could enter the Taishan sacred sect. Some particularly shameless ones even fantasized about becoming the holy son or divine son. The second Prince Zhang Biao looked at Yi Ming provocatively, as if he were confident in becoming a disciple of the Taishan sacred sect. Yi Ming was also stirred by these words. He silently resolved to become a disciple of at least the direct disciple rank. The status of a direct disciple of the Taishan sacred sect was hardly inferior to that of the Linghai Empire's royal family. When that time came, he would take care of everyone who had wronged him one by one according to his list. Especially that bastard Lu Wujin. He would strip his bones and flay his skin, making him suffer torment for all eternity. Yi Ming was also stirred by these words. He silently resolved to become a disciple of at least the direct disciple rank. The status of a direct disciple. Yi Ming looked up. As luck would have it, he knew this person. It was Lu Guanjuan of the Lu family in Huangyuan City. Huangyuan City was only 50 li from Dugu City, so cultivators from both cities generally knew of each other, even if not intimately. Dugu City had 4 great families, while in Huangyuan City, the Lu family reigned supreme. Lu Guanjuan was something of a figure in Huangyuan City. Though a member of the Lu family's collateral branch, he possessed extraordinary talent. Not only had he reached foundation establishment at 18, but he had also cultivated an incredibly powerful physique. His most remarkable battle was killing the notorious bandit Old Crocodile of Zhejiang, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Lu Guanjuan himself was only at the early foundation establishment stage. This Old Crocodile was no ordinary man. He had dominated Zhejiang for decades, calling himself the true Dragon King of the river. Any boat that sailed on the Zhejiang River, whether merchant or official, had to obediently pay tribute to him. The lord of Huangyuan City had once hired cultivators to hunt down Old Crocodile. But the old rogue was cunning and skilled in water, escaping every attempt. Just as the lord was at his wits' end, Lu Guanjuan volunteered to rid Huangyuan City of this menace. Given the vast difference in their strength, the lord naturally tried to stop Lu Guanjuan from throwing his life away. But Lu Guanjuan pretended to agree not to provoke the Old Crocodile, only to issue a challenge the very next day. Old Crocodile feared death, but he also valued his reputation. If he dared not accept a challenge from an early foundation establishment cultivator, what face would he have left in Zhejiang? Old Crocodile thought the victory was certain, but it cost him his life. Lu Guanjuan killed Old Crocodile with just 3 punches. The first punch struck his dantian, disrupting his spiritual energy, and rendering him unable to use it. The second punch hit his temple, filling his eyes with blood and causing temporary unconsciousness. The third punch landed on his heart, shattering it. Death. Such a genius naturally left a deep impression. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Guanjuan confidently pressed his hand against the giant bell. Dong! A profound resonant chime rang out, stirring excitement in the crowd. And then, nothing. Lu Guanjuan stood on the platform like a fool for half an hour, but the bell didn't make a sound. Not even a whimper. His joyful expression froze on his face. Senior, is this bell broken? Lu Guanjuan was the pride of Huangyuan City. How could he fail so miserably? He couldn't even enter the outer sect of the Taishan sacred sect. Faced with his question, the man in the sky remained as still as a statue, silently watching Lu Guanjuan without any movement or response. A waste like Lu Guanjuan wasn't even worth a taunt. Ring for me. Anger, shame, regret. From heaven to hell, Lu Guanjuan's mental state shattered. He no longer cared about talent or anything else. He just wanted that damn bell to ring, even if it was just once more. Lu Guanjuan gathered golden spiritual energy in both hands, and to the astonishment of the crowd, his hands transformed into a pair of dragon claws. This is the Earth-grade technique, Dragon Transformation Fist. A knowledgeable disciple exclaimed in surprise. Although most didn't know what the Dragon Transformation Fist was, the term Earth-grade alone was enough. There were countless techniques in the world, but Earth-grade techniques were exceedingly rare, only possessed by major sects and schools. Even the powerful Linghai royal family's highest technique was merely a top-grade mystic-grade technique. This showed how precious an Earth-grade technique was. Even Yi Ming, who possessed one himself, looked at Lu Guanjuan with a hint of envy. The power of the Dragon Transformation Fist was certainly not inferior to his own 9 extremes collapse. Lu Guanjuan had no time to care about that. He raised his fist, veins bulging across his body, and slammed it fiercely into the testing bell. But still there was no sound. Ring! Why won't you ring? Lu Guanjuan roared. He pounded with his fists and slammed with his head. His skull split, his fists were battered and bloody. Yet the spirit testing bell remained as lifeless as stone, impervious to all his desperate efforts. At last the figure in the heavens grew impatient and ordered Lu Guanjuan to be dragged away. Lu Guanjuan tried to resist, but an inconspicuous servant effortlessly knocked him unconscious. Worse still, the servant seized him by one leg and hauled him down the mountain. At the cliff's edge he casually flung him aside. Lu Guanjuan, limp as a dead dog, was discarded like refuse. The assembled disciples fell silent. Was Lu Guanjuan a genius? He could fight above his cultivation level, and possessed an earth-grade technique that even Yi Ming envied. By any measure he was unequivocally a genius. Lu Guanjuan's failure cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If someone of his caliber couldn't even enter the outer sect of the Taishan sacred sect, what hope was there for them? As they had feared, the few after Lu Guanjuan all failed to elicit a second chime from the bell. As time passed, over half the test-takers had already stepped forward. Among the 50-odd prodigies, not a single one could become a disciple of the Taishan sacred sect. Soon it was the turn of second Prince Zhang Biao. Though he believed his talent surpassed others, the successive failures still filled him with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves and pressed his hand against the spirit-testing bell. Dong! At the first chime, Zhang Biao's heart leaped into his throat. Dong! The second chime rang out. Zhang Biao exhaled in relief. Only as his mind relaxed did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. The third chime sounded and a faint smile graced Zhang Biao's lips. Becoming an inner disciple of the Taishan sacred sect would make his position within the Linghai Empire unassailable. Dong! Ft. The fourth chime began but died out almost instantly. Still, it filled Zhang Biao with immense joy. To hell with royal decorum and dignity. At this moment Zhang Biao wanted nothing more than to roar with laughter. This was a true inheritance. A core disciple of the Taishan sacred sect, the current founding ancestor of the Zhang family, had only ever been a core disciple of the Taishan sacred sect. With this identity, what did the crown prince matter? Zhang Biao scorned him utterly. Zhang Biao descended from the platform with a beaming face, greeted by a chorus of applause below. The second prince is truly a dragon among men. To participate in this trial alongside such a prodigy is our greatest fortune. I am Zhu Yuming of Langlang Mountain. I have long heard of the second prince's fame, and seeing you today, you are truly extraordinary. Second prince, my younger sister Lu Ruhong is the foremost beauty of Donghai City. She has admired you for ages. If you do not disdain it, I would offer her to you as a concubine. A deluge of flattery left Zhang Biao dizzy and intoxicated. He felt that all the heroes of the world were nothing special. The only one in the crowd who did not flatter him was Yi Ming. Not only did this fellow refuse to smile at Zhang Biao, but he even spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Could Zhang Biao tolerate this? He strode through the crowd, heading straight for Yi Ming under everyone's gaze. Yi Ming, I am in high spirits today. If you kneel and apologize to me, this true inheritor might just spare your life. The moment Zhang Biao spoke, the others immediately chimed in agreement. True inheritor Zhang is truly magnanimous. This Yi Ming is nothing but a country mongrel. Like a bedbug, what right does he have to stand before you? Yi Ming, why don't you kneel and apologize at once? Apologizing to true inheritor Zhang is something you can brag about for a lifetime. Apologize. Let's all jump him and just kill him outright. Yi Ming watched these clowns coldly, a sneer of contempt. It wasn't that he didn't want to retort, but with so many voices he couldn't out-argue them. Nevertheless, Yi Ming silently noted everyone who had mocked him. If he ever gained power, every single one of them would die. Next, Yi Ming. A commanding voice cut through the chaos and the hall fell into absolute silence. Yi Ming took a deep breath, walked up to the spirit-testing bell and pressed his palm against its surface. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Though he had great confidence in his talent, what if the bell malfunctioned? If he couldn't become a disciple of the Taishan sacred sect, how would he ever kill Lu Wujin, Tianjizi, Lu Qingqing, Zhang Biao, the entire Yi clan, neighbor Zhang Ergu, old Lu, the tofu seller on East Street, the stray yellow dog in the back alley of the Yi estate, and all these nameless scum? The list was long. Yi Ming wondered if he should find a notebook to record the names of these bastards. Dong! Just as Yi Ming's mind wandered, the first chime rang out. Dong! When the second chime sounded, many in the crowd below changed color, especially those who had insulted Yi Ming. Tch, he's just an outer disciple. The second prince is a true inheritor. We don't need to fear him. At these words, everyone felt considerably relieved. Now they only hoped the bell would stop ringing. Dong! But their wish was in vain. A third chime followed close behind. Everyone except Zhang Biao turned pale. An inner disciple might not be able to challenge a true inheritor, but dealing with them, mere minnows who weren't even outer disciples, was a simple task. Dong! A fourth chime rang out. Now even Zhang Biao's face turned grim. That bastard Yi Ming had also become a true inheritor. This was trouble. Before even officially entering the Taishan sacred sect, he had offended a true inheritor. The days ahead would be hard. Dong! A fifth chime sounded and Zhang Biao's face went ashen. An elder's true inheritor. An elder's true inheritor. The selection of elders in the Taishan sacred sect was extremely strict. None could hold the position without at least nascent soul late-stage cultivation. Yi Ming before even joining the sect already had such a powerful backer. This was the end. Even his own ancestor might not be able to protect him. Yi Ming himself let out a long sigh of relief, then a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Lu Wujin, you are dead. The figure in the heavens also changed expression. An elder's true inheritor was already a reserve cadre of the Taishan sacred sect. Even he had to tread carefully. Dong! But just as he descended from his crane, a sixth chime suddenly rang out. Now the entire Taishan sacred sect burst into excitement. Several voices echoed from the sky. Such a rare gem, this boy belongs to my immortal longevity hall. Shameless old Yuqing. Didn't you get the last hall master's true inheritor? By the rules this child should join my Gauchen's hall. Nonsense. That was over 100 years ago. My little apprentice went out for training and never returned. For all I know, the weeds on his grave are 3 meters tall now. I need a disciple and the sect is duty-bound to provide one. Old Yuqing, you go too far. Do you really think my 10,000 spirits chart is just for show? Hey. Old Tai, so what if you have the 10,000 spirits chart? Is my longevity peach something to scoff at? Dong. Just as the two hall masters were locked in a heated argument, a seventh chime rang out. This time both fell silent. At the same moment 7 or 8 beams of multicolored light descended from the sky. Within the light stood the phantom figures of old men. Seeing this, the two hall masters' faces fell. Yuqing couldn't help but grumble. What's the point of arguing now? Even the supreme elders have come to snatch the disciple. Not only him, but a purple-robed elder among the phantoms also changed color. Uncles, granduncles. 7 chimes designate a sect master's true inheritor. Isn't this against the rules? A white-haired old man shook his head in dissatisfaction. A sect master's true inheritor is a once-in-a-century find. Such a rough gem is too rare. Sect master, forgive my brazenness today, but my disciples are all too incompetent. Another elder chimed in. Uncle Long is right. You all have disciples, but mine are either dead or in. If I don't find someone to inherit my art, soon will I have to take all my skills to the grave. Kong Suzi, the sect master of the Taishan sacred sect, was deeply troubled. Cultivation relies 60% on talent, 30% on opportunity, and 10% on effort. Opportunity is elusive and beyond anyone's control. But talent is tangible. A person who can ring the bell 7 times will at least reach the spirit-severing stage in the future. A cultivator of that caliber is a pillar of strength even in the central continent. No one was willing to let go of such a promising disciple. Dong! Just as Kong Suzi hesitated, an 8th chime rang out. A holy sun unseen in a millennium had appeared. Zhang Biao's face turned ashen, feeling worse than dead. How could this be? How could this be? Who was Yi Ming? Just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be a holy sun? Slap. Zhang Biao struck himself hard across the face, trying to wake himself up. Unfortunately, reality was so cruel that a couple of slaps could not jolt him awake. Not only him, but the phantom images on the stage were also dumbfounded. This was a holy sun. The Taishan sacred sect, from its sect master down to the outer disciples, numbered in the millions, yet there were only 9 holy suns. What does holy mean? Holiness leads to divinity, meaning that those with such talent have the chance to become immortals. On the Xuanwu continent there are no fewer than hundreds of billions of cultivators, and among them those at the peak of the Mahayana stage are few, yet still numbering in the thousands. These thousands are all ancient relics who have lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The eldest, the great sage lobster, had even witnessed the catastrophe of dragon and phoenix, and seen the countenance of the great god Pangu. With so many such powerful Mahayana cultivators, how many could become immortals? Less than the fingers of one hand. Though a holy sun's chance of ascending to immortality was but a faint glimmer, that faint glimmer alone granted him the qualification to stand among the world's most elite. Now even the supreme elders had to regard Yi Ming differently. After all, as long as no mishap occurred, Yi Ming would become in existence on par with them in millions of years. Even if they did not care now, they had to consider future generations. Kong Shuzi flew directly before Yi Ming, revealing a kindly smile. Holy Sun Yi, I formally invite you to join the main peak. According to custom, you will have your own cave dwelling, a monthly cultivation subsidy of 10,000 spirit stones. You may freely access the main peak scripture pavilion. Moreover, I will personally sponsor you an earth-grade cultivation technique and an earth-grade spiritual artifact. Earth-grade technique and artifact. Zhang Biao's eyes turned red. He was almost mad. The Linghai imperial family had operated for tens of thousands of years, and yet could not obtain a complete Earth-grade technique. But this Yi Ming, what merit or virtue did he have to acquire such treasures upon entry? Even more infuriating for Zhang Biao was that the other supreme elders also came down and surrounded Yi Ming. Little Yi, as long as you become my disciple, choose any technique and artifact you like. Holy son, you don't believe that old fool. He's a pauper. All his possessions combined aren't worth a few Earth-grade artifacts. Unlike me, I own dozens of spirit mineral veins. If you follow me, you can spend spirit stones freely. Young friend, you, what are spirit stones? The most important thing for a cultivator is cultivation. Follow me to learn alchemy, and I guarantee you will break through to foundation establishment in half a year, golden core within 10 years, and become a nascent soul veteran in 100 years. The supreme elders, disregarding their dignity, tugged at Yi Ming's clothes, trying to pull him toward their own peaks. Though Yi Ming was in a sorry state, his heart was blooming with joy. Indeed, I am the true chosen one. Characters like Lu Wujin are merely small stumbling blocks on the path to success. Dong. Just as Yi Ming was reveling in his triumph, the 9th bell tolled. As the sound rang out, the entire Taishan sacred sect fell into silence. The supreme elders who had been tugging at his clothes seemed frozen, each standing stupefied with incredulous eyes. This bell. Is it malfunctioning? After a long silence, Kong Shuzi voiced a soul-searching question. The Taishan sacred sect had not been without divine sons. In its million-year history, only 3 divine sons had appeared. Moreover, the intervals between the appearances of the 3 divine sons were extremely long, at least tens of thousands of years. Now the sect already had a divine maiden, Ziyueching. So how could another divine son emerge? Do not think that more divine sons and divine maidens are better. Divine sons and divine maidens are vastly different from holy sons and true disciples. Those below the rank of holy son are ordinary sect disciples. But divine sons and divine maidens are the sect's high-level figures, only half a step below the sect master in status. Taking a holy son as a disciple could be said to glorify the family and bring honor to ancestors. But if one invites a divine son back, that would be utterly ridiculous. As they say, a fool's mother opens the door for a fool. Foolishness itself. A divine son's status is no lower than that of a supreme elder. Take him as a disciple. That's like inviting a master into your home. Haha, later when the divine son takes over your ancestral home, you wouldn't even dare to say no. Dong. Just as the supreme elders were pondering excuses to leave, the spirit testing bell rang again. Before anyone could react, the bell shook violently, as if fitted with a motor constantly emitting strange sounds. Dong donkying, dong donkying, dong donkying. Crack, boom. At first it was fine, the bell merely making cheerful clanging sounds. But in the end, the bell could not withstand the violent spiritual energy within Yi Ming and exploded. Countless copper chunks the size of fists shot out in all directions like a storm. The supreme elders and the sect master had profound cultivation. They were unperturbed by this minor scene. But Yi Ming, who was closest, suffered. After all, the spirit testing bell was a profound grade spiritual artifact, and its explosion was comparable to a bomb. Yi Ming activated the 9 extremes collapse with full force, barely blocking most of the copper chunks, but he still accidentally let a fragment graze his eyelid. When Yi Ming steadied himself, the looks in the supreme elder's eyes had changed. Broken brow, broken fortune. Scattered eyebrows, scattered wealth. What use is his talent? Destined for a rough life, hard to achieve greatness. I have chicken stewing on the stove at home. I'll head back first. Everyone, I don't want this disciple anymore. Whoever wants him, take him. What a bad day. Not only did I not gain a disciple, I met a broken-browed kid. No, I need to go into seclusion for decades to cleanse my soul. Yi Ming was stunned. This was not according to the script. When the bell rang 8 times, these old fellows had almost knelt to beg him to be their disciple. But now that I've shattered the bell, why do they look at me with such disdain? And what is this broken brow? Thinking of this, Yi Ming took out a bronze mirror he used for grooming and looked. The reflection nearly startled him. A long bloody gash cut through his right eyebrow. In this world, immortals truly exist and everyone is superstitious. The broken brow appearance meant that Yi Ming's fortune had been severed. His luck would only grow worse. Cutting off one's fortune was far more ruthless than killing a father or taking a wife. If a father died, you could wear mourning. If a wife was lost, you could remarry. But without fortune, the path of cultivation would be bumpy, and one could hardly achieve great success. In this world where might makes right, without strength one could only be like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Proud as Yi Ming was, how could he tolerate this? In an instant he thought of one person, Tianjizi. Among Yi Ming's enemies, only this old man had the ability to alter one's fortune. Tianjizi, I will kill you. As Yi Ming was secretly vowing, sect master Kong Shuzi came before him, and consoled talk of fortune is illusory and unreliable. You cannot bear the dignity of a divine son. Come to my main peak as a holy son. Yi Ming nodded. It seemed there was no other choice. Then he humbly inquired, Sect Master, does your offer of the Earthgrade artifact and technique still stand? Kong Shuzi frowned displeased. This kid is truly insatiable. I don't even mind your broken brow, yet you have the audacity to ask for my things. Kong Shuzi said sternly, I can give you an Earthgrade technique. Yi Ming was overjoyed. Thank you, Sect Master, for your generosity. But I have one more request. Now Kong Shuzi dropped all pretense and scolded coldly, Yi Ming, do not push your luck. Yi Ming hastily explained, it's just a small request, please grant it. Kong Shuzi said nothing, gesturing for Yi Ming to continue. Yi Ming looked at Zhang Biao and the others below the stage, murder flaring in his eyes. I want to kill everyone down there, especially Zhang Biao. I will tear him limb from limb. Instantly Kong Shuzi erupted in fury. You want to murder fellow disciples in public? The soaring spiritual energy erupted from Kong Shuzi like a nuclear explosion. Kong Zuzi's spiritual energy was of the ultimate variant ice type. A super energy that could freeze space itself. In his rage he instantly turned all cultivators below the nascent soul stage in the Taishan sacred sect into ice statues, and the entire sect was coated in a layer of ice crystals. Fortunately Kong Shuzi quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, or he would have nearly annihilated the entire sect. Coming to his senses, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming chill. Faced with absolute power, he had no time to think of a countermeasure. In the end Kong Shuzi did not kill Yi Ming but said with utter disgust, take care of yourself. In the evening a servant delivered an Earthgrade technique to Yi Ming, who was but the moment Yi Ming opened the technique, he was so frightened that he threw it away. On the title page not only was there fresh blood but 3 large characters shown clearly transforming Dragon Fist. At the moment Yi Ming was consecrated as the holy son, Lu Wujin was on his way to the Blood Sea sect. The Lu family had already reaped immense profits from the dragon urine trade, so they no longer had to worry about spirit stones. With spirit stones, weapons and techniques naturally became attainable. The Lu family only needed to follow the established path to become the premier family of Dugu City. The book The Untold Secrets of Yi Ming had also sold nearly 100,000 copies. After being reworked and embellished by dozens of storytellers twice or thrice over, the book had reached a point where even its author Lu Wujin dared not read it openly. Indeed, the power of the masses is boundless. A decent pseudo-documentary novel had been twisted by these people into an otherworldly version of Jin Ping Mei. Fortunately Lu, who had not revealed the author's name Lu Wujin, or else he would have become infamous. The matter of the dragon urine made Lu Wujin's heart tremble with fear. Some reckless fool had spread the rumor that the dragon urine sold by the Lu family possessed aphrodisiac properties. Men have always been the same. None would admit their inadequacy, yet most were secretly lacking. The already popular dragon urine went into a frenzy. Originally sold at 10 bottles per spirit stone, it was now being scalped in Dugu City at 3 bottles per spirit stone. For those outside the city, purchasing it was utterly impossible. Lu Wujin was initially delighted. After all, who wouldn't be happy making money? Until one day he was dragged by that woman by Ruoshui to attend the Bai family banquet. The moment he sat at the table, Lu Wujin nearly had a heart attack. Good heavens! From the Bai family's ancestor Bai Chou down to the 4th generation direct descendant Bai Wudi, everyone was guzzling down dragon urine by the bottle. Only then did Lu Wujin realize the gravity of the situation. If the truth about the dragon urine were ever exposed, he would be beaten to death by the people of Dugu City without a doubt. Even if he weren't killed, he would be tied up by the Bai family and forced to become a Livian son-in-law. Bai Ruoshui was not bad, but in the original story she was one of Yi Ming's harem. Although Lu Wujin's meddling seemed to have prevented any connection between Yi Ming and Bai Ruoshui, he did not want to take that risk. Sensing danger, Lu Wujin wrote a letter to Tianjizi, who was in the central continent, hoping to borrow some experts to protect the Lu family. He himself left Dugu City with Shire and headed for the Blood Sea sect. To be honest, Lu Wujin had no desire to take Shire along. He was no lecher like Yi Ming, who couldn't live without women. In Lu Wujin's eyes, the beautiful Shire was nothing but a burden. Other people's maids were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They could manage the household during the day, cook in the kitchen, and warm the bed at night. But what about Shire? Forget music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She couldn't even handle simple chores. The only thing she could cook was grilled meat, and washing a single coat took a full 2 hours. As for warming the bed, she wanted to, but Lu Wujin was unwilling. It wasn't that he was incapable. Rather, his mind was entirely occupied with how to kill Yi Ming. As for finding a wife and starting a family, that naturally had to wait. Lu Wujin could tolerate her inability to do housework, But the girl was too stubborn. Lu Wujin's original plan was to have Tianjizi take Shire back to Qingqiu Mountain on the way. But that stubborn girl insisted that Tianjizi looked like a goat tribe villain and refused to go with him. If he forced her to leave, she threatened to kill herself. Helpless Lu Wujin had to think of another way. This trip to the Blood Sea sect was a perilous journey with uncertain life or death. How could he want to bring this encumbrance? But the girl would throw a tantrum, crying, making a scene and threatening suicide. She had mastered these feminine tricks to perfection. In the end, Lu Wujin had no choice but to take her along. Lu Wujin was lazy and didn't want to suffer. He preferred lying in a comfortable carriage to riding a horse. Driving the carriage should have been Shire's duty. Yet for some reason the horse seemed terrified of Shire. Every time she approached it would become agitated and struggle to escape. To solve this, Lu Wujin came up with a lazy solution. He caught a wild bison that had just gained intelligence, put a harness on it and let it drive itself. This way he didn't need a coachman. At first it was fine. The wild bison only occasionally stopped to graze by the roadside but otherwise obediently kept moving. After observing for 2 days, Lu Wujin and Shire, both worry-free souls, decided the bison was reliable and stopped paying attention to it. The two of them would either play games in the carriage or sleep in a heap. One night while Lu Wujin and Shire were sleeping soundly in each other's arms, a violent jolt woke them. Half asleep, Lu Wujin slapped Shire. "Girl, why are you on top of me again? You're crushing me. Go out and see what's happening." Shire rubbed her eyes, looking aggrieved. "The carriage is this small, I had no choice." As she spoke, she poked her head out. "Ah!" Shire screamed. "What's wrong?" Lu Wujin quickly got up to check. The sight nearly infuriated him to death. That damned wild bison had taken advantage of their inattention to drag the carriage into a herd of wild bison. Right now it was mounted on a female bison committing an indecent act. Shire's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Wujin was also mortified and slapped the bison's rump several times. "You bastard! Do you have a death wish? Believe me, I'll stew you tonight." But at such a moment the wild bison had no time to care about anything else. It didn't even glance at Lu Wujin's slap. Rumble. Just as Lu Wujin was about to take action, a thunderous noise came from afar. Looking up, he saw hundreds of bison, each as large as a hill, charging madly toward them. While Lu Wujin was wondering why bison were also perverted enough to enjoy watching such acts, Shire noticed something wrong. "Master, this is bad. Our bison and these bison are not the same breed." At first Lu Wujin was puzzled, but then he saw the female bison's appearance clearly. Their bison was pure black with 2 horns, while the female beneath it had wynard fur and 3 horns on its head. Suddenly Lu Wujin understood everything. "Damn it! You lecherous bison! You're having an affair with someone else's wife. You deserve to die." The wild bison also sensed the danger. It finished hastily and then turned to bolt. In this life-or-death crisis, the bison unleashed its full potential. It accelerated from 0 to 100 in just 0.3 seconds, covering several hundred meters instantly. The bison ran wild while Lu Wujin and Shire were nearly shaken to death. At the moment of the start, inertia slammed Lu Wujin into the carriage, as if he had been hit by a cannonball. Fortunately, Lu Wujin reacted quickly and shielded Shire, or else the fall would have severely injured her given her low cultivation. And it didn't end there. The wild bison was now galloping across the wilderness. The road was uneven, the speed was high, and the carriage of this era had no suspension. Combined with these factors, the carriage bounced so violently it nearly took flight. Lu Wujin protected Shire, curling up like a marble, and being tossed around inside the carriage. After a day and a half, the wild bison finally stopped panting heavily. Despite his injuries, Lu Wujin didn't get angry. That night he simply cooked a large pot of beef soup for Shire. Indeed, the ancients were right, lust is a knife at the head. Unlike the righteous and open ways of the Taishan sacred sect, the stronghold of the Blood Sea sect lay within a hidden spatial rift. Without guidance, an ordinary person would never find it. Fortunately, Lu Wujin, as the author of this tale, knew the general location of the Blood Sea sect's entrance. He vaguely recalled that it lay within a village named Wangba Ditch. Having lost his wild bull, Lu Wujin purchased a donkey from a nearby peasant. The two of them rode the donkey slowly toward Wangba Ditch. At noon that day they stopped at a roadside tea house for a meal and some rest. They had barely taken 2 bites when they saw 2 burly men at a neighboring table suddenly leap to their feet and begin beating the tea house waiter viciously. "You little bastard, you are asking for death. The water's so hot, are you trying to scald me to death?" The poor waiter dared not fight back, only covering his head and begging for mercy. The 2 assailants were quite distinctive. They bore a strong resemblance to each other, likely brothers. The one on the left was a cripple who was now savagely kicking the waiter's chest with his prosthetic left leg. In the heat of the moment he tore off his prosthetic and swung it wildly at the waiter's head. The one on the right was a mute. He furiously kicked the waiter's backside while opening his mouth wide in voiceless howls. Both were cultivators and they struck without restraint. Soon the waiter was beaten to the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. Shire kind-hearted as she was wanted to intervene, but Lu Wujin pressed her back onto the bench. The strong prey on the weak, that's the way of this world. Don't meddle. I have no desire to die in the streets for a moment of misplaced kindness. Though Shire complied, she muttered rebelliously under her breath. You're too selfish, master. Lu Wujin heard her and gave her a sharp rap on the head, making her eyes redden with tears. Girl, if you keep playing the saint, I'll sell you to the pig-headed orcs. Even among half-beasts there were hierarchies. The pig-headed ones were dim-witted, brutal, and lecherous. They were the lowest of the low. Lu Wujin's threat to sell her to them terrified Shire, her face turning pale. The mere thought of stinking pig demons lining up with leering grins to pounce on her made death seem preferable. Shire burst into tears, frightened by that scoundrel Lu Wujin. He hadn't expected the threat of pig-headed orcs to be so potent, reducing a young girl to sobs. Left with no choice, he had to soothe the storm he had stirred up. In his flustered state, Lu Wujin's tongue slipped and he rashly promised to buy 2 cakes as an apology. The cake itself wasn't the problem. The problem was that such a thing didn't exist in this world. But men, after all, were most notorious for their stubborn pride. Having made the promise, he couldn't back down now. If he couldn't buy a cake, why not make one? As Lu Wujin racked his brain to recall how a cake was made, the waiter was on the verge of death. The crippled and mute brothers had already left. The waiter was gasping for air, his life fading fast. The tea house owner, however, remained utterly calm. He fetched a straw mat, wrapped the barely alive waiter in it, and with a few others tossed the still-breathing man into the river behind the tea house. Even Lu Wujin was taken aback and confronted the owner. You're just throwing him into the river. The owner replied, Rest assured, sir, our tea is made with well water, not river water. Lu Wujin said, I wasn't asking about the water. The man isn't even dead yet and you discard him. The owner said, I can't have him die in my shop. It's too unlucky. Lu Wujin massaged his temples, his head throbbing. This world was utterly devoid of morality and humanity. He noticed that the closer they got to Wangbadich, the more wicked deeds and people they encountered. Robberies, thefts, brawls, arson, and murder. These incidents grew more frequent and the streets were filled with increasingly grotesque figures. A hunchback child, a youth with 3 eyes, a man whose face was a web of scars, a woman without skin. In just 3 days, Lu Wujin and Shire had been robbed 5 times and faced 3 attempted assaults. During one of those assaults, someone even tried to take Lu Wujin back as a forced husband. At his wits' end, Lu Wujin decided he had to do something or he wouldn't even have time to sleep. Lu Wujin noticed that the more bizarre a person's appearance, the less likely they were to be challenged. So he made a bold decision to change his image. He dyed his hair a garish purple, donned a flashy blue jacket like a cheap seductress, squeezed into skin-tight pants that revealed the curve of his buttocks, and slipped on glittering golden Chelsea boots. When Lu Wujin unveiled his new look, even the road bandits were stunned and Shire wanted to cover her face and flee. Instead of being ashamed, Lu Wujin was proud. He spun around in front of Shire and asked, Shire, don't you think him handsome? Shire covered her face. Master, please change. This is so embarrassing. Lu Wujin pouted, declaring that Shire had no taste. With his outlandish appearance, they indeed encountered far fewer troubles. After traveling for several more days, they came across the crippled and mute brothers again. Those 2 were truly wicked. They were up to their old tricks again, having captured a young girl in the bushes by the roadside, intent on violating her. By the time Lu Wujin and Shire passed by, the girl had barely any clothes left. A few minutes later and her virtue would have been lost. This time, without shears prompting, Lu Wujin in his outlandish attire walked straight toward them. The sudden appearance of this freak clearly startled the 2 brothers. They stopped their foul work and eyed the newcomer warily. The crippled elder brother Lu Busan asked uncertainly, Are you human? That single question nearly shattered Lu Wujin's composure. If he weren't afraid of losing a fight, he would have loved to beat the cripple to death. Lu Wujin took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and even forced a bright smile at Lu Busan. Brothers, don't mind me. I just enjoy a good show. You don't mind if I squat here and watch for a bit, do you? Aya! The mute Lu Busi, quick-tempered as ever, drew a short axe and lunged at Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin remained unfazed. He calmly pulled out a short blade which gleamed with flowing light and shimmered with spiritual energy, clearly no ordinary weapon. Busi, stop! Lu Busan was cautious, unable to gauge the stranger's strength and unwilling to act recklessly. He then turned to Lu Wujin. Since you desire this girl, she's yours. Busi, let's go. Though Lu Busi was reluctant, he could only glare fiercely at Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin was stunned. Were these scoundrels really so easygoing? They just gave up the girl without a fight. In truth, Lu Busan's decision was wise. Every cultivator was shrewd. Risking unknown dangers for a mere ant-like girl was something only a fool or Yi Ming would do. Only a heaven-blessed son of fate like Yi Ming with his outrageous luck dared to stir up trouble everywhere. Normal cultivators treasured their lives. The rescued girl named Dahua was both voluptuous and beautiful. Seeing that Lu Wujin was handsome, she wept and begged to marry him. Before he could respond, Shire hastily refused on his behalf. I haven't even gotten my hands on him, yet what business does this hussy have butting in? Unable to resist Dahua's enthusiasm, Lu Wujin asked for 5 eggs, half a jean of fine flour, and some white sugar as a reward for rescuing her. After bidding farewell to Dahua, Lu Wujin brought these items to a restaurant. Borrowing the restaurant owner's kitchen, he began to knead dough to make a cake. In truth, Lu Wujin had never made a cake before. He only knew that making a cake required water, eggs, sugar, and flour. As for the specific steps, he was utterly clueless. Yet a man's words were like driven nails. Since he had promised Shire, he had to make the cake. Unfortunately, ideals were plump but reality was harsh. The first step of cake making, kneading the dough, stumped Lu Wujin. Despite using all his strength, he could not form the dough into a cohesive lump. Add water when the dough is dry, add flour when it's too wet. The half jean of flour somehow turned into a large basin of dough. In the end, the restaurant chef, unwilling to waste it, helped Lu Wujin knead the dough properly. As Lu Wujin busied himself in a fluster, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If making a cake was this troublesome, what about glass gunpowder or soap? Wouldn't that be a hassle to death? Fortunately, he was a writer of mindless harem novels. If he wrote historical fiction, wouldn't he have to steal poems and make glass every day? By the way, how is glass made? By burning sand vigorously. As Lu Wujin's mind wandered, the chef had already finished kneading the dough mixed with eggs. It was yellow and oily, looking quite decent. Making a cake required an oven, but Lu Wujin thought it was no big deal. Isn't it just heating? Roasting it over a fire should have the same effect. To make the cake look more refined, Lu Wujin even shaped it. He planned to make a popular trailing cake from his past life, the kind with layers upon layers. But Lu Wujin had no idea how to achieve the layers. So he rolled the egg dough into long strips, then wound them around and around. The finished product. Well, to put it nicely, it looked like a snail casually shaped by a 3-year-old. To put it bluntly, it resembled a pile of feces. Yet Lu Wujin, as if blind, seemed very satisfied. He placed these abstract snails one by one on a flat pan. After roasting for half an hour, the yellow snails turned into pitch black snails. Through the cracked black crust, a yellow interior was exposed. Aside from the burnt smell, it looked exactly like feces. Seeing the cake in this state, Shire was utterly incredulous. Young master, is the cuisine of your human race so heavy in flavor? Shire tried to use the most euphemistic words to describe the thing before her, but the thing itself left no room for euphemism. Lu Wujin, usually thick-skinned, blushed for once. Though this cake looks a bit crude, the taste should still be decent. With that, Lu Wujin picked up a piece of cake. After hesitating for a long time, he dared not put it in his mouth. Finally, he cast a pleading look at the chef, who was watching the spectacle. Brother, how about you give it a try? Clang. The chef's cleaver fell to the ground in shock, and he immediately knelt before Lu Wujin. Young master, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a 3-year-old child crying for milk. Please spare my life. Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin then looked at Shire, who silently gazed up at the roof. Oh, what fine weather we're having today. Unwilling to give up, Lu Wujin walked out of the kitchen, and soon returned with the restaurant owner's large wolf. Faced with the black lumpy cake, the wolf dog also looked puzzled, as if wondering why today's feces smelled like. After a long hesitation, the wolf dog took a bite of the black cake. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Then came the dog's mournful whimper. If it could speak, it would surely curse. Damn, why is today's shit so hard? Shire curiously picked up the bitten cake. 3 or 4 broken dog teeth were neatly embedded in it. Shire's mouth fell open in astonishment, and she incredulously showed the cake to Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin, ahem. The dog might be old and have bad teeth. The chef's resentful voice came from the side. Huzi is only 2 years old and loves chewing on pig bones. Lu Wujin, embarrassed and angry, snapped. No one's asking you to speak. Red-faced, he gathered the remaining 6 lumps of cake. If you want, eat them, I'll keep them for myself. Truly, a man's stubbornness rivaled titanium alloyed diamonds. After lunch, the two traveled another 30 to 50 li. Finally by dusk they reached their destination Wangba Gully. Before even entering the village their eyes widened. Good heavens, a small village of a few hundred households was packed with over 10,000 bizarre-looking humans. These people were crooked-eyed, lay missing arms or legs. None were normal. They were noisy and restless without a moment's peace. After some inquiry Lu Wujin learned that everyone had come for the Blood Sea sect selection to become its disciples. Among them Lu Wujin spotted a pair of acquaintances, the lame older brother Lu Busan and the mute younger brother Lu Busi. Thinking that such scum were also participating in the Blood Sea sect selection, Lu Wujin grew deeply worried about his own future. The entrance to the Blood Sea sect was a dry well around which countless people were crowded noisily. The sect's representatives were nowhere to be seen. Some bastards, perhaps tired of waiting, started cursing at the dry well. The well's prolonged silence emboldened them, and some reckless ones even kicked and struck the well's mouth. It wasn't until a brave soul appeared that the well finally stirred. This brave man loosened his belt and aimed to urinate into the well. The moment he dropped his pants, an exceptionally beautiful hand emerged from the well. Slender and long, white and jade-like with blood-red nails, this hand could have been a museum-worthy work of art. Just as everyone was lost in fantasies about the hand's owner, the jade hand grasped 2 testicles. A gentle squeeze, then a firm press. Squelch! Ah! The brave man's scream echoed across the entire Wangba Gully. Hiss! Every male present gasped sharply. His balls had been crushed. How painful must that be? Hello, naughty little brothers. I'm your favorite sister Long Sharo, the foremost beauty of the Blood Sea sect. Long time no see. I've missed you all so much. Just as everyone's attention was on the testicle-crushed brave man, a sweet-faced, voluptuously beautiful woman emerged from the well. Men are lustful, especially since everyone here was a bunch of unscrupulous scoundrels. In normal times someone would have already made a lewd remark. But now everyone turned into virtuous monks, eyes straight ahead, not daring to meet Long's iris gaze. Lu Wujin was also terrified of this testicle-crushing queen. Yet upon hearing the name Long Sharo, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and stole a few more glances. According to the novel's timeline, Long Sharo should now be the Blood Sea sect's saintess. 20 years later, due to her repeated meritorious deeds in the Eastern War, she would be named the Blood Sea sect's divine maiden. In the novel, Long Aotian's harem, Long Sharo was one of the few independent women. Long Sharo acted with goals and plans, stopping at nothing to achieve them. Unfortunately, readers disliked this career-oriented woman, so Lu Wujin had her die early in the novel. And to satisfy the fetishes of certain perverted readers, Long Sharo died a miserable death. She was ambushed and captured alive by that bastard Yi Ming. After having his fun with her, he sent her to a supreme elder of the Taishan sacred sect as a cauldron for yin harvesting, where she was tortured to death. Naughty little brother, keep staring and he'll gouge out your eyes. Lu Wujin, lost in thought, forgot to avert his gaze from Long Sharo. As luck would have it, from Long Zyra's perspective, not only was this bastard Lu Wujin staring at her chest, but he also wore a lecherous expression. How could she not be furious? Miss Long, I'm sorry. This apology carried the utmost sincerity from Lu Wujin. Although Long Sharo was killed by Yi Ming, it was Lu Wujin who had written this plot. This essentially meant Lu Wujin had orchestrated Long Zyra's death. In a court of law, he would at the very least be considered an accomplice. Long Sharo flew angrily before Lu Wujin, her 2 mounds of snow-white cleavage nearly pressing against his face. You little brat, isn't this what you like to see? Go on, look your fill. Despite the tempting sight before him, Lu Wujin's heart remained utterly calm. The thought that this beautiful young woman had died because of him filled him with unbearable shame. Lu Wujin stepped back twice, then bowed deeply to Long Sharo. I'm sorry, Miss Long. In the future, if you ever face any difficulty, no matter how far, just say the word. I, Lu Wujin, will smash my own head on the ground just to hear the sound for you. His words were resolute, without a hint of hesitation. This declaration instead left Long Sharo at a loss, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. This kid really is a lecher, who would confess their love in front of everyone the first time they meet. Well, the words Lu Wujin had spoken were indeed ambiguous, easily leading to misunderstanding. Behind Lu Wujin, the 12-eared fox pricked up its ears. Its eyes wide, it let out a threatening ah towards Long Sharo. Long Sharo smiled sweetly, mocking Lu Wujin. You little pervert, have you no shame? Look, you've angered your fox wife. Be careful you don't end up kneeling on a washboard when you get home. Lu Wujin, were all members of the demonic cult so profound? Why couldn't he understand a single word Long Sharo said? As the saintess of the Blood Sea sect, Long Sharo naturally didn't need to personally handle the assessment of disciples. Accompanying her out of the well was a perverted, bald-headed man. He was clad only in a palm-sized cloth pouch from head to toe, his crisscrossing muscles covered in red characters. Lu Wujin glanced at the text out of curiosity. That glance nearly made him cry out in shock. Damn, this guy was too twisted. The text tattooed on his body was actually the pseudo-documentary novel Lu Wujin had written months ago, The Untold Secrets of Ming. He had actually engraved a pornographic novel onto his own body. Lu Wujin was deeply concerned for the bald man's mental state. The bald man, however, took pride instead of shame in his actions. Puffing out his chest, he introduced himself to the crowd. I am Iron Bear, an outer sect elder of the Blood Sea sect. I like men and reading. All you idiots who haven't reached the Foundation establishment stage or are over 30 years old get lost. The Blood Sea sect doesn't take in trash. These words immediately displeased some. Elder Iron, I am Lu Dayo from Bright Light Peak. I am at the peak of Foundation establishment and just over 30. Could you, for the sake of my father Lu Tiger, allow me to participate in the selection? Iron Bear glared, then kicked Lu Dayo squarely in the face. The force of the kick was immense. The ingratiating smile on Lu Dayo's face hadn't even faded before he vanished into the clouds. Afterwards, Iron Bear said to his subordinate behind him, send someone to Bright Light Peak. Ask Lu Tiger for 50,000 spirit stones. If he asks why, tell him his son Lu Dayo offended me. The rest were dumbfounded. They beat the son and still wanted the father to pay compensation. Was the Blood Sea sect always this overbearing? This incident cowed everyone, leaving them with no courage to cheat. Those who hadn't reached Foundation establishment or were over 30 slunk away in disgrace. Half an hour later, the once crowded Turtle Ditch village was left with only a few dozen people. Still not reassured, Iron Bear tested everyone's bone age before leading them to jump into the dry well. Everyone else jumped smoothly enough, but it was more troublesome for Lu Wujin and his companion. After all, they had arrived riding a donkey. The well's mouth was deep and looked terrifying. The little donkey stubbornly refused to jump down. Lu Wujin wanted to carry it down on his back, but the donkey's reaction was too violent, and he couldn't hold it alone. The kind-hearted 12 suggested Lu Wujin set the donkey free, granting it liberty. But Lu Wujin, a miser, absolutely refused. After all, he had bought it for 5 silver taels. How could he just abandon it? Seeing everyone else jumping into the well one by one, Lu Wujin could only brazenly approach Long Xiao. Saintess, could you do me a favor? Long Xiao was startled. She had never revealed her identity as the Saintess in public. Could this kid also have connections and have seen her before? Long Xiao remained silent, and Lu Wujin took it as agreement. He continued, my donkey is being too stubborn. Could you help me lift it? Long Xiao. In her 18 years of life, this was the first time anyone had made such an absurd request. I am so sexy and beautiful. To intimidate you greenhorns today. I even wore the slit stockings I usually don't. And you want me to help you lift a donkey? Had she lost her charm, or was he just blind to beauty? As Long Xiao sank into deep self-doubt, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. That beast Lu Wujin had actually tied up the donkey and hoisted it onto her shoulder. Looking at the wooden pole on her shoulder, and the donkey tied to it, Long Xiao was so angry she laughed. You little bastard, aren't you afraid I'll crush your balls too? Lu Wujin, walking ahead, flinched slightly, clearly scared. But before Long Xiao could gloat, his voice came back eerily calm. Crush them if you like. It's what I owe you. Even if you killed me right now, I wouldn't have a single complaint. As it turned out, sincerity was always the ultimate trump card. Lu Wujin's frankness left Long Xiao bewildered. You little brat, who exactly are you? Have we met before? Why don't I have the slightest memory of you? Lu Wujin opened his mouth to explain, but found nothing he could say. Tell Long Xiao that he had created this world. That the almighty creator was now carrying a donkey with her. Miss Long, in our past life I was your enemy. You died because of me. In this life I am here to repay that debt. Miss Long, in our past life I was your enemy. You died because of me. In this life I am here to repay that debt. Long Xiao rolled her eyes at him. I don't believe you. Lu Wujin continued lazily. I know you've run into trouble while cultivating the 3rd layer of the Blood Sea divine art. You need the Bodhi flesh from the North Sea to heal. I know where to find it. I'll take you there in a few days. Long Xiao's body trembled slightly. Lu Wujin's words had truly frightened her. She had only encountered the problem with her cultivation yesterday, and hadn't told a single soul. How could this kid possibly know? Could it be that what he said was true? Seeing Long Xiao's expression change, 12 quickly stepped forward to take the wooden pole. Feeling the weight lift from her shoulder, Long Xiao looked at 12 in confusion. 12 blushed and whispered pleadingly in Long Xiao's ear, Saintess Long, please don't crush the young master's balls. Hey, I might need to use them in the future. The Blood Sea Sect's assessment consists of a preliminary test and a final test. Those who pass will become official disciples of the Blood Sea Sect. Iron Bear recited the selection rules mechanically. It was no wonder Iron Bear was distracted. The scene of the saintess carrying a donkey earlier was simply too staggering. The Blood Sea Sect had 5 holy sons but only one woman, Long Xiao. The Blood Sea Sect was not like the Taishan sacred sect, which relied solely on talent to select its holy sons and daughters. To become a holy son or daughter of the Blood Sea Sect required strength, talent, and cunning in equal measure. To have fought her way through hundreds of thousands of disciples and successfully become a saintess was proof enough of Long Xiao's exceptional nature. For such a formidable figure to lower herself and carry a donkey with an outsider, the world was so insane it defied understanding. Sensing Iron Bear's gaze, Long Xiao shot him a fierce glare. Startled into a shudder, Iron Bear quickly composed himself and continued. The preliminary tests tell us about the evil deeds you've committed in the past. Lu Wujin was dumbfounded. He knew the Blood Sea Sect was an eccentric sect, but he never imagined it would be this bizarre. He had never expected the entrance test of the Blood Sea Sect to be so peculiar. What evil deeds had he done? Well, aside from secretly cursing Ming to death and writing books to slander him, Lu Wujin had always presented himself as a gentleman in public. According to his plan, as long as he became a disciple of the Blood Sea Sect, he could rise to the rank of Holy Son within a short time, allowing him to use the sect's power to oppose Ming, who was also a Holy Son. He never imagined he would be stuck at the very threshold of becoming a disciple. Should he make up some evil deeds? He wondered if this world's recruitment process included background checks. If they found out he was lying, would they kill him on the spot? While Lu Wujin frantically pondered a solution, the other scoundrels were proudly boasting about their past misdeeds. I'm Tang San from Haixian. I practice my family's secret art, the Tang sect's hidden weapons. To reach the supreme state of heartlessness, I used my darts to turn my girlfriend into a pincushion. Bayou beast. I Huang Laosi am wicked, but I never harm my own family. I have no other hobby. I just love hearing people scream. The day before yesterday, I caught my enemy Hong Daniu. I took a knife dipped in salt and sliced his flesh bit by bit. I started the day before yesterday and kept at it until this morning. He's still wailing in my storage pouch. Tisk tsk. You're truly a degenerate. We the Busan Busi brothers are much kinder in comparison. I'm Lu Busan and am particularly fond of women. Without exaggeration, if you stand on our county city wall and look down within 100 miles, the land is covered with my mothers-in-law. My younger brother Lu Bushi enjoys cutting off people's tongues, especially those of scholars. Have you heard of the Mute Academy of Hahai Academy? The 150 tongues from there are still hanging in my brother's bedroom. Lu Wujin listened, his heart pounding with terror. Tisk tsk. There were degenerates every year, and they all ended up at the Blood Sea Sect. If he were the heavenly Tao, he would have long sent down a bolt of righteous lightning to smite these living beasts. But what he never expected was that the crippled and mute Busan Busi brothers were also here. And wasn't this an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter? Lu Wujin fixed his gaze on the two brothers and pulled out a glowing spirit saber from his bosom. After a moment's thought, he put the saber away. Lu Wujin had never killed anyone. Wielding a blade would weigh on his conscience. He wanted to find a brick, but the Blood Sea Sect's hall was spotless without a single convenient brick in sight. After rummaging through his storage pouch for a while, he pulled out a cake shaped like feces that he had made a few days earlier. Lu Wujin picked up the cake and knocked it against a stone pillar beside him. Clang clang clang. Not bad. The hardness was definitely up to standard. The cake might be ugly, but it was still better than fighting barehanded. Clutching the cake, Lu Wujin gained an extra boost of courage. He took a deep breath and then bellowed, prepared to die. The sudden roar startled everyone, making them all shudder in unison. Just as the crowd was suppressing their anger to find out which idiot had shouted, a figure charged swiftly into their midst, kicked Lu Busan's good leg out from under him, and simultaneously slammed a dark lumpy object straight into the mute Lu Bux's face. That kick was vicious. Lu Busan clutched his good leg and howled in pain. That cake strike was brutal. Lu Bux's face was covered in blood, and he screamed in agony. Lu Wujin pressed his advantage, mercilessly smashing the cake onto Lu Bux's head several more times. Shut up. What the hell are you screaming for? Listen up, all of you. I am the #1 villain of Guqing, the one who curses widows, kicks down cripples' good legs, and robs old bachelors' graves. Lu Wujin of the Lu family. Everyone gaped in shock at Lu Wujin's flamboyant entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Lu Wujin was wondering what to do next, a cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. Holy shit! That brother is using a turd as his magical artifact. This time everyone turned their gaze to Lu Wujin's right hand. Another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Good heavens, I thought Lu Dason was the ultimate degenerate under heaven. But I never imagined there was someone like this in the world. Awesome. They say the Blood Sea sect is full of eccentrics, but I never thought I'd see such a freak before even entering the sect. Truly an eye-opener. I used to feel alienated because I was too twisted. Who knew that at the Blood Sea sect I'd be looked down upon for not being twisted enough? Oh heavens, are you trying to destroy me? Lu Wujin couldn't take it anymore. These bastards dared to call the cake he had painstakingly made a piece. Damn it. You could insult my character, but you couldn't insult my cooking. Lu Wujin raised the cake and explained fiercely to the crowd. This is a snack from my hometown. Cake, it's cake. The crowd looked at Lu Bushi, whose nose bridge had been shattered, and then back at Lu Wujin. Though no one spoke, every cell in their bodies told Lu Wujin they didn't believe him. That bastard Yi Ming. Final proof today that this is a cake. With that, Lu Wujin moved to shove the cake into his mouth. This sight nearly scared Iron Bear to death. Quick, stop him. If this kid actually ate shit in public today, it wouldn't just be the outer sex face that was lost. The entire Blood Sea sect's reputation would be dragged through the mud. If other sects found out that the Blood Sea sect had accepted a disciple who ate feces, how could the sect ever hold its head up in the martial world again? Iron Bear could already imagine the terrifying scene. Blood Sea sect disciple? I am from the Blood Sea sect. Other sects? Oh, you're that disciple from the shite-eating sect. Iron Bear drew in a sharp breath. This absolutely could not happen. While Iron Bear was panicking, Lu Wujin had dug in his heels. 7 or 8 strong men couldn't hold him down. He was dead set on taking a bite of the cake. Seeing this, Iron Bear pleaded, brother. No, big brother. I'm begging you, please. Name any condition you want, just don't eat it. Can I ask for anything? Lu Wujin's interest was piqued. Afraid that the perverse Lu Wujin might make some outrageous request, Tai Xiong quickly added another sentence. Name your request and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Lu Wujin thought for a moment, then asked tentatively. Did I pass the preliminary assessment? Tai Xiong waved his hand dismissively. You passed, you passed. In all my years as an examiner, you're the most ruthless one I've ever seen. Lu Wujin let out a long sigh of relief. Then he pulled Shire out from the crowd. This is my personal maid. If I become a disciple of the Blood Sea sect, can I bring her with me? Lu Wujin lowered his head and thought. What was the Blood Sea sect's greatest treasure? Naturally, it was its ultimate technique. Lu Wujin lowered his head and thought. What was the Blood Sea sect's greatest treasure? Naturally, it was its ultimate technique, the heaven-grade Blood Sea divine art. The Blood Sea divine art stood among the most formidable of all heaven-grade techniques. Unlike the grand divination art practiced by Tianjizi, the Blood Sea divine art pursued the pinnacle of offense and the most terrifying defense. In the original story, when Long Sharo fought Yi Ming, Yi Ming's cultivation had already surpassed Long Sharo by half a step. Not only that, he had also cultivated 2 heaven-grade techniques, the Divine Illumination Sutra and the Supreme Mystic Oracle, and wielded the heaven-grade spiritual artifact, the Eightfold Gate of Rebirth, along with dozens of earth-grade spiritual artifacts. With all these overwhelming advantages, Yi Ming still couldn't overpower Long Sharo Heiden, and was forced to resort to a sneak attack to capture her. From this, it was easy to see the sheer dominance of the Blood Sea divine art. As formidable as the Blood Sea divine art was, the chances of Lu Wujin ever learning it were virtually zero. To cultivate the Blood Sea divine art, one had to meet 2 conditions simultaneously. First, earn the position of Holy Son or Divine Son of the Blood Sea sect through one's own efforts. Second, one must be a descendant of Long Jiutian, the creator of the Blood Sea divine art. The first condition could be achieved with effort and some scheming. But to fulfill the second condition, Lu Wujin could only find a crooked tree and hang himself from its southeastern branch, hoping to be reborn in the next life as a member of the Long family. Aside from the Blood Sea divine art, Lu Wujin truly had no interest in the other treasures of the Blood Sea sect. Not that he was bragging. If he had the strength, he could find over a dozen heaven-grade techniques and dozens of heaven-grade spiritual artifacts right now. Tai Xiong was merely an outer sect elder, probably not even ranking in the top 500 among the Blood Sea sect's elders. A man of such low standing could at most offer a low-grade earth-tier spiritual artifact. Rather than making unrealistic wishes and offending others, it was better to give up outright. Just as Lu Wujin was about to open his mouth to decline, he inadvertently caught sight of Long Sharo in the corner. Lu Wujin's heart softened and he said to Tai Xiong, I've heard that Elder Tai is skilled in gardening and possesses 5 extremely rare galaxy orchids. I would like to offer 10,000 spirit stones to purchase one. Tai Xiong chuckled. You may be a freak, but your taste is impressive. The mundane world only knows to toss spiritual herbs and flowers into alchemy furnaces, never appreciating the inherent beauty of these plants themselves. Tai Xiong carefully took out a potted plant covered in silk from his storage pouch, and handed it to Lu Wujin. A true friend is hard to find. This galaxy orchid is yours. When the silk was lifted, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. The silk-like black petals were dotted with silver-white specks of varying sizes. Dark and profound, with silver light radiating in all directions, it truly resembled a summer Milky Way. Gorgeous and enchanting. Lu Wujin was also stunned by the flower and blurted out involuntarily, "Drunk, I knew not the sky was in the water." A boat full of clear dreams pressed upon the galaxy. Though the rough men around him didn't understand what Lu Wujin had said, it didn't stop them from thinking he was remarkable. Those 2 lines might be obscure, but casually composing poetry was already an impressive feat, wasn't it? Shire and Long Zyrus' eyes sparkled with admiration. The uneducated Shire thought, "My lord is so amazing, I must bear his children." Long Xiao, who had a bit more culture, mused, "This poem is so beautiful, the artistic conception so lofty. Who would have thought this little brat was actually a scholar?" Seeing the unusual look in Long Zyrus' eyes, Lu Wujin quickly explained, "Someone else wrote that poem. It has nothing to do with me." Then, somewhat flustered, he handed the galaxy orchid to Long Xiao. Long Xiao stared at Lu Wujin in disbelief. "You're giving this to me?" Lu Wujin nodded. "Miss Long, the path of cultivation is fraught with countless hardships. I only wish you a little more joy." Tai Xiong, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat for Lu Wujin. As the only holy maiden of the Blood Sea sect, Long Xiao was also exceptionally beautiful. She was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Blood Sea sect. Naturally, such a figure attracted many suitors. But the holy maiden Long seemed to dislike humans. Everyone who had courted her was hung up and flogged mercilessly. Though Lu Wujin was a freak, Tai Xiong actually quite liked the lad. Just as Tai Xiong was about to plead for leniency, the holy maiden Long, acting like a shy young girl, carefully wiped the blood from her hands, and with a bashful expression accepted the flower from Lu Wujin. Tai Xiong. That madwoman Long Xiao could actually blush. Holy shit. This was as rare as a sow climbing a tree or a eunuch visiting a brothel. A once-in-a-century oddity. That kid surnamed Lu was definitely something else. He could even tame a monster like Long Xiao. The world was never short of opportunists. A young Master Zhu from Langlang Mountain, believing himself more handsome, and 1,000 times more talented than Lu Wujin, shoved him aside, and stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am from Langlang Mountain and my name is..." Bang! Before young Master Zhu could finish, Long Xiao struck. Her right leg slammed viciously into his groin. The kick was so powerful that Lu Wujin, standing nearby, could hear the sound of bones cracking. Sweat beaded on Lu Wujin's forehead as he nervously glanced at the holy maiden Long. Good heavens, one kick shattered his pelvis. The title of egg-crushing queen was well deserved. A higher rank crushed a lower one. Long Zyrus' status far surpassed Tai Xiong's. With Long Xiao committing violence in public, Tai Xiong didn't dare utter a word. He could only summon people to drag the injured young Master Zhu out of the Blood Sea secret realm. To prevent the holy maiden Long from going berserk again, Tai Xiong quickly addressed the remaining crowd. "Passing the second round of the re-examination will officially make you disciples of the Blood Sea sect. The re-examination is simple: fighting. I will arrange for fellow cultivators of the same level to face you in battle. Defeating one will make you an outer sect disciple. Defeating 2 simultaneously makes you an inner sect disciple. Defeating 10 makes you a true disciple. Defeating 50 makes you a holy son. Defeating 100 makes you a divine son." Everyone except Lu Wujin let out a long sigh of relief. "Fighting. That's my specialty. I'm Chan Limbei from Hongxing. Back in the Futian campaign, I charged from Futian North Road to Futian South Road with 2 cleavers. On that path, no one of my generation could withstand 3 strikes from me. Just a street brawl and you're boasting about it. I'm Xia Wenxi from Shansheng. You've all heard of the Wending Society, right? My grandfather founded it. The Wending Society cuts down thugs below and slashes through gods and Buddhas above. When it comes to hacking people, it's a family tradition. I am Kawamoto Ichiro, Prince of the Yamaguchi-gumi from the island nation." Smack! Before the man could finish his bragging, Tai Xiong delivered a resounding slap that knocked young Kawamoto unconscious. "Damn it, how did an islander get in here? What rotten luck. Get a few men to chop this brat up and feed him to the dogs. I want to fight 10. The first to step onto the stage was Chan Limbei, a Foundation establishment cultivator wielding dual blades. Although Lu Wujin had never heard of this figure, the man's aura was indeed extraordinary. With the Ice Dragon Blade in his left hand, and the Fire Phoenix Edge in his right, this pair of top-grade mystical treasures alone could likely defeat 90% of Foundation establishment cultivators in the world. It seemed Chen Linbei had some confidence to declare he would fight 10. Hey! Tai Xiong let out a cold laugh but said nothing. With a wave of his hand, 10 youths clad in blue robes appeared behind Tai Xiong. Each of them looked listless as if they had just woken up. They showed no interest in even lifting their eyelids to look at Chen Linbei. After stepping onto the stage, the 10 did not rush to fight but instead gathered together to draw lots. One of them produced a bamboo tube containing 10 slips, one end of each dyed with color. The 10 drew slips in turn. The youth who drew a green slip remained expressionless while the one who drew a red slip looked utterly displeased. In the end, the fortunate soul who drew the red slip stepped forward to face Chen Linbei, while the rest sat at the corner of the arena acting as mere spectators. Even a fool could see that Chen Linbei was being looked down upon. He was Chen Linbei, the top prince of Hongxing and its future leader. To put it bluntly, on the 880 streets under Hongxing's control, even a dog would have to stand straight and bow when encountering Chen Linbei. How could a figure of such stature be disdained? If he didn't teach these brats a lesson today, what face would he have left in Hongxing? Ah! Chen Linbei roared as he charged at the red slip youth. His dual blades were wreathed in spiritual energy, their momentum fearsome. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he raised his blades and slashed fiercely at the youth's head. The red slip youth stood with his arms crossed watching Chen Linbei with a face full of disdain. Just as the dual blades were about to fall, the youth retreated half a step. Then with a light leap, he lifted his right leg high and slammed it viciously into the back of Chen Linbei's head. Boom! Chen Linbei turned into a shooting star, shattering the arena into pieces. The youth looked down at the nearly broken Chen Linbei and curled his lips. Trash. One move, just one move. The arrogant Chen Linbei was defeated. The audience below was dumbfounded. Defeated? Just like that? Those weaker than Chen Linbei worried in secret while those stronger frowned deeply. The opponent had only used one move, making it impossible to gauge his true strength. Next to step up was a nobody named Zhang Wei, who conservatively chose to fight 1. Unfortunately, against overwhelming power, clever tricks were of little use. Zhang Wei not only received a harsh slap, but was also called a coward. The following challengers all failed without exception, with 9 out of 10 losing in a single move. The brutal scene enraged Tai Xiong, who cursed loudly, "Worthless garbage. Aren't you all bragging about being geniuses? What's this? Can't even beat an outer disciple. Damn it, to give you a break. I brought the worst outer disciples today. If you can't even beat them, why don't you just die?" Tai Xiong's provocation seemed to backfire. The challengers cried foul. Good grief, so their opponents were all formal disciples of the Blood Sea sect. How could anyone possibly beat them? If anyone was cunning, it was the Blood Sea sect. The outer disciples of the Blood Sea sect hung their heads in shame, silently vowing to vent their anger on the rookies before them. Soon it was Lu Wujin's turn. Before he stepped up, 12, full of worry, grabbed his hand. "Master, how about we concede?" Lu Wujin patted her head and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I'll take you for cake when I come down." 12's face darkened and she said solemnly, "Master, rest assured. If you get killed, I'll remain a widow for you." Hearing this, Lu Wujin stumbled and nearly fell. He never expected this seemingly simple fox spirit to be so dark-hearted. Rolling his eyes at 12, Lu Wujin stepped onto the arena under everyone's gaze. Raising his head and hand, he pointed at the group of outer disciples opposite and declared, "All of you come at once. Today I want to fight 100. Long Xiao spat out a mouthful of tea, nearly choking on Lu Wujin's words. She stared at him in disbelief. Were all young men these days so reckless, treating their lives as if they meant nothing? As a saintess, Long Xiao had truly fought 50 outer disciples of the same cultivation level. Though outer disciples might sound like weaklings, never forget that this was the Blood Sea sect, one of the most powerful sects in the Eastern continent. In the Eastern continent there were over 2,000 empires with populations exceeding 100 million, and the number of cultivators was at least several billion. The Blood Sea sect and the Taishan sacred sect selected their disciples from the cream of this crop. Would there be poor students at Tsinghua or Peking University? The difficulty of the Blood Sea sect's selection far exceeded that. Was Lu Wujin merely fighting 100 ordinary people? No, he was fighting 100 geniuses. Xiaofeng was formidable, but could he face 100 martial arts masters at Carefree Manor? Yet pit him against 100 Jumozis or Ding Chunkius and even his guts would be beaten out of him. How did Long Xiao win back then? The Blood Sea divine art had a bug-like ability to heal wounds. As long as her opponent couldn't kill her in one blow, she could keep fighting. Even so, after that battle, Long Xiao was severely wounded and bedridden for a full year before she could get up. The hidden injuries from that fight still hadn't healed to this day. In the Blood Sea sect's millions of years of history, only 3 divine sons had ever appeared, all promoted from saint sons due to military merits. As for the 100-battle divine son, never existed. Challenging 100 outer disciples at once, it would be a dereliction of duty if they couldn't kill Lu Wujin. Long Xiao, who had taken a liking to Lu Wujin, cast aside her reserve and stepped forward to cover for him. Everyone misheard. Lu Wujin said he would challenge one person. Tai Xiong also whispered in Lu Wujin's ear, "Little brother, don't be reckless. The sect's higher-ups are watching everywhere and I dare not cheat." Moved by their concern, Lu Wujin felt warmth in his heart. This world wasn't so bad. Aside from that bastard Yi Ming, there were good people everywhere. After expressing his gratitude to the two, Lu Wujin once again declared loudly to the crowd, "Lu Wujin of Duga City hereby challenges 100 outer disciples of the Blood Sea sect." Woo! 12 burst into tears on the spot. Seeing she couldn't dissuade him, Long Xiao said, "Fine, I'll pick a nice grave for you as repayment for your gift of flowers." Tai Xiong also shook his head and patted Lu Wujin on the shoulder. "Go with peace of mind. I'll take good care of your maid and make sure she's not bullied here." The other challengers also greatly admired this fearless warrior. "Master Lu, go with ease. When you're gone, I'll fund a lavish funeral for you. I know woodworking, or I'll handle the coffin. I can fold paper. Leave the spirit money to me. Does anyone know how to play the swona? We need some music at the funeral. Stop yapping and pay your share first. I'll prepare the drinks and food for the funeral. I can chip in, but I'm not sitting with the kids, too noisy." Lu Wujin. As the master of his own funeral, Lu Wujin felt like hacking these guests to death with a knife. "Kid, you're dead today." Lu Wujin had stolen the limelight, but the outer sect disciples facing him felt an unparalleled humiliation. A genius. Who among those who entered the Blood Sea sect wasn't a genius? A genius should have the pride of a genius. Taking on 100. Was this a challenge? No, this was a slap in the face to the outer sect. If they didn't kill this Lu fellow today, the outer sect of Blood Sea sect might as well be disbanded. 100 furious outer sect disciples swarmed onto the stage. Each wielded a weapon, spiritual energy swirling around them. This time they chose to gang up, aiming to kill Lu Wujin within a second. Lu Wujin pulled a flask from his bosom, took a few gulps, then roared skyward, "Damn you, Ming, you forced me in." The battle erupted. When the crowd was less than 2 meters away, Lu Wujin drew a 6-barreled Gatling heavy machine gun from his bosom. When the enemy was less than a meter away, Lu Wujin opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling, with a maximum rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per second, was like death's scythe, pouring out countless bullets like a storm against the faces of the opponents. The charging outer sect disciples, seeing such a strange artifact for the first time, hesitated for a fraction of a second. But the next moment the bullets tore through them, leaving them riddled. The bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were indeed tough. At such close range the bullets couldn't penetrate. This widespread barrage only incapacitated the front dozen or so. The remaining outer sect disciples, sensing danger, quickly raised their spirit artifacts to defend. The firing lasted only a dozen seconds before the Gatling in Lu Wujin's hand dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Panting heavily, Lu Wujin took a few more gulps of water, then pulled out a dozen grenades from his bosom and hurled them without hesitation into the crowd. A series of explosions roared. Lu Wujin's tactics were vicious. Among the grenades he had mixed several high-energy flashbangs. At the moment of the flashbang's detonation, the crowd was engulfed in a blinding light 50 to 60 times brighter than the sun. Moreover, the flashbangs emitted a piercing noise over 90 decibels. The dual assault of blinding light and deafening noise threw many outer sect disciples into disarray, unsettling their minds. In that moment of weakened defense, the real bombs went off. A sea of fire spread across every corner of the arena. The outer sect disciples nearest to the blast felt as if their internal organs had been pounded by a sledgehammer, and they immediately vomited blood. The combination of flashbang and grenade proved devastating, eliminating nearly 20 in moments. The remaining outer sect disciples dared not approach Lu Wujin, recklessly uncertain what bizarre weapons he might still possess. Seizing the opportunity, a pale-faced Lu Wujin took another few gulps of water. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples layered multiple defenses on themselves, striving to give Lu Wujin no opening. After drinking, Lu Wujin formed hand seals, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light. A formation lit up beneath his feet, enveloping the entire arena. The chastened outer sect disciples quickly leaped off the arena, fearing another explosion. But as they flew midair, some sensed something amiss. Not good, the kid is casting an illusion. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Most had already fallen under the illusion. The ensnared disciples stood frozen, shouting and yelling but unable to move a limb. Dragging his weary body, Lu Wujin approached one by one, and tossed the ensnared outer sect disciples off the stage. After some effort, fewer than 50 outer sect disciples remained on the stage. The once empty hall above was now thronged with figures. Most stood shrouded and missed their features. Even their silhouettes, indistinguishable. Others might not recognize them, but Long Xiao could identify each one. Bloodsea sect leader Long Zizai, the other 4 holy sons besides Long Xiao, 4 of the 8 peak masters, and several unfamiliar elders, likely the supreme elders who had been in long seclusion. Long Xiao sighed softly. Lu Wujin was dancing on a tightrope. If he succeeded, he would become the Bloodsea sect's unparalleled battle divine son. If he failed, he would die without a burial place. Lu Wujin broke the rules. He took banned drugs. Just as Long Xiao was racking her brains to save Lu Wujin, the outer sect disciples on the stage couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, this Lu Wujin was too strange. His talent was ordinary and his actual strength was unremarkable. So how could he knock the brothers around? Apart from him violating the rules, they could find no better explanation for their defeat. Moreover, Lu Wujin was indeed suspicious. After every attack, he gulped down an unknown liquid. Just as Tai Xiong was about to step forward to inspect, a golden-haired elder appeared beside him. Tai Xiong started to bow, but the elder waved a hand. "I'll examine him with you." Tai Xiong nodded and approached Lu Wujin first. Up close, Lu Wujin's condition was even more pitiful. His eyes were dull dark circles like ink beneath them, his face pale as paper, and his breathing severely irregular. Though Tai Xiong felt a pang of sympathy, he had to reach out and ask for the flask. Lu Wujin, with a clear conscience, handed it over without hesitation. Tai Xiong didn't mind the dirt and took a sip. After it went down, he looked at Lu Wujin with a very peculiar expression. "What, is there a problem?" This came from the golden-haired elder. Tai Xiong shook his head, then nodded. "No problem, just tastes a bit odd." "Odd? Let me have a taste." With that, the golden-haired elder took the flask. "No, sect leader, don't drink." But Tai Xiong's warning came too late. Long Zizai took several big gulps. Pfft. Then he spat it out violently. "Ba, why does this water smell like urine?" Indeed, Lu Wujin was drinking his own family's specialty, dragon urine. It wasn't that Lu Wujin had a bizarre taste. It was that this substance was easier to absorb than spirit-gathering pills and had no impurities. In a prolonged battle, drinking dragon urine was far more effective than taking pills. After a patient explanation, sect leader Long finally understood that this was a specialty from Dugu City, for replenishing spiritual energy. Understanding aside, sect leader Long was still deeply perplexed. Using feces as snacks and urine as supplements, what kind of terrifying place was Dugu City? At the same time, sect leader Long prayed fervently that Lu Wujin would never become the divine son. Damn it, if a battle divine son who ate feces and drank urine appeared, the ancestors of Bloodsea sect might crawl out of their graves at midnight and strangle him. After verification, the competition continued. The outer sect disciples on the stage hadn't been idle. In that brief time, they had formulated a plan. Before the battle, each of them had set up over a dozen defensive arrays. The arrays had various functions: physical defense, mental defense, sorcery defense, high temperature defense, flash defense, sound cancellation. Before the battle, each of them had set up over a dozen defensive arrays. The arrays had various functions: physical defense, mental defense. With everything prepared, the group cautiously approached Lu Wujin. This time Lu Wujin drew a knife. The outer sect disciples were on high alert, eyes fixed on him, waiting for his attack. Lu Wujin raised the dagger, turned the blade inward, and before everyone's eyes, he plunged it into his own. Hiss! It hurts! Lu Wujin grimaced in agony as he rummaged through his own entrails, utterly devoid of any dignity. Clad in blood-red robes with a pallid face, Lu Wujin appeared utterly deranged. Soon he pulled a rib from his abdomen. The moment the rib emerged, all spiritual energy within a radius of 2 to 3 li converged upon it. A few crisp cracking sounds followed. Several fissures appeared on the rib, from which radiated a golden light as brilliant as the sun. The outer disciples across from him exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Using a rib as a weapon? Is there such a bizarre technique in this world? To injure the enemy by 100 while harming oneself by 8,000? Is Lu Wujin, knowing he's outmatched, planning to perish together with us? Ridiculous. If he wanted mutual destruction, wouldn't self-detonation be simpler? Why go through the trouble of pulling out a rib? Self-detonation. Everyone, that rib seems to be actually detonating. Hey. Damn it, run! Meanwhile, Lu Wujin, his face twisted in pain, roared, "Yiming, I swear I'll kill you." With that, he hurled the rib. A blinding white light erupted in a fraction of a second, followed by a deafening boom. A thunderous blast, devastating and irresistible. The entire hall trembled and a mushroom cloud over 10 jong high rose from the arena. As the ultimate move of cultivators, the power of self-detonation could easily transcend limits. What was self-detonation? A cultivator burned their lifelong cultivation, detonating their physical body, turning oneself into a bomb to obliterate everything around. At the foundation establishment stage, even the weakest initial level self-detonation could injure the most formidable golden core latest-stage experts. If executed as a surprise attack, it could even instantly annihilate the opponent. Everyone knew the immense power of self-detonation, yet such a life-risking move was never used unless there was no other choice. Today they witnessed something unprecedented: Lu Wujin using his own rib as a self-detonating weapon. Truly a perverse act without parallel in the past or future. The rib's explosion eliminated over a dozen more, leaving 32 opponents on the stage. Scatter, everyone, scatter. This tactic can't last long. The outer disciples were not foolish. Though the rib's detonation was formidable, it drained Lu Wujin immensely. He now stood in the center of the arena. Pale as a corpse from excessive blood loss, blood streamed unceasingly from his abdomen, soon dyeing the ground beneath him. The only sign of life was his eyes fixed intently on every enemy before him. At this point in the life and death battle, it was no longer a contest of strength but of willpower. Both sides waited for the other spirit to break and concede. The spectators both on and off the stage were tense. 12 had already wept beyond recognition, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Long Xiao gazed unwaveringly at Lu Wujin with admiration. A true man should be like this. Only such a hero is worthy of her. Long Xiao. Long Zizai, the sect master of the Blood Sea sect, quietly instructed Iron Bear. If the situation turns dire, step in and spare Lu Wujin's life. Iron Bear looked incredulously at the sect master known for his strictness, and reminded him softly, "Sect master, this likely violates the rules." Long Zizai shot Iron Bear a glare, then sighed lightly. Lu Wujin. He is worth bending the rules for. Unfortunately, Lu Wujin on the arena did not hear this, so otherwise the usually indolent man might have lain down and conceded on the spot. "Yi Ming, you bastard, I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs. Yi Ming, you scoundrel, why don't you just die? When I become the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, I'll flay and dismember you, leaving you without a place to die. Yi Ming, you filthy wretch, may you die a miserable death." Amidst his furious curses at Yi Ming, the crumbling Lu Wujin rose again and again. To eliminate the remaining 30 plus on the stage, Lu Wujin pulled out 3 more ribs, his gallbladder, spleen, and 2/3 of his stomach. The outer disciples on stage were in despair. Lu Wujin seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. Yet each time he was about to fall, he would curse a man named Yi Ming and stand back up. It made one wonder what exactly was Yi Ming. Some kind of incantation to boost willpower. More terrifying was Lu Wujin's sheer ruthlessness. His belly seemed like a treasure trove, continuously producing various organs. He had nearly hollowed himself out to just a layer of skin, yet he still lived. Indestructible and inexhaustible, offering no hope of victory. Finally, when only 5 outer disciples remained on stage, they conceded. In the million-year history of the Blood Sea sect, the first 100 battle divine son was born. Hearing the surrender, Lu Wujin released the kidney in his hand. He smiled faintly. "Yi Ming, you're dead." Then his vision went dark and he fainted. When Lu Wujin awoke, 3 months had passed. Opening his eyes, he felt a heavy pressure on his chest. Looking down, he saw 12 sleeping soundly on his chest. He was about to scold her, but noticing the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, his heart softened and he decided to let her rest. Unfortunately, his awakening drew too much attention. Within half a minute, Long Xiao rushed urgently into Lu Wujin's room. Seeing their intimate pose, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She gave 12's bottom a firm slap and scolded, "Your master hasn't fully recovered. Do you want to crush him?" 12 scrambled up looking wronged and protested, "I'm very like you know." Long Xiao ignored 12 and turned to Lu Wujin with concern. "How do you feel?" Lu Wujin assessed himself and was pleasantly surprised to find that his organs, which should have taken a year or 2 to regenerate, had all grown back. Long Xiao explained, "To save you, the sect master spared no expense. 10th Asandier Fire Lingji 9 Nether White Deer Pills Crimson Blossom Pills 9th Grade Bone Mending Pills. These treasures worth tens of thousands were fed to you daily like they were nothing. The sect master treats you better than his own son." Lu Wujin raised his hand in a bow to Long Xiao. "Thank you for your care, Miss Long." Long Xiao blushed. "The sect master gave you the medicine, why thank me?" Lu Wujin explained, "I'll find a way to repay the sect master's great kindness. But I already owe you, Miss Long, and you've tirelessly cared for me these days. How can I not express my gratitude?" When did I care for you?" Long Xiao vehemently denied. Lu Wujin's face showed helplessness. "Miss Long, you came in such a hurry." Didn't you notice the mismatched shoes on your feet? Long Xiaoro looked down and nearly died of embarrassment. She was wearing a red phoenix toe shoe on her left foot, and a black riding boot on her right. Long Zizai, the sect master of the Blood Sea sect, arrived with great haste. The moment this formidable figure appeared, not even a fly dared to approach within several hundred meters. With an air of unparalleled dominance, Long Zizai seated himself opposite Lu Wujin. Without uttering a single word, he simply gazed at Lu Wujin in silence. Lu Wujin, having just recovered from a severe illness, could not help but feel a trace of tension in the presence of such a personage. Then Lu Wujin felt like slapping himself. Damn it, this was merely a character he had created. Why should he be afraid? When a person transitions from extreme tension to relaxation, the brain's blood flow can cause one to speak nonsense. In an attempt to curry favor with his superior, Lu Wujin blurted out, "Sect Master, I heard you have hemorrhoids. Sitting for too long isn't good for your health." Long Zizai had never imagined that his first conversation with the 100-battle divine son would begin with a discussion of hemorrhoids. Before entering the sect, Master Long had prepared himself thoroughly. After all, this was the first dialogue between the 666th generation sect master of the Blood Sea sect and the first generation 100-battle divine son, a monumental event destined for the sect's annals. Originally, Sect Master Long intended to discuss the shifting tides and various powers of the Xuanwu continent with Lu Wujin. Although Lu Wujin's experience hardly qualified him for such a conversation, these lofty topics were perfect for showing off. But this divine son Lu refused to follow the script, bringing up hemorrhoids out of nowhere. How could the conversation continue? Considering Lu Wujin's recent arrival, Sect Master Long chose to forgive him. During Lu Wujin's illness, the Blood Sea sect had thoroughly investigated his background. Lu Wujin hailed from Lone City, a small frontier town in the eastern part of the Linghai Empire. He had been mediocre in talent since childhood, and bore a grudge against Yi Ming of the Yi family in the same city. After Yi Ming rose to prominence, Lu Wujin also experienced a rapid ascent. As for his bizarre acts like consuming excrement and urine, Long Zizai believed it stemmed from a psychological distortion brought on by Lu Wujin's inability to catch up with Yi Ming. For someone with such a twisted psyche, openly discussing hemorrhoids seemed hardly abnormal. At this thought, Sect Master Long nearly broke into tears. Damn it, this was the Blood Sea sect's first 100-battle divine son. If the outside world learned that the sect's inaugural divine son was like this, he would die without the face to meet the sect's ancestors. At that moment, Lu Wujin's face bore a confusion similar to that of SpongeBob's friend Patrick Star. This Sect Master Long. His expressions were so rich. Initially a bit angry, then came relief, helplessness, anger. Finally nothing but utter disdain. Honestly, Lu Wujin would have the same expression if he stepped in dog shit on the road. After a long silence, Sect Master Long patted Lu Wujin's shoulder and comforted him. "Divine son Lu, rest assured. Peak Master Qin is a renowned poison doctor in the realm. She should be able to cure your ailment." Lu Wujin, this man surnamed Long is truly despicable. Chatting is fine, but why insult someone? You're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick. After a few more trivial exchanges, Sect Master Long composed himself and got down to the day's main topic. "Divine son Lu, regarding your promotion battle, I have many questions. Please enlighten me one by one." Lu Wujin did not hold back and said directly, "I know what you wish to know, Sect Master. Allow me to explain in detail. Initially, the strange weapons I used came from an Earth-grade technique called Dreamland. This technique allows me to conjure weapons from my mind, using spiritual energy. Its drawback is that it consumes a tremendous amount of qi. The illusions I employed mid-battle also derived from this technique. The self-detonation of internal organs came from a profound grade technique, named Eternal Spring of 10,000 lifetimes. This self-detonation can only be used once, or it will damage the Bodhi's foundation. If the sect needs them, I can offer both techniques to the sect without compensation." Sect Master Long was very satisfied with Lu Wujin's response. Though Lu Wujin was a deviant, he knew how to conduct himself. Dealing with such a person was comfortable. Sect Master Long then asked, "How much dragon urine can your Lu family produce in a year?" Lu Wujin's eyes lit up. This was a sign of impending wealth. He asked calmly, "How much does the Sect Master require?" Sect Master Long pondered for a moment. "I plan to stockpile dragon urine as a strategic resource. For the initial phase, gather 10 million bottles for me." Gulp. Lu Wujin pinched the inside of his thigh hard, trying to calm his surging excitement. To avoid revealing his true feelings, Lu Wujin replied with a stiff expression, "Currently, dragon urine sells on the market at 3 bottles for 1 spirit stone. Given the large quantity the sect requires, I can offer 10 bottles for 1 spirit stone. What do you think?" Sect Master Long nodded in satisfaction. Nowadays the Eastern continent faced a severe shortage of spirit condensation pills, with prices rising from 1 spirit stone per pill to 2. Even a major sect like the Blood Sea sect found this difficult to bear. Sect Master Long had tasted the dragon urine. The spiritual energy content of 2 bottles was equivalent to 1 spirit condensation pill. At 1 spirit stone for 10 bottles of dragon urine, the effect equaled 5 spirit condensation pills. Even Sect Master Long blushed at such a bargain. But it was all for the sect. Losing face was acceptable. At this point Lu Wujin was overwhelmed by thoughts of spirit stones. Forgetting to conceal his excitement, he blurted out, "Give me half a month and I will deliver 10 million bottles of dragon urine to the Blood Sea sect." Half a month? Long Zizai's jaw dropped in shock. Even if each bottle weighed half a tael, 10 million bottles would weigh 500,000 jin. Good heavens, which dragon could urinate 500,000 jin in half a month? "This dragon of yours must be so incontinent it wouldn't dare leave the outhouse." Long Zizai knew there had to be something fishy about the Lu family's dragon urine. But he chose not to probe deeper. After all, everyone is a cultivator and everyone has secrets. Besides, Divine Son Lu had already made significant concessions. Pressing further would be unseemly. The two had a pleasant conversation and were quite satisfied with the final outcome. Lu Wujin submitted the techniques Dreamland and Eternal Spring of 10,000 lifetimes. In return, Sect Master Long granted Lu Wujin access to the Blood Sea sect's treasury to choose 2 treasures of his liking. Additionally, they signed a contract for the purchase of dragon urine. Apart from a down payment of 100,000 spirit stones, Sect Master Long also gave Lu Wujin an additional 500,000 spirit stones as a guarantee. This guarantee meant that the Blood Sea sect had the first right to purchase dragon urine. If the Lu family defaulted, they would have to pay 10 times the guarantee amount as compensation. Lu Wujin's request, however, was peculiar. He did not ask the Lu family to ship directly to the Blood Sea sect. Instead, he instructed the sect to procure the dragon urine from a man named Huang Fuzhong. Sect Master Long asked no further questions and signed the contract without hesitation. Lu Wujin and Sect Master Long were delighted, but the Lu family was in for a tough time. To maintain secrecy, the Lu family ancestor allowed only the clan leader Lu Tao and Lu Wujin's trusted aide Lu Hu to participate in the production of dragon urine. Production was merely a euphemism for pouring water into a crimson spirit chamber pot. Originally, the 2 old men and 1 robust young man could easily meet the supply demands of Lone City and nearby towns. But 10 million bottles in half a month was an impossible task for the 3 of them. One day the 3 Lu family members sat dejectedly on the steps outside the Lu family ancestral hall. Clan leader Lu said with a troubled expression, "Maybe we should write to Wujin and tell him we can't complete this order." Slap. The Lu family ancestor delivered a resounding blow to the back of clan leader Liu's head. "Nonsense. Our precious grandson is now a divine son of the Blood Sea sect, a figure like an immortal. How can you have the nerve to hold him back? Speak such nonsense again and he'll strip you of your clan leadership." Clan leader Lu rubbed the back of his head, feeling deeply wronged. "But 10 million bottles is too many. The 3 of us can never finish it, even if we work ourselves to death." Sigh. The Lu family ancestor could not think of a better solution either. After a long silence, Lu Hu hesitantly ventured, "Ancestor clan leader, what if we find one more person to help?" Seeing the ancestor's face flush with anger, ready to curse, Lu Hu quickly added, "I have someone in mind. He is utterly loyal to the young master and will never betray him." The Lu family ancestor considered several candidates but dismissed them one by one. Finally he asked, "Who are you referring to?" Lu Hu replied, "Bai Ruoshui of the Bai family." Bai Ruoshui began to suspect something was wrong with herself. She couldn't stop thinking about a certain person. Whenever she saw a vase, he came to mind. Whenever she ate noodles, she thought of him. Even during her business transactions, when she encountered various spiritual herbs, he would appear in her thoughts. Whenever she thought of him, her breathing grew labored and her heart raced. Fearing she might be ill, Bai Ruoshui sought out the most skilled physician in the Bai family, the clan's founding ancestor Bai Cho. Bai Cho had been basking in good fortune lately. With his hidden injuries finally healed, he no longer had to dwell in the sunless eternal darkness of a dry well. This was all thanks to the medicine delivered by that young man from the Lu family. Otherwise his ailment might have lingered for decades more. The Lu family was truly fortunate to have an outstanding descendant like Lu Wujin. Turning his gaze to his own descendants, Bai Cho found them utterly disappointing. Among them only Bai Ruoshui and her brother showed any promise. Bai Wudi, the elder brother, was nothing more than a muscle-headed fool. Bai Ruoshui, on the other hand, was a fine girl, but she was destined to marry into another family. If the Bai family were ever entrusted to Bai Wuti, would they not be crushed by the Lu clan? Just as Bai Cho was scheming on how to deal with the Lu family, Bai Ruoshui arrived. After listening to Bai Ruoshui's description, the founding ancestor shot her an odd look. He had just praised the girl moments ago, yet the slap to his face came all too swiftly. Discussing matters of romance with an old man. Had the girl lost her mind? To preserve his dignity, the ancestor feigned ignorance, telling Bai Ruoshui that she merely had internal heat, and that drinking more hot water would cure her. Bai Ruoshui took his words to heart, and was about to go drink water when a middle-aged man in green robes abruptly barged in. She opened her mouth to berate him, but the Bai ancestor hurriedly stopped her. The ancestor set aside all decorum and personally bowed to this junior before asking cautiously, Bai Cho of the Bai family greets the envoy of the Taishan holy sect. May I inquire what business brings the noble envoy to our humble abode? The ancestor did not recognize the man, but he recognized the robes. They were the uniform of an outer disciple of the Taishan holy sect. The Taishan holy sect was the undisputed hegemon of the eastern continent. Who did not know of it? Even an outer disciple, nay a mere latrine cleaner from that sect, would be received personally by the Bai ancestor. Lu Jia curled his lips, his face brimming with contempt. People from these backwater places were truly despicable. A mighty nascent soul cultivator bowing to a mere qi condensation practitioner. How pathetic. Without a word, Lu Jia extended his hand toward the Bai ancestor. Understanding the gesture, the ancestor hastily offered a storage pouch. Lu Jia weighed the spirit stones in his hand and broke into a satisfied smile. Not bad. You still have some sense. Then he spoke, which one is Bai Ruoshui? Have her come see me. The moment these words left his mouth, the Bai ancestor sensed trouble. This man came with ill intent. Something terrible was about to happen. The ancestor silently shielded Bai Ruoshui behind him before asking, May I ask what business the noble envoy has with my granddaughter? Lu Jia had already guessed that the beauty behind the ancestor was none other than Bai Ruoshui herself. He had to admit, Holy Sun Yi might have terrible character, but his taste in women was impeccable. If he could spend just one night with a woman like her, he would not mind dying on the spot. But she was the one Holy Sun Yi had set his sights on. It was unlikely he could ever lay his hands on her. Lu Jia dared not stare too long. He said bluntly, Congratulations to the Bai family. Our Holy Sun Yi has taken a fancy to Miss Bai Ruoshui, and wishes to take her as a concubine. Please make the necessary preparations. We depart for the Taishan holy sect in 3 days. Though his words were of congratulations, not a trace of smile appeared on Lu Jia's face. In this world, the status of a concubine was abysmally low. It was common practice to gift concubines as commodities or use them as tools to curry favor. In short, a concubine's position was equivalent to that of a female slave. No one regarded her as a human being. Bai Ruoshui was a legitimate daughter of the Bai family. Yi Ming's actions were not merely slapping the Bai family's face. They were trampling it into the mud, smearing it with filth. The Bai ancestor's face turned purple with rage. His knuckles cracked from the force of his clenched fists. Spiritual energy raged, surging skyward. If not for the lives of the 300 and more members of the Bai family, he would have crushed this wretch on the spot. Faced with the enraged ancestor, Lu Jia not only showed no fear but even stepped forward to pat the old man's cheek. Old fellow, don't be angry. Holy Sun Yi is generous and loves to reward his servants. Just a few days ago he bestowed Chanxier upon a tea-serving boy. I am serving him so diligently. I will surely be valued in the future. Then I can plead with him to give Miss Bai to me. Who knows, we might even become in-laws. What do you say, grandfather? Scram! The Bai ancestor's hair stood on end, his eyes nearly splitting with fury. He wished he could mince the man into meat paste. Ha ha ha. Just a joke, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Seeing that he had genuinely angered the old man, Lu Jia fled with a grin. The Bai ancestor stood frozen for a long time before turning to comfort his granddaughter. Poor Bai Ruoshui had collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, tears streaming down like broken pearls. She could not stop. The ancestor parted his lips to speak, but his throat felt as if blocked by a giant stone, unable to utter a single sound. Sigh. What a cruel fate. Lu Jia did not stop at the Bai family. After leaving them, he went to the Huang family, one of the 4 great clans, and demanded to take Huang Ningxiang, the family's legitimate daughter. That pervert Yi Ming did not even spare his own clan. He insisted on marrying his own cousin Yi Manman, a beast who defied all human decency. Yi Ming's vicious retaliation against the 4 great families of Dugu City had its reasons. Besides the grudge between the Yi and Lu clans, there was the book titled Unspoken Secrets of Yi Ming by Lu Wujin, which had caused him endless trouble. By now Yi Ming's reputation in the Taishan holy sect was utterly ruined. Stealing his brother's wife, committing incest with his father's concubine, snatching a beggar's woman. Any one of these scandals would be enough to destroy a man's name. But in the novel Unspoken Secrets of Yi Ming, he had committed every single one. Yi Ming could naturally deny that the Yi Ming in the book was not him. The problem was that the book's author was listed as The Secret of Dugu City. Moreover, all the place names and personal names in the book could be found in Dugu City. Some contents were even true. With such a mix of truth and fiction, Yi Ming could not clear his name even with 100 mouths. Without a doubt, this defamatory book must have originated from Dugu City. As for which bastard wrote it, Yi Ming had no idea. With a heart smaller than a needle's eye, how could Yi Ming swallow this insult? He immediately began his revenge on the entire Dugu City. Of course, the 4 great families bore the brunt of his wrath. The first 3 families, cowed by the power of the Taishan holy sect, dared not oppose Lu Jia. But at the Lu family, trouble erupted. Upon arriving at the Lu family's gate, Lu Jia as usual kicked down the door attendant. Then, surrounded by Lu family guards, he took a turn to display his Taoist robe. Once everything was in order, Lu Jia said to Lu Hu, "All right, you may now kneel and apologize to me." Thump. In response to Lu Jia, a heavy blow from a wooden club landed. Lu Jia was at the qi refining stage, so the little stick could not harm him in the slightest. But was this a matter of injury? This single strike inflicted no damage but was an utter humiliation. Among the 4 great clans of Dugu City, how had the Bai Yi and Huang clans received him? The patriarchs of those 3 clans had personally welcomed him, each one more humble and amiable than the last. And your Lu clan? Good heavens, not only did he fail to meet anyone in charge, but a mere servant of the Lu clan dared to ambush him with a club. This blow wasn't aimed at Lu Jia's head. It was a slap to the face of the Taishan sacred sect. If he didn't annihilate the entire Lu clan today, where would the sacred sect's dignity stand, and where would his own dignity stand? Lu Jia clutched his head and glared at Lu Hu. "Boy, do you know who I am?" Lu Hu nodded with a simple-minded look. "It's been all over Dugu City. You're Lu Jia, an outer disciple of the Taishan sacred sect." Lu Jia flew into a rage. Though he prided himself on being a disciple of the sacred sect, the title of outer disciple was his taboo. Fine. 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 Since that's the case, you won't have to die as a confused ghost. With that, Lu Jia pulled out half a bamboo tube and shot a firework into the sky. Bang! A blinding firework blossomed into a Taiji diagram in the sky. Such a commotion drew the attention of everyone in Dugu City. In a secluded courtyard within the city, the patriarchs of the Yi Bai and Huang clan sat together discussing how to deal with Lu Jia. At the sight of the firework, all 3 were greatly alarmed. The Bai clan patriarch said, "The Taishan sacred sect's absolute kill order. Is this man Lu insane? Does he truly intend to kill?" The Huang clan patriarch added, "The direction seems to be the Lu clan." Who would have thought? Lu Depeo isn't just sharp-tongued. He's even harder-headed. He dares to defy the Taishan sacred sect. Well, in a few days we'll be attending a funeral feast at the Lu clan. The Yi clan patriarch looked ashamed. "This is all my fault. If I had been ruthless back then and crushed that beast Yi Ming with one slap, today's calamity would never have happened." The Bai clan patriarch waved his hand. "Words are useless now. The Lu clan is finished. Let's think about what we should do instead." The Huang clan patriarch spread his hands. "What else can we do? Hand over our daughters to that bastard Yi Ming to ravage. Damn it, if any descendant of mine could become some so-called holy son or divine child, I'd beat the crap out of Yi Ming." The Bai clan patriarch opened his mouth to speak but ended with only a sigh. The lives of the Bai clan's hundreds of members were indeed more important than Ruoshui alone. The first to arrive at the Lu clan was Dugu Exine, the lord of Dugu City. Having governed the city for over a century, his cultivation at the late nascent soul stage was unfathomably profound. Dugu Exine had long heard of Lu Jia's affairs, and was deeply displeased with Yi Ming's bullying of the 4 great clans, forcing women on his territory. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was grinding his dignity into the dirt. But even the Linghai Empire was merely a vassal of the Taishan sacred sect, and Dugu Exine was nothing before them. Despite his immense resentment, Dugu Exine could only force a smile as he approached Lu Jia. "Your subordinate Dugu Exine, lord of Dugu City, pays respects to envoy Lu." Lu Jia dispensed with pleasantries and pointed at the Lu residence, commanding, "Dugu. What was your name again?" The lord's face darkened as he cupped his fists to reply, "Your subordinate." But Lu Jia waved him off. "Never mind, I don't care. Now I order you to kill everyone in the Lu clan except Lu Qingqing." Dugu Exine was furious. Damn it, without the Taishan sacred sect, Who the hell was Lu Jia to order him around? The Lord glanced around and spotted a stray dog lifting its leg to urinate against a wall by the roadside. Dugu Xian stormed over, kicked the dog flying, then turned to curse at Lu Jia. You beast who can't speak like a human, you deserve that beating. Lu Jia knew Dugu Xian was venting through pretext, but he decided to endure for now. He still needed the Lord's help to annihilate the Lu clan. Silently nursing this grudge, Lu Jia urged Dugu Xian to act. But to his surprise, the Lord refused outright. Act. I can't. I don't dare to fight. Lu Jia flew into a rage, pointing at Dugu Xin's nose and cursing. You old fool, dare you defy the Taishan sacred sect's command? The Lord rolled his eyes. This idiot was impossible to work with. Envoy, instead of blustering here, why not look up at the sky? Lu Jia paused, then turned curiously. Above the Lu residence sat a young man in a white robe embroidered with countless stars and golden thread. Lu Jia sneered dismissively. A mere golden core cultivator beneath even that stray dog. I am Lu Jia of the Taishan sacred sect. You up there, get down here. Holy shit. Dugu Xian paled and quickly covered Lu. Lu, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Do you know who that is? Lu Jia looked bewildered. Dugu Xian clutched his forehead in despair. Treading on sun-moon boots draped in the universe robe. Of worldly affairs none may speak, only the pavilion of heavenly secrets. This master hails from the central continent's heavenly secrets pavilion. He was on good terms with many great powers. The Taishan sacred sect, though strong, would likely show deference to the heavenly secrets pavilion. Lu Jia wanted to retreat. He was on good terms with many great powers. The Taishan sacred sect, though strong, would likely show deference to the heavenly secrets pavilion. Lu Jia wanted to retreat but refused to admit it. A mere heavenly secrets pavilion. Does my Taishan sacred sect fear you? Today If the heavenly secrets pavilion isn't enough, what about my Huangfu merchant guild? Lu Jia had actually meant to say, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll spare the Lu clan for now. But before he could finish, Huangfu Ming arrived from afar and interrupted. Huangfu Ming was riding high. With his monopoly on the 3-flavor charcoal and dragon urine trade, he had amassed a fortune. He was just one step away from becoming a direct descendant of the Huangfu clan. Blocking a man's future was like killing his parents. If the Lu clan fell now, Huangfu Ming would truly fight the Taishan sacred sect to the death. Lu Jia's jaw dropped in shock. If the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was nothing special, the Huangfu Merchant Guild was a genuine top-tier force in the central continent. Though renowned for its wealth worldwide, its military power ranked in the top 10 of the central continent. Each of the Huangfu's 8 branches had the strength to annihilate the Taishan sacred sect. Yes, annihilate it. Now Lu Jia wanted to flee but couldn't. Not just because his legs were too weak to move, but because Dugu Xian had him firmly pinned by the shoulder. Dugu Xian dropped all pretense and whispered threateningly in Lu Jia's ear. Brat, don't think of leaving. Today you'll answer to the Lu clan. Lu Jia gritted his teeth and glared at Dugu Xian. If I die, the Taishan sacred sect won't spare you. Dugu Xian chuckled. I'll just defect to the Lu clan. What can your sacred sect do to me? You. Lu Jia was so enraged he could have ground his teeth to dust. Just as Lu Jia was about to beg for mercy, a blood-red hue appeared in the sky. Like a river irrigating the land, it quickly dyed the heavens crimson. The silent youth from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion looked up and murmured, "Not good. This is the Blood Sea Sect's Yellow Spring Grand Array." With that, he tapped the void a few times. A wooden door materialized before him. Just as he prepared to leave, an arm reached out from within the door and grabbed his throat. "Did I say you could leave?" Then a muscular brute with a twisted look stepped out. "Senior, I am Li Feiyang of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Tai Xiong immediately released his grip. One of our own. My apologies for the offense." Li Feiyang, knowing when to yield, quickly returned the courtesy. But he was deeply curious, when had the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion ever crossed paths with the infamous Blood Sea sect? Tai Xiong then turned his gaze to the others. Huangfu Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The Huangfu Merchant Guild's name could intimidate the Taishan sacred sect, but not the Blood Sea sect. For its master was so formidable that he alone could shake any top-tier power. But whether it worked or not, he had to announce himself. Huangfu Merchant Guild, Huangfu Ming. Tai Xiong nodded. Also one of our own. Huangfu Ming breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, Tai Xiong fixed his gaze on Lu Jia and Dugu Xian. Lu Jia was so terrified he wet himself, dropping to his knees and begging, "Spare me, senior. I will betray the Taishan sacred sect and join the Blood Sea sect. From now on, I, Lu Jia, am a man of the Blood Sea sect in life and a ghost of it in death." "Pa, shameless." Dugu Xian spat a thick glob of phlegm. Tai Xiong wouldn't even deign to kill such scum. It would dirty his hands. Lu Jia is it? Go back and tell your sect master the Blood-Sea sect is taking Dugu City. If he dares refuse, we'll beat the crap out of him. Yes. You're right, we must beat the crap out of him. Desperate to survive, Lu Jia was saying anything. Even if Tai Xiong claimed snow was black, he would agree wholeheartedly. After Lu Jia fled in panic, only Dugu Xian remained frozen in place. The Lord was utterly bewildered. Was this unemployment? Wasn't that a bit sudden? I'm asking you, who are you? Tai Xiong's gruff voice snapped Dugu Xian back to reality. To save his life, Dugu Xian answered without hesitation. Your subordinate is a servant of the Lu residence, Dugu Xian. Seeing this, Tai Xiong patted his shoulder warmly. So you're the real one of our own. Go quickly and inform the Lu clan patriarch today the Blood-Sea sect will hold Lu Wujin's 100 Battle Divine ceremony in Dugu City, proclaiming to all that our sect has birthed its first 100 Battle Divine son. Dugu Xin's jaw dropped. Blood-Sea sect divine son? Huang Fuming was filled with regret and doomed. No more taking kickbacks. Li Feiyang even plummeted from the sky into a pile of trash, but he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he gazed at the heavens and murmured to himself, 100 Battle Divine Son. Is the Blood-Sea sect about to storm back into the central continent? Who can stop them this time? Who would dare? On the 3rd day of the 9th lunar month, the sky was clear and bright. It was the plague god's birthday, a day for releasing riverboats but an inauspicious time for weddings. Today marked both the plague god's festival and the coronation ceremony of Lu Wujin, the war god's scion. At 9 in the morning, a sedan chair borne by 4 mighty cultivators at the Harmony stage appeared above Dugu City. Within it lay a plaque of crimson gold engraved with the 3 characters Lu Wujin. To be honest, the Blood-Sea sect's conduct was rather tactless. This vertically placed identity plaque from a distance looked exactly like a spirit tablet meant for the deceased. Even up close, it still resembled a spirit tablet. However, since the Lu family paid no heed to such trivialities, others cared even less. Today Tai Xiong had donned a coat for once. He led a group of Blood-Sea sect disciples and the citizens of Dugu City, kneeling on both sides of the road to welcome Lu Wujin's arrival. Most of Dugu City's residents were filled with trepidation. After all, the Blood-Sea sect's reputation was abysmal, and now that the city had fallen into their hands, none could tell if this boded well or ill. The only silver lining was that the Lu family had a fairly good name in Dugu City. With their protection, the people might not fare too poorly. This sentiment was shared not only by common folk, but also by the great clans of Dugu City, who were now pondering how to navigate their relationship with the Lu family. In the Bai family's main hall, the 3 patriarchs of the Yi Huang and Bai clans had gathered once more. Though not as grim as before, their brows were still tightly knit. The Huang patriarch let out a long sigh. Who would have thought this tiny Dugu City would witness the presence of both a holy son from the Supreme Mystic sect and a scion from the Blood-Sea sect? Such a millennium event has befallen us, and we cannot tell if it's a blessing or a curse. The Bai patriarch also lamented the Yi family has Yi Ming, and the Lu family has Lu Wujin. Look at our Bai family. Damn it, nothing but a bunch of worthless rabble. The thought alone infuriates me. Seized by agitation, the Bai patriarch grabbed a discipline ruler and stormed out. As the Yi and Huang patriarchs exchanged curious glances, Bai Woody's agonized wails echoed from outside. Patriarch, why are you hitting me? Ouch, it hurts. Patriarch, please stop. Ouch. A quarter of an hour later, having vented his anger, the Bai patriarch returned carrying the blood-stained ruler. The 2 old men inside frowned at the sight. The old fiend was ruthless indeed. The Yi patriarch spoke. Let's not rush to discipline the young. I just want to ask, what should we do now? How do we face Patriarch Lu? Ahem. And the Scion Lu? The 3 patriarchs fell into a long silence until the Bai patriarch finally broke it. Lu Wujin is a child I've watched grow up. His character and knowledge are of the highest order. As for Yi Ming, the Bai patriarch glanced at the Yi patriarch. The Yi patriarch shrugged. Say what you will. He's no longer connected to our Yi family. The Bai patriarch nodded. That wretched Yi Ming has no character at all. He's like a stinking bug wallowing in a cesspit. Chopped up, even chickens wouldn't touch him. A piece of trash, even dogs would shun a cursed wretch without an heir. The Yi patriarch could bear it no longer and interrupted. You old scoundrel, are you doing this on purpose? A few words are enough. Why so vicious? The Bai patriarch sneered. Old, you don't forget. Yi Ming is a beast who wouldn't spare even his own cousin. The Yi patriarch was left speechless and sighed. Fine, continue if you must. The Bai patriarch did not hold back and cursed for another quarter of an hour before calming down. Yet curses aside, the matter still needed resolution. The Huang patriarch looked worried now that the Lu family is in power, and we've offended the supreme mystic sect. If we wish to survive, our only path is to pledge allegiance to the Lu family. But such a submission requires a gift, and with our meager assets the Lu family is unlikely to be impressed. The Yi patriarch frowned and nodded. Through the dragon urine trade the Lu family has amassed immense wealth. They probably won't value ordinary treasures. The Bai patriarch began. I think perhaps. Just then a report came. Patriarch, a guest seeks an audience. Before he could finish, the battered Bai Wudi interrupted. Seeing his pathetic state, the Bai patriarch's anger flared anew. He kicked Bai Wudi hard. You brat, can't you see I'm in a meeting? Whoever it is, tell them to get lost. Bai Wudi hesitated, but... Patriarch, it's Lu Hu from the Lu family. The Lu family. The three patriarchs jumped in fright and straightened up at once. The Bai patriarch in a fury slapped Bai Wudi. A noble guest from the Lu family, and you didn't say so sooner. Bai Wudi, holding his cheek, stared gloomily at his patriarchs retreating back. He had a curse on his lips but dared not utter it. Lu Hu bowed to the three patriarchs. Lu Hu of the Lu residence pays respects to the three patriarchs. This startled the three old men greatly. Lu Hu was no mere guard. He was Lu Wujin's childhood friend, having grown up together. Now that Lu Wujin had become the all-powerful scion of the Blood Sea sect, Lu Hu's status had naturally risen. The three patriarchs, already intent on joining the Lu family, dared not offend such a rising figure. Lu Hu, being a simple soul, failed to notice the fear in their eyes. If they didn't want him to bow, so be it, it was no great matter. The Bai patriarch offered Lu Hu tea and a meal, but he declined them all. The Lu family was swamped with work. There was no time to dawdle here. Lu Hu then stated his purpose to invite Miss Bai Ruoshui of the Bai family to assist at the Lu family ancestral hall. Though he did not specify the task, the location itself was significant. The ancestral hall was the most sacred place of any clan, forbidden to non-members. How could Bai Ruoshui, an outsider bearing a different surname, be allowed entry? Unless she was about to become a member of the Lu family. Dugu City was too small to keep secrets. The entanglement between Bai Ruoshui and Lu Wujin was well known. After seeing off Lu Hu and Bai Ruoshui, the Yi and Huang patriarchs surrounded the Bai patriarch with hostile expressions. The Huang patriarch growled, "You old turtle. We came to you in good faith to discuss a plan, and you've already prepared an escape route. Are you making fools of us?" The Yi patriarch chimed in, "Consider our friendship over immediately. Yi will never collude with a scoundrel like you." The Bai patriarch wore a look of feigned grievance, but a glint of schadenfreude shone in his eyes. "I'm not entirely clear on the matter between Ruoshui and the scion. Let me ask her when she returns. It's getting late, so I won't keep you for dinner. Please see yourselves out." After some shoving, the Yi and Huang patriarchs were ushered out of the Bai residence. Once outside, the Huang patriarch spat bitterly at the gate. "Ha! What's there to be proud of? With the scion status now, Bai Ruoshui can only be a concubine at best. Arrogant fool." Seeing the Yi patriarch's lack of response, the Huang patriarch patted his shoulder. "Old Yi, what are you thinking? Not a word from you." The Yi patriarch tugged at his beard, his expression grave. "I think the old turtle's method, though base, has... If we forge a marital alliance with the Lu family, it could secure 3 generations of prosperity." The Huang patriarch sneered, "You'd sell your daughter for gain. How is that different from giving her to Yi Ming?" "Humph." The Yi patriarch let out a cold laugh. "Yi Ming may be of my blood, but his character is no different from an ungrateful wolf. You wouldn't even get a kind word from him if you gave him your daughter or your very life. But the scion is different. He embodies propriety, trust, sincerity, and righteousness. His conduct is upright, and even with his ambiguous ties to Bai Ruoshui, he has never overstepped. Marrying Man to such a man would not be a loss." The Huang patriarch pursed his lips, but the retort died on his tongue. Though unwilling to admit it, the plan was indeed sound. After a moment's thought, the Huang patriarch voiced his concern, "But marriage isn't so simple. What if the scion refuses?" The Yi patriarch was confident. "Old Lu. Ahem. The Lu patriarch is stingy and loves wealth. We just need to play to his weakness. With parental authority and a matchmaker's words, since we're not offering a principal wife, once the Lu patriarch agrees, the matter is settled." Bai Ruoshui was deeply conflicted, joy and sorrow alternating in her heart. What brought her joy was that her clan's patriarch had proposed marrying her to Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than that lecher Yi Ming, but she did not wish to become his concubine. After all, what young girl does not dream of having a soul companion to share her life with? Yet now, as the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, even Lu Wujin himself might not have the authority to decide his principal wife. Sharing the same dilemma as Bai Ruoshui was Yi Man of the Yi family. Unlike Bai Ruoshui's gentle elegance, Yi Manman, though beautiful, possessed a fiery temperament. Days earlier, news that Yi Ming intended to marry her had reached the Yi residence. Within 3 short days she had attempted suicide 6 times. Had her family not known her nature, and kept constant watch, the girl would have long become a cold corpse. Today the Blood Sea sect formally took control of Dugu City. Yi Manman had hoped to escape Yi Ming's clutches, only to find herself leaping from the frying pan into the fire. Yi Ming was gone, but Lu Wujin had arrived. Even if Yi Manman had a decent impression of Lu Wujin, that did not mean she was willing to marry him. The Yi clan patriarch let out a long sigh. Child, your grandfather knows you are unwilling. But if you do not marry Lu Wujin, the lives of our 150+ clan members may all be forfeit to Yi Ming's hands. You know Yi Ming's temper better than I. If a stray dog on the road so much as glances at him, it will be skinned, boned, and torn to pieces. Our Yi clan has offended him twice. Given Yi Ming's vengeful nature, without the protection of the Lu family, our entire clan would be doomed without a burial ground. Child, your grandfather begs you, can you not agree? This old man's death is nothing, but our Yi lineage cannot be severed. By the end the patriarch was weeping, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing her patriarch in such a state, Yi Manman, despite her profound reluctance, could only nod through her tears. Among the 3 maidens, Huang Ningxiang of the Huang family behaved most strangely. Upon hearing she was to marry Lu Wujin, Huang Ningxiang burst into tears. The Huang patriarch, seeing his granddaughter so distressed, quickly said, "If you are unwilling, treat these words as your grandpa's flatulence, as if I never spoke them." Huang Ningxiang waved her hand, sobbing, "Boo-hoo. It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that yesterday an autumn wind suddenly rose and a tree full of osmanthus flowers fell across the courtyard. Seeing this, I could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. Pray forgive my display, grandfather." The Huang patriarch was astonished. "You have been crying since yesterday." Huang Ningxiang shook her head. "The day before I saw the moon hidden behind dark clouds and lamented that nothing in life is perfect. I began weeping that very day." The Huang patriarch was bewildered. A flicker of worry crossed the Huang patriarch's mind. If he married this mad girl into the Lu family, might it backfire and invite their vengeance? 3 days after the Divine Sun ceremony, the patriarchs of the Bai Huang and Yi families personally visited the Lu residence to propose marriage. None knew of the other's intentions. Their coincidental meeting was merely due to the 3 old men's superstition, having selected the same auspicious day for their proposals. The moment the 3 old men met, they nearly came to blows. The Bai patriarch pointed at the other 2 and cursed, "You 2 shameless old farts. Were you not just condemning my actions? Why are you now crawling to the Lu mansion with your faces pressed to the ground to propose?" The Yi patriarch's face flushed. That scoundrel Yi Ming. This old man had no choice. The Huang patriarch had shed all pretense of shame. "My Ningxiang adores Divine Sun Lu. She wept and insisted on marrying him. What could I as her elder do? I could only swallow my pride and come here." The Bai patriarch was not fooled by the other 2's schemes. But they were all cut from the same cloth, and none was nobler than the other. Since that was the case, they would have to settle the matter through action. According to old customs, when the 3 patriarchs of Yi, Bai, and Huang arrived, the Lu patriarch should have personally welcomed them. But now that Lu Wujin was the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, the Lu family's status had naturally risen. Although the Lu patriarch cared little for such formalities, the other 3 patriarchs dared not let him come out. They refused to even use the main gate, insisting that Lu Hu lead them through the side entrance of the Lu mansion. Only after arriving at the Lu family's main hall did they send Lu Hu to inform the Lu patriarch. When the Lu patriarch, who had been dizzy with recent busyness, heard the news, he hurriedly set aside his work and rushed to the hall. As he entered, the 3 patriarchs immediately rose to greet him. Seeing their courtesy, the Lu patriarch was somewhat perplexed. Once they began conversing, the situation grew increasingly peculiar. Dugu City was a small town. To fend off forces from other cities, the 4 great families cooperated more than they competed. Having known each other for centuries, the 4 patriarchs, if not bosom friends, were at least close friends with whom they could share everything. In the past, their gatherings often revolved around which widow had the roundest backside or the largest chest, or they would trade insults, calling each other Canon Lu or Old Turtle. But today their conversation was unerringly proper. The 3 patriarchs spoke endlessly of the continent's geopolitical landscape over the next 50 years, and Dugu City's future a century hence. The Lu patriarch soon grew irritated by this evasive talk, and cut straight to the chase. "Have you old fools taken the wrong medicine? Coming here to spout nonsense? If you have something to say, say it. If not, finish your lunch and get the hell out." The 3 patriarchs exchanged awkward glances. Finally the Bai patriarch spoke first. "Elder Lu, I do have a matter to discuss. As you know, Ruoshui has always admired divine son Lu. In my opinion, since the two children are fond of each other, why not forge a bond and let them become a couple? Well, the Lu patriarch hesitated. Bai Ruoshui was an agreeable girl with a pleasing appearance, indeed a good match. But now that his son was the divine son, he had little say in matters of marriage and children. Seeing the Lu patriarch's troubled expression, the Bai patriarch quickly added, "Our Bai family does not dare to covet the position of principal wife. The rank of a concubine will suffice." Concubine meant a secondary wife, a legitimate daughter of the Bai family becoming a concubine to the Lu family. This was something he had never dreamed possible. Seeing the Lu patriarch still unresponsive, the Bai patriarch, thinking him unwilling, hastily added, "Furthermore, the Bai family is willing to offer 500,000 spirit stones as a dowry." 500,000? The Lu patriarch's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had seen daughters sold but never one married off at a loss. Meanwhile, the Yi and Huang patriarchs could no longer hold back and jumped in with their offers. The Yi patriarch declared, "I am willing to offer 80 gold mines and 300 shops as man's dowry." The Huang patriarch said, "The Huang family is willing to offer 100 brothels and 800 gambling dens as Ningxiang's dowry." The Lu patriarch was about to rejoice when a sudden realization struck him. "Do you mean to say that 2 other maidens are also to marry my Wujin?" The 3 patriarchs nodded in unison. Holy shit, the Lu family is about to hit the jackpot. Dugu City had 4 gentlemen, namely Lu Wujin and 3 other nameless men. Dugu City also had 4 beauties: Lu Qingqing of the Lu family, Bai Ruoshui of the Bai family, Huang Ningxiang of the Huang family, and Yi Man of the Yi family. The 4 women possessed both beauty and family background. Now that Lu Wujin had won 3 beauties single-handedly, it naturally caused a stir throughout Dugu City. Ordinarily, for such a grand marriage alliance between major clans, the 3 letters and 6 rites were indispensable, and it would be normal for the process to drag on for a year or half. However, this time the 3 families' marriage of their daughters was conducted with extreme haste. Less than 10 days after the betrothal was settled, lanterns were already hung inside and outside Dugu City. There was of course a reason for such haste. The patriarchs of the Huang, Yi and Bai families feared that a delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Only by forming a bond with the Lu family as soon as possible could they feel at ease. The Lu family patriarch in turn worried that the other 3 families might change their minds. After all, such a loss-making marriage of daughters was rare in the world. Only what was in hand counted, everything else was nonsense. Both sides were anxious and no one considered the feelings of the bride and groom. On the day before the wedding, Lu Hu rushed in hastily to report, "This is terrible, ancestor. A major crisis has occurred." The Lu family patriarch set down the spirit stones he was counting and scolded, "What kind of behavior is this panicking? Remember who we are, wealthy. Do not be so flustered." Lu Hu did not understand the patriarch's rambling and remained extremely tense. "Ancestor, a real disaster has struck. The wedding is tomorrow but the young master hasn't returned yet. What are we to do? Damn it." The Lu family patriarch was so agitated he cursed aloud. He had been so absorbed in counting spirit stones that he had forgotten such a monumental matter. For a moment even the Lu family patriarch panicked. If they could not produce a groom tomorrow, the Lu family would surely become the biggest joke in Dugu City. The Lu family patriarch hastily summoned Lu Tao, the clan leader, to ask for advice. If no other option existed, he could at least make Lu Tao the scapegoat. Fortunately, Lu Tao had been clan leader for many years, and was experienced in handling such mundane affairs. He quickly proposed a relatively reasonable suggestion. Have Lu Qingqing go to fetch the brides in place of Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin was the only son, and had only one sister, Lu Qingqing. Other members of the Lu family either lacked the status or had the wrong seniority, making Lu Qingqing the sole candidate for this task. The Lu family patriarch could think of no better plan, so he ordered Lu Hu to fetch Lu Qingqing. A quarter of an hour later, a somewhat plump Lu Qingqing appeared before the 2 elders. The Lu family patriarch exclaimed in surprise, "Girl, in just a few days how have you grown so plump?" Everyone present rolled their eyes at the patriarch. Who speaks to a young lady like that? He was truly a doddering old fool. As soon as the words left his mouth, the patriarch regretted them. But as the clan's elder, how could he ever admit his own mistake? He quickly changed the subject. "Girl, your grandfather asks a favor of you. Tomorrow your brother is to be married, but he has extremely important business at the Bloodsea sect and cannot return before then. Could you go in his stead and welcome your sisters-in-law into the mansion?" Lu Qingqing nodded. "I can fetch the brides, but you must agree to one condition." Hearing this, the clan leader Lu Tao exploded with rage. "You insolent wretch! How dare you make conditions with the ancestor? Are you asking for a beating? The Lu patriarch disdainfully slapped Lu Tao. Let the girl finish speaking. Where do you get all this nonsense? Lu Qingqing mustered her courage and said, I want 10,000 spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, the Lu patriarch produced at least 20,000 spirit stones and placed them into Lu Qingqing's storage pouch. Girl, if you want spirit stones, just ask your grandfather. But 10,000 is no small sum. What do you plan to do with them? Lu Qingqing clutched the storage pouch and smiled shyly. Ancestor, I just like to save money. I love seeing spirit stones piled up and sparkling. Everyone was speechless. The answer seemed perfectly reasonable, yet something felt off. After Lu Qingqing left, the Lu family patriarch asked, has this girl changed? She seems different from before. The clan leader sighed softly. Ever since her engagement to Ming was called off, she has shut herself in her courtyard. The patriarch was astonished. Does she still love that scoundrel Ming? The clan leader shook his head. I believe she has given up on men entirely. The patriarch pondered for a long time, utterly unable to fathom a young girl's heart. Xiao Tao, don't you have those mistresses of yours? Have them go and counsel Qing. If they succeed, they'll be rewarded. If they fail, they'll be punished. Huh. The clan leader clearly showed reluctance. The next day, the day of Lu Wujin's wedding, Lu Qingqing did not wear the groom's robe as her father had instructed, but instead donned a beautiful dress. Her reasoning was formidable. As one of the 4 beauties of Dugu City, she could not be outshone by the other 3, as that would bring shame upon the Lu family. Given the Lu family's current status in Dugu City, they truly did not need to adhere to any strict rules. Therefore the clan leader did not insist, though his daughter's happiness was paramount. The Lu family's bridal procession also followed a certain order. Although all were secondary wives, the bride placed first in the procession would clearly gain more face. Bai Ruoshui was already well acquainted with Lu Wujin, so the Bai residence was naturally the first stop. Lu Qingqing, riding a tall horse, arrived at the gates of the Bai residence. The Bai family patriarch personally led a group of clan elders out to greet her. The Lu family also gave due respect, with clan leader Lu Tao himself coming to welcome the bride. Today Bai Ruoshui was resplendent in her wedding attire, a fiery red gold-thread phoenix robe that rivaled the beauty of a celestial maiden. Bai Wudi carried Bai Ruoshui on his back and handed her over to Lu Qingqing. Seeing Bai Ruoshui so nervous she could barely speak, Lu Qingqing leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile, Sister Bai, you're not afraid I'll eat you, are you? Bai Ruoshui shot Lu Qingqing a glare. You naughty girl, so rude. Call me sister-in-law, not sister. Lu Qingqing's teasing did indeed put Bai Ruoshui more at ease. Occasionally she could even laugh and joke with Lu Qingqing. Leaving the Bai residence, the bridal procession headed straight for the Yi residence. The reason the Yi family ranked second was simple: they offered a larger dowry. It must be said the Lu family remained true to form. They always valued practicality in everything they did. But on the way to the Yi residence, an unexpected incident occurred. The patriarch of the Huang family together with the bride Huang Ningxiang blocked the road. This old rogue of the Huang family acted with extreme decisiveness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he simply left the bride and her dowry in the middle of the street. The clan leader Lu Tao was furious. But on this joyous day he dared not show it. He could only swallow his anger, smiling on the surface while cursing inwardly, and had the Huang family bride added to the procession. Upon learning of this, the Yi family patriarch smashed 3 cups in a fit of rage. If it weren't an inappropriate day for violence, he would have gladly beaten that old scoundrel Huang to death. Lu Qingqing, who was fetching the brides, was also quite frustrated. Huang Ningxiang was beautiful enough, but she seemed to be suffering from some serious ailment. On this her wedding day, the girl kept asking whether the Lu mansion had peach trees, if the back garden was pretty, and if there was a high terrace with a view. To avoid upsetting her new sister-in-law, Lu Qingqing agreed to everything, promising to build whatever was needed, even if it didn't exist. The Lu family was different now. They had so many spirit stones that the treasury couldn't hold them all. Given Lu Wujin's current status, he would inevitably establish his own household outside. By then the new Lu residence could be built exactly as the 3 sisters-in-law wished, with just a word from them. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, the Yi family members glared at Huang Ningxiang with hostile eyes. Miss Huang, however, had a remarkably thick skin, chatting and laughing with Bai Ruoshui, and completely ignoring the Yi family. Yi Manman's entrance was quite impressive. Like Lu Qingqing, she rode out on a tall horse. The moment Yi Manman appeared, the crowd fell silent. People stared at Yi Manman with expressions of surprise or confusion. Yi Manman was draped in a bridal phoenix robe, but as soon as she stepped out she cast it to the ground. Beneath it she wore a close-fitting hostile riding outfit more suitable for horseback. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing's previously smiling face turned cold. She looked at the Yi family patriarch with a sneer. Elder Yi, what is the meaning of this? If the Yi family does not wish to marry, the Lu family will never force you. Yi Manman, what are you doing? If not for the need to give the Lu family an explanation, the Yi family's patriarch would have gladly slapped Yi Manman to death. Yi Manman dared not meet the patriarch's eyes, yet she stubbornly defended herself. If the Lu family can annul this marriage, why can't the Yi family? Today Yi Manman refused to marry. These words struck a nerve with the Lu family. The very person Yi Manman was renouncing was none other than Lu Qingqing across from her. This was no longer a veiled insult, but a direct accusation of broken promises. The Lu clan leader, furious, was about to erupt, but Lu Qingqing, her face ashen, stopped him. Father, today is brother's wedding day. It's not suitable for violence. As the one who came to fetch the bride, I'll handle this. Lu Qingqing represented the groom that day, and Lu Tao as her father couldn't override her authority, so he reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, the Lu clan leader had already begun mobilizing his forces. Should a fight break out, the Lu family would annihilate the Yi family with lightning speed. Lu Qingqing rode her horse to stand before Yi Manman. Yi Manman, I didn't intend to explain myself to you. But for the Lu family's honor, some things must be made clear. First, my brother Lu Wujin is the legitimate son of the Lu family, the next clan leader, and now the holy son of the Blood Sea sect. Moreover, my brother is upright in conduct and gentle as jade, one of the finest gentlemen in Dugu City. A man of his caliber is rare even in the entire cultivation world. And you, Yi Manman, dare to annul his engagement? Who do you think you are? As for Yi Ming, forget his status as a discarded son of the Yi family. Even his character alone makes him unworthy to polish my brother's boots. He lives a debauched life, frequenting brothels and alleys every day. Even if he is the holy son of the Taishan sacred sect, I, Lu Qingqing, still despise him. Comparing such a person to my brother is an insult not only to the Lu family but also to your own Yi family. Good heavens! Lu Qingqing was in full force, leaving Yi Manman dumbfounded. Even the bystanders watching were stunned. No one had expected that the gentle and kind second miss of the Lu family could be so fiery. Under the gaze of so many, Lu Qingqing blushed slightly but quickly composed herself and turned to the Yi family patriarch. Elder Yi, marriage requires mutual consent. If your family does not wish to marry, there is no harm in that. The Yi patriarch tried to speak, but Lu Qingqing raised a hand to cut him off. But now the Lu family is the foremost clan of Dugu City. My father as clan leader personally came to fetch the bride. And what does your daughter do? She simply says she won't marry. Isn't that going too far? Does your Yi family care about face while ours does not? Or do you think the Lu family cannot wield a blade and can be bullied at will? No, it's not like that. The Yi patriarch trembled in fear and knelt before the Lu family. His terror was not unfounded. Dozens of divine senses, each 100 times more powerful than his, were covering the Yi estate. At Lu Qingqing's command, the Yi residence would be annihilated in an instant. No one can remain unafraid when standing on the edge of a cliff. Lu Qingqing continued, today is my brother's joyous day, and I wish to avoid bloodshed. So I will propose 2 conditions. If they are met, I will consider today's matter as never having happened. The Yi patriarch felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Wiping cold sweat, he said, speak. Today the Yi family is at fault. Even if it's 20 or 200 conditions, my family will sell everything to fulfill them. Lu Qingqing ignored the Yi patriarch and continued, first condition, I want to know why Yi Manman refuses to marry into the Lu family. You must give my brother and the Lu family an explanation. Second condition, since our Lu family has come with such a grand procession, we cannot return empty-handed. We no longer want Yi Manman to choose another legitimate daughter of the Yi family to marry into the Lu family. This. The Yi patriarch, who had been rejoicing in his narrow escape, now wore a troubled expression. Seeing this, the Lu clan leader stepped forward. What? Do you disagree? The Yi patriarch quickly denied, no. But the Yi family has more sons than daughters. Besides Yi Manman, the only legitimate daughter of suitable age is Yi Mingming. At first people wondered who Yi Mingming was until Lu Qingqing revealed her identity. You mean Yi Ming's sister Yi Mingming? Then it dawned on everyone. Though Yi Ming had been cast out of the Yi family, his sister had not been expelled and still held the status of a legitimate daughter. Moreover, Yi Mingming was young, and rarely went out due to Yi Ming's situation, so most people were unaware of this Yi family daughter. Now it was the Lu family's turn to hesitate. The enmity between Lu Wujin and Yi Ming was well known. The two had repeatedly threatened to kill each other publicly. Yi Manman was merely Yi Ming's cousin, but Yi Mingming was his own blood sister. Would Lu Wujin agree? Even Lu Qingqing was uncertain. The Lu clan leader was also torn. Maybe we should forget it. If the bride was not brought back today, the Lu family's face would be lost. Yet Yi Mingming's identity was too sensitive for him to make a decision. Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth. First bring her out and let us see. Then we'll decide. Yi Mingming came out. The girl was quite pretty, but she looked sallow and thin. Clearly she had been Mingming greets Sister Lu and all the elders. The little girl knew this was her only chance to escape suffering, so she tried her best to show her finest side. Lu Qingqing had seen Yi Mingming before when she was a chubby innocent child. Alas! Yi Ming caused trouble outside, but this girl was the one who suffered for it. Lu Qingqing gently touched Yi Mingming's forehead where a scar was barely hidden by powder. Mingming, do you know why they called you here? To replace Sister Man and marry Brother Lu. Are you willing? Yes. Very well. Someone take Mingming to be dressed and groomed. A delighted Yi Mingming was led back into the Yi house. The Lu clan leader looked worried. Qingqing, is this really appropriate? Lu Qingqing smiled, but her eyes grew colder. Father, if Mingming dares to plot against Big Brother without you saying a word, I will personally throw her into a well. Lu clan leader. Ever since the engagement was broken, this girl had changed so much. While Yi Mingming was being dressed, Lu Qingqing turned to Yi Man. Your turn. Speak. Why would you risk the annihilation of your clan just to break off the engagement with the Lu family? If you don't explain clearly today, I will kill everyone except Mingming. This matter has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want to kill me alone. Yi Man rode atop a tall horse as proud as a princess. Boom. Alas, what greeted her was a heavy fist. The one who struck was the Yi family's patriarch. He did not strike Yi Man but punched through the white horse beneath her. The white horse collapsed from its severe injuries, and Yi Man fell to the ground in disgrace. Ignoring the blood on his hands, the Yi patriarch grabbed Yi Man by the neck and lifted her up. Yi Man, if you truly wish to die, I will not stop you. But the Yi family has fed and clothed you. Without the Yi family you are nothing. Fine, since you want the entire clan to be buried with you, I will start with your parents and younger brother. With that, the Yi patriarch raised his other hand. A delicate and adorable little boy was drawn into his palm. The poor child had just been secretly eating a large chicken leg from the wedding feast, only to be seized viciously by his once beloved great-grandfather. No, Seeing her dearest brother about to lose his life, Yi Man completely panicked. Yi Man's father, the clan leader Yi, who even knelt before her pleading, Man, though you are a girl, I can swear on my conscience that I have never treated you unfairly in the slightest. Father begs you, please. Give the Lu family an explanation and give the Yi family a way out, okay? By now Yi Man was already in tears, yet she still refused to relent. Father, I'm sorry. I cannot speak of it. If I do, he will surely die. There may be no chance in this life. In the next I will repay your great kindness, even if I must become a beast of burden. With that, Yi Man did not forget to glare venomously at Lu Qingqing, her eyes filled with malice. Lu, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Lu Qingqing smiled helplessly. The auspicious hour is near. If your Yi family does not give me an explanation, we will take action. This time the Lu family dropped all pretense, their hidden forces appearing above the Yi residence. Over a dozen figures materialized in the sky. Among them the crowd recognized the patriarchs of the Bai and Huang families, as well as Duguxun, the lord of Dugu City. The rest were clad in uniform black robes, unmistakably experts sent by the Blood Sea sect. The Yi patriarch wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If these people were to strike, the Yi family would not even have the chance to become ghosts. Thinking quickly, he ordered all the maids and servants who had attended Yi Man to be brought forth. Speak. Has your young lady been in contact with any outsiders recently? All the servants shook their heads except for Yi Man's personal maid Xiao Lu, who hesitated for a moment. With his keen perception, the Yi patriarch immediately noticed Xiao Liu's anomaly. Time was pressing, so without further ado, he stepped forward and kicked her leg, breaking it. Xiao Lu, speak. If you do not tell the truth, I will kill you right now. Xiao Lu was just a girl of 15 or 16, unable to bear such pain. Despite Yi Man's frantic attempts to stop her, she still uttered 3 words, Young Master Chan. 3 words, only a surname. Finding someone by just a surname was like searching for a needle in a haystack for ordinary people. Lu Qingqing did not trust the Yi family, so she sent Lu Hu to find the man called Young Master Chan. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Lu Hu returned carrying a young... Lu Qingqing did not trust the Yi family, so she sent Lu Hu to find the man called Young Master Chan. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Lu Hu returned carrying a young man with torn clothes like a chick and presented him before the crowd. Upon seeing this man, Yi Man, who feared not even death, broke free from her restraints and charged desperately toward Lu Qingqing. Miss Lu, take it out on me if you must. Do not harm my Chun. If you lay a finger on him, I will tear you limb from limb. Lu Qingqing rode her horse around young Master Chun, circling him once, and shook her head with a smile. A mere first-level qi refining cultivation reeking of cheap rouge. Ye man, are you blind? This young Master Chun has nothing but a passable face. No money, no talent. A worthless thing that no one would pick up off the street, and you treat him like a treasure. At such slander young Master Chun had yet to react, but Ye Man was already driven wild. Ah, hey. I won't allow you to speak of my Chun like that. He is merely a tiger fallen to the plains bullied by dogs. A dragon stranded in shallows teased by shrimp. Give him a chance and he will trample you and Lu Wujin underfoot. Lu Qingqing could not help but laugh out loud. Let's set me aside. Not to mention my brother's status as the holy son of the Blood Sea sect. He is under 30 and already at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Barring accidents, he will break through to the late foundation establishment stage by year's end. Ye Man, may I ask how old your Chun is? Ye Man was momentarily at a loss for words. After stammering for a while, she could only stubbornly say, 30 years east, 30 years west, do not bully the young. Middle-aged poor. I firmly believe that my Chun will become a great figure. Lu Qingqing covered her forehead, unable to bear watching any longer. Ye Man, hopelessly love-struck, was beyond saving. By now Lu Qingqing had lost all desire to punish Ye Man and young Master Chun. Bullying these two fools would only bring shame upon herself. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Hu. Brother Hu, throw this young Master Chun by the roadside and be gentle. Our Lu family is now a prominent household. Why did you tear his clothes? Lu Hu replied indignantly. Miss, I didn't tear his clothes. It was Wang the butcher from the west side. Lu Qingqing asked out of curiosity. Wang the butcher is an honest man who never quarrels with anyone. How did he come into conflict with him? Lu Hu, being a simpleton, blurted out without regard for the occasion. This shameless Chun bought meat right onto Wang's wife's bed. By the time we arrived, the clothes on these two combined amounted to only a belly band. Lu Qingqing blushed furiously, wishing she could sew Lu Hu's big mouth shut on the spot. The others all turned their gazes toward Ye Man as if asking, does your Chun seem more like a lecher than a great figure? That look nearly drove Ye Man mad. She rushed to young Master Chun in a single stride. Chun, speak. Are they slandering you? Don't be afraid of the Lu family. Oh, with me here no one can hurt you. Speak. Say it. Say that you two are innocent. Even if you two lay together. Nothing happened, right? Who? The male onlookers let out a chorus of jeers. Lying together and nothing happened. Tell that to the ghosts. And she wanted the entire Yi residence to be buried with such a scumbag. Is this Miss Yi out of her mind? I tell that same lie to my wife all the time. He'll just rub it, not put it in. Ha ha ha. All sorts of vulgar remarks filled the air. The Yi family once produced Yi Ming, a man with a dog-like temperament who offended the entire city. Now they had Ye Man foolish enough to prefer a worthless playboy over marrying the promising holy son of the Blood Sea sect. The Yi family was surely doomed. The Lu family did not continue to harass Ye Man and her Chun. By now the Yi family had lost all face. Further punishment from the Lu family would seem petty. After the Lu family received Yi Ming, the wedding feast officially began. While the wedding banquet in Dugu City was in full swing, Yi Ming was engaged in killing. Killing was not a major issue for Yi Ming. After all, this protagonist had far too many reasons for it. From spiritual treasures and cultivation techniques to women and elixirs. Anything that caught Yi Ming's eye he would devise ways to seize through murder and plunder. Sometimes even a bad mood would drive him to kill for catharsis. For instance, yesterday, he killed a servant simply because the servant's eyebrows resembled Lu Wujin's. But today was different, as he killed Lu Jia, an outer disciple of the Taishan holy sect, in broad daylight. Outer disciples held low status, appearing as mere ants in Yi Ming's eyes. Yet even an ant was an ant belonging to the Taishan holy sect. The Taishan holy sect strictly forbade killing fellow disciples. This was an ironclad rule. Of course the sect was vast, so certain accidents were bound to occur. But Yi Ming was the only one who killed in such a public manner. Not that his fury was unjustified. He had sent Lu Jia to humiliate the four great families of Dugu City. Yet that wretch Lu Jia returned not only empty-handed but also brought two dreadful news. First, that piece of dog's hit Lu Wujin had become the 100-battle divine son of the Blood Sea sect. As a sect of equal standing to the Taishan holy sect, the Blood Sea sect's 100-battle divine son held a status 2 levels above Yi Ming's holy son. Yi Ming, who had been smug after becoming a holy son, now felt as if he had swallowed filth. Secondly, Lu Wujin had married the four beauties of Dugu City, as concubines including Yi Ming's own sister Yi Mengmeng. A man like Yi Ming with selfishness etched into his bones naturally cared little for his sister's safety. But Lu Wujin taking his sister as a concubine changed everything. It was a public slap in the face to Yi Ming before the entire world. From then on, whenever they met, Lu Wujin could boldly utter vulgarities like "I bedded your sister." How could a man of honor endure such an insult? Yi Ming, inherently petty and vindictive, was driven to madness by the humiliation. He initially intended only to teach Lu Jia a lesson, but his strength got out of hand and he beat him to death. Many witnessed the scene, leaving Yi Ming unable to deny it. That very day, the law enforcement hall of the Taishan holy sect confined him to the back mountain. That night, as Yi Ming attempted to escape, a beautiful woman appeared in his cell. Overjoyed, Yi Ming knelt. "Master, save me." Meanwhile, Lu Wujin was happily eating barbecue. It started as a craving to improve his diet, but he was caught stealing rabbits by Long Sharo, the holy maiden of the Blood Sea sect. When the barbecue was almost ready, sect leader Long Zizai appeared out of nowhere. Helpless Lu Wujin had to invite everyone to sit down and eat together. Fortunately, Shire was skilled at grilling meat, so Lu Wujin only needed to demonstrate once before handing over the rest. But that girl was such a glutton that she had already devoured more than half of the raw meat before it was cooked. Left with no choice, Lu Wujin had to call Long Zizai and Long Sharo to help skewer the meat. It was the first time Long Zizai had been ordered around like this, but he wasn't angry. While skewering, he asked curiously, "Why aren't you afraid of me?" Lu Wujin casually grabbed a skewer of lamb and ate while replying, "Afraid? Not really. You're only the third strongest on the Xuanwu continent after all. But my enemy is someone who can crush a divine king with one hand. If I were afraid of you, how could I enjoy my life?" Just a few simple words. Long Zizai was so shocked his mouth hung open, speechless. Long Sharo was equally bewildered, looking at Lu Wujin as if he were a madman. Lu Wujin shuddered, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly tried to backtrack. "Well, I was just spouting nonsense after reading the heavenly list published by the Baishao Pavilion. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." After his explanation, their expressions remained unchanged. Lu Wujin's face fell. "Could it be that this list hasn't been released yet?" Long Zizai nodded, then shook his head. "The Baishao Pavilion has been preparing this list for 100 years. I just received word that it will be published next month." Lu Wujin was dumbfounded. "Damn it, I miscalculated the date." Seeing Long Zizai's gaze growing more hostile, Lu Wujin braced himself and explained, "Actually, I know Tianjizi of the Tianji Pavilion and he taught me some divination techniques." Long Zizai stared at Lu Wujin for a long time until Lu Wujin was almost on his knees begging for mercy. Then he smiled faintly. "All right, I understand. Let's continue eating." Lu Wujin was baffled. Understand? What did he understand? Long Zizai ate a few skewers, found them too greasy, and left midway. With the big shot gone, the atmosphere instantly lightened. Half-satiated Shire handed Lu Wujin a red invitation card with her greasy paws. Lu Wujin asked curiously, "Is someone getting married at home?" Shire replied with irritation, "It's you, young master. You married all 4 beauties of Dugu City at once." "Me? Are you kidding?" Lu Wujin opened the invitation and his spirits plummeted. Damn it, that old bastard Lu Yiming actually married him 4 concubines. Wait, there seems to be something dirty mixed in. Why is that idiot Lu Qingqing here? Oh, she's the groom's representative. Looking at the other 3, Huang Ningxiang. I've met her once or twice, but no impression. By Ruoshui, one of Yiming's harem in the original story. Yimengming, Yiming's only sister. Lu Wujin couldn't help but exclaim, "What a treat." Old ancestor Lu wasn't marrying these women for Lu Wujin. He was slapping Yiming in the face with a slipper. It sounded satisfying, but Lu Wujin feared the punishment of the heavenly Tao. He knew that the only outcome of competing with Yiming for a woman was death. Lu Wujin looked up at the sky. Fortunately, no lightning bolt struck him down. Marrying your own sister, are you some kind of pervert? Somehow the invitation had ended up in Long Zyra's hands. She glared at Lu Wujin with fury. Lu Wujin was speechless. What was this queen of exploding balls angry about now? "Miss Long, are you feeling unwell lately?" "Perhaps. Drink more hot water." Though Long Sharo didn't understand the hot water meme, she sensed Lu Wujin's ill intent. She rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Wujin idly chatted nonsense with Shire. The Blood Sea sect occupied a vast space, but apart from the sect's headquarters, it was all unexplored primeval forest. Inside lurked supergrade Great Yao, all at the Golden Core stage or above. Fearing death, Lu Wujin could only hide within the Blood Sea sect, not daring to venture out. Staying confined to the sect was driving Lu Wujin to boredom. But no matter how bored he was, he dared not leave. The reason was simple: he was about to break through to the golden core stage. Breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core required enduring 3 thunder tribulations, which was extremely dangerous. Given that Lu Wujin had been constantly opposing the chosen son Yi Ming, he had little confidence in this tribulation. What if the heavenly Tao deliberately tried to kill him with 3 enhanced abnormal thunder tribulations? Would he have any chance of survival? Lu Wujin prepared thoroughly for this tribulation. First, he selected an Earth-grade top-grade defensive spirit artifact from the Blood Sea sect's treasury, the Great Turtle Spirit Armor. Second, he spent 100,000 spirit stones to buy over 1 million low-grade defensive talismans, each capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, Lu Wujin scientifically crafted a lightning rod. Thunder tribulation was still thunder, so there shouldn't be much difference. March 8th, a clear day. Lu Wujin specifically consulted the almanac based on Yi Ming's 8 characters, and it indicated that today would be unfavorable for Yi Ming. With Yi Ming's misfortune, Lu Wujin naturally enjoyed smooth sailing. Thus he chose today to undergo his tribulation. As the first 100 battle divine son of the Blood Sea sect, every move Lu Wujin made naturally drew considerable attention. Such a significant event as a divine son's breakthrough attracted many onlookers. Among them were Long Zizai, the sect master of the Blood Sea sect, and Kong Shuzi, the sect master of the Taishan Holy sect. These 2 supreme powerhouses of the eastern continent were currently sipping tea amidst the deep clouds. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. After all, the Taishan Holy sect and the Blood Sea sect had always been hostile, with their disciples engaging in combat at every encounter. While their subordinates fought fiercely for life and death, the 2 grandmasters chatted like old friends. Long Zizai said, "Old Su, I heard you've taken in another divine son with perfect aptitude across all spiritual elements. To find such a monster, Taishan Holy sect is truly in for a windfall." Kong Shuzi shot a covert glare at Sect Master Long, clearly displeased with the moniker Old Su. However, given the old dragon's immense power, he pretended not to hear it. Kong Shuzi shook his head. "I didn't make him a divine son, only granted him the status of a holy son. This Yi Ming indeed possesses remarkable talent, but his character is too flawed. Oh, I fear he will not amount to much." Long Zizai chuckled. "Geniuses all have their quirks. Take this one undergoing tribulation below. Do you know what he used as a weapon during his entrance test?" Recalling this, Long Zizai couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it, that freak actually fought using sweet buns shaped like feces. The Blood Sea sect is after all a first-rate sect, yet having such a thing is truly disheartening. Kong Shuzi was evidently stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Using feces as a weapon. The man appeared quite clean, yet his weapon was so filthy. As the time drew near, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Wujin first produced the Giant Turtle Spirit Armor. The Giant Turtle Spirit Armor had 2 forms. One was to transform into a form-fitting bodysuit, offering comprehensive protection to its master. The second was to take on the appearance of a large turtle shell. In this form, the Giant Turtle Spirit Armor boasted astonishing defensive power, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden core stage cultivator, without any spiritual energy infusion. Such defensive capability rivaled that of a heaven-grade spiritual artifact. The only drawback was that the armor in this form could not move. Since tribulation required no movement, Lu Wujin unhesitatingly chose the second form. After bringing out the Giant Turtle Spirit Armor, Lu Wujin began pasting defensive talismans onto its surface. Behind the clouds, Kong Shuzi nearly burst out laughing. "Sect Master Long, isn't your 100 battle divine son a bit too afraid of death? Using an earth-grade spiritual treasure to withstand the thunder tribulation is one thing, but pasting defensive talismans on top of it." Long Zizai's face darkened with anger. This bastard Lu Wujin had lost face all the way to the Taishan Holy sect. Beneath them, Lu Wujin was utterly oblivious to his sect master's resentment, continuing to focus intently on applying the talismans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he went on from morning until noon without stopping. The once pristine turtle shell was plastered into a long-haired, yellow-furred monstrosity. Kong Shuzi grew impatient and asked, "How much longer is this brat going to keep pasting?" Long Zizai could no longer bear to watch and waved his hand helplessly. "Let him be." After noon, Lu Wujin could find no more space to paste and reluctantly gave up. Just as everyone thought he would begin his tribulation, he retrieved a pure silver hat from his storage pouch. The hat was most peculiar, with a silver rod half a zhang long protruding from the top and a long tail trailing behind. What is he doing now? Kong Shuzi felt his horizons had been broadened today. He had thought Yi Ming was eccentric enough, but little did he know there was always someone more bizarre. Compared to divine son, Lu Yiming seemed like a normal cultivator. Long Zizai had given up on explaining. "Explain what?" He had no idea what Lu Wujin was up to either. Once everything was ready, Lu Wujin crawled into the turtle shell, leaving only his long pointed head exposed. Strangely enough, the shell fit him perfectly. When Lu Wujin lay down, he looked exactly like a longhorn giant turtle. At this sight, not only Long Zizai but even Shire had to cover her face, afraid others would know she was Lu Wujin's maidservant. Lu Wujin, however, was quite satisfied with his appearance. Lying there gave him an overwhelming sense of security. Everything was ready. It was time to begin the tribulation. And then, Lu Wujin became bewildered. How exactly does one undergo a tribulation? Indeed, Lu Wujin had no idea how to proceed. It had only been 3 years since Lu Wujin's transmigration. Given his natural aptitude, advancing from the early foundation establishment stage to the mid-stage in 3 years would have been a miracle for the Lu family. However, Lu Wujin had ruthlessly exploited Ming's fortune, consuming countless spiritual herbs and fruits, forcibly piling his cultivation to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Normally, breakthroughs should be guided by senior members of the Lu family. But Lu Wujin's breakthrough was too rapid. Before the Lu family could teach him these matters, he had already become the Blood Sea sect's divine son. Within the sect, he had never formally taken a master, so no one taught him these things. Now Lu Wujin was in dire straits. When it came down to it, he realized he had no idea how to break through. Forced by circumstance, he stretched out his neck and shouted loudly to Long Xiao, "Holy Maiden Long, quickly teach me how to break through to the golden core stage." Long Xiao, Kong Shuzi, Long Zizai, oi. The audience was utterly dumbfounded. Divine Son Liu's joke was a bit too much. To be at this critical moment and not know how to break through, it was like going to a brothel. We've all taken off our pants and you say you've got your period. This man was utterly infuriating. Long Xiao knew Lu Wujin was unreliable, but she never imagined he could be this unreliable. Yet as a friend she had no choice but to steel herself and help him. Long Xiao, Divine Son Lu, breaking through to the golden core stage is very simple. You just need to channel all your spiritual energy and compress it into your dantian. Remember, go slowly and gently. Once a golden core forms in your dantian, the thunder tribulation will naturally arrive. Lu Wujin, where is the dantian? Long Xiao was fuming with rage. For a cultivator not to know where the dantian was, she truly wanted to drag this wretched brat out of his turtle shell and beat him to death. To leave this embarrassing place as quickly as possible, Long Xiao forced herself to remain calm and explained, "The dantian is below the navel." 1 minute later, a muffled sound came from behind Lu Wujin. "Long Xiao, did you just release your spiritual energy as a fart?" Lu Wujin's face rarely flushed red. Sorry. I compressed it too far down." Another muffled sound rang out before he could finish. The entire scene fell into dead silence, with everyone staring at Lu Wujin with resentful eyes. Lu Wujin scratched his head, looking utterly embarrassed. If I said this fart was due to an upset stomach, would you believe me?" Long Xiao taught with meticulous care, yet Lu Wujin remained utterly obtuse, unable to grasp the essence despite countless attempts. As the horizon turned amber, impatience began to stir among the onlookers. Is this Divine Son Lu ever going to break through? If not, I'm heading home for dinner. Let's wait a bit longer. We've already lingered this long, a few more moments won't hurt. Honestly, breaking through to the mere golden core stage is more troublesome than a woman giving birth. Just as the crowd's patience wore thin, Lu Wujin stirred. Long Xiao asked anxiously, "What do you feel it?" Lu Wujin replied, "No, but I've been lying here so long that I need to pee." Long Xiao's face darkened. This scoundrel was simply infuriated. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lu Wujin swaggered over to a corner, loosening his belt while turning his head to warn ladies, senior and junior sisters, masters, wives, aunts and cousins, all retract your divine senses. Don't peek at me while I pee. Deep. Shameless. All the female spectators spat in disdain. We are respectable women after all. Who would want to peek at you, you scoundrel, while you relieve yourself? Of course there were those with twisted minds who found his words even more thrilling. Cursing him for his shamelessness, they nonetheless edged closer to him instinctively. But Lu Wujin was prepared. No matter how hard these old hags tried, all they could see was a blur of pixels. Perhaps because he had held it in for so long, this pee brought him immense relief. In his moment of ecstasy, a rumbling thunderclap echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw that the once radiant sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. Within the inky clouds, blinding flashes of thunder occasionally burst forth. Seeing this, Lu Wujin was horrified. "Shao Shire, hurry back and bring in the clothes. This rain is going to be heavy." Slap. A slipper flew from the sky, striking Lu Wujin square in the face. Following it came Long Zizai's furious roar. You idiot, the tribulation lightning is here. Tribulation lightning, oh my. Lu Wujin's legs went weak with terror. Without even finishing his business, he yanked his pants up in a panic. Rip. In his extreme haste, his pants tore clean in two. Beside him, Long Xiaoro jumped about in desperation. Forget the pants. Quick. Hide in your turtle shell. These words struck a chord. Lu Wujin, abandoning all shame, sprinted toward the giant turtle's spirit armor at a blistering speed, his bare buttocks exposed for all to see. This eye-searing spectacle left everyone astounded. The divine Sun Lu is such a pervert. Does he have no shame at all? In my 30 years at the Blood Sea sect, I thought I had seen every perversion under heaven and was beyond shock. Never did I imagine there existed a supreme master like Junior Brother Lu. Truly there is always a mountain beyond a mountain. A man beyond men, and beyond men stands Lu Wujin. Junior Brother Liu's buttocks are so pale. Ha ha ha. Old Taoist Kongshu finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing right in front of Long Zizai. At first he tried to hide it with his sleeve, but once the laughter started it couldn't be stopped. Soon he was shaking all over, doubled over with mirth. Ha ha. Hey. Sect leader Long is little friend Lu here to be funny. Did he buy his title of 100 Battle Divine Son? Tell me, how many gifts did he give to earn that name? Ha ha. Long Zizai turned away, unwilling to acknowledge this old fool, lest he give in to the urge to slap him to death. On the platform, Lu Wujin, still running with his rear exposed, gradually broke into a smile. The giant turtle's spirit armor was right before him. One more second and he could dive inside. Boom. But the Tao of Heaven is capricious. A bolt of lightning as thick as a millstone descended from the 9 heavens. Like swatting a fly, it slammed Lu Wujin to the ground. In an instant, a golden sea of lightning spread across 10 li, dazzling and blinding all who beheld it. The onlookers were in for a world of misery. Those with insufficient cultivation were knocked unconscious by the tribulation lightning, lying stiff on the ground like twitching dead fish. Even the highly skilled fared no better, their hair standing on end like hedgehogs, faces covered in soot. This tribulation lightning not only shocked the audience, but also startled the 2 grand figures in the sky, who rose to their feet. Kongsuzi asked, why is his tribulation lightning so thick? Typically the golden core tribulation lightning is graded. The cyan grade is the lowest, white is common, and gold is the highest level. The higher the grade, the greater the difficulty of the tribulation, and the higher the talent of the one undergoing it. Of course, this is merely common knowledge in the cultivation world. In top sects like the Blood Sea sect and the Taishan sacred sect, golden tribulation lightning is quite common. To better distinguish geniuses, experts like Long Zizai discovered that golden lightning varies in size. The thicker the golden lightning, the greater the talent. Leaving Kongsuzi aside, Long Zizai, one of the continent's most formidable experts, and the most promising Mahayana cultivator in 10 millennia to achieve immortality, had encountered golden lightning no thicker than a thumb during his own golden core tribulation. And that thumb-thick lightning wasn't the first bolt but the third. Lu Wujin's first bolt was as thick as... How could Long Zizai, who always considered himself unrivaled, not be shocked? Is the divine Sun Lu also an all-attribute supreme talent? Asked Kongsuzi. Though he tried to appear calm, his trembling beard betrayed his inner turmoil. Long Zizai shook his head. Wujin is nothing special except that his spiritual power is 100 times stronger than an average person's. 100 times? Kongsuzi confirmed in disbelief. Long Zizai nodded. It is indeed absurdly high. Throughout the Tinthasandier history of the cultivation world, I have never heard of a human possessing such terrifying spiritual power. Kongsuzi breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's just stronger spiritual power. Ming should probably be slightly stronger than the divine Sun Lu. Gazing at the sea of lightning below, Kongsuzi began to consider whether to focus on cultivating Ming. Though Ming's character was as vile as a beast, if he wanted to deal with Lu Wujin, Ming was the only genius the Taishan sacred sect could field. Boom! As Kongsuzi's mind wandered, the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended. This time it wasn't even in the shape of lightning. Blades formed of lightning rained down like a storm. Upon hitting the ground, they exploded with a roar, blasting craters no less than a zhang in diameter into the granite square. Sect leader Long stared at the pits left by the lightning, his eyes widening in shock. The power of this strike rivals a full-force blow from an early golden core cultivator. This tribulation lightning isn't meant to help Wujin achieve the golden core. It's trying to kill him. With that, Long Zizai moved to intervene and save Lu Wujin. But the moment he took a step, a golden blade materialized out of thin air, barring his path. The blade dissolved into golden dust, forming strange symbols before him. A few mere characters were enough to make Long Zizai dare not advance another step. This was Long Zizai, the third strongest in martial prowess, who believed himself to be number one. The golden symbols flashed and vanished. Long Zizai did not go to save Lu Wujin but slumped back into his seat. Kang Suzi looked bewildered. Sect leader Long, don't scare me. What did those symbols mean? Pale-faced and panting heavily, Long Zizai seemed as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. It was a long while before he regained his composure. The meaning was simple. Just a warning not to approach. What terrified me was the origin of those characters. Kang Suzi remained dismissive. What origin could scare you so much? Ha! Letting out a long sigh, Long Zizai gazed at the countless golden blades before him, his expression complex. Those characters are the Prison Immortal script, a writing system known only to the Ancient Dragon and Phoenix clan. Rubber shield. Lu Wujin, nearly flattened into a meat patty, was still alive, though barely. From the outside in, from skin to heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Every organ that could be named was torn with cracks by the lightning. Pain has levels 10 in total. A doctor said a woman's childbirth pain approaches level 10, akin to breaking 20 ribs. Yet there exists a pain that surpasses level 10, a hard blow to a man's testicles. Now Lu Wujin's agony was equivalent to giving birth to 30 children at once, or smashing 18 eggs with a hammer in a single strike. This extreme torment would have knocked an ordinary person unconscious. Lu Wujin was an ordinary man, and he too wished to pass out. But the problem was that he lay in a sea of thunderbolts. Every time he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the 100,000-volt current around him delivered a jolt to his heart, cruelly denying him that escape. To divert his attention, Lu Wujin used his technique Dreamland to conjure a shield while searching for Shire. Unfortunately, Shire, with his low cultivation, had already been To divert his attention, Lu Wujin used his technique Dreamland to conjure a shield while searching for Shire. Unfortunately, Shire, with his low cultivation, had already been electrocuted into oblivion. Helpless Lu Wujin could only turn his gaze to Long Xiao, who was tidying her hair midair. "Senior Sister Long, could you do me a favor?" Long Xiao looked puzzled. "What favor?" Lu Wujin said. "Could you dance for me?" Long Xiao's face chilled. "Are you tired of living?" Lu Wujin looked on the verge of tears. "Sister, I'm in so much pain. This godforsaken place has no anesthesia, so I have to use a folk remedy from home to distract myself and ease the agony." Long Xiao instinctively thought he was spouting nonsense. But then she reconsidered. Duga City truly seemed to be a peculiar place. Not only did it produce terrifying prodigies like Lu Wujin and Yi Ming, but its local specialties included urine-flavored spirit liquid and dung-shaped sweet buns. Given such a Duga City, it seemed plausible that they might have one or two strange pain relief methods. She looked at Lu Wujin, whose face was twisted in pain, and felt a pang of sympathy. Long Xiao stomped her foot in irritation and vanished in an instant. Moments later she returned with two strikingly beautiful dancers. The two dancers trembled all over. One moment they were performing on stage, the next they were in this bizarre place. How could they not be terrified? Long Xiao commanded coldly, "Dance." One of the girls, gathering her courage, glanced around at the crowd and whispered hesitantly, "With so many people." Long Xiao tossed two spirit stones at them. "Dance now or I'll kill you both." Spirits, the two dancers nearly screamed with excitement. On a normal day their tips from a full evening's dance were no more than a tael of silver. A private performance might fetch 10 taels. One spirit stone equaled 100 taels of gold or 10,000 taels of silver. Even if they danced until their legs broke, they could never earn this much in a lifetime. With this spirit stone, shame and dignity meant nothing. Dance. They would dance. For that stone the two women threw caution to the wind. The dancers started with a bang. Off came their outer robes, leaving only red belly bands and undergarments. Long Xiao frowned. Were dancers nowadays so shameless? Lu Wujin was equally stunned. Damn, Sister Long was incredible. She could even arrange this kind of show. The motley crew of the Blood Sea sect below was in a collective frenzy. Holy crap, I'm only 38. Is this something a pure young man like me should be watching? Our divine son Lu is truly a pervert, still finding time to enjoy himself at the brink of tribulation. His lecherousness is a model for our generation. Move aside, everyone. I need to get closer to critique these two shameless women. Shameless women. They're goddesses of devotion, aren't they? Up in the sky, Kang Suzi was at a loss for words. In less than a day this mere Lu Wujin had repeatedly shattered Kang Suzi's understanding. He truly wanted to ask Lu Wujin, as a human, was it really okay to keep crossing boundaries like this? Long Zizai was too furious to speak, merely rubbing his temples to ease the ache. In truth, this wasn't Lu Wujin's fault but Long Xiao's. She had no idea that the two dancers she grabbed at random were no ordinary performers. They specialized in risque dances. Never heard of risque dances? Surely you've heard of dirty jokes. In public these girls danced with bare shoulders and legs. For private custom performances the rules were far more elaborate. When they danced doors and windows must be sealed and no women or young men under 20 were allowed and no one but the host. As for the content of those private shows, well, nothing much, just the kind that would be heavily censored on TV and banned from novels for decades. If 10 Tales of Silver could buy such explosive entertainment, what about 10,000? If possible the two beauties would have peeled off their own skin. As it turned out Stephen Chow truly was the greatest comedian of the century. His method actually worked. Lu Wujin was now flushed with excitement, his blood boiling. His engorged brain could barely feel the pain. Damn it, what was a mere lightning tribulation? Let it come down and fight me unknown. The second lightning tribulation lasted half an hour, and the two beauties danced for the same duration. Just as they were about to remove their last garments the third tribulation struck. This tribulation was bizarre. It materialized into a humanoid form of lightning. Not only did it take human shape, but after descending from the sky it ignored Lu Wujin entirely. Instead it walked up to the two dancers, slapped them hard across the face and forced them to dress properly. Every man present was first dumbfounded then furious. What a buzzkill. At such a critical moment this freak shows up. Son of a bitch, I've already dropped my pants and you pull this. Nobody stop me. I'm going to beat its brains out. This was the Blood Sea sect teeming with reckless souls. Some cursed loudly, others acted immediately. A golden core cultivator wielding a massive axe swung at the lightning man's head. Clang. The axe struck a barrier a meter away, unable to advance an inch. Humph. The lightning man snorted. Bolts shot from his eyes, sweeping across the ground. The lightning was immensely powerful, striking down everyone in its path. Even nascent soul elders were not spared. The lightning man seemed intent on killing no one who, after stunning a crowd, it turned its gaze to Lu Wujin. Where did he go? In the wilderness a hunter was teaching his child how to hunt. Directly before them was a rabbit with a single horn on its head. The father said, "This is a soft-boned rabbit, the fastest creature in this forest. With a single leap it can cover 80 zhang. Son, to catch this rabbit you must use our Tang family's specially crafted hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus." As he spoke the hunter retrieved a round object resembling a green chestnut from his bosom, its surface bristling with steel needles. The father said, "Simply throw this Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus to the ground and its poisoned needles will blanket an area of 1 square zhang. Even a great golden immortal descending would have no escape." The son said, "Father, the bunny is so cute. Can we not eat it?" The father replied, "Tonight I'll make you spicy rabbit head." The son said, "Father, hurry up. Don't let the rabbit get away." The hunter fixed his gaze on the soft-boned rabbit, holding his breath, his entire focus concentrated on the creature before him. At this critical moment a loud whoosh pierced the air. Half of the soft-boned rabbit's body was crushed. The son exclaimed in surprise, "Father, the rabbit is dead. Let's go home and make spicy rabbit head." Just as the hunter was about to explain, another flash of yellow light streaked past. The remaining half of the soft-boned rabbit's body was also crushed. Little Tang San collapsed into tears, wailing loudly, "Father, you are a bad man. I am running away from home." The two figures running were both. The one in front was Lu Wujin undergoing his tribulation, while the one chasing him was the third lightning tribulation he needed to transcend. A lightning tribulation chasing a cultivator. It was both reasonable and yet tinged with a hint of absurdity. Logically, given his cultivation level, Lu Wujin could not outrun the lightning tribulation. But the problem was that Lu Wujin had cheated. Although Long Zizai had agreed not to strike at the lightning tribulation, he had never said he would not help Lu Wujin. While the tribulation was dealing with others, Long Zizai secretly gave Lu Wujin a purple bead. Placing this purple bead in his mouth allowed Lu Wujin to obtain 1/1,000,000th of Long Zizai's power. Do not underestimate this 1/1,000,000th of Long Zizai's power. It was enough for Lu Wujin to sweep through all cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Lu Wujin was an ordinary man with a bit of cunning and a great fear of death. He was not Yi Ming. Uncertain whether he could defeat the lightning tribulation, Lu Wujin unhesitatingly chose to flee. The lightning tribulation behind Lu Wujin was deeply frustrated. The laws of heaven decreed that a tribulation could not exceed the cultivator's cultivation by more than one major realm. That is, when breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core, the tribulation's power must not surpass the early golden core stage. Of course, the loophole in this was not insignificant. Among those at the early golden core stage, the weakest could not even defeat a foundation establishment cultivator, while the strongest could face and kill a nascent soul cultivator hidden. I do not know if that fellow had dug up the ancestral grave of the heavenly Tao, but the eternal and unchanging heavenly Tao had actually lost all face, creating a monster like me with a cultivation at the early golden core stage but a battle power at the late nascent soul stage. If the heavenly Tao's shamelessness could be overlooked, that fellow ahead was even more brazen. Clearly possessing the strength to fight me, he fled like a wild dog off its leash. The lightning tribulation could not linger in this small world for long. To complete its task as quickly as possible, it took the initiative to transmit a message to Lu Wujin. Brother, can you stop running? Don't you want to reach the golden core stage? Without enduring my tribulation, you cannot achieve the golden core. Lu Wujin, while drinking dragon urine to replenish his spiritual energy, shook his head very firmly. I don't believe a word you say. You can one-shot a nascent soul grandmaster. If I fall into your hands, would I end up well? The golden core is good but not as important as my life. If you want to kill me, you might as well save your effort. The lightning tribulation said. Actually, I am not that powerful. Your battle power now rivals the nascent soul stage. Why not give it a try? Lu Wujin replied, if I try I might just die. You, this lightning tribulation, can speak and fight. And you are not even in the shape of lightning. You are clearly not a proper lightning tribulation. You expect me to believe your lies. Dream on. The lightning tribulation said. How about this? I will strike you with only 30% of my power. Will that do? Just as Lu Wujin was about to refuse, Long Zizai's voice echoed in his mind. Agree to it. If the tribulation is too weak, it will hinder your future cultivation. Lu Wujin thought it over. Sect Master Long had no reason to harm him and likely would not. So he said to the lightning tribulation, if I let you strike me, can you agree to one condition? Let's hear it. The lightning tribulation, born from the heavens and earth, was originally an emotionless entity, but Lu Wujin's words stirred a faint anger within it. Damn it! I have been a lightning tribulation for eons, and this is the first time I have seen someone dare to make demands of me. No wonder the heavenly Tao wants to kill this brat. It must be because he is too despicable. Lu Wujin said. Help me kill Yi Ming. The lightning tribulation was speechless. This brat truly deserves death. Who is Yi Ming? The son of fate. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the heavenly Tao's own son. What exactly is inside Lu Wujin's head? Instead of taking the path to survival, he insists on leaping toward death. The lightning tribulation said. Choose another condition. This one won't work. Lu Wujin felt some disappointment, but the result was within his expectations. If Yi Ming were so easy to kill, he would not be suffering here. Lu Wujin said. If you can't kill Yi Ming, then give me some immortal stones. Not many. Just 80 or 100,000 will do. The lightning tribulation roared in fury. Nonsense. I, as a divine general of the Thunder Ministry, receive only 10 immortal stones as my daily offering. 80 or 100,000. You are not making a condition. You are demanding my life. I can give you at most 2 immortal stones. Don't even think about the rest. Lu Wujin said. 100 immortal stones. That's my bottom line. The lightning tribulation replied. 3 immortal stones. Take it or leave it. Eh? The scene of Lu Wujin haggling with the lightning tribulation left Kong Shuzi utterly stunned. Kong Shuzi asked, Sect Master Long, is Divine Son Lu always this fierce? He actually dares to bargain with the lightning tribulation. Long Zizai curled his lip. This brat isn't even afraid of me, so why would he fear a bolt of lightning? Kong Shuzi curled his lip as well. The lightning tribulation was a heavenly god. Compared to it, you were nothing. But he only dared to think this, never to voice it for fear of being beaten. Kong Shuzi looked at the lightning tribulation beneath his feet and asked curiously, have you ever seen a lightning tribulation take human form? Long Zizai let out a curse. I know nothing. The Bloodsea sect's records mention a few tribulation anomalies, but they were all illusions, like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing or beasts bowing in worship. But a sentient lightning tribulation? Absolutely unheard of. Kong Shuzi sighed with a mix of admiration and envy. If only Lu Wujin were a disciple of my supreme mystery sacred sect. Long Zizai glanced sideways at Kong Shuzi. Ha! Old Su, stop dreaming. With the talent Lu Wujin has shown, he probably couldn't even get into your sect's outer gate. I've told you before, talent doesn't mean everything. Yi Ming's talent is the pinnacle among pinnacles, but what good does it do? He's bound to die at Lu Wujin's hands sooner or later. Kong Shuzi instinctively wanted to argue, but he simply could not think of any way Yi Ming surpassed Lu Wujin. Long Zizai continued to twist the knife. Old Su, have you noticed? We are getting closer and closer to the Supreme Mystery Sacred Sect. Guess what Wujin plans to do, by leading the lightning tribulation there? Don't tell me you think he's going for tea and a meal. Kong Shuzi was stunned for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "That sneaky bastard." Sect Master Long's guess was correct. Lu Wujin indeed intended to use the Thunder Tribulation to blast Yiming to death. Even if the Thunder Tribulation failed to kill Yiming, Lu Wujin planned to rely on his borrowed nascent soul cultivation to slash Yiming a few times. Although Lu Wujin knew that this method would most likely still fail to kill Yiming, life after all required multiple attempts. Perhaps one day heaven would open its eyes and allow him to succeed. Wouldn't that be a universal celebration, a joy for all? Unfortunately, the Thunder Tribulation had now become like excrement backed up to the anus. It had to be released. There was no choice but to first achieve the golden core and then find a way to kill Yiming. Lu Wujin halted and the Thunder Tribulation drifted above him, dissolving into streaks of golden light that scattered across the sky. In an instant the heavens were blanketed in gold. The golden light transformed into an ocean within which vivid crabs, free-swimming jellyfish, ribbonfish, and turtles roamed alongside whales and squids as immense as mountains. This scene was both magical and mysterious. Suddenly the celestial creatures fled in all directions. Before anyone could react, a colossal golden sword pierced through the ocean with boundless menace, hurtling straight toward Lu Wujin's head. Witnessing this, Sect Master Long's expression shifted dramatically. Not good. The Thunder Tribulation is playing tricks. Long Zizai was correct. The attack of that giant sword was in no way inferior to the full-force strike of any nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, although Lu Wujin possessed the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, his body was frail and could not withstand such a lethal blow. Sect Master Long, disregarding his earlier warnings, raised his hand to shatter the giant sword. A river of blood flowed from Long Zizai's fingertip, within which countless ghosts writhed, surging toward the giant sword like an army of thousands. Yet this earth-shattering strike missed the sword entirely. It vanished instantly, only to reappear 500 li away, striking a barren mountain. The mountain did not last half a second before disappearing completely. Not only that, but it also left a chasm thousands of zhang long and unfathomably deep on the ground. Furious, Sect Master Long roared, "Damn you, Thunder Tribulation! To kill Lu Wujin you even created an independent space." With this delay, Lu Wujin's plight turned dire. In his eyes what hung above was not a sword but a meteor aimed directly at him. In this moment of extreme danger, Lu Wujin made a move that no one anticipated. He spread his arms wide, defenselessly welcoming the descending giant sword. Was he giving up? Sect Master Long struggling to break the space sighed softly. It wasn't entirely Lu Wujin's fault. The Thunder Tribulation was simply too bizarre. Not only did it possess intelligence, but it also resorted to deceit. First it voluntarily reached an agreement with Lu Wujin, then struck a fatal blow when his guard was down. It even toyed with Long Zizai, a Mahayanistage expert. Aware that it was no match for Long Zizai, the Thunder Tribulation created an independent space to trap Lu Wujin. A small space created by a golden core cultivator was easily breakable by Long Zizai with a wave of his hand. Yet that fleeting moment was precisely what the Thunder Tribulation needed. In that instant it was certain it could blast Lu Wujin to ashes. The lightning now materialized, cascaded down like a waterfall. The moment the tribulation descended, Lu Wujin's entire body ignited. Blue flames enveloped him, turning him into a charred roasted chicken. Without struggle or scream, Lu Wujin stood frozen like a statue. Kong Shuzi patted Long Zizai's shoulder and consoled, "Sect Master Long, forget it. There's no saving him. I can already smell roasted chicken." Long Zizai sighed softly. Truly heaven is jealous of talent. Crack. Before Sect Master Long could finish his words, Lu Wujin moved within the Thunder Tribulation. With just a lift of his hand, his joints emitted a sound of clashing metal. Kong Shuzi was startled. Tiger's roar and leopard's thunder, sinews and bones resonating. A marvel, a great marvel. This boy has used the Thunder Tribulation to temper his body to such a degree. Long Zizai scoffed. A marvel, my ass. If the Thunder Tribulation doesn't end, Lu Wujin is still doomed. As his words fell, Lu Wujin, standing in the tribulation, pulled a jade pendant from his bosom and raised it above his head. A miracle occurred. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the Thunder Tribulation halted midair, refusing to descend further. Lightning suspended in the air. Truly an unprecedented wonder. Damn it, you bastard, Lu Wujin. After a long hesitation, the Thunder Tribulation cursed, tossed 3 immortal stones to Lu Wujin and dissipated into nothingness. Long Zizai and Kong Shuzi exchanged glances, each seeing a multitude of question marks on the other's face. Sect Master Long, is there such a spiritual artifact in this world? One that can shatter the Thunder Tribulation? Long Zizai shook his head with certainty. The Thunder Tribulation is a product of the heavenly Tao. Neither spiritual artifacts nor even celestial or divine tools from the immortal realm can diminish it by a hair, let alone dispel it outright. The immortal realm. Kang Xuzi was utterly stunned. How did Long Zizai know of matters above? Long Zizai, aware of his shock, explained casually, a few ancestors of my family achieved immortality. It's nothing significant. It's normal that you don't know. This was true Versailles. In the Xuanwu continent, a single immortal might not appear in a million years. Only your Long family is so impressive, casually mentioning several immortals. Kang Xuzi was so angry his beard flew up. Unfortunately, he was an orphan unaware of his own lineage, and could only silently curse these privileged immortal descendants. As the two old men chatted, Lu Wujin approached them. At this moment Lu Wujin felt an unparalleled exhilaration. Though the thunder tribulation was treacherous, it was the finest divine material for body refinement. This tribulation had been determined to kill him, so its effects were exceptionally potent. From his hair to his marrow, everything was cleansed to a radiant clarity by the thunder tribulation. Before it, Lu Wujin's physique was only slightly stronger than an average cultivator's. But after the tribulation's baptism and reinforcement, his current physique was likely 3 parts stronger than even Yi Ming's sacred bone constitution after forming his golden core. Having achieved the golden core and refined a near-perfect thunder tribulation physique, Lu Wujin's mood was like drinking an iced watermelon smoothie after a summer marathon. How could mere words describe such bliss? Yet Lu Wujin's joy was fleeting. After all, Yi Ming was still alive and it was not yet time to relax. Lu Wujin first bowed to Long Zizai in gratitude. This leader wasn't bad. He hadn't abandoned him to death. To express his thanks, Lu Wujin personally presented Long Zizai with an immortal stone. Upon receiving the immortal stone, Long Zizai, who had been feigning the demeanor of a transcendent master, could no longer contain himself. Joy crinkled the corners of his eyes into crow's feet. Noticing another old man beside Long Zizai, Lu Wujin quickly bowed to him as well. May I ask who you are, senior? Before Kang Xuzi could answer, Long Zizai waved dismissively and said, just the sect master of a minor sect. This man has poor character. Don't get too close to him. Kang Xuzi was left speechless, his face a canvas of question marks. To prevent Taishian's sacred sect from poaching, Long Zizai had completely abandoned all pretense of dignity. Are you senior Kang Xuzi? Lu Wujin was no fool. On the eastern continent there were only a handful who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a hegemon like Long Zizai. Combined with the man's age, appearance and demeanor, it was easy to deduce his true identity. Kang Xuzi nodded approvingly. Keen-witted lad, I hold you in high regard. Lu Wujin produced another immortal stone, presenting it to Kang Xuzi. You are the patriarch of the Taishian sacred sect. May I ask a favor of you? Kang Xuzi blurted out. No, I will never help you kill Yi Ming. Regardless, he is still a disciple of my Taishian sacred sect. Lu Wujin, who had been cheerful, instantly looked dejected. Senior, is there no room for negotiation? Kang Xuzi was adamant. None. Absolutely none. Alas. The disappointment on Lu Wujin's face was impossible to conceal. Long Zizai suddenly interjected. Wujin, what was that jade pendant just now? How did it manage to withstand the heavenly tribulation? Cultivators all had their secrets, and Patriarch Long's question was rather presumptuous. But since it concerned tribulation crossing, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask. In a foul mood, Lu Wujin couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply tossed the jade pendant to Patriarch Long. Such casual disregard for a precious treasure startled Long Zizai. He quickly bent over to catch the pendant with both hands, and only after confirming it was undamaged did he heave a long sigh of relief. The jade pendant was unremarkable, bearing only a string of ordinary numbers, Pangu year 6666666666666 at the hour of you. Out of curiosity, Kang Xuzi also craned his neck for a look. Divine Son Lu, what do these numbers mean? Lu Wujin replied. Yi Ming's birth chart. Kang Xuzi was stunned. Well. If anyone could be called wicked, it had to be Lu Wujin. Using someone else's birth chart to deflect lightning tribulation. Was that something a decent person would do? Moreover, a birth chart affected one's fortune, and was top secret for cultivators. How had that blockhead Yi Ming managed to leak his own chart to his mortal enemy? Unlike Kang Xuzi's shock, Long Zizai stared at the pendant deep in thought. To ascend to immortality at the Mahayana stage, one had to undergo 9 layers of 9 great heavenly tribulations. The power of this tribulation was immense. A single bolt could annihilate the entire eastern continent. From ancient times to the present, few cultivators had ever survived this tribulation. Countless brilliant talents had perished under the endless lightning. Though proud, Long Zizai was well aware that with his current attainments, his chance of surviving the immortal tribulation was less than 1 in 10,000. Since time immemorial, any cultivator who failed the lightning tribulation faced only death. There was one exception, the oldest living cultivator, the lobster saint. The lobster saint was not truly a Mahayana cultivator, for he had weathered 66 of the 81 lightning bolts. When the 67th bolt descended, it struck the lobster saint into a spicy crawfish. After his death, the tribulation dissipated. Yet a few years later that old lobster reappeared. Though he hadn't ascended to immortality, his cultivation was formidable enough to effortlessly defeat any Mahayana cultivator single-handedly. Many cultivators, including Long Zizai, speculated that the lobster saint had taken the path of the ghost immortal. A ghost immortal was one whose physical body was obliterated by the tribulation, but whose spirit managed to escape becoming a ghostly immortal. Though a ghost immortal was far inferior to a human immortal, a ghost immortal, who had undergone the immortal tribulation, was also an indestructible existence. Long Zizai, lacking such a life-saving skill, had never considered this path. But today this jade pendant opened a new door for Long Zizai. If one day he truly couldn't withstand the tribulation, could he also use this pendant to block it? The more Long Zizai thought, the more feasible it seemed. If he won, the profit would be immense. If he lost, what did Yiming's life matter to him? With this in mind, Long Zizai approached Lu Wujin with a fawning expression. "Wujin, I have a request." Lu Wujin tensed and clutched his storage pouch. "No money. Not lending." Long Zizai's face darkened. "It's not about money. I want to borrow this jade pendant. Do you mind?" Knowing it wasn't a loan, Lu Wujin let out a long breath. "It's just Yiming's birth chart. Not worth much. If you want it, take it." As he spoke, a light bulb went off in Lu Wujin's. "Hey, I just thought of a great idea. I'll print Yiming's birth chart in 80 or 100,000 copies, and distribute one to every cultivator in need of tribulation crossing. By draining Yiming's fortune like this, even if he is a child of destiny, it'll suck him dry sooner or later." Long Zizai and Kong Shuzi said in unison, "No." Then the two old men exchanged glances, both seeing guilt in each other's eyes. Damn it, if Yiming's fortune gets drained prematurely, who would bear the lightning tribulation for us? Kong Shuzi was no fool either. If Long Zizai could think of it, so could he. Long Zizai was born into a noble lineage with a noble bloodline and supreme talent. In modern terms, he was the quintessential male lead. But what about Kong Shuzi? Ordinary talent, ordinary family, ordinary Mahayana stage. If Long Zizai's chance of breaking through to immortality was 1 in 10,000, then Kong Shuzi's was 1 in a trillion. That probability was equivalent to being struck by lightning over 1.6 million times in a row while buying breakfast, or winning the lottery first prize 58000 times in a row. Now an unexpected path to becoming a ghost immortal had emerged. A pleasant surprise. Across the entire eastern continent, the strongest among the younger Now an unexpected path to becoming a ghost immortal had emerged. A pleasant surprise. Across the entire eastern continent, the strongest among the younger generation were none other than Lu Wujin and Yiming. Yiming's fortune was undoubtedly top-notch. Kong Shuzi had personally witnessed Yiming's luck. Once while taking a dump by the roadside, Yiming had picked up over a dozen high-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. And this happened after Yiming's right brow had been severed, cutting off his fortune. Such luck was utterly outrageous. As for Lu Wujin, he had no luck whatsoever. The heavenly Tao had shamelessly tried to kill him. Who had ever seen a lightning tribulation that developed intelligence? This poor wretch would probably be struck dead by lightning one day while buying groceries. Apart from these two, the rest were worthless ragtag leftovers. Using their birth charts to block lightning tribulation. That wasn't just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it was a mantis trying to stop a comet from hitting the earth. As for Yiming's fate, ridiculous. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Kong Shuzi saw through it all, but some things couldn't be said outright. He was after all a sect patriarch and needed to maintain a basic face. So Kong Shuzi calmly reasoned with Lu Wujin. Yiming may be a scoundrel, but he is still your brother. For the sake of the Buddha, if not the monk, spare Yiming's life for Yiming's sake. Kill my brother-in-law. Lu Wujin paused, then grinned in excitement. Strangely, hearing you say that makes me want to kill Yiming even more. Kong Shuzi. To prevent Yiming's birth date and time from being leaked, the two great figures had to make some sacrifices. Kong Shuzi gifted Lu Wujin a profound great protective sect formation. This formation, named Guardian Spirit, could withstand a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Although it was a mere trifle for Kong Shuzi, it was perfectly suited for the Lu family. Long Zizai, on the other hand, was shameless. Not only did he give nothing, but he brazenly offered to introduce a wife to Lu Wujin. Hearing this, Lu Wujin was nearly amused to anger. I may still be a virgin, but I have 3 or 4 wives at home, all right? You, an eternal bachelor, should worry about your own lack of descendants instead of meddling in my affairs. Despite his inner complaints, Lu Wujin had to feign gratitude in front of outsiders. As a subordinate, he had to possess at least this level of social tact. Kang Xuzi was satisfied with Lu Wujin's performance. After offering verbal encouragement, he waved his hand and sent Lu Wujin back to the Shua High sect to rest. Once Lu Wujin left, the smiles on Kang Xuzi and Long Zizai's faces instantly vanished. Long Zizai swept his divine sense around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then spoke. Old Su, what do you make of this? Kang Xuzi clearly knew what Long Zizai was referring to. He sighed lightly, his face full of frustration. What use is my opinion? The question is what you all think. If there are indeed remnants of the ancient dragon and ancient phoenix above, can you, the strongest among us, handle them? Long Zizai frowned deeply. I once ventured alone to the Pangu battlefield beyond the realm. From the Dao marks left behind, I deduced that the ancient dragon and ancient phoenix clans were indeed powerful. An adult individual could easily reach the Mahayana stage. At least 6 out of 10 of them possess strength far surpassing mine. Seeing Kang Xuzi's grave expression, Long Zizai quickly explained. Of course, I'm only referring to physical combat without considering techniques and magical artifacts. After all, in the Pangu era there were hardly any techniques or magical artifacts. If I add these into the equation, I am confident I can defeat 9 out of 10 ancient dragons and ancient phoenixes of the same realm. Kang Xuzi's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. 9 out of 10. Still too low. You are already the pinnacle existence on Xuanwu continent. If even you lack absolute certainty, what about the others? Moreover, the ancient dragon and ancient phoenix have vanished for billions of years. No one can determine what has happened during that time. If they have also developed more powerful techniques and artifacts, what do we do then? Hearing this, Long Zizai felt increasingly uncertain. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the earth, shrouding the world in gloom. Old Su, don't worry too much. That old scoundrel Tianjizi once said that humanity still has at least 3 cycles of fortune. Whenever a great calamity arises, a chosen one will emerge to save the world. Mentioning the chosen one, Long Zizai suddenly recalled something. Old Su, that old scoundrel Tianjizi also said the chosen one would come from the east. Could he be referring to Yi Ming? Yi Ming. Kang Xuzi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. It shouldn't be right. Yi Ming's fortune is indeed formidable. The kind of super lucky person who would consider it a loss if he didn't pick up money while out. But this kid has a broken brow and a very poor character. If he were the chosen one, the heavens must be blind. Long Zizai couldn't help but sneer coldly. Who says the chosen one must have good character? Let's not talk about others. Take that Zhang fellow above. His character. Tisk, he's a complete madman. I heard he recently developed a penchant for eating beautiful women's livers. Stop. Kang Xuzi quickly covered his ears, unwilling to hear another word. Sect Master Long, Lord Long, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak recklessly. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Long Zizai smiled contemptuously. A head falling off is just a bullseye's scar. What are you afraid of? Kang Xuzi glared back at Long Zizai, cursing inwardly, you reckless brute. Thinking of the chosen one, Kang Xuzi also had someone in mind. Brother Long, do you think the chosen one could be Lu Wujin? Lu Wujin? Long Zizai's face was full of question marks. At that moment his gaze at Kang Xuzi was as if he were looking at a hopeless idiot. Kang Xuzi felt uncomfortable under the strange stare, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Long, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me like that, it's awkward. Long Zizai looked Kang Xuzi up and down with a complex expression. We've known each other for at least 50,000 years. I thought aside from being a bit ugly, having poor talent and a bad temper, you had no other flaws. But only today did I realize your brain might not be working too well either. Lu Wujin, the chosen one. Good heavens, whose chosen one has a lightning tribulation that goes after him like an assassin determined to kill him? He should be called the child of misfortune, not the chosen one. Kang Xuzi. Lu Wujin not only survived the lightning tribulation, but also obtained an unprecedented lightning tribulation body, and 3 immortal stones, turning calamity into fortune. Isn't that also great luck? Long Zizai was stumped. He suddenly felt that he might not be as smart as. Fortunately, Long Zizai was a cultivator who had trained for hundreds of thousands of years. His face was thick enough to be impervious to water and fire, invulnerable to blades and spears. Even knowing he might be wrong, he could still argue shamelessly. This time Lu Wujin narrowly escaped. But what about the next nascent soul tribulation? A moment of carelessness and he might be blasted into ashes. Kang Xuzi was speechless. This damned Long fellow couldn't be trusted. The immortal stone Lu Wujin had given wasn't even warm yet, and this bastard was already cursing Lu Wujin to be blasted into ashes. Was that something a human would do? As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Zizai regretted it. But his stubborn temper wouldn't allow him to admit his mistake. To ease the awkwardness, he forcefully changed the subject. By the way, old Su, is Yi Ming your biological son? For him you actually gave up an immortal stone. Kong Shuzi was stunned and instinctively replied, I am upright and principled, how could I betray my disciples for a petty gain? What is our Taishan sacred sect? A true orthodox school. Our founding principle is to cherish life and save countless beings. Simply put, it means to have a kind heart, be a good person, and do good deeds. Long Zizai didn't speak, just silently watched Kong Zuzi's performance. Kong Zuzi's cultivation was clearly inferior to Long Zizai's. His face wasn't thick enough. Under Long Zizai's stare, he actually felt a bit guilty. His righteous speech became increasingly less confident, and his voice grew softer. Until Kong Shuzi closed his mouth out of guilt, Long Zizai finally spoke. Old Su, do you know the function of immortal stones? Kong Zuzi's old face flushed slightly and he nodded helplessly. Long Zizai, then you're really suffering for pride. Before the Mahayana stage, cultivation relies on spiritual energy. After the Mahayana stage, it relies on enlightenment. How difficult enlightenment is, I don't need to elaborate, right? Kong Shuzi still didn't understand. What does that have to do with immortal stones? Long Zizai, each immortal stone contains a sliver of the origin Tao. Holy shit, Kong Shuzi suddenly felt as if he had lost a whole billion. He was so regretful that if not for fear of Long Zizai's mockery, he would have slapped himself hard twice. Compared to the origin Tao, Yi Ming, and even the Taishan sacred sect were nothing. After much hesitation, Kong Shuzi shamelessly sidled up to Long Zizai. Brother Long, please do me a favor. When you go back, ask Lu if Yi Ming accidentally dies, can the immortal stone be reissued to me? Long Zizai was stunned. Accident? Kong Shuzi nodded repeatedly. Yes, an accident. Any kind of accident will do. Hanging from a rope, falling off a cliff, being chopped to death by random blades. Anything works. Yi Ming was not dead. Long Zi believed a living Yi Ming was far more useful than a dead one. As for the immortal stones of Kong Shuzi, Long Zi could only offer an apology. During this tribulation, Lu Wujin achieved the golden core, gaining the body of lightning tribulation, and 2 immortal stones. Long Zi obtained 1 immortal stone and Yi Ming's birth chart. Kong Shuzi alone was left empty-handed with nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. With a darkened face, he returned to the Taishan sacred sect. Before even entering the sect, he saw 2 man-sized red lanterns hanging on the majestic gate. Flying closer, he noticed that the usually uninscribed stone pillars now bore a pair of large red couplets, one on each side. On the left, who rides the green ox away? On the right, a yellow crane flies from the heavens. The horizontal scroll read Taishang Immortal Lord. This person had an audacious tone, daring to compare himself to the Taishang Immortal. Pricking up his ears, he heard faint celestial music in the distance. Kong Shuzi wondered in secret, could a distinguished figure be visiting? Straightening his attire, he rode his crane back into the sect. The once ethereal Taishan sacred sect was now filled with laughter and joy. Hundreds of banquet tables were set up in the square outside the grand hall, where thousands of cultivators clinked glasses and exchanged cheerful banter. The once ethereal Taishan sacred sect was now filled with laughter and joy. Hundreds of banquet tables were set up in the square outside the grand hall. Kong Shuzi, who always cherished tranquility, detested such frivolity. Suppressing his anger, he flew above the crowd. What is this commotion? His voice was soft, yet it struck terror into their hearts. The drunken crowd sobered, instantly scrambling to kneel. We pay our respects to the sect leader. Kong Shuzi swept his gaze across them, finally fixing his eyes on a beautiful woman. Junior sister, explain. What is going on? Though clad in a Taoist robe, the woman could not conceal her proud bosom, and her willow-like waist exuding endless charm. Her eyes held 1,000 autumns of allure, and inexhaustible seduction and boundless tenderness. Yet no one dared to stare at her for long. She was the sect leader's fellow disciple, the only daughter of the former Taishan sacred sect leader, the Linshang master known as the Jade Perfectionist. The Jade Perfectionist approached Kong Shuzi with a radiant smile. Senior brother, great news, great news. Kong Shuzi was taken aback. What joy is this? The Jade Perfectionist said, Senior brother, do you know my newest disciple, the holy son Yi Ming? For some reason the name Yi Ming stirred an indescribable discomfort in Kong Zuzi's heart. It felt like stepping on dog feces on the way home, or spotting a wriggling worm on a dinner plate. Not harmful but utterly nauseating. Suppressing his disgust, Kong Shuzi hoped for some good news. What about Yi Ming? The Jade Perfectionist teased, pouting. Senior brother, take a guess. Seeing his junior sister like this, Kong Shuzi nearly vomited. Damn it, tens of thousands of years old. Can't she stop being so nauseating? Others may not know, but I know your true nature. In public you appear as an innocent maiden, but behind the scenes you are called the Taishan Black Abyss, living a promiscuous life like a female dog in heat. If not for the sake of his late master, Kong Shuzi would have caged her and drowned her in a river. But Kong Shuzi was a sly old fox. Despite his inner turmoil, his face remained calm and serene. Junior sister, stop being coy. I have many matters to attend to. Oh, I have no time for your nonsense. The Jade Perfectionist retorted, humph, you old fossil. You have no sense of romance. Seeing Kong Zuzi's ashen face, she quickly explained in a sweet voice, Yi Ming has broken through to the golden core stage. Kong Shuzi was incredulous. Is this madwoman insane? With millions of cultivators in the Taishan sacred sect, tribulation breakthroughs were common, happening every few days. Who did Yi Ming think he was? Celebrating a golden core tribulation with the entire sect. Junior sister, Yi Ming's breakthrough is certainly good news. But this... He gestured at the hundreds of banquet tables below. Isn't this too extravagant? Think back to our own days. When you broke through to Golden Core, Master didn't even invite guests. Oh. He only gave you a jade ruler. I had it worse. On the night of my Golden Core breakthrough, Master only added an extra egg to my dinner. What? Is Yi Ming a reincarnated immortal or a reborn Dao ancestor? Such a grand spectacle could rival a funeral. Finally, Kong Shuzi had a chance to vent the anger he had bottled up at Long Zi's place. In the Jade Perfectionist's eyes, Kong Shuzi had always been a rigid, kind-hearted man. This was the first time she saw him so furious, and it frightened her a little. Senior brother, don't be angry. Yi Ming's golden core is no ordinary one. Kong Shuzi sneered. What did he forge? A golden turtle in his dantian? If he truly forged a turtle, I would bow and call him master. The Jade Perfectionist was speechless. Has senior brother eaten gunpowder today? Why is he so irritable? Senior brother, I misspoke. It's not the golden core that's special, but the tribulation. Yi Ming's third lightning tribulation was as thick as an arm. Seeing no reaction from Kong Shuzi, the Jade Perfectionist thought he was stunned by the sudden joy. Senior brother, the future of the Taishan sacred sect rests on Yi Ming. Tisk an arm-thick tribulation. I heard that when Blood Sea sect's Long Zi broke through to Golden Core, his third tribulation was only as thick as a thumb. This shows Yi Ming's talent far surpasses sect leader Long's. Not only that, after breaking through, Yi Ming awakened a Onsentint the Sandier's holy bone. With this holy bone, no one among the younger generation can rival Yi Ming. Senior brother, I suggest deposing Ziueqing as the holy maiden and making Yi Ming the holy son. We should devote the entire sect's resources to cultivating Yi Ming. Only he is the hope and future of the Taishan sacred sect. The Jade Perfectionist rambled on, but Kong Zuzi's face was filled with disappointment. The Jade Perfectionist finally sensed the awkward atmosphere and fell silent. After a long pause, Kong Shuzi asked, Yi Ming's third tribulation was only as thick as an arm. The Jade Perfectionist was baffled. Only, when senior brother broke through to Golden Core, his tribulation was as thin as a willow leaf. How much has he drunk to belittle Yi Ming's tribulation? When the Jade Perfectionist didn't answer, Kong Shuzi pressed on, he only awakened the holy bone. Nothing else. The Jade Perfectionist was at a loss for words. Is this old man insane? This is a Onsentint the Sandier's holy bone, not some common cabbage on the... Seeing her prolonged silence, Kong Shuzi closed his eyes in pain. Junior sister dismissed the crowd. Hurry, don't let outsiders laugh at us. Realizing he was serious, the Jade Perfectionist waved the crowd away. Once most had left, she couldn't help but ask senior brother, what's wrong? Kong Shuzi sighed, lightly clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed toward the distant Blood Sea sect. Junior sister, have you ever seen a lightning tribulation as thick as a water barrel? Have you seen a tribulation take form? Or one that gains intelligence? The Jade Perfectionist thought, oh no, senior brother has gone mad with joy. Today is a good day, all wishes may come true. Nothing can stand in the way of my yearning for freedom. Lu Wujin hummed a random tune as he packed his belongings. Lately fortune had smiled upon him twice over. Not only had he broken through to the Golden Core stage, but the sect had also granted him a 6-month paid leave as a reward. Yes, you heard correctly, 6 months of paid vacation. In his past life, Lu Wujin had been a freelancer, yet who could truly comprehend the plight of an online novelist? For a mere few hundred yuan in attendance bonuses, he had to upload at least 4,000 words daily. When his work performed well, editors demanded extra chapters. When it flopped, they demanded even more. Extra chapters for the Dragon Boat Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival, Valentine's Day, and the Spring Festival. The most outrageous was when a reader requested additional chapters for the Qingming Festival. His excuse was that he and his great-grandfather were following Lu Wujin's novel together, asking him to write a few more chapters to burn as an offering to his ancestor. While others reveled in family joy, Lu Wujin toiled away typing day and night. Vacation. Such a lofty concept was never meant for an online novelist. Now with this windfall of a half-year holiday crashing down upon him, how could he not be overjoyed? Before his luggage was even packed, he had already mapped out his plans. First, return home and consummate the marriage. Don't mock Lu Wujin for being vulgar. He was merely an ordinary man in need of companionship. In his past life he had a girlfriend, plain-looking but brimming with princess syndrome, constantly manipulating him. She would say things like, "I'm in charge of being beautiful, you're in charge of earning the money. What's a little spending of your money? If I didn't love you, would I spend someone else's? Love needs rituals. If you don't cherish me, you'll marry a rich second generation. You're arguing with me. Do you not love me anymore?" At the time Lu Wujin seemed bewitched, actually believing such nonsense. 365 days, with countless anniversaries, spring festival, Valentine's Day, and even Children's Day, it added up to over 100 days. On each of these occasions he had to send his ex-girlfriend red envelopes and gifts. Until one day he accidentally glimpsed her chat logs. The content was both sensational and cliché. She called him a simp, backup plan. She even funneled the hard-earned royalties he had written to some other man. What stung most was that the man was a flashy punk with full-sleeve tattoos, a tongue ring, and dyed yellow hair. Choosing such a jerk over him, Lu Wujin felt utterly insulted. After she left, his writing style changed drastically. He had once written chivalrous xianxia tales of roaming the world with a sword, but afterward he turned to harem novels. To his surprise, the harem genre became quite popular. Within 2 years Lu Wujin was earning over 10,000 yuan monthly. Though still a struggling writer, he was at least a decently paid one. During that time his ex-girlfriend came to him, once pregnant, and shamelessly asking for reconciliation, claiming she was giving him another chance to love her. Lu Wujin wasn't angry. Instead he gave her 5,000 yuan for an abortion. Seeing her arrogant demeanor despite her swollen belly, he finally understood one thing. It wasn't that he was inferior to that jerk, but that his ex-girlfriend was trash herself. A trash woman finding a trash man. A match made in heaven. Now, having been reincarnated into this world for 2 or 3 years, it was time to find a new girlfriend. No, wait, he didn't need a girlfriend, he already had 3 wives. They were Bai Ruoshui, Huang Ningxiang, and Yi Ming. He knew Bai Ruoshui best. She was pretty but a bit dim-witted. Aside from possibly bringing bad luck, she had no major flaws. Huang Ningxiang he had met a few times in memory. A soft, gentle, and quiet girl. He had little impression of the rest. As for Yi Ming, never met her, not familiar. But she was Yi Ming's own sister. Though Yi Ming was a despicable dog, his appearance was undeniably good. Surely Yi Ming wouldn't be bad-looking either. Having 3 beautiful wives all at once. Just thinking about it was exciting. "Young master, what are you grinning about? You're drooling." Shire, who was helping pack, looked at Lu Wujin with disdain. Wiping away the drool discreetly, Lu Wujin felt a flash of embarrassed anger. "Adults' business, kids shouldn't pry. By the way, how did the arrangements I asked you to make go?" Shire pursed her lips, her face full of displeasure. "I went to apply for the venue, but the manager wouldn't approve it at all." Complaining, she mimicked the manager's manner. Head held high with a smug look of a petty man who had come into power. "I don't care about any so-called holy son or divine son. Breaking through to the golden core. Even the dogs in our Bloodsea sect are at the golden core stage. And he wants to throw a grand banquet. On what grounds? Is his face that big?" Lu Wujin's anger flared instantly. This was truly disrespecting a divine son. "If I don't teach this wretch a proper lesson today, I won't be able to hold my head up in the Bloodsea sect. Shire, lead the way. I'm going to confront this snobbish fool." Lu Wujin had reached the door when he noticed Shire hadn't moved. "Girl, why aren't you moving?" Shire's voice came faintly. "Manager Song is at the late nascent soul stage. Are you sure you want to go after him?" Well, that was awkward. A golden core cultivator seeking revenge on a late nascent soul. He wasn't Yi Ming blessed with a protagonist's halo to do something so foolish. Fortunately, Lu Wujin was also shameless. To cover his embarrassment, he immediately put on a stern face and argued, "Forget it. As the dignified divine son of the Bloodsea sect, how could I stoop to dealing with such a petty figure? If the sect won't provide a venue, I'll just host a few tables in my own courtyard, right?" Shire couldn't understand his persistence. "Young master, maybe just drop it. Why are you so set on holding this golden core banquet? Nonsense. If I don't treat everyone to a meal, how am I supposed to collect red envelopes?" Shire was speechless. How could the dignified divine son of the Blood Sea sect say something so shameless without batting an eye? Since it was just a few tables, Lu Wujin decided not to bother with invitations and personally went to invite people with Shire. As they left the courtyard, they ran into Elder Iron Bear, who was showing new disciples around. Although Iron Bear was an outer sect elder, his status was far below Lu Wujin's now. Seeing Lu Wujin, he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Your subordinate pays respects to Divine Son Lu. Lu Wujin, what? You already know I've broken through to the Golden Core stage. A stroke of luck, just luck. Iron Bear looked baffled. Divine Son Lu, what are you talking about? Lu Wujin, you want to attend my Golden Core banquet? Wonderful, you're most welcome. Iron Bear, what Golden Core banquet? Lu Wujin, you're going to give me a big red envelope. Elder Iron Bear is too kind. Allow me to thank you in advance. Iron Bear was left speechless. After a tense back and forth, they struck a deal. Iron Bear would attend Lu Wujin's Golden Core banquet and present a generous red envelope of 100 spirit stones. In return, Lu Wujin gave him a promissory note. Once he became the sect master of the Blood Sea sect, he would appoint Iron Bear as the peak master of one of the 8 peaks. Lu Wujin left thoroughly satisfied. A new disciple following Iron Bear couldn't contain his curiosity. Elder Iron was that our sect's divine son. His tone was dripping with doubt. Iron Bear covered his face in shame. What a disaster! Just as the new disciple was considering leaving the sect, a figure appeared behind him. Little brother, what's your surname? Turning around, he saw Lu Wujin, who had returned. Startled, the new disciple hastily bowed. Reporting to the divine son, this one is named Zhen Yuqian. Lu Wujin's eyes lit up. Truly rich. What a name. Sounds like a perfect sucker. I mean, clearly a young master from a wealthy family. Master Zhen, are you interested in joining my Golden Core banquet? Zhen Yuqian said with a grimace. Do I have a choice? Oh, if it isn't Elder Lu. Have you eaten? No. Perfect, I'm hosting a Golden Core banquet in my courtyard. Let's gather and celebrate. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhu. What? You've already eaten. No matter, just hand me the red envelope. Junior Brother Wang, don't run. Your elder brother merely wishes to invite you to a meal. What? Your wife is giving birth at home? Truly urgent. Quick, give me the red envelope first. Shire stood dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen such a manner of invitation. He grabbed anyone he encountered on the main road. From the sect elders down to the outer disciples, no one within sight could escape Lu Wujin's relentless grasp. Initially, he exercised some restraint, only capturing people on the main road. Eventually, perhaps dissatisfied with the sparse crowd or the poverty of the passers-by, Lu Wujin began to invite people directly from their residences. Everyone was a person of dignity. To enter a home and request an audience, one would first present a visiting card and only enter after the host's consent. Lu Wujin found this troublesome, so he kicked the door open with his foot and barged straight in. Senior Brother Zhang taking a nap. Your younger brother is hosting a Golden Core banquet tomorrow. Do honor me with your presence. Elder Zhu disciplining your child. Give it your all, spare the rod, spoil the child. I'm hosting a banquet tomorrow, will you come? Elder Lu relieving yourself. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? You've urinated on your shoes. Tomorrow Don't be angry. Don't forget to attend my banquet. Senior Sister Zhang, Senior Brother Song. In broad daylight, why aren't you wearing clothes? What if you catch a cold? I must say, Senior Sister, your legs are quite fair. Don't hit me. I'll leave, alright. Initially, everyone managed to restrain themselves out of respect for Lu Wujin's status as the divine son. However, as his behavior grew increasingly excessive, they finally erupted. Those stronger than Lu Wujin set up barriers at their doors to prevent him from entering. Those weaker hung signs, reading master is deceased, or burn paper for matters. Seeing this, Lu Wujin cursed angrily. Such is the fickleness of the world. I merely wanted to invite everyone for a meal. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Then he turned his gaze to Shire, who was rolling her eyes. Girl, let's not invite these ungrateful wolves. Let's invite our own friends and family. Shire instinctively nodded, but then hesitated. Master, do you have any friends in the Blood Sea sect? Upon hearing this, Lu Wujin's hair stood on end and his face turned pale with rage. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? Your master has friends all over the world, earning the nickname Mencius of the Blood Sea. Not to brag, but my friends could line up from the Blood Sea sect all the way to Dugu City. Shire, for example. Lu Wujin, Long Xiaoro. Shire nodded, and Lu Wujin, and you. Shire smiled sweetly, saying nothing. They stared at each other for a long silence before Lu Wujin gave up. Alright, I admit it. In the Blood Sea sect I have only 2 friends. but I value quality over quantity. Although Long Xiao is a bit twisted fond of grabbing men's, she is still a saintess, a true genius. As for you..." Lu Wujin glanced at Shire. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, her face clearly pleading, "Praise me. Lu Wujin, you are very beautiful." Sheer's eyes sparkled. Lu Wujin scratched his head, anxiously, desperately trying to recall Sheer's virtues. Her housekeeping was a mess, her talent mediocre, she disliked cultivation, and she snored in her sleep. Besides being kind-hearted and beautiful, Shire truly seemed to have few merits. With no other option, Lu Wujin blurted out, "And you're a woman." "A woman?" The smile on Sheer's face visibly faded. Panicking, Lu Wujin quickly explained, "Being a woman is the greatest virtue. You can bear a healthy son. Isn't sect leader Long impressive? No matter how powerful he is, he can't bear children." As soon as he said it, Lu Wujin regretted it. That remark seemed a bit flirtatious. He might have angered Shire. He stole a guilty glance and found her eyes curved with joy like crescent moons. Is this girl simple? What's there to be happy about? Forget it. The priority was still collecting red envelopes. This time Lu Wujin arrived at Long Xiao's residence. Unrepentant, he kicked open the gate and swaggered into her boudoir. The room was shrouded in mist. Lu Wujin mused that Long Xiao was indeed perverse, enjoying such an atmosphere as he craned his neck to search. "Saintess Long, are you there?" "It's me, Lu Wujin." He listened intently, hearing the sound of splashing water in the mist. Following the sound, he touched something that felt like a wooden tub. Peering closer, he saw an enticing expanse of snowy white skin. Holy crap, so big and white! A piercing scream rang out and Lu Wujin was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Hot on his heels came Long Xiao, wrapped in a towel, her face crimson. "You little brat, daring to peek at me bathing. Today I'll castrate you." Lu Wujin grabbed the bewildered Shire and fled like a stray dog. "Senior sister, I'm sorry. I only wanted to invite you to my golden core banquet. I never meant to offend you." Long Xiao bullshit. The Blood Sea sect has no tradition of holding golden core banquets. Can't you fabricate a better story? Lu Wujin, fine, I'll be honest. I've been short on cash lately. I just wanted to collect some red envelopes. Long Xiao fumed, "You shameless cur. Not only did you spy on me bathing, but you also covet my spirit stones. I'll crush your balls right now." Lu Wujin felt a chill in his nether regions and ran even faster. Glancing back, he saw Long Xiao closing in. Panicking, he shouted, "Senior sister, please stop chasing. Your towel is all that's below. I see everything when I look up." Long Xiao's face flushed scarlet like a freshly steamed crab. Without a word, she clutched her towel and descended to the ground. At the same time, she cursed Lu Wujin. "You little bastard, you're dead. If I don't crush you today, I'll take your surname." This chase caused chaos across the Blood Sea sect. Countless onlookers grabbed snacks and stools to watch the spectacle. Who are those two daring to cause such a ruckus in the sect? The Saintess is chasing the Divine Sun. These two are true big shots. Even if they tore down the Blood Sea sect, no one would intervene. What grudge do they hold to warrant such deadly force? That pervert Lu Wujin peeked at the Saintess bathing. He deserves to be hunted. Good heavens! Lu Wujin is truly audacious. Last year, an ignorant new disciple whistled at the Saintess and his balls were ripped out on the spot. The scene. "'Tis too bloody, too brutal." This time Lu Wujin might lose his pair as well. A eunuch Divine Son. How disgraceful. That bastard Lu Wujin deserves it. This morning that pervert watched me urinate. I've been leaking ever since, truly a scoundrel. Hey, don't leave. I only leaked a few drops, there's no stench on me. Enough. Long Zizai had no desire to engage with those two fools, but their antics had gone too far. Lu Wujin, that brainless idiot, had fled into the scripture pavilion of the Blood Sea sect. Long Xiao, that wild girl, was no better. She showed no regard for the books within the pavilion, raising her hand to unleash a blast of spiritual energy that nearly leveled the entire structure. Though their cultivation was low, one was a divine son, and the other a holy son, their status surpassing even ordinary elders. The elders dared not intervene, leaving Long Zizai, the sect master, to personally seize them by the scruff of their necks and drag them to the ancestral hall. Long Zizai's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. "Explain yourselves. What do you two intend?" Long Xiao turned her head and glared at Lu Wujin. This lecture. Lu Wujin, sect master, would you be interested in attending my golden core banquet? Long Zizai. Their words were utterly mismatched. What connection could a lecture and a golden core banquet possibly have? Deeming them naughty juniors, Long Zizai suppressed his temper and inquired about the details. So you merely wished to invite Xiao to your golden core banquet and accidentally peeked at her bath. Yes, it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Wujin nodded with utmost seriousness. Long Zizai, why are you so fixated on holding a golden core banquet? Lu Wujin's expression turned awkward. Well, I've been a bit tight on funds lately, thinking to earn some extra money. Long Zizai, you're short on money. How is that possible? Setting aside the sex allowance, just your Lu family's dragon urine trade alone, even at a 10% profit, should net you 50,000 spirit stones a month, correct? 50,000 spirit stones. That's too much. Before Lu Wujin could explain, Long Xiao gasped in astonishment. Though she was the holy maiden of the Blood Sea sect, her monthly stipend was only 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000 spirit stones might be astronomical for an ordinary cultivator, but for Long Xiao it was a drop in the bucket. She was a prodigy, yet not on the same level as the supreme geniuses like Yi Ming. To contend with top-tier talents like Yi Ming, sheer effort alone could not bridge the gap. Resources, resources, resources. Important matters must be repeated thrice. The 4 pillars of cultivation were wealth, companionship, technique, and location. Wealth ranked first, even surpassing talent in importance. What was talent? It was the ability to achieve greater accomplishments with fewer resources. But what if the resources were exceedingly abundant or even infinite? The central continent and the eastern continent had similar populations. Yet why could the eastern continent only produce 2 superpowers while the central continent boasted nearly 1,000? Were not all cultivators the fruit of their parents' labor? How could the gap in talent be so vast? Ultimately it was because the central continent possessed the Black Tortoise ancestral land. The Black Tortoise ancestral land was where the 4-pillar god, the Black Tortoise Emperor, had fallen. This region was not only strewn with spirit stones, but also teemed with countless rare beasts and treasures. At least 900 of the central continent's 1,000 superpowers had risen from the Black Tortoise ancestral land. This showed that with enough resources even a pig could ascend to immortality. Returning to Long Xiao, as the holy maiden of the Blood Sea sect, she cultivated the Blood Sea divine art, one of the most formidable techniques in the world. This art required bathing in a special medicinal bath. Just to prepare a single basin of this medicinal bath, Long Xiao had to spend 5,000 spirit stones monthly. Other expenses included spirit tool maintenance, 500 spirit stones, consumption of spirit gathering pills and various other elixirs, 500 spirit stones, gifts and social dues, 200 spirit stones, servants and menials' wages, 100 spirit stones. As the holy maiden, she was the face of the Blood Sea sect. She had to buy at least 1 set of robes each month. Even the lowest grade yellow tier spirit robes cost 500 spirit stones. After tallying everything, Long Xiao was essentially living paycheck to paycheck. At the slightest mishap she had to borrow money. She had always thought Lu would. After tallying everything, Long Xiao was essentially living paycheck to paycheck. At the slightest mishap she had to borrow money. She had always thought Lu Wujin was as destitute as she was. Little did she expect him to be a true tycoon with a monthly income of 50,000. Overwhelmed by surprise, she had blurted out impulsively. Lu Wujin glanced at Long Xiao with some surprise. Miss Long, surely you're not mocking me. 50,000 spirit stones. Is that even money? Then Lu Wujin began counting on his fingers. I spend 50,000 spirit stones on myself each month. Each of my 3 wives gets 20,000 spirit stones monthly, 12's salary is 10,000, and even the donkey's monthly feed costs 3,000 spirit stones. The more Lu Wujin calculated, the darker his expression grew until he let out a long sigh. Ah! Money flows like water and it pains my heart with every drop. Enough, enough. Speaking of it only makes it hurt more. Long Xiao glanced at Long Zizai and found him equally shocked, which relieved her somewhat. Good, at least I'm not the only one so stunned. Long Xiao, setting everything aside, who is Ma Hu? Why have I never heard of this person? At the mention of this name, Lu Wujin's gaze wavered as if he felt guilty. Well, Miss Long, you have seen Ma Hu before, but at that time it didn't have this name. Long Xiao pondered. She had met many wealthy scions, but none named Ma Hu. Lu Wujin, if you're truly curious, I can take you to see Ma Hu. But you must promise not to hit me after seeing it. Long Xiao, who would be bored enough to hit you? Lu Wujin then looked at Sect Master Long. Long Zizai, humph. Lu Wujin led the 2 curious onlookers to his courtyard, heading straight for the side room. He opened the door and stood at the entrance. Ma Hu lives here. The others peered inside. The room was empty with nothing but a bed. Lying on the large square bed was an unknown creature. It had gray fur, long ears, a big belly and short legs. Even the well-traveled Long Zizai could not identify the animal. Long Zizai, what is this? Lu Wujin replied, a donkey. Long Zizai, how is your donkey so pig-like? From afar it looks like a giant blob, up close a long-haired pig. Is this another specialty of your Dugu city? Long Xiao found the donkey familiar and blurted out, Junior brother, is this the donkey you carried in from outside? Lu Wujin nodded. Senior sister has an excellent memory. Long Xiao's face darkened. Bastard, have you forgotten who helped you carry this wretched donkey in? Despite her anger, Long Xiao was still curious. Junior brother, why is your donkey so fat? Lu Wujin was equally puzzled when it came to this matter. At first it was fine. I fed it hay 3 times a day. Later 12, and I found it troublesome, so we gave it 1 fasting pill every 10 days. Initially it was okay with once every 10 days. But then after 3 to 5 days it started braying. So I gave it 2 pills at a time. But it kept eating more and more. 2 months ago this wretched donkey could devour 10 fasting pills in one go. I got annoyed and switched to feeding it spirit rice. Who knew spirit rice worked wonders? 1 meal could last 3 days. The better the quality, the longer it lasted. So I bought 10,000 spirit stones worth of purple jade vermilion rice to feed it. The appetite was controlled, but the donkey grew fatter and fatter. When the new year comes, I'll slaughter it to give everyone a feast. Before Lu Wujin could finish, the donkey on the bed trembled in fear, gazing at him with an utterly innocent expression. Long Zizai's face darkened with the urge to strike, for he himself usually ate purple jade vermilion rice. Long Xiao, however, leaned in secretly and whispered to Lu Wujin, Junior brother, are you still taking concubines? I'm soft, delicate, and easy to push over. The reason Lu Wujin spent money so lavishly was simple. His enemy was the protagonist Yi Ming. In his past life, Lu Wujin was a post-90s youth, and before turning 20 had been an avid novel enthusiast. From the 5 greats of the Central Plains to Elbow, he had read almost all their works. These web novels all shared a common trait: the protagonist must be formidable, and the protagonist's enemies must die. Preferably they would be cut into 1,000 pieces and left without a burial place. This was the fundamental trope of web novels. In his past life, Lu Wujin was just a nobody, not an innovative deity, so he adhered to this formula when writing. This novel, The Harem of the Dragon Sovereign, was particularly extreme in this regard. Any enemy of Yi Ming would hardly survive 3 chapters. The more thrilling it was to write back then, the more terrified Lu Wujin was now that he might not see the sun tomorrow. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but Yi Ming's protagonist Halo was simply too overpowered. To add spice, the deaths of Yi Ming's enemies were incredibly varied and bizarre. Some were scared to death, some choked on cold water, some drowned in a latrine pit, and some were crushed to death by a fat woman's backside. In short, offending Yi Ming was akin to having 1 foot in the gates of hell, with only death as the outcome. Though Lu Wujin appeared calm and composed on the surface, as if nothing was wrong, in truth, he was so frightened that he often couldn't sleep soundly at night. He had nightmares night after night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Yi Ming approaching him with a sinister grin, holding a cockroach in his left hand and a toad in his right. Don't ask if you must know that these 3 things were what Lu Wujin feared most. Originally, Lu Wujin only feared swarming cockroaches and warty toads. Now Yi Ming had been added to the list, showing just how deep an obsession Yi Ming had become in his heart. As the old saying goes, he who has money and doesn't spend it is a fool. Uncertain if he would live to see tomorrow, Lu Wujin spent with abandon. It was normal for him to stew various heavenly treasures and earthly rarities together in a chaotic pot. Buying 2 bowls of soy milk, drinking one and pouring out the other wasn't considered outrageous. He dined on dragon liver and phoenix marrow and drank ambrosia and jade nectar. He bought only the most expensive, not the best. Spending money was pleasurable, but debt was somewhat painful. Recently the dragon urine business had stabilized, but Lu Wujin's spending grew without limit. Before he knew it, he had fallen into debt. To repay it, he had concocted this golden core banquet. Unfortunately, this explanation was too far-fetched, so Lu Wujin could only vaguely claim he enjoyed spending money. As for Long Xiao's proposal to marry him, Lu Wujin naturally played deaf and dumb, pretending not to hear. No joke. Long Xiao's nickname was the ball-breaking queen. If he ever displeased her, his own future happiness would be utterly ruined. Although both Long Xiao and Long Zizai looked down on Lu Wujin, as a nouveau riche, out of politeness, they agreed to attend the Golden Core banquet the next day. After happily seeing them off, Lu Wujin turned and knocked on his neighbor's door. Elder Lu, are you home? Don't hide anymore. You must come to tomorrow's Golden Core banquet whether you want to or not. If you don't, I'll tattle to the sect leader. A rather disdainful voice came from behind the door. Humph, this old man acts with integrity and uprightness. I'm not afraid of your accusations. Lu Wujin retorted. Humph, don't you know I can make things up on the spot? I recall Elder Lu is in charge of the inner sect kitchen. I could spread rumors that you take kickbacks on groceries, pass off inferior goods as quality, and even spit into the food while cooking. A man on the brink of death has no shame. What can you do to me? With a crack. The sound of a wooden chair being smashed came from behind the door, followed by a furious gritted-teeth curse. Lu Wujin, you are shameless. Lu Wujin smiled faintly. Tomorrow this young man will await elder Liu's arrival in the courtyard. With that he turned and went to another house. That bastard. Long Zizai was a great cultivator. Every move Lu Wujin made was clearly visible to him. Seeing this, Long Xiao quickly comforted him. Sect leader, please don't be angry. The divine son Lu may have an odd temper, but doesn't every genius have some quirks? Compared to that one from the Taishan Sacred Gate, the divine son Lu is practically a saint. Long Zizai looked at Long Xiao with a strange expression. Girl, something's off about you. With your usual temper, Lu Wujin would have been bedridden for at least 10 days. Yet now you're speaking up for him. You're not. Falling for him, are you? Long Zyra's face flushed bright red as she stammered, sect leader, please. Don't talk nonsense. I simply admire his talent. Having just broken through to the golden core stage, he could withstand my full force strike. Such a genius. No, a monster beyond comprehension deserves everyone's respect. Lu Wujin could withstand your full force strike. The usually composed Long Zizai was as shocked as if had seen a ghost. Who was Long Xiao? She was the holy maiden of the Blood Sea sect, a direct descendant of the Long family with exceptionally pure dragon bloodline. Since childhood she had cultivated the supreme celestial technique, the Blood Sea divine art. Talent, resources and effort, Long Xiao lacked none. Long Zizai had once roamed the central continent. He could confidently assert that even in the central continent Long Zyra's combat prowess ranked among the top 10 of her generation. Though Long Zyra's apparent cultivation was only at the early nascent soul stage, when pushed to the brink she could turn the tables on a mid-stage nascent soul opponent, and wouldn't flinch against a later-stage one. It was one thing that such a genius full-force strike hadn't killed Lu Wujin, who was only at the early golden core stage. But to have Lu Wujin after being struck walking around extorting others as if nothing had happened. Was this Lu Wujin the reincarnation of a turtle spirit? How else could he possess such heaven-defying defense? After a long silence, sect leader Long sighed. It seems Lu Wujin is hiding his abilities. We need to push him further. A lazy donkey won't move without the whip. The next morning a flustered and sweating Lu Wujin dragged 12 to the inner sect dining hall. With them came Elder Lu, the kitchen manager with disheveled hair. Elder Lu cursed as he unlocked the kitchen warehouse. Lu Wujin, are you out of your mind? Damn it, it's not even the hour of the Mao and you're banging on my door like a maniac. Having you as a neighbor is the worst luck I've ever had. Lu Wujin explained apologetically, I have no choice. Only last night did I remember I hadn't prepared the food and drinks for the Golden Core banquet. If 12 hadn't stopped me I would have come knocking last night. Elder Lu exclaimed, what? You didn't prepare any food? Good heavens kid, you're definitely a piece of work. So you don't even plan to feed anyone a single bite? You just want their red envelopes. This Golden Core banquet of yours is practically robbery. Lu Wujin hadn't expected this Elder Lu to be so sharp-tongued. Forgetting his embarrassment he urged Elder Lu, hurry up. We'll need your help cooking later. Elder Lu, I have to cook for you too. I was born into a wealthy family and since childhood I had been served hand and foot. Before turning 20 I sincerely believed that rice grew in the kitchen's rice vat. Now you actually want me to stir-fry. Elder Lu rolled up his sleeves looking at Lu Wujin with a sly grin. Divine son Lu. If you dare to die this old man dares to bury you. Today I'll cook for the first time and let you taste my skill. With that Elder Lu casually grabbed a cucumber and 2 eggs and charged into the kitchen. No please don't. Elder Lu. Grandpa Lu will call you Grandpa if that's what it takes. Just treat my words like fart. I beg you to spare me, please don't enter the kitchen. Lu Wujin's face turned pale with fright. He tugged at Elder Liu's sleeve to stop him from entering the kitchen. Having someone who has never cooked prepare a banquet, what's the difference from letting a person with a torch into a gunpowder arsenal? In his past life Lu Wujin was born in the countryside, and his father always did the cooking. Once little Lu Wujin insisted on having a meal cooked by his mother. After a bout of crying and fussing, under the father's worried gaze Mother Lu rushed into the kitchen with excitement. That simple lunch still makes Lu Wujin tremble involuntarily when he recalls it. That lunch consisted of only 2 dishes, 1 sweet and sour fish, and 1 scrambled eggs with tomato. Yet these 2 simple dishes made Father Lu sweat in the outhouse for 3 hours, made little Lu Wujin stay in the hospital for 3 days on 4 drips, and even made Huzi, the family pet dog who would eat anything including excrement, run away from home for an entire week. Having weathered storms, one naturally knows the pain of having no umbrella. Having tasted his mother's cooking, how would Lu Wujin dare to let a novice like Elder Lu enter the kitchen? If anyone should go in, it should be a chef like him. But unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Wujin mentioned it, he faced joint opposition from Elder Lu and Shire. Are you kidding? The excrement-like steamed buns Lu Wujin made are as hard as magical artifacts. Letting him into the kitchen? What's the difference from suicide? When do the chefs in the intersex canteen start work? Seeing that the day had fully dawned, Lu Wujin thought of a solution that was no solution at all. Elder Lu shook his head. The canteen chefs are all mortals. You know the sex rule. Mortals cannot stay overnight in the sect. They mostly arrive after the Chun hour. Lu Wujin Chin hour. That's after 9 o'clock. By the time they come, the day lily would be cold. Eh? Speaking of day lily, how about we make smashed cucumber? Elder Lu. How did Divine Son Lu associate day lily with smashed cucumber? Could it be because both belong to the yellow family? Eh? At the beginning of the sea, our guests arrived one after another. As the crowd grew, the Lu courtyard gradually became lively. The Blood Sea sect had plenty of scoundrels, and most of them were social butterflies. These people didn't need Lu Wujin's reception. They amused themselves. Before the meal, Lu Wujin prepared pre-dinner snacks for each table, a large basin of white steamed buns. Everyone was puzzled, but due to Lu Wujin's status as Divine Son, they dared not ask. Seeing that most guests had arrived, Lu Wujin waved his hand to have the dishes served. The first dish, smashed cucumber. The second dish, smashed tomatoes. The third dish, smashed lettuce. At first no one thought much of it, since any banquet starts with appetizing cold dishes. But when the fourth dish, smashed raw eggplant, was served, some began to sense something was off. After the eggplant came smashed garlic, smashed chives, smashed green onion, smashed pumpkin, smashed celery. In total 18 dishes, a vast expanse of green. Everyone stared at each other at a loss for words. Wah! A sudden crying broke the eerie silence. The banquet attendees whispered among themselves. The dishes are a bit shabby, but there's no need for a grown man to cry like that, is there? He's not crying because of the dishes, Elder Nyo. Take a closer look at who's crying. Another elder interjected. Isn't that Manager Zhang from the outer sect? What's his story? He. You might not be familiar with Manager Zhang, but you must have heard of his wife. She is Pan Lianlian, known as Blood Sea Chancier. The mention of Pan Lianlian's name made all the scoundrels show expressions of sudden realization. So it's Pan Lianlian, the one who gives her husband 3 green hats a month. That explains it. No wonder Manager Zhang broke down crying at the sight of all the green. It must have reminded him of his sorrow. But how did Manager Zhang offend Divine Son Lu? Such a move truly kills the person and wounds the heart, both ruthless and venomous. Do you know Chancier of the Taishan sacred sect? Tell me how. How is she? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Wujin appeared behind the gossiping crowd. In the original story, Chancier should have been throwing her weight around in the Taishan sacred sect, but reality was clearly different. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Wujin, and they all shut up, afraid to speak. Lu Wujin pointed at a young man among them and asked, Junior Brother Song, you speak? Junior Brother Song was merely an outer sect disciple. Seeing Divine Son Lu ask, he quickly stood up and bowed. Replying to Divine Son Lu, I merely heard it through hearsay, am not sure of its truth. Lu Wujin frowned. It's fine, speak. Junior Brother Song. This Chancier was originally the concubine of Yi Ming, the holy son of Taishan sacred sect. In the early years it was tolerable. She lived a life of fine clothes and good food. But that bastard Yi Ming seems to have a serious sickness. He treats his other concubines well, but he only likes to beat Chancier, often striking her for no reason. I heard that the worst time he beat Miss Chan until she lost sight in her left eye. Although her vision was later restored with medicine, terrifying scars remained on her face. Beating her aside, that beast Yi Ming repeatedly gave Chancier to his subordinates for their amusement. According to rumors, there were the water-carrying servant, the groom, the night soil collector. It seems that in that beast Yi Ming's eyes, Chancier was like a chamber pot that anyone could use. There's even a rumor that even the sacred beasts of the Taishan sacred sect. Uncle Lu, why are you pulling my sleeve? I was just getting to the good part. Junior Brother Song was speaking eloquently, boasting freely, when Elder Lu, sitting at the same table, forcibly interrupted him. In response to Junior Brother Song's inquiry, Elder Lu didn't explain but secretly pointed at Lu Wujin. Good heavens, Lu Wujin's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the wooden tray in his hand was creaking under his grip. This was the prelude to a fight. Junior Brother Song quickly apologized. Divine Son Lu, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? Lu Wujin turned to leave. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned around, stared at junior brother Song and said calmly, "Let me tell you something, Chan Sierra was my former. I'll go prepare some fried chicken for you right now." Lu Wujin turned to leave. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned around, stared at junior brother Song and said calmly, "Let me tell you something, Chan Sierra was my former fiancé. Watch your tongue. From now on just treat her as dead." Lu Wujin was acutely aware of one thing: Yi Ming's abuse of Chan Qian'er stemmed from a single motive: revenge. Yes, revenge. From Lu Wujin's understanding of Yi Ming, although the man was utterly despicable, he would never torment a woman without reason. In the original story, Chan Qian'er thrived after aligning with Yi Ming, not only surpassing rivals like Lu Qingqing to become one of his primary consorts, but also strategizing to help him annex the Huangfu clan in the Midstage. Even the later establishment of the Yi alliance owed much to Chan Qian'er's contributions. Yet now Chan Qian'er was in a miserable state, enduring relentless suffering. Clearly Chan Qian'er's plight was undoubtedly Lu Wujin's doing. Watching her nemesis Lu Wujin become the divine son of the Taishan sacred sect, and marry her own sister. Seeing one's enemy thrive was more unbearable than death for Yi Ming. Unable to harm Lu Wujin, he vented all his fury on Chan Qian'er. Lu Wujin loathed Chan Qian'er intensely. If he encountered her, he would not hesitate to kill her. Yet learning of her torment stirred an inexplicable rage within him. Death was but a single blow. Yi Ming's cruelty went too far. At the same time, Lu Wujin resolved anew in his heart that he must kill Yi Ming no matter what. Otherwise, given Yi Ming's methods, if Lu Wujin lost, it would not just be his own demise. His 3 wives Shire Ma, Hu, the entire Lu clan, and even the whole Dugu city would be annihilated. The mere thought of such a terrifying outcome sent chills down Lu Wujin's spine, filling him with lingering dread. "Young master, this fried chicken seems off." Lu Wujin's wandering thoughts were interrupted by a timid Shire. Snapping back to reality, he found himself standing before a massive wok of sizzling oil frying chicken. Only the chicken's color was rather unorthodox. While others' fried chicken boasted a golden appetizing hue, his batch had turned a bizarre shade of dark green. Lu Wujin asked, "Shire, what did I put in the pot?" Shire shot him a disdainful glare. Did that even sound like a sensible question? You, Lu Wujin, personally prepared the dish, yet you're asking me, in Shire, what was added? At such a young age, are you already suffering from dementia? Realizing his own foolishness, Lu Wujin gave an awkward laugh. He then rummaged through his storage pouch to see what was missing. Aside from cursing Yi Ming, Lu Wujin's favorite pastime was plundering Yi Ming's resources. Following the book's descriptions, he scoured for every conceivable treasure. Whether he could use them or not, he left not a single scrap for Yi Ming. Thus Lu Wujin's storage pouch was overflowing with a mountain of precious items. Greedy for good food, Lu Wujin had stashed a pile of spices like star anise and fennel in a corner of his pack. Today for the fried chicken he intended to use those very spices. But the problem was the pile remained untouched, as if no one had ever touched it. What exactly had he put in the pot? Well, if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, they were all cultivators, poison wouldn't kill them. With that thought, Lu Wujin's guilt vanished. What exactly had he put in the pot? Well, if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, they were all cultivators, poison wouldn't kill them. With that thought, when the green juice fried chicken was served, the guests were collectively dumbfounded. Was this supposed to be fried? Whose fried chicken ever matched the color of chives? That bastard Lu had already swindled them of their spirit stones, and now he was trying to kill them too. Seeing no one reaching for their chopsticks, Lu Wujin thought they were being polite, waiting for him to start. Bold as ever, he tore off a chicken wing. As the wing came off, Lu Wujin's expression flickered. Damn it, why was the meat green inside too? He wanted to put it down but felt hundreds of eyes boring into him. If Lu Wujin didn't eat that wing today, the charge of poisoning his fellow disciples would be unavoidable. Seeing no escape, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. He swallowed the wing in one gulp, praising it before even chewing. Today's chicken is perfectly flavored. Why wait, everyone. Dig in, dig in. Though Lu Wujin's face looked grim, the chicken tasted surprisingly good. Apart from a faint herbal note, it was unexpectedly delicious. After waiting a while and seeing that Lu Wujin hadn't dropped dead, the others began eating with abandon. Even sect leader Long, tempted by the aroma, devoured half a chive chicken. No wonder they ate so heartily. The table boasted 19 dishes, in total 18 of which were cold appetizers. With steamed buns and fried chicken, it was a satisfying meal. Lu Wujin's golden core banquet was a resounding success. 10 tables consumed over 200 chickens and 300 buns. After the guests left, he surveyed the mess with pride. Shire, take a good look at all these chicken bones. If you ever dare say my cooking is bad again, I'll slap. Shire looked at Lu Wujin speechlessly. Young master, maybe you should look in a mirror. Huh. Though puzzled, Lu Wujin went inside and found a bronze mirror. Holy! One glance nearly made him drop the mirror. In the mirror, Lu Wujin's face was as green as willow leaves, his eyes as red as roses. A green face and red eyes made him look like a goblin. Damn! He was poisoned. Lu Wujin didn't hesitate, ordering Shire to fetch a doctor. But before she could leave the courtyard, a chill surged from his abdomen. Following the chill came excruciating pain. An overwhelming urge to defecate shot straight to Lu Wujin's brain. Without a word, he mobilized all his cultivation and dashed to the latrine with teleportation-like speed. In such an emergency, Lu Wujin abandoned all pretense of dignity, stripping off his pants on the way to the outhouse. It was undoubtedly a wise decision, for by the time he reached the pit, something had already gushed from his backside. Lu Wujin was lucky. He wouldn't need to wash his pants tomorrow. Others were not so fortunate. Though most of the big shots at the Golden Core banquet had higher cultivation than Lu Wujin, higher cultivation didn't mean better physical resilience. Remember, Lu Wujin possessed the only tribulation lightning body in the Xuanwu continent. In theory, his body contained no impurities. If even he was reduced to such a state, how could anyone else fare better? Chaos erupted. Someone admiring the roadside scenery soiled their pants. Someone eating dinner soiled their pants. Someone teaching disciples soiled their pants. Among the worst off was Manager Zhang's wife Pan Lianlian, known as the Blood Sea Chan Channer. Though Manager Zhang, a devoted simp, resented Pan Lianlian for cuckolding him, he still packed a chive chicken for her. The couple enjoyed the chicken with wine lost in romance. As the saying goes, wine deepens passion, and soon they were rolling in bed. Whatever strange position they used, according to their neighbor, both emerged covered in filth. The most agonized was Blood Sea sect leader Long Zizai. Suffering from severe hemorrhoids, he had subsisted on bland porridge for over a decade. The greasy chive fried chicken triggered a violent reaction. While others sprayed dark green liquid, Long Zizai's was a terrifying blood red. Long Zizai clutched his stomach in agony. It felt like an arm-thick vine covered in barbs being violently yanked out of his rear. Only those who have experienced anal fissures can truly appreciate such exquisite torment. Long Zizai, the sect leader of the top-tier Blood Sea sect, one of the Xuanwu continent's mightiest beings, a great vehicle peak supreme expert. At that moment, tears welled in his eyes from the pain. Gritting his teeth to hold back sobs, he cursed, "That bastard Lu Wujin. No, I cannot let this scoundrel stay another day in the Blood Sea sect, or hell be the death of me yet." Lu Wujin had squatted in the outhouse for a full day and night, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Can you believe it? A cultivator at the Golden Core stage actually fainted from diarrhea. In a haze, Lu Wujin saw his great-grandmother waving at him. His great-grandmother was a silver-haired old lady with a very kindly face. Though she had bound feet, she walked quite briskly. Lu Wujin chased after her but could never catch up. Sweating profusely, he waved desperately for her to wait. "Great-grandmother, wait for me." In his daze, Lu Wujin grabbed a handful of soft flesh. The texture was exquisite and he couldn't help but knead and rub it. Bang! The moment Lu Wujin opened his eyes, a black wooden box came crashing down on his face, followed by a sharp pain in his head. He passed out again. When Lu Wujin woke once more, he instinctively shielded his head. "Who? Which scoundrel dares to harm your lord?" Seeing no response in the room, he cautiously studied the people present. There were 3 women in the room: Shire Long Xiao, and an unfamiliar noble lady in palace attire. Since he had never seen that lady before, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances at her. Long Xiao rolled her eyes. "This is Qin Huayu, the peak master of Kuan Peak. You still have the mood to ogle a beauty. Guess you really are fine." Lu Wujin rose and bowed to Qin Huayu. "Peak Master Qin, forgive me. I was still dazed from fainting just now and inadvertently behaved rudely toward you." Peak Master Qin seemed rather cold as she shook her head slightly. "It's nothing. If there's a next time, I'll kill you." Lu Wujin. Sure enough, there was no one in Shua High sect who was easy to deal with. Curious, Long Xiao asked Lu Wujin, "I recall you didn't have your eyes open just now. How did you know it was Peak Master Qin and not Shire or me?" Lu Wujin pouted. "Comrade Xiao, in life one can be confident but not self-deceiving. The difference between you, Shire, and Peak Master Qin is like comparing a toodle small steamed bun with a one-gene big white flour bun. It's not terrible to be small, what's terrible is lacking self-awareness." Bang! Another sharp pain struck the back of Lu Wujin's head. As he was about to faint again, he struggled to look behind him. "Damn it, that treacherous Qin Huayu again. Why do you always hit me?" Waking once more, Lu Wujin had learned his lesson and scrambled to a corner, shielding his head. This time he didn't even use an honorific and directly demanded of Qin Huayu, "Peak Master Qin, why do you always take liberties with me?" Lu Wujin was speechless. I was complimenting your generous bosom, all right? Qin Huayu raised her medicine box again. Lu Wujin quickly apologized. Peak Master Qin, my dear ancestress, I was wrong, okay? Please don't hit me anymore. Qin Huayu nodded, deeming it settled. Then she summoned Lu Wujin over. The poison you ingested is no longer serious. After a few days of rest you'll fully recover. As for your head, I'll ask you a few questions and you must answer truthfully. Lu Wujin. As long as you don't resort to violence you can ask me anything. Peak Master Qin took out a pen and paper and began recording. Have you encountered anything strange lately? Lu Wujin, just now I saw my great-grandmother. Qin Huayu frowned and continued. How has your temper been recently? Any sudden outbursts of rage or even urges to kill? Lu Wujin was baffled. Peak Master Qin, I only scraped my scalp. What do these questions have to do with treating my head? Qin Huayu shot him a glare. Just answer the questions properly. Speak when asked and spare me the nonsense. Lu Wujin, fine. I've been getting quite a few red envelopes lately which made me happy. No anger issues at all. As for killing, there's one person I'd really like to kill. His name is Ming. That bastard is a brute, arson, murder, rape, looting. There's no evil he hasn't done. Peak Master Qin, listen to me, this Ming. Enough, stop. Qin Huayu hastily cut off Lu Wujin's rambling. Lu Wujin, why had the question suddenly become so improper? There was something odd about this old woman Qin. But intimidated by her overwhelming power he answered honestly, I like women very much. Not wanting to hear another word about Ming, Peak Master Qin could only move on to the next question. Holy child Lu, do you like women? Lu Wujin, why had the question suddenly become so improper? There was something odd about this old woman Qin. But intimidated by her overwhelming power he answered honestly, I like women very much. My favorite type is those with a generous bust, a shapely backside and an aptitude for childbearing. Behind Lu Wujin, Shire secretly pinched her own buttocks. They were full and firm but she wasn't sure if they counted as large or small. Across from him Peak Master Qin hesitated whether to smash her medicine box onto Lu Wujin again, uncertain if he was mocking her. After calming herself Qin Huayu asked the final question of the day. Holy child Lu, if Shire and I both fell into water at the same time whom would you save first? Lu Wujin grew even more bewildered. What kind of insane questions were these? Could this Peak Master Qin have a problem with her brain? Without a moment's hesitation he replied, I'd save Shire first. Seeing Peak Master Qin's expressionless face Lu Wujin thought she was angry and quickly added, of course after saving Shire I'd immediately dive in to save you. Peak Master Qin nodded without further comment. She packed up her medicine box and left without a word to anyone. Lu Wujin turned to Long Xiao and asked curiously, does this Peak Master Qin have a problem with her head? Long Xiao glared at Lu Wujin and threatened, if you ever mock my figure again I'll crush your balls. Lu Wujin. He had forgotten that this was Shua High sect where no one was normal. Shire was the best. A fine little fox. When Lu Wujin was about to seek comfort from Shire, he found her cheerfully collecting his dirty clothes in a wooden basin. The sight horrified him. Shire, please don't wash my underpants anymore. I originally had 13 pairs and now only 3 remain. If you keep this up I'll have to go commando. And so the story splits. Soon after leaving Lu Wujin's courtyard Qin Huayu was intercepted by Long Zizai. The sect master dispensed with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Junior sister, is there still hope for Lu Wujin? Qin Huayu, senior brother, there's good news and bad news. Long Zizai, tell me. Qin Huayu. There's nothing wrong with Lu Wujin's head. He's a normal person, not insane. Long Zizai was shocked. Can a normal person make shit-shaped steamed buns or poison his fellow disciples for no reason? Junior sister, could your diagnosis be wrong? Qin Huayu didn't speak but simply glared at Long Zizai. He immediately realized his mistake and apologized profusely. Junior sister, this brother was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your medical skills. You said there's good news and bad news. What's the good news? Qin Huayu said flatly, that Lu Wujin isn't insane. Isn't that good news? Long Zizai, huh? You mean there's even worse news? Qin Huayu sighed lightly. Fine. The worst news is that Lu Wujin is an incurable big Shire. There's no one good in the Blood Sea sect. Under the gray sky Lu Wujin slumped on the ground in utter disarray. Behind him stood Shire with a sympathetic expression and a bewildered Ma Hu. The man and the donkey had been expelled. As they were having dinner Long Zi suddenly burst in. Without a word he kicked Ma Hu away, then grabbed Lu Wujin and Shire and threw them out. In his over 20 years of life Lu Wujin had never suffered such humiliation. Shire, tell me, is that man named Long insane? I, your master, am such an honest and law-abiding person. Why did he bully me for no reason? Isn't this just picking on the weak? Shire remained silent beside him. You claim innocence. After sect leader Long had one meal from you, blood from his backside stained 7 or 8 pairs of trousers. Thank heavens for Long's good temper, or you'd be dead by now. But Lu Wujin had no self-awareness at all. Instead he grew more aggrieved and angrier, even raising his fist to strike someone. Shire was soft and delicate, so naturally he couldn't hit her. What if he broke her? Who would warm his bed? Then Lu Wujin saw the carefree fat donkey grazing. Slap. He backhanded the plump donkey's face. You stupid donkey, can't you see I'm heartbroken? Who are you grinning at? You need a lesson. Ma's hide was thick, the slap was like a mosquito bite. But the slap, though harmless, was deeply insulting. Mahu, a donkey who wouldn't take a loss, turned its rear toward Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin sneered. Oh, so you're too ashamed to face me? Don't think you'll let you off. As he gloated, Mahu struck, kicking Lu Wujin's right chest with its left hoof. Despite its short stubby legs, the kick's force was immense. Lu Wujin, a golden core cultivator, couldn't react, and was launched into the distance like a cannonball. Shire was stunned. Had her master vanished? Before she could react, Lu Wujin flew back furiously, carrying a Type 131 sniper grenade launcher. You little beast, I'll kill you today. He aimed and fired at Mahu. Boom! A deafening explosion roared. Dust and heat surged, forcing Shire back. Unprepared for such a decisive strike, Mahu took the hit, howling in pain. Lu Wujin was stunned by the donkey's incredible defense. The shot was meant to end it, but it only grazed the beast's hide. Could this donkey be extraordinary? In that moment, Lu Wujin recalled mounts of novel protagonist Sure Hao's fearless lion, Mu Chen's 9 nether bird, Tang San's soft-bone rabbit. Ahem, the last one doesn't count. In short, every great protagonist has a mount with a super bloodline but pathetic combat ability. When writing this book, Lu Wujin had planned a flood dragon mount for Yi Ming. But he forgot about it later, leaving the dragon unseen. By his timeline, the dragon was still an egg. Should he retrieve it? Without a protagonist, luck, Lu Wujin doubted he could tame the proud beast. But even if he couldn't, why leave it for Yi Ming? Using it for scrambled eggs with tomatoes would be 100 times better than giving it to that scoundrel. As Lu Wujin schemed in the sky, Mahu howled in fury on the ground. Damn Lu Wujin. Bullying me because I can't fly. Come down, you coward, and I'll kick your teeth out and leave your backside blooming. Mahu cursed, spittle flying. Staring at the mist, an idea struck. Mahu worked its mouth, gathered a glob of phlegm, and blew hard. Whoosh! A fist-sized wad shot at Lu Wujin like a cannonball. Missing its first aim, it flew just above his head. Lu Wujin touched the droplets on his face and looked up. Is it raining? Shire shouted a warning. Master, watch out for the spit. Spit! Lu Wujin looked down to see a white mass hurtling toward his face. What the hell is... He blocked with his hand. Flat. Cold sticky liquid covered him, reeking of grass and sourness. Before he could rage, Mahu fired another wad. This is... spit. Fury surged through Lu Wujin like fire. You damn donkey. For the first time since breaking through to Golden Core, Lu Wujin struck with full force. Purple lightning coiled around him, his hair standing on end like flames. Vast spiritual energy pierced the clouds, parting them to let sunlight bathe Lu Wujin. Shire gazed at him dreamily, murmuring, my master. This wasn't the villain Lu Wujin, he was like a super scion. Lu Wujin moved. Faster than the eye could see, he reached Mahu and kicked its rear. Boom! Mahu crashed, creating a massive crater. Even as the donkey lay dazed, Lu Wujin grabbed... Boom! Mahu crashed, creating a massive crater. Even as the donkey lay dazed, Lu Wujin grabbed its leg and smashed it around like a fly swatter, gouging more pits into the ground. Frightened, Shire whispered, Master, stop. You're scaring me. Her soft words hit Lu Wujin like cold water, snapping him to his senses. He looked at the barely alive Mahu, then at Shire, grimy among the ruins. Slap. He struck his own face. What had he done? How was this different from Yi Ming? He was a modern youth who aced moral education and health class. He might not achieve lofty ideals like building the nation, but he should at least be a good person. Rectify the mind, cultivate virtue, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. In his past life he was a failed web novelist. Now with a bit of success was he turning bad. Fighting a donkey. Shameful, disgraceful. True strength lies in challenging the strong. Only cowards and scum. Lu Wujin had no grand ambitions, but he was an upright man. He must face his mistakes and correct them. After comforting the terrified Shire, he fed a pill to Mahu. The pill worked wonders. Mahu's breathing steadied. Lu Wujin sighed in relief and patted its head. Mahu, this pill is called the Broken Bridge Pill. Uncle Chin says it can save you even at the bridge of helplessness. This pill costs 1,000,000 spirit stones. We're brothers but you still owe me the stones. And since I saved your life you must repay me well, Mahu Bray. All gratitude vanished from its heart. It now only wished to kick that shameless Lu Wujin to death with its 3-inch hoof. Will you be my mount? I'll pay you 3 coppers a day, how about that? Pay. Woo. Lu Wujin turned to the translator 12 and asked, what did the donkey say? Is he thanking me? 12's expression darkened slightly. Master, the donkey refuses. He finds the pay too low. Lu Wujin, he bellowed for a full 10 minutes just to say that. 12 looked embarrassed. Well, most of what the little donkey said was cursing. Cursing. Lu Wujin was puzzled at first, then jolted in realization. You beast. How dare you curse me? Lu Wujin raised his hand to strike but 12 stopped him. Master, calm down. The little donkey has only been sentient for less than half a year. Being able to communicate normally is already a rare talent. We can't demand too much. Lu Wujin's expression cleared and he murmured, true enough. After all, the donkey hasn't even been to kindergarten, so it's only natural for him to lack manners. But lack of manners doesn't mean he can run wild. If 3 coppers is too low, how about I raise it to 5? Donkey Another 2.5 minutes of furious braying ensued. Lu Wujin looked at 12, who covered his forehead looking utterly mortified. Did he say nothing? Lu Wujin's eyes widened and he slapped the donkey. This beast cursed me for a full 2.5 minutes. Tell me, what did he say? 12 It's rather harsh. I can't bring myself to say it. Lu Wujin's stubborn streak flared up. Just say it. I won't get angry. 12 glanced down at Lu Wujin's clenched fists and didn't believe a word. Instead he cautiously probed, Master, if I told you the little donkey insulted your wife, how would you deal with him? Lu Wujin shot the donkey a fierce glare. I'd stew a pot of donkey soup. 12 Then it's over. What he just said would be enough for 18 pots of soup plus 2 whole roasted donkeys. Damn it. Lu Wujin stood up ready to beat the donkey, but the spiritual energy he gathered dissipated. 12 looked puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Lu Wujin shook his head. I can't hit him. This wretched donkey owes me 1,000,000 spirit stones, he's my debtor. If I accidentally beat him to death, who would I collect the debt from? 12 thought, what a miser. The donkey thought this guy's reliable. He couldn't hit him, but Lu Wujin's anger hadn't subsided. After glaring daggers at the donkey he complained, 3 coppers won't do and 5 won't either. You tell me. How much do you want? Donkey 12 The little donkey says he's a spirit beast and needs at least 1 spirit stone a day in wages plus. 12's face flushed slightly. Plus 18 female donkeys as his. This time Lu Wujin didn't get angry. Instead he pulled out a gleaming silver knife. 18 female donkeys. Believe me, I'll geld you right now. With that, Lu Wujin feigned grabbing the donkey's leg, scaring the little beast into frantic braying. Seeing tears streaming down the donkey's face, 12 couldn't help but plead, Master, stop scaring him. He may be big but he's timid. The donkey nodded frantically. Woo. 12. The little donkey has lowered his price. He says as long as you don't touch his little donkey parts, hell accept 5 coppers a day. Hearing this, Lu Wujin finally broke into a satisfied smile. He patted the donkey's head to soothe the wounded beast. That's more like it. Little Ma, do you know how high the unemployment rate is these days? Look at what other little donkeys do for work. Turning millstones, pulling carts, plowing fields. All dirty hard jobs no one else wants. And that's the best case. Some donkeys can't find work at all and end up in the slaughterhouse. Their meat gets eaten, their hides turned into glue, their bones boiled for soup. Times are tough. I'm offering you a job. You should be grateful, not complaining about the pay. Back in my hometown, people take out loans just to get a job. I'm giving you a salary plus room and board. You couldn't find a better deal even with a lantern. With every word of Lu Wujin's blather, the donkey's expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to a look that said, I don't know what you're saying, but it sounds impressive. Finally Lu Wujin dangled a carrot. Work hard. When I make it big one day, never mind becoming an immortal or a Buddha. Even if I just reach the Mahayana stage, I'll appoint you Chief Mount General. Then it won't be just 18 female donkeys. I'll get you 180, even 1,800. And you won't eat grass anymore. You'll eat gleaming white rice and spit it out if you want. Why? Because I'm rich and I can do whatever I want. The little donkey's eyes grew dreamy as he envisioned 1,000 female donkeys attending to him. Sigh. The little donkey drooled. Can't think about it, can't think about it. Just imagining it makes my kidneys ache. Now when he looked at Lu Wujin there was even a hint of guilt in his eyes. The boss is so good to me and I had the nerve to ask him for wages. I am not a good donkey at all. Alas. Don't call the donkey stupid for believing such nonsense. Even a college graduate fresh out of school would fall for PUA, let alone a little donkey who's never read a book. Lu Wujin just played it dirtier. He wouldn't even pay an intern's salary of 3,000. Having successfully conned the donkey, Lu Wujin acquired a mount as plump as a pig. The donkey's back was wide enough for two without feeling cramped. Its legs were short, its pace slow, covering less than a mile in an hour. The sky was blue, the sun scorching, leaving Lu Wujin dizzy and disoriented. Little Ma, can you speed up? At this rate my half-year vacation won't even cover the travel time. Donkey ai woo. 12. The little donkey says he can go faster but I'll be a bit bumpy. Lu Wujin, bumpy? Isn't that normal? What mount doesn't jolt when it runs? 12. Tell the donkey to go all out. I'm not afraid of a little bump. Oh. Without needing 12 to translate, the donkey indicated he understood. Instead of accelerating like a normal horse, the donkey stopped in place, bending its legs slightly. Spiritual energy from the surroundings gathered around it, a unique earthy yellow chi converging into its limbs. The donkey's body grew heavier, cracking the yellow earth beneath it. Sensing something amiss, Lu Wujin opened his mouth to stop it. Little. Boom I. But the donkey didn't wait for Lu Wujin to finish before launching. No launch was more accurate than takeoff. With a tremendous leap, the donkey's immense recoil created a crater 30 feet wide on the ground. The donkey along with Lu Wujin and 12 shot into the sky like cannonballs fresh from the barrel. Lu Wujin. 12 wah. The unparalleled acceleration made Lu Wujin feel as if his body had flown away while his soul still lingered on the ground. The donkey and the two men zipped past sparrows, pierced through clouds, and stepped on eagles. The sky above grew darker and closer, the air colder and thinner. At the apex the trio almost breached outer space. After a half-second pause, the one man and two donkeys began their rapid descent. Accelerating at 10 meters per second squared, the three soon reached a terrifying speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour. The violent friction with the air turned them into a blazing red fireball hurtling toward the ground. Seeing the earth loom closer, Lu Wujin, instead of feeling relieved, poured all his spiritual energy into protecting 12 and the donkey. The immense impact force would have turned 12 and the donkey into paste. Boom! Rumble! A massive shockwave carved a giant crater into the ground, causing slight tremors across 100 miles. Though battered, 12 and the little donkey emerged unscathed under Lu Wujin's protection. Lu Wujin, however, sat pale and bruised on the donkey's back, his expression one of indescribable agony. Seeing this, 12 trembled with fear. Master, are you all right? Unable to speak from the pain, Lu Wujin forced out a few words. Quick, find a doctor. I busted my balls. Ouch, damn it. Mahu, you blasted stupid donkey. I said I'd geld you just talk, but you actually went and did it. Ouch, you cursed dog. Once we reach Duga City, it'll make your life a living hell. Ouch, it hurts like hell. By now Lu Wujin could only move his mouth. To ease the pain he could only curse at the little donkey. Mahu opened his mouth but said nothing, finally hanging his head in shame. Due to the severity of the injury, Shire didn't bother searching for a renowned physician. She found the nearest town and charged straight into the only medical clinic there. Dr. Chi of the clinic was dozing on the counter when the sudden commotion startled him awake. Upon seeing the huge fat donkey before him, he quickly waved his hand and said, "For donkey treatment, turn left and find Butcher Lu." Maha's face darkened. A butcher as a veterinarian? This village was wild. Shire quickly led the doctor around to the back of the donkey, pointing at Lu Wujin. "It's my master who's injured." At first Dr. Chi didn't take it seriously. Lu Wujin looked rosy-cheeked and cursed with full vigor. But when he followed Shire's finger, good heavens, his crotch was soaked with blood. Dr. Chi called for Shire's help while questioning Lu Wujin. "Young man, did you cut yourself while entering the palace?" At first Lu Wujin didn't understand, then he cursed. "You old thing, looks human but talks like a beast. You're the one who wants to be a eunuch. Your whole family are eunuchs." Dr. Chi, being the best physician for 100 miles, was always addressed respectfully as Elder Chi. Now this outsider dared to curse him, truly ungrateful. But Dr. Chi considered himself educated, a quarreling would lower his dignity. Maybe. Frightened the young man a bit. A faint mischievous smile crept across Dr. Chi's lips. He placed Lu Wujin on the bedboard and ordered Shire to remove his trousers. With the urgency Shire ignored her shyness, grabbed the waistband and yanked down. Lu Wujin gasped in pain. At the first glance Dr. Chi's expression changed. Hell, there was no need to scare him, it was already ruined. With the doctor's benevolence he quickly calmed down and feigned nonchalance. As he gently treated Lu Wujin's wound he inquired, "May I ask, young man, do you have any children?" Lu Wujin: "No." "Do you have any siblings?" Lu Wujin didn't see how this related to treatment but answered honestly, "Only a younger sister." "Dr. Qi, how is your father's health?" Now Lu Wujin was even more confused. "My father is as strong as an ox, eats and sleeps well." Dr. Qi continued, "From your attire you're from a wealthy family. My neighbor has a sister, a 30-year-old widow. Though a bit older she's strong as a horse and built for bearing sons. Go home and ask your father if he'd like to take a concubine." Lu Wujin, though the doctor hadn't used a single curse word, why did it feel like an insult? Confused, Lu Wujin spoke bluntly, "Doctor, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you mean, I can take it." Sigh. Eh. Dr. Qi let out a long sigh. "There's good news and bad news. Which do you want first?" Lu Wujin's heart skipped a beat, sensing something dreadful. "The bad news first. The bad news is that your chances of recovery are slim. Unless you find the legendary immortal physician Qin, you'll be a eunuch for life." Eunuch? Lu Wujin collapsed. Others who transmigrated became kings or emperors, or at least spoiled young masters. Even if not surrounded by beauties, they'd have at least a few lovers. But he, Lu Wujin, ended up a eunuch. He had planned to kill Ming, then enjoy a wife, kids, and a warm bed. Now what was left to enjoy? The more he thought, the more desperate and furious he became. His eyes nearly blazed as he stared at Mahu. "Little donkey, are you ready? Today next year will be your death anniversary." Mahu was terrified and cowered behind Shire. Shire took pity on the little donkey and quickly changed the subject. "Master, don't panic. Didn't the doctor say there's bad news and good news?" She turned to the doctor. "Dr. Qi, what's the good news?" "Dr. Qi, the good news is that my cousin's aunt's grandson's neighbor serves as the Grand Palace Steward of the Linghai Empire. If you want to enter the palace, I can ask around. With some silver from your family you might get a good position." "Shire, that's going too far. You call that good news?" Lu Wujin cursed aloud. "I'm a divine son. Why would I need you to pull strings to become a eunuch? Hell, today I'm not only having donkey hot pot, but I'll also smash this quack's shabby shop." "Shire, move aside. Let me butcher this blasted donkey first." Shire spread her arms to shield the little donkey. "Calm down, master. This. That. By the way, didn't the doctor mention immortal physician Qin? Let's find her. Maybe there's still hope." Lu Wujin pondered and thought Shire made sense. Donkey meat could be eaten anytime, but he only had 2 testicles. If he didn't save them, all was lost. After thinking, Lu Wujin glared fiercely at Dr. Qi. "Tell me, where does immortal physician Qin live?" Dr. Qi shook his head without hesitation. "I said she's an immortal physician, naturally elusive and homeless." Lu Wujin persisted. "Then what's her name and appearance?" "Dr. Qi, all I know is that every Qixi festival she holds a free clinic in Wangbaguzi village 500 li away." Lu Wujin persisted. "Then what's her name and appearance?" "Dr. Qi, all I know is that every Qixi festival she holds a free clinic. Her eyes are like bright moons, her face like white jade. I only caught a glimpse 5 years ago from afar, yet it's still vivid. Wangbagu." Lu Wujin and Shire exchanged glances, both seeing confusion. "Isn't Wangbagu the stronghold of the Shua Hai sect?" Lu Wujin shuddered, suddenly recalling a woman. "Dr. Qi, one question." "Dr. Qi, go ahead." Lu Wujin gestured at his own chest. "Does immortal physician Qin have a big chest?" As a man, Dr. Qi instantly understood the question. He cursed angrily, "You lecherous beast. She's a fairy. How can you ask such a vile question?" Lu Wujin said nothing, silently waiting for Dr. Qi's answer. Dr. Qi, his face reddened under Lu Wujin's gaze, finally replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito's in rather large. "Huff." Lu Wujin took a deep breath, his relief settling in. He pulled out a transmission talisman and dialed a few numbers. As soon as it connected, he shouted, "Aunt Qin, save me." "Qin Huayu." Lu Wujin. The two stared at each other for a long time. It was Qin Huayu who finally broke the silence. "Wujin, how did you offend Xiaorou? She was rather ruthless, wasn't she?" Clearly piqued, Master Qin attributed Lu Wujin's injury to the egg-cracking Queen Long Xiaorou. Lu Wujin quickly explained, "It wasn't senior sister Long." Qin Huayu's brows furrowed. "Who would be so bold as to attack the testicles of my blood C-sex divine scion? Could it be the Taishan sacred sect? They have gone too far." Lu Wujin's forehead creased with black lines. I wish I could pin this on the Taishan sacred sect, but unfortunately it wasn't them. Subsequently, Lu Wujin gave Peak Master Qin a detailed account of how he was injured. Qin Huayu was known as the Ice Beauty in the Blood Sea sect, for she mostly wore a numb expression in public like a beauty carved from ice and jade. But today her composure shattered. Peak Master Qin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Wujin, are you saying your injury was caused by a donkey? Lu Wujin nodded shamefully. It jumped too high. Qin Huayu, aren't you at the golden core stage? Why didn't you fly when it came down? Lu Wujin, damn. He forgot this was a cultivation world where people could fly. Remorse, grievance, regret. A jumble of chaotic emotions surged within him. Faced with Peak Master Qin's query, Lu Wujin could only cover his head in shame. Because I am a colossal fool. Eh? Peak Master Qin's medical skills were indeed remarkable. What Dr. Qi called a terminal illness was merely a minor inconvenience to her. After dismissing the others, Peak Master Qin materialized a scalpel from spiritual energy and began meticulously suturing Lu Wujin's wound. An hour and a half later, the surgery was complete. While washing her hands with clear water, Peak Master Qin instructed Lu Wujin, I've prescribed a month's worth of medicine, 30 packets in total. After breakfast, decoct 1 packet with 3 bowls of water until 1 bowl remains. After taking it, avoid greasy food, raw and cold items, and alcohol. Oh, and one more crucial thing. At this point, Peak Master Qin cast a meaningful glance at Shire. No women for a year. Shire shyly turned her face away, yet a hint of disappointment stirred within her. As if, even if she shoved her bare ass in his face, he wouldn't touch her. Lu Wujin wore an expression of utter despair, as if his father had died. Aunt Master Qin, do you know why I'm returning this time? Qin Huayu's face remained impassive, indicating she couldn't care less. Undeterred by the awkwardness, Lu Wujin roared on his own. I'm going back to consummate the marriage. To sleep with my 3 lovely and beautiful wives. And you, Aunt Master, telling me to abstain from women for a year. Isn't that too much? Qin Huayu shot Lu Wujin a cold glare. You don't have to abstain if you don't want to. However. Saying this, Peak Master Qin looked around. She picked up an iron pestle used for pounding medicine. You were like this before. Peak Master Qin shook the iron rod. And after you break the abstinence, you might end up like this. She raised her snow-white little finger, bending it in front of Lu Wujin. Lu Wujin, He never expected the icy Peak Master Qin to be such an old hand at this. Her joke was so blatant it practically hit him in the face. Nevertheless, Lu Wujin was genuinely frightened. He could distinguish between momentary pleasure and lifelong satisfaction. It was only a year he could grit his teeth and get through it. After taking his leave from Peak Master Qin, Lu Wujin stopped by a bookstore in the town. Boss, do you have any Buddhist scriptures? I'm going to be a monk for a year. The bookstore owner was a bald man with tattoos. While others tattooed tigers or dragons, he had a frog inked on him. But that was his private matter, so Lu Wujin didn't pry, pretending not to notice. The bald man didn't even get up when he saw a customer. No books here. Scram. Lu Wujin stepped back outside and peered up at the sign. Doesn't your sign say bookstore? Do you think I can't read? The bald man grew impatient. I said scram, so scram. Why so much nonsense? If you want books, go to the academy. What are you doing here? The man's repeated rudeness began to anger Lu Wujin. He was, after all, a great cultivator at the Golden Core stage, and this mere foundation establishment punk was acting arrogant. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Lu Wujin slammed his palm on the counter, glaring fiercely at the tattooed man. Listen up, kid. If you can't produce a Buddhist scripture today, I swear I'll burn this shabby shop of yours down. Unexpectedly, Lu Wujin's slap summoned a crowd. A group of black-clad men with grim faces emerged. At the same time, the bald man revealed his true cultivation level, a formidable golden core midstage. The bald man stood up, looking down at Lu Wujin. There are paths in heaven you refuse to take, there are gates to hell you insist on crashing through. I told you to leave earlier, but you wouldn't. Now you'll have to leave your life behind. Sigh. Lu Wujin covered his forehead with a long groan. Damn it, lately misfortune had come knocking on his door like a persistent beggar. All he wanted was to buy a Buddhist scripture. Was that too much to ask? Lu Wujin considered begging for mercy, but feared these men would spread the word, and Ming would find out. A man could die, but he couldn't bear to be a laughingstock for that bastard Ming. Maybe he should try a cross-stage battle. How formidable could a man with a frog tattoo be? Lu Wujin took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Pointing at Shire and the donkey, he said, a man takes responsibility for his own actions. I insisted on buying the scripture. Can you let my maid and mount leave? Shire tugged at Lu Wujin's sleeve. Though trembling with fear, she shook her head firmly. Young master, I want leave. The bald man gave Lu Wujin a thumbs up. You're a real man. But you underestimate me, Ning Dalong, the blood-handed butcher. Though I've killed many, I never harmed the weak women or children. Your woman and this fat donkey can go. I won't. Shir's eyes reddened as she pleaded with Lu Wujin not to send her away. Lu Wujin didn't hesitate. He struck the back of her head. Tears brimming in her eyes, Shire was knocked unconscious. Lu Wujin gently placed her on the donkey's back and said to the donkey, Take Shire and wait outside town. If you don't see me in an hour, take her back to Dugu City. Little donkey. Oh, Dugu City, where's that? Lu Wujin couldn't understand donkey language, and assumed it agreed. After the donkey carried Shire away, Lu Wujin approached the man. Let me die knowing who you are. The bald man, I. In a flash, as the bald man opened his mouth, Lu Wujin made his move. Lu Wujin bent over, appearing to be in great agony. The muscles on his back writhed as if alive. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed continuously. Muscles swelled rapidly, bursting through his clothes. In an instant, Lu Wujin transformed into a green monster 8 zhang tall. Roar! The monster howled at the sky. The immense shockwave blew away the entire building. The surging spiritual energy crashed against everyone like raging waves. Ning Dalong, the blood-handed butcher, was a man of vast experience, yet he had never seen such a terrifying monster. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with it, a fist the size of a cauldron shot out from the void, crackling with thunder. Ning Dalong suddenly realized, damn, it's an illusion. Then darkness fell before his eyes and he passed out. Lu Wujin's severe injuries had yet to heal, allowing him to unleash at most 60% of his full strength, while his opponent's cultivation was a minor tier higher. Putting 2 and 2 together, Lu Wujin felt utterly devoid of confidence in this battle. To defeat Ning Dalong, Lu Wujin dared not hold back even a shred of his power. He first seized the moment when his foe was distracted to cast an illusion, and once the spell took control, he channeled his spiritual energy with full force, striking the opponent down in a single blow. The plan unfolded with unexpected smoothness, so much so that Lu Wujin wondered if the other party had gone easy on him. Otherwise, how could a dignified golden core midstage cultivator be as fragile as a piece of tofu? Before he had even exerted his full strength, the enemy was already sent flying. Yet this seemed impossible. They were strangers, why would he show mercy? Unless... was it because he was too handsome? Beyond this explanation, Lu Wujin could think of no other possibility. The remaining black-clad figures in the room were also stunned. To concentrate his power, Lu Wujin did not cast illusions on the others. Thus in their eyes, Steward Ning seemed to freeze in place. Then, the other party struck. The enemy's fists transformed into purple thunder dragons, hurtling towards Steward Ning with boundless might. The force of this blow was immense. Steward Ning was sent flying backward, bent like a shrimp from the impact. He crashed through a row of houses and finally, spitting blood, fell unconscious. Steward Ning was the only golden core cultivator among them. With him defeated in an instant, the others found themselves in an awkward bind, unsure what posture to adopt for surrender to maximize their chances of survival. Lu Wujin casually grabbed a black-clad figure. Before he could even speak, the man was trembling so violently that his legs gave way and his words came out slurred. Master, this humble one has an 80-year-old infant son above and a 3-year-old mother below. I beg you, master, for the sake of my deceased father, to spare my life. Lu Wujin said. Kid, do you even hear what you're saying? Never mind, I don't intend to kill. I just want to ask you a few questions. The black-clad figure replied, Ask, by all means ask. Whatever this humble one knows, I will speak without reservation. Lu Wujin nodded. This fellow was sensible enough. Who are you? We are all assassins of Blackthorn, and this place is one of the organization's strongholds. Steward Ning came today to meet a major client. Who would have thought you would barge in? It was Steward Ning who wanted to kill you. We were merely onlookers with no intention of acting. The other black-clad figures nodded in unison, all claiming to be mere bystanders. Blackthorn. Lu Wujin strained his memory. Since this novel, Long Aotian's Harem, focused on collecting a harem, many local factions were glossed over by Lu Wujin. Even Lu Wujin as the author sometimes forgot the details. By the way, does Blackthorn have any exceptionally beautiful women? The black-clad figure shot Lu Wujin a slightly odd look, thinking, could this guy be a lecher? Lately his hemorrhoids have been acting up again. Hoping he doesn't fancy men. Despite his wandering thoughts, his mouth answered honestly. Blackthorn has many female assassins, the most famous being Poison Lantern Ye Xiaoqian. Oh! Lu Wujin wore an expression of sudden realization. As expected of a harem novel, at the mere mention of a Bowtai's name he immediately recalled a plotline. In the original story during Yiming's tenure, as the holy son of the Taishan Sacred Gate, he incurred someone's hatred by flirting with his uncle's wife. That uncle surnamed Huang dared not act openly against Yiming due to his status, so he hired the assassin organization Blackthorn to kill him. These assassins were stubbornly reckless, sending at least 5 waves to their deaths at Yiming's hands until the organization itself was annihilated by him. The 5th assassin dispatched by Blackthorn was none other than Poison Lantern Ye Xiaoqian, who loved wearing tight leather. As harem novels go, each assassination attempt ended with Yiming sleeping with her. After several times, Yiming even suspected the girl wasn't there to kill him but to deliver warmth. Lu Wujin couldn't care less about Yiming's trivial affairs. He was more curious why Blackthorn was so stubborn as to repeatedly try to assassinate the destined son Yiming. Lu Wujin had never written about this, so he was very curious how the world would automatically patch up such a minor plot hole. With this thought, Lu Wujin released the black-clad figure. Blackthorn, you say? I also want someone killed. Do you take such contracts? Hearing talk of business, the black-clad figure breathed a sigh of relief knowing his life was spared. Master, yes, absolutely yes. Blackthorn's motto is pay enough and even a god king will ruin. For the right price will kill anyone. Lu Wujin. Well, Blackthorn was just a bunch of brainless fools. Only they would pull off such a stupid stunt as assassinating Yiming. Seeing Lu Wujin silent, the black-clad figure continued his pitch. Master, you're in luck. It's Qixi Festival soon and Blackthorn is running a promotion called Magpie Bridge Encounter. Special offer: kill 1 get 1 free, kill 2 get 2 free, kill 10 get a family bucket combo. Interested? Hearing this familiar spiel, Lu Wujin was taken aback. Could this guy be a transmigrator too? He cautiously asked, brother, do you believe in light? The black-clad figure replied, light. Oh right, the family bucket means killing the whole family clean. Lu Wujin thought these idiots truly have no scruples. Not wanting to waste the offer, Lu Wujin seriously considered the kill 1 get 1 free deal. Kill Yiming. He racked his brain but couldn't think of a second person he wanted dead. He might have considered Chan Sierra, given that his ex-girlfriend had repeatedly threatened to mince him into meat, but now Chan Sierra was being tortured by Yiming to the point of wishing for death, so there was no need to specifically kill her. Oh well, he'd take a loss. He decided not to participate in the buy 1 get 1 free offer. Lu Wujin asked, I want to kill Yiming, the holy son of Taishan Sacred Gate. How many spirit stones would that cost? The black-clad figure frowned. The Taishan Sacred Gate is one of only 2 super sects in the eastern continent. The price for a holy son won't be cheap. Lu Wujin patted his money pouch, pretending to be generous. This young master has plenty of spirit stones if nothing else. Ridiculous. If Yiming were so easy to kill, this crappy novel would have ended long ago. If he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't have to pay. It must be said Lu Wujin had perfected the art of shamelessness. The black-clad figure lacked the authority to accept such a large contract. With no other choice, Lu Wujin had to first treat the bloody butcher Ning Dalong. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Ma Hu lurking nearby, sneaking a peek. A warmth surged in Lu Wujin's heart. This little donkey, though unreliable, was still loyal. Maybe he should give him a raise. Slap. Lu Wujin slapped himself hard to clear his mind. Damn it, had he eaten something bad lately? How else could such a dangerous thought pop into his head? A raise. Was that something a proper boss should think of? Shire had also woken up, clinging to Lu Wujin and crying endlessly, refusing to let go. With no recourse, Lu Wujin had Ma Hu carry Ning Dalong while he himself carried Shire, and went to find Dr. Qi in the town again. Dr. Qi was stunned to see the two entangled together. Wasn't it a year of abstinence? You couldn't even last half a day. Although Physician Qi had a loose tongue, his medical skills were passable. After some tinkering, Ning Dalong slowly regained consciousness. The moment he saw Lu Wujin, he was so startled he nearly leaped up. You! Stay away! Ugh! In his agitation, his blood surged upward and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lu Wujin, who had been about to greet him, immediately darkened his face. You fraud, how dare you disdain this young master? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Unaware that Lu Wujin wished to discuss business, Ning Dong thought he was being humiliated and retorted angrily. Grandson, a warrior can be killed but not disgraced. If you want to kill or flay me, name your terms and I'll take them. If I so much as frown, I'm a bastard. Lu Wujin said. I want to have someone killed. Can I get a discount? Ning Dalong replied. You can take my life but no discount. Speechless, Lu Wujin wondered if this bloody butcher earned his name by haggling. Fortunately, Lu Wujin had never intended to spend spirit stones, or he would have surely debated haggling techniques with Ning Dalong. Fine, no discount then. How much for Yiming, the holy son of the Taishan sacred sect? The price might be quite high. Ning Dalong's brows furrowed like a chrysanthemum. No one wished to oppose a top-tier sect like the Taishan sacred sect. Although Blackthorn was an assassin organization, they were reluctant to invite such great trouble. Lu Wujin said, "Name it." 10 million spirit stones. Ning Dalong boldly quoted a price he believed no one would accept. Lu Wujin replied, "Hey, raise the deal, I'll give you 20 million spirit stones. Use the extra 10 million to post a bounty in the black market. Whoever kills Yiming gets that reward." Your meaning is? Ning Dalong was momentarily bewildered. Why post a public bounty when he had already hired Blackthorn? Lu Wujin said, "It means if Blackthorn kills Yiming, I'll pay you 20 million spirit stones. 20 million spirit stones. Hearing such a figure, Ning Dalong exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't that he was easily astonished, but the price Lu Wujin offered was simply too high. Human lives had a price. A mortal's life was worth 5 silver taels, a chi refining cultivator 10 spirit stones, a foundation establishment cultivator 10,000, a typical golden core cultivator 1,000,000, and a nascent soul cultivator 10 million. Notably, contracts above the nascent soul stage were rarely accepted by assassins. Divine transformation and body integration cultivators, even in the top sects, were pillars of strength wielding considerable power. Given that Mahayana cultivators were often in seclusion, these two stages were the true rulers of the continent. Assassinating such individuals was extremely perilous. The death of anyone could stir a hornet's nest, inviting pursuit from countless sects. At least openly, all assassin organizations only accepted contracts up to the nascent soul stage. In other words, the price Ning Dalong quoted was already the industry's maximum. Yet this man before him defied all convention. He reverse haggled, directly doubling the offer to 20 million spirit stones. Who wouldn't be stunned by such a move? Seeing Ning Dalong remain silent for so long, Lu Wujin feared he wasn't believed. He quickly brought up his convenient backing to prove his credibility. "I am Lu Wujin, the divine son of the Blood Sea sect. Rest assured I won't default on the payment." The divine son of the Blood Sea sect. Ning Dalong's face showed terror as he involuntarily scooted backward. Though the Blood Sea sect kept a low profile in the eastern continent, its reputation in the central continent was rather unsavory. The Blood Sea sect had 5 holy sons. Except for the sole female holy son Long Sharo, who was stationed in the eastern continent, the other 4 spent their time in the central continent, infamous as the 4 evils of the Blood Sea sect. The first holy son Zhao Wuji had a peculiar fondness for watching women quarrel. He once infiltrated the top sect Peach Blossom Spring and stole over 3,000 undergarments in a single night. From 500-year-old elders to 18-year-old kitchen maids, none were spared. Most thieves steal such items for perverse gratification. But Zhao Wuji was different. He did it merely to see the women panic and curse. The second holy son, Qian Duodua, as his name suggested, was incredibly wealthy. Unlike typical rich heirs, Qian Duodua was a pure self-made man. While he had a knack for making money, his frugality was downright pathological. Despite being a cultivator, he owned not a single spiritual artifact. He usually mooched meals, scavenged for clothes, and even used reusable cloth wipes for hygiene. His stinginess was unprecedented. The third holy son, Sun Jingyi, though his name meant righteousness, he was a thorough scoundrel. To put it politely, he was shameless, so bluntly, he was utterly despicable. He harassed widows, robbed orphans, cursed the mute, and kicked the good leg of the lame. He beat up 80-year-old men in the street, and threw brats along with their mothers into wells. Other villains needed reasons for their misdeeds, whether for power, money, lust, fame, family, and so on. But Sun Jingyi was different. He committed evil purely out of hobby, making wickedness his life's ideal and pursuit. There was likely no one else like him in the world. The fourth holy son, Li Muji, was the only normal one among the 4. His sole flaw was an obsession with telling the truth. He'd tell a fat person to lose weight, advise an ugly woman not to scare people outdoors, and ask an old lecher marrying an 18-year-old concubine if he could still perform. Strangely, this truth-teller Li Muji was more detested than the other 3 holy sons. Normally, given the antics of these 4 jokers, they shouldn't have survived 3 days. But the problem was that these brats had an extremely protective master above them, Long Zizai. As for Long Zizai's character, the younger generation might not know, but the older generation, whoever heard the name Long Zizai wouldn't spit a thick glob of phlegm on the ground. Recalling the deeds of the Blood Sea sect's 4 scoundrels, Ning Dalong suddenly remembered an even more terrifying legend. It was said that the divine son of the Blood Sea sect was a being more fearsome than the 4 evils. He was rumored to eat excrement and drink urine, and to poison fellow disciples, including the sect master himself. Ning Dalong had thought these were just wild tales. After all, eating filth might be conceivable, but poisoning the sect master, not being torn to pieces, would be inexplicable. The man before him seemed quite normal. Could it be? He's an imposter. Ning Dalong eyed Lu Wujin suspiciously. You claim to be Lu Wujin. Prove it. Lu Wujin was speechless. Proving I am me was quite a philosophical question. As the first-generation 100-battle divine son of the Blood Sea sect, his identity token was still being made. Without a token, how could he prove his identity? Lu Wujin said. I know the Blood Sea sect's headquarters. I know Long Sharo Taixiong and sect master Long Zizai. Ning Dalong shook his head. That proves nothing. Any Blood Sea sect disciple would know that. This. Lu Wujin scratched his head in frustration. Seeing his difficulty, 12 stepped forward. She reached into Lu Wujin's storage pouch. The pouch hung at Lu Wujin's waist, and 12 stood so close that he could clearly smell her natural fragrance. Amidst the scent of orchids from a secluded valley, there was also a hint of wine. A gentle whiff was intoxicating. Lu Wujin, usually thick-skinned as a wall, actually blushed and awkwardly pushed 12 away. What are you digging for? There are people here. How about we dig tonight? Unaware of his embarrassment, 12 continued searching carefully. Found it. 12 happily pulled out a lump of cake from Lu Wujin's storage pouch. Yes, indeed. It was the excrement-shaped cake Lu Wujin had made earlier. Seeing this, Lu Wujin sneered. What are you bringing that out for? It's not a seal, does it have? But the moment the excrement-shaped cake appeared, Ning Dalong's face changed dramatically. He struggled to stand and bowed to the cake. Your subordinate Ning Dalong of Blackthorn pays respects to Divine Son Lu. Lu Wujin's face darkened like a pot bottom. Damn it, what kind of reputation did he have in the eyes of As the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, is there a discount for killing? Though Lu Wujin never intended to pay, he wanted to irk Ning Dalong. Ning Dalong's face showed embarrassment. Although Blackthorn was also a top-tier force unafraid of any other, the Blood Sea sect was different because it had Long Zizai. Not only was Long Zizai immensely powerful, but he was also notoriously protective of his own. Such a powerful old scoundrel was both annoying and formidable. Even a powerhouse like Blackthorn was reluctant to offend the Blood Sea sect under Long Zizai's protection. After much deliberation, Ning Dalong reluctantly raised one finger. Lu Wujin, brother, you're generous. Do you mean a 90% discount? Ning Dalong shook his head with a pained expression. Lu Wujin, a discount of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Ning Dalong shook his head again. Lu Wujin grew irritated. You won't even give a 10% discount on a 10 million contract. Are you treating the face of my Blood Sea sect as something to sit on? Ning Dalong, 100,000 I can discount, at most 100,000 spirit stones. Divine Son Lu, please don't be angry. Don't blame me for being stingy. Our leader is very frugal. Despite our vast enterprise, he even splits a chicken into 3 meals. This 100,000 is my limit. Any more and the leader will beat me to death. Seeing Ning Dalong's pitiful state, Lu Wujin couldn't be bothered to haggle further. Fine, 100,000 it is. As long as you kill Yi Ming, the spirit stones are no issue. With the deal settled, Ning Dalong produced a contract for Lu Wujin to sign and seal. While carefully reading the contract details, Lu Wujin asked casually, Manager Ning, your alias is the Bloody Butcher. How do you rank among Blackthorn's members? At the same cultivation level, merely in the top 10. Ning Dalong feigned humility, but the pride at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. Lu Wujin paused in signing. At the same cultivation level, merely in the top 10. Ning Dalong feigned humility, but the pride at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. Lu Wujin paused in. Ning Dalong, aye. The contract was signed. Lu Wujin and 12 continued riding their donkey toward Dugu City. This time, no matter how slowly the donkey walked, they dared not urge it on. Yi Ming had been having a distressing time lately. While others enjoyed a smooth life, everything went wrong for him. In cultivation, Yi Ming had recently found a heaven-grade technique called the Divine Illumination Scripture in an underwater cave. Its effect was to purify spiritual energy and enhance talent. This heaven-defying technique, however, was somewhat useless to Yi Ming. Simply put, his talent had nearly reached the limit of what a human could achieve. Even with the aid of a heaven-grade technique, it could hardly improve his talent further. Besides the technique being useless, Yi Ming had been feeling restless lately, unable to calm his mind for cultivation. Beyond cultivation, what frustrated Yi Ming most was that his master forbade him from touching any woman other than herself. Indeed, that scoundrel Yi Ming had gotten involved with the Jade Maiden. Though the Jade Maiden was a wanton woman herself, she had very high standards for her male partners, pure, devoted, and not promiscuous. How could a humanoid teddy like Yi Ming endure such restraint? Unfortunately, she was not only his only patron in the Supreme Mystic sect, but also held leverage over him, forcing him to temporarily yield. A few days ago, unable to bear the solitude, Ming secretly descended the mountain to indulge with a wealthy young lady. Unexpectedly, the lady brazenly reported him to the Supreme Mystic sect. The sect didn't say much, but the Jade Maiden threw a massive tantrum, confining Ming to his quarters for 3 full months. Ming had always been hot-tempered, and a series of incidents had made him almost brutal. In less than a week, 3 young servants had their feet chopped off for displeasing him. One day, bored, Ming sat on a rockery basking in the sun. A furtive figure caught his attention. This person was Xiao Xiang, one of Ming's personal servants, usually responsible for pouring tea and water. Xiao Xiang was a taciturn fellow, the kind who wouldn't utter a word even under duress. Ming had kept him as his tea servant because of his honest demeanor. Today Xiao Xiang was different. He sneaked into a secluded spot surrounded by rockeries on 3 sides. Ming thought Xiao Xiang was going to relieve himself, but then a pink figure emerged from the grass and followed him into the depths of the rockeries. Ming took a closer look and recognized the woman. She was Sanfeng, the fire-tending maid at the Jade Maiden's residence, short and plump. Were these two having an affair? Romance between a man and a woman was perfectly normal. But then Sanfeng's words caught his attention again. Sanfeng After 3 to 5 minutes they finished. Ming curled his lip. A Xiao Xiang was far too weak. Despite his mockery, Ming didn't expose them. Romance between a man and a woman was perfectly normal. But then Sanfeng's words caught his attention again. Sanfeng, brother Xiang, have you decided on what I told you? If we succeed, 10 lifetimes of wealth and glory will be within our grasp. Xiao Xiang kneaded Sanfeng's body while looking troubled. Fenger, you know I'm timid. Let me think about that matter a bit more. Sanfeng angrily slapped away Xiao Xiang's hand, her face full of displeasure. You timid? Are you joking? Sneaking into my bed at midnight, cursing your master behind his back, spitting into your master's cup. Xiao Xiang's face changed dramatically and he quickly covered Sanfeng's mouth. Stop it. Do you want to get us both killed? Sanfeng dropped the pretense, slapped his hand away and threatened. I don't want to be a fire-tending maid forever. Xiao Xiang, if you're wise, you'll join me in that endeavor. If we succeed, we'll rise to prominence and be above others for life. If we fail, we're just 2 commoners. Maybe in the next life we'll be born into wealth and live as carefree young masters and ladies. If you're not wise, I'll tell Holy Sun Yi about all your dirty deeds. I'm sure Holy Sun Yi won't let you off easily. Xiao Xiang lowered his head, lost in thought. He never imagined the woman lying beside him could be so venomous. She wasn't giving him a choice. She was forcing him into a corner. With Ming's cruel nature, he would kill 2 people just to liven things up. If he found out someone had spat in his teacup, being minced into meat paste would be a light punishment. As for poisoning Ming, that seemed not impossible. Failure would mean an end to it all, no longer living in constant fear. If they succeeded by chance, Tisk wouldn't life be soaring from then on? Having made up his mind, Xiao Xiang nodded heavily. All right, I'm in. Though angry, Ming didn't immediately kill the adulterous pair. He was very curious about what they were plotting. Ming secretly followed Xiao Xiang to the kitchen and watched as Xiao Xiang dumped a full half-gene of arsenic into his personal teapot. Ming, holy crap, the gossip had come back to bite him. Speak. Why did you poison me? Ming interrogated the little elephant kneeling before him. The little elephant was in a pitiful state, its limbs broken, and beside it lay a pile of minced flesh. That minced flesh was once a plump girl named Sanfeng. Now the little elephant only wished for a swift death, so it confessed readily. Someone on the black market has placed a bounty on your head, young master, for 10 million spirit stones. 10 million spirit stones. Ming frowned deeply. 10 million spirit stones was no small sum, enough to hire an assassin above the nascent soul stage. Though Ming now possessed the Divine Illumination Sutra, a heaven-grade technique, and several earth-grade techniques like the 9-fold collapsing dragon and the dragon transformation fist. His combat power was at most equivalent to the early nascent soul stage. If he faced a mid-nascent soul opponent, he might still escape. But if he encountered a late nascent soul cultivator, he would be utterly defenseless. The bounty was so high that his enemy clearly intended to leave him no chance of survival. Ming had countless enemies, from the first-rate sect, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, to the stray dogs on the streets of Solitary City. His foes numbered no less than 10,000. But those who could afford 10 million. Ming pondered, and it seemed there was only 1.5. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was 1.5, was Lu Wujin. As a first-rate force in the central continent, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could easily produce 10 million spirit stones. As for Lu Wujin, That bastard was the divine son of the Blood Sea sect. With some effort he could probably scrape together 10 million spirit stones. As for why Lu Wujin was only half Yi Ming measured by his own standards. Even he who went out monthly to pick treasures until his back nearly broke had only saved 7 or 8 million spirit stones. Even if Lu Wujin was the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, he could at most command 7 or 8 million spirit stones. Where would the rest come from? He couldn't borrow money for an assassination. What kind of blood feud would drive someone to such an irrational act? Yi Ming had almost narrowed it down to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. But even so, what good did it do? He was merely a saint's son. How could he contend with a first-rate power like the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Rely on the Supreme Mystery Sacred Sect? Nonsense. Somehow everyone in the Supreme Mystery Sacred Sect, except that vixen Miao Yuzhenren, looked down on Yi Ming. Those beneath him kept their distance and those above him wore their disdain openly. Some elders even spat in his face. Yi Ming could only silently remember this grudge, vowing to repay these bastards 1,000-fold when he succeeded. Finally Yi Ming turned his gaze to the little elephant. Damn it, I can't touch the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion or Lu Wujin, but I can still deal with you. With that Yi Ming picked up a brick and approached the little elephant. Young master, what are you doing? Ah! Screams rang out one after another. The servants outside, terrified, busied themselves with their work, not daring to breathe too loudly. Ah, this feels great. Meanwhile Lu Wujin was soaking in a hot spring at his newly built mansion. Damn, feudal society is the best. Could you imagine? His new mansion covered 20,000 mu. It contained not only a full garden but also a river 2 zhang wide. There were thousands of rooms within the estate. Pavilions, towers, bridges overflowing water, white deer and cranes. If you could imagine it, the courtyard had it. Lu Wujin, the master of this domain, had never seen such splendor. He turned into a curious child, looking left and right, touching everything. He had just discovered this hot spring and couldn't wait to soak in it. Due to Lu Wujin's special status, no one dared urge him to work, so they had to send Lu Hu to report the recent major events in Solitary City. The Lu family's dragon urine was selling like hotcakes. Huangfu Ming had successfully been promoted to a direct descendant, and Yi Manan of the Yi family had rejected the marriage. Among the many events, only these three piqued Lu Wujin's interest. Dragon urine was a major source of Lu Wujin's wealth, and it was time to expand production. Huangfu Ming's promotion was also good news. Though a single promoted direct descendant couldn't yet influence the Huangfu family's high ranks. One had to eat a meal one bite at a time and do things step by step. Lu Wujin still had time to let Huangfu Ming slowly grow into a high-ranking member of the Huangfu family, and influence their decisions. As for Yi Manan's broken engagement, Lu Wujin hadn't taken it seriously at first. As a youth of the new era, he believed in freedom of love. But the Lu family refused to let Yi Manan off the hook. Their reasoning was sound. Yi Manan had publicly broken off the engagement, showing no respect for the Lu family's face. Face might be useless to the poor, but it was crucial to the powerful. If Yi Manan dared to break off the engagement with the Lu family today, would she trample on the Lu family's dignity tomorrow? The logic might not be airtight, but the Lu family accepted it. If they hadn't been waiting for Lu Wujin to return and handle it, they would have already thrown that adulterous pair into a well. If Lu Wujin didn't punish Yi Manan, not only would the Lu family be dissatisfied, but outsiders would also see the Lu family as weak and easily bullied. Lu Wujin was no saint. He had no intention of breaking social norms. Besides, who was Yi Manan? Just a stranger he had met a few times. It wasn't worth it, truly not worth it. After his bath, Lu Wujin instructed Lu Hu to hire a private tutor. Lu Hu was taken aback. Young master, the Lu family has its own school. There's no need to hire an outsider. Lu Wujin waved his hand and pointed at the little donkey. Find a teacher for it. This fool's manners are atrocious. The donkey? Oh, you're the one with bad manners. Your whole family has bad manners. Seeing the donkey's defiance, Lu Wujin slapped it. You still won't admit it. Tell me, did you pee in the hot spring just now? The donkey, oh, Lu Wujin, you deny it. Damn it, the hot spring water turned the color of strong tea, and you still won't confess. Lu Hu, go immediately and hire the strictest teacher to properly educate this ill-mannered fool of a donkey. After scolding the donkey, a servant led Lu Wujin to the reception hall. There a plump woman with a pregnant belly knelt on the floor. When the woman saw Lu Wujin, her face flushed with shame and she lowered her head. Lu Wujin ordered someone to bring her a chair. Please sit. If not for yourself, think of the child in your womb. Yi Manan thanked him and sat on the edge of the chair. Lu Wujin asked, why did you come alone? Yi Manan's expression dimmed. How could I, having committed such a heinous act, still have the face to stay in the Yi family? Lu Wujin and the child's father. Knowing that my Lu family wouldn't let you off easily, he let you come alone. To be honest, Lu Wujin was already getting angry. What kind of worthless man had Yi Manan chosen? He made his pregnant wife take the blame. Even an animal wouldn't do such a thing. Yi Manan had been relatively calm, but at the mention of that man's name she became visibly flustered. Chun Lang. He had important matters to attend to elsewhere. That's why I came. Alone. Yes, very important matters. Even Yi Manan didn't believe her own excuse. Lu Wujin, he ran away. Yi Manan was silent for a long time, utterly dejected. Yes, he ran away. What do you plan to do now? Lu Wujin had lost the will to punish Yi Man. The widow and her child were already pitiful enough. He couldn't bring himself to strike. Yi Man's face was etched with sorrow. What else can I do? I've been spoiled since childhood. Useless at both letters and martial arts. I only know some crude needlework, barely enough to scrape by. Lu Wujin then noticed Yi Man's hands covered in scars, a truly horrifying sight. He couldn't help but ask, life is so hard, yet you still intend to keep this child? Yi Man's eyes held a resolute gleam. He may treat me like a drifting weed, but I will hold him as steadfast as a boulder. Even if the seas dry and the rocks crumble, my heart will never change. Heh. Lu Wujin let out a soft laugh. This lovesick fool deserved to die poor. To silence the Lu family's gossip, Lu Wujin had to say, as punishment for offending the Lu family, I hereby hire you as a servant in our household. Seeing Yi Man's eyes well up, Lu Wujin quickly explained, don't worry. In the Lu estate, you needn't do anything. Just rest and nurture the child. Once the gossip dies down, you may leave freely. Yi Man's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Lu Wujin. He felt a little uneasy under her gaze. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Yi Man shook her head with a bitter smile. Before I came, I was prepared to die. My actions have nearly cost the Lu family all their face. For you to spare my life is already immense mercy. Why do you go so far to care for me? At that thought, Yi Man's eyes instantly turned wary. She guarded her chest with her hands and stepped back. You wouldn't be harboring designs on me, would you? Lu Wujin. Though I am but a withered flower, I am no wanton woman for all to enjoy. Nonsense. Before Lu Wujin could speak, Shire rushed out in a fury. Like Mahu, Shire had never been schooled, reserving all her tenderness and charm for Lu Wujin. With outsiders she was far less amiable. She cursed Yi Man. What the hell do you think you are? Just a cheap slut used and discarded by a base man. My young master is the legitimate son of the Lu family, and the divine son of the Blood Sea sect. His character, family background and talent are all peerless under heaven. If he wanted women, those lining up to throw themselves at him would stretch from the Lu estate to the Blood Sea sect. Fancy you. A filthy, unwanted thing like you. Do you even deserve it? Shir's tirade was so vicious that even Lu Wujin found it hard to listen. He tugged at her clothes from behind and whispered, Shire, that's enough. She's about to cry. Sure enough, Yi Man's eyes were brimming with tears. Humph. Shire shot Yi Man a fierce glare but said no more. Yi Man being pregnant needed care. Although Lu Wujin had decided to keep her in the Lu estate, he still needed to discuss it with his wives. On the 8th day of May, the spring sunshine was brilliant. Lu Wujin met his 3 wives for the first time. Bai Ruoshui of the Bai family, Huang Ningxiang of the Huang family, Yi Ming of the Yi family, Lu Qingqing of the Lu family. Wait a moment, it seemed some other riffraff had snuck in. For an instant the entire room seemed to brighten considerably. A riot of blossoms, each vying for beauty. Bai Ruoshui in her flowing robes was like a white lotus in the height of summer. No matter the time or person, none could dim her peerless elegance. Huang Ningxiang, with teardrops glistening and soft breaths, was tranquil as a delicate flower mirrored in water, moving like a weak willow swaying in the breeze. Was she not the very image of Daiyu incarnate? Yi Ming. Just a little brat, skip her. Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing. Sister, get out. Lu Qingqing. They say a man forgets his mother once he takes a wife, but isn't this too obvious? Lu Qingqing glared at Lu Wujin, who immediately realized his mistake. Lu Wujin hurriedly fumbled in his storage pouch and pulled out a banknote from Huang Fu for 10,000 spirit stones. Erase the note. Disappear now. As you command, dearest big brother. The Lu family girl's eyes disappeared with joy as she took the note. Once Lu Qingqing left, the 4 in the room stared at each other, the atmosphere growing awkward. Unable to bear the silent stares, Lu Wujin broke the ice. Ahem. Well, the weather is lovely today. Shire curiously poked her head out to look. The once bright and sunny sky was now thick with dark clouds. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Lu Wujin forced himself to continue. Well, I'm very happy and honored to see everyone today. As members of the Lu family, we should be united, friendly, and help each other. Learn together, grow together. Work together to build the Lu family, striving to make it one of the top 500 in the world. Facing his own wives for the first time, Lu Wujin was so nervous he couldn't control his mouth, spouting utter nonsense. Finally, Shire couldn't stand it anymore, and took the initiative to invite the ladies to sit. Bai Ruoshui and the others dared not act presumptuously before Shire. After all, they were all just concubines, their status entirely dependent on Lu Wujin's whim. Though Shire was ostensibly a servant, her treatment in the Lu estate was second only to Lu Qingqing's, and Lu Wujin had always regarded her as a younger sister. In terms of closeness, Shire held a higher place in Lu Wujin's heart than his concubines. The women gave a slight bow to Shire before sitting down. It was then that Lu Wujin remembered the main matter, and brought up the topic of Yi Manman. Yi Mingming spoke first. "Young master, I have a grudge against Yi Manman. If you arrange for her to stay in my courtyard, I'll throw her down the well and drown her." Lu Wujin. Well, true to being Yi Ming's sister, she did evil deeds with open integrity. With Yi Mingming opposed, Lu Wujin could only turn to Bai Ruoshui. "Ruoshui, what do you think?" Bai Ruoshui nodded gently. "I will follow my husband's arrangements." Lu Wujin breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, Yi Mingming, Shire, you two may leave. I intend to have a thorough discussion with my two wives about life's great matters." Bai Ruoshui and Huang Ningxiang both blushed shyly. Yi Mingming, however, looked indignant. "Husband, brother, we are all concubines. Why do you send me away?" Lu Wujin. "Mingming, how old are you this year?" Yi Mingming. 14. 15. No, I'm 18 this year. Lu Wujin. 14. "Tisk, even holding your hand would be a crime for me." Yi Mingming grew anxious. "Husband, brother, I've grown up." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest with effort. But she was still young, and no amount of thrusting could make an airport rival Mount Everest. Lu Wujin even covered his eyes, refusing to look. Damn it, even glancing at Yi Mingming felt like a crime. Unable to drive Yi Mingming away, Lu Wujin turned his gaze to Shire. Shire scoffed disdainfully. "Young master, even if you have the intention, do you have the ability?" Her words were euphemistic, but they startled Bai Ruoshui. "What? My husband is impotent." To Bai Ruoshui and the other women, this was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, a dark cloud crashing onto their heads. If Lu Wujin could not perform his marital duties, marrying into the Lu family would be tantamount to a living widowhood. Seeing the women's faces turn pale with fear, Shire quickly explained, "It's really no big deal. Just 2 crushed eggs." Bai Ruoshui and the others were on the verge of tears. Crushed eggs, and she called it no big deal. "Husband, could you let me have a look?" "No, absolutely not." Lu Wujin clutched his pants and cowered in the corner, as aggrieved as an innocent maiden, refusing to let his wives see. Bai Ruoshui and the other women, disregarding their own embarrassment, eagerly tried to strip off Lu Wujin's pants. Since they were his own wives, Lu Wujin couldn't use force and could only helplessly seek help from 12. 12, come quick. These women have gone mad. 12, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, pretended to be deaf and mute upon hearing Lu Wujin's plea. Looking up at the ceiling, he said, "Ah, the weather is truly lovely today." Just as Lu Wujin was at a loss, Lu Hu, that simpleton, burst in boisterously.
The young man wore a moon-white robe with intricate runes embroidered in hibiscus purple silk threads at the collar and hem. His black hair was tied high with a rib.
"Don't go, Huzi, don't you leave." Lu Hu was now Lu Wujin's lifeline. But how could he let him slip away? Though Lu Hu was a bit simple, he still understood some social cues, covering his head and continuing out without looking back. "Young master, I saw nothing. Please carry on. My pants are about to be stripped off. Carry on my foot." Lu Wujin rushed over in desperation, grabbing Lu Hu by the hair to stop him. "What is it? Speak quickly." Unable to leave, yet trapped in an awkward situation, Lu Hu was so distressed he could cry. With no other choice, Lu Hu covered his eyes and explained to Lu Wujin, "Reporting to the young master, the clan leader has prepared a banquet and specifically sent me to inform you." Lu Wujin, "Let's go right now." Lu Hu, "But it's only just past noon." Lu Wujin, "What about noon? I'll go help out first." Lu Hu, but. Lu Wujin, "But what? But lead the way, we're returning to the old manor." Lu Hu, "But your underwear is showing." Lu Wujin, To escape the clutches of his wives, Lu Wujin promised them he would return in the evening to accompany them. Though Bai Ruoshui and the others were reluctant, they knew their limits. They dared not delay matters of paying respects to elders. Leaving the Lu manor, Lu Wujin let out a long sigh. Damn, he almost lost his virtue. Amidst his relief, a surge of frustration welled up inside him. That damn donkey. If not for it, why would he be suffering so? Having several beautiful wives yet unable to sleep with them was worse than death for Lu Wujin. To quell his inner fury, he decided to stroll around Dugu City, letting the vibrancy of life drown out his restless mood. Dismissing Lu Hu and 12, Lu Wujin wandered the streets alone. Since he became the divine son of the Blood Sea sect, Dugu City's area had expanded more than tenfold. It wasn't that the Lu clan was domineering, but the Blood Sea sect's reputation was too notorious. After Dugu City changed allegiance to become the sect's domain, both the city and its surrounding populace continuously migrated away. Conversely, a flood of ruffians, scoundrels and villains fled from the Linghai Empire's territory to Dugu City. The Linghai Empire was merely one of the subordinate empires under the Taishan sacred sect, while Dugu City was directly under the Blood Sea sect. In terms of rank, Dugu City even held a slight edge over the Linghai Empire. Thus, how could the Linghai Empire dare to come to Dugu City to make arrests? As the miscreants gathered, Dugu City grew larger, and its security deteriorated. Murder, arson, theft, robbery, oppression of the common folk. In the first few months, Dugu City was in utter chaos. It was only thanks to Iron Bear, an outer elder of the Blood Sea sect with over a century of experience managing villains, that this pernicious trend was curbed. Iron Bear established a stability maintenance squad in Dugu City. The squad was small but composed of experts from the Blood Sea sect. What kind of place was the Blood Sea sect? Even a stray dog there would have 3 to 5 lives on its conscience. How could these merciless judges bring any good to Dugu City's governance? Murder. Execute. Arson. Execute. Robbery. Execute. Theft. Execute. Fighting. Execute. Spitting on the ground. Execute. Cursing. Execute. What, you don't like the look of me? Execute, execute. Though the methods were brutal, the results were immediate. Overnight, the tyrants in Dugu City completely reformed, each becoming a living Buddha who spoke with virtue and acted with propriety. On this stroll, Lu Wujin immediately noticed that Dugu City had changed. In the past, the commoners of Dugu City would exchange greetings like a, "Hey brother, eaten yet?" B. "What, someone die at your place and you're hosting a feast?" A would erupt in rage and the two would brawl. Though lacking in refinement, it was full of the earthy warmth of the marketplace. But now Dugu City was different. "Elder brother, have you eaten?" B. "Uncle, I have." "A grandfather, may I treat you to another?" B. "Ancestor, please don't be so courteous or ill treat your whole family to a feast." How to put it? The intended meaning might be the same, but the insults had become absurdly polite. Had the citizens of Dugu City all converted to Buddhism in less than half a year? Filled with curiosity, Lu Wujin arrived at a noodle shop. Before he could enter, a young man dressed as a waiter ran out, flashing a grin of white teeth. "Waiter, greetings, sir. This way, please." "How many in your party?" Lu Wujin, "Just one." "Waiter, would you like noodles first or a bath first?" Lu Wujin, "Noodle shops offer baths now." "Waiter, the customer is God. Not just a bath, even if you wanted me to sleep with you, I'd agree without hesitation." As he said this, the waiter even winked at Lu Wujin. Startled, Lu Wujin shuddered. "Don't come near me, stay away." The waiter looked disappointed. "Scallion noodles cost 10 coins, beef noodles 100, lamb noodles 100, flatbread 2 coins, and pickles are free. What would you like to order?" Disgusted by the waiter, Lu Wujin lost his appetite. He casually said, "Give me a bowl of beef noodles, extra beef and no noodles." The waiter, "You mother." Clatter. Lu Wujin tossed a few pieces of silver onto the table, instantly silencing the waiter. The waiter's sorrow turned to joy as he pocketed the silver and walked away cheerfully. While waiting for his noodles, a woman in a blue dress carrying a 7 or 8-year-old boy entered the shop. The woman was quite attractive, good features and a fine figure. However, her downturned triangular eyes gave her a somewhat fierce look. As for the boy in her arms, to put it kindly, he was overly plump. To put it bluntly, he was a living, breathing little piglet. His legs and arms were like sausages from an old Harbin deli. For a child of 7 or 8, he must have weighed at least 150 or 160 jin. Lu Wujin couldn't help but marvel at the woman's arm strength. He didn't stare long, however, because not far away 2 ordinary-looking men were constantly using their spiritual energy to protect the mother and son. Both were at the foundation establishment stage. Having foundation establishment cultivators as bodyguards was a luxury few families in all of Dugu City could afford. Now that Lu Wujin was related by marriage to the 4 great clans, causing a spectacle would be embarrassing. Lu Wujin wanted no trouble, but the other party clearly thought differently. Ever since the little boy entered the noodle shop, he hadn't stopped causing a ruckus. At first he banged chopsticks against the teapot, creating an annoying clatter. Then he started playing a game of scalding ants, pouring hot water from the kettle onto the table legs. Throughout this, the waiter humbly pleaded with the boy to put down the kettle, citing danger. The woman not only refused to appreciate this but even pointed at the waiter's nose and cursed, "What kind of lowly dog are you to dare teach my longer what to do? Don't you have a mirror at home? Or can't you use your own piss to look at yourself? You're nothing but a low-level piece of trash, while my longer is the future clan leader of the Lu family, and the city lord of Dugu City." Lu Wujin scrutinized the woman carefully, confirming that he had never seen her in the Lu clan. They were a pair of fraudsters. After a moment's thought, he decided to ignore the mother and son. Now the Lu clan was a vast and powerful family famed throughout the eastern continent. It was hardly surprising that some would exploit their name for deceit. Such a trivial matter hardly required the personal attention of the divine son of the Blood Sea sect. Lu Wujin planned to finish his meal, and later have Lu Hu investigate the pair. But the mother and son seemed to conspire, refusing to let Lu Wujin enjoy his noodles in peace. First, the brat carelessly knocked over a teapot, sending scalding water straight toward his face. Fortunately, the waiter reacted swiftly, shielding the child with his own body. Most of the boiling water poured onto the waiter's back, making him grimace in pain. Only a few drops accidentally splashed onto the brat. Whether from the burn or the fright, the child burst into relentless wails. Instead of thanking the waiter, the woman began beating and kicking him. "You damned lowlife! How dare you scald my precious longer with hot water? You shameless vermin, a muddy loach living in filth! Everyone look! This murderous den of thieves!" The woman's voice was pitiful, but her fists and feet never stopped. First she punched the waiter to the ground, then rained blows upon him with flailing limbs. Lu Wujin could hardly believe the woman possessed no martial skill. She carried her chubby son, weighing at least 150 or 60 jin, with one hand and still managed to leap and kick the waiter's head. Her arrogance rivaled that of Ming. The poor waiter was merely a lad of 17 or 18. Faced with such a vicious customer, he could only beg for mercy. But the world was too cruel, a begging was futile. The woman only stopped when the waiter's face was covered in blood, cursing under her breath. By now Lu Wujin was simmering with anger. Killing was one thing, but there was no need to humiliate a helpless commoner. Lu Wujin let out a soft sigh and refrained from interfering. The world was full of injustices, and he had no desire to meddle. The noodle shop owner stepped forward to argue, but the woman slapped him. Lu Wujin let out a soft sigh and refrained from interfering. The world was full of injustices, and he had no desire to meddle. The noodle shop owner stepped forward to, "Sir, your beef noodles." A bowl brimming with beef appeared before Lu Wujin. Despite the commotion, the shop hadn't forgotten the remaining customers. Just then the brat's beef noodles arrived as well. The contrast between the two bowls was stark. Lu Wujin's bowl held only a single strand of noodles, while the brat's had merely 3 or 4 translucent slices of beef. The brat immediately threw a tantrum, demanding more beef. The woman whispered something in his ear, and he stopped crying, carrying his bowl over to sit opposite Lu Wujin. With a clatter, he slammed the bowl onto the table. "Lowborn, I want your noodles." Already seething, Lu Wujin shot back. "Get lost." Since birth, Lu Xiaolong had been the apple of his parents' eyes. Fed, dressed, and even escorted to the latrine, he had never suffered such humiliation. The brat's anger had serious consequences. Lu Wujin wanted to ignore the odious child, but a bowl of noodles came flying directly into his face. Warm sticky soup trickled down his cheeks into his collar. Lu Wujin rarely lost his temper, but that didn't mean he had no temper at all. He grabbed the brat by the hair and lifted him off the ground. "Little bastard, not even the heavenly king could save you today." As he spoke, he pointed with his left hand at the 2 Foundation establishment bodyguards who had rushed in. "Kneel outside. If you dare move, I'll kill you both." The bodyguards initially paid no heed and took a step. A murderous aura bloodting erupted from Lu Wujin like a nuclear blast. Having been mere rogue cultivators, the two had never faced such overwhelming killing intent. Their legs gave way and they knelt. "Spare us, Senior. Spare us." The bodyguards knelt, but the woman showed no fear. "How dare you? A mere golden core stage cultivator causing trouble in Dugu City. Release my longer at once, or ill have you torn limb from limb." The brat in his grasp also refused to be silent. Spitting at Lu Wujin and cursing, "Son of a bitch, let me go. When my father comes, hell flay you and grind your bones to dust, leaving you to suffer for eternity." Lu Wujin wiped the spittle from his face and let out a cold laugh. "Ha!" He lifted the brat with his left hand and drew back his right arm. A crisp slap echoed, silencing the entire noodle shop. After striking the child, Lu Wujin turned his head toward the woman. "I'll give you 1 hour to summon help. If no one comes, I'll beat this little wretch to death." Under Lu Wujin's coercion, the woman finally relented. Don't hit longer. Senior, please don't strike. I'll fetch help at once. Though her words pleaded, her eyes were filled with venom. If looks could kill, Lu Wujin would have been poisoned to death. Instead of leaving herself, the woman sent her servant. In her mind, Lu Wujin's doom was sealed today. Soon Dugu Xian, the city lord of Dugu City, arrived. City Lord Dugu had been flourishing lately. After pledging allegiance to the Lu clan, he retained his position as city lord. But the position was far more comfortable than before. Previously, Dugu City was a third-tier city directly under Jiangnan province with the further oversight of Songjiang prefecture. Back then, leaders were as numerous as stars. Anyone could boss Dugu Xian around. Moreover, Dugu City could keep only 30% of its tax revenue. The rest went upward. Now life was good. He answered only to 3 people in the Lu clan: the patriarch, the clan leader, and Lu Wujin himself. The patriarch was always in seclusion, rarely handling mundane affairs. The clan leader, apart from occasional audits, virtually ignored Dugu City's governance. As for Lu Wujin, he was the divine son of the Blood Sea sect. Why would he bother with such petty matters? Taxes were even less of a concern. The Lu clan now lacked nothing. The dragon urine and 3-flavor charcoal businesses alone brought in millions of spirit stones annually. The Lu clan truly had no interest in Dugu City's meager tax revenue. With so many spirit stones, Dugu Xian didn't need to embezzle. He could simply improve his own treatment. Tangible benefits were far more reliable than any oath. Life improved, and Dugu Xian naturally remained loyal to the Lu clan, unwavering in his devotion. Thus, when the Lu clan had trouble, Dugu Xian dropped everything and came personally. Seeing him, the woman looked as if she had found a savior. Pointing at Lu Wujin, she shouted, "City Lord Dugu, quickly! Kill this little bastard and save longer." City Lord Dugu followed her finger. Oh heavens! One glance nearly sent him to his knees. Shaking off the woman, he tremblingly approached Lu Wujin. "You've returned." They had met before. At that time, Lu Wujin was a junior of the Lu clan, while Dugu Xian was the lofty city lord. Now things had changed. Lu Wujin had become Dugu Xin's direct superior. He nodded. "Uncle Dugu, long time no see." Then he gestured toward the chubby boy. "Is he your son?" Dugu Xian was taken aback. He glanced back and forth between Lu Wujin and the brat, his expression becoming odd. "You don't know him." "Lu Wujin, why would I know him?" Dugu Xian, "Well, perhaps you should ask who the child's father is." Lu Wujin was baffled. What was Dugu Xian playing at, speaking so cryptically? He patted the brat's cheek. "Who's your father?" The brat spat pascum. "I'll scare you to death. My father is none other than the divine son of the Blood Sea sect lord of Dugu City, Lu Wujin." Lu Wujin. This was utterly absurd. He was still a virgin. How could he have a son? Could it be because he didn't wash his hands? Or perhaps a woman stepped on his footprint? Or maybe by some stroke of fate she conceived his child through spiritual communion? It was no wonder Lu Wujin was lost in wild conjectures, for this matter was utterly bizarre. Lu Long was the brat in Lu Wujin's hands. His identity was not fabricated. It had been verified by the Lu clan. The woman had always claimed publicly that Lu Long was Lu Wujin's illegitimate son. The Lu clan never denied it, so everyone tacitly accepted her words as truth. Now even Lu Wujin himself was perplexed. He strode directly to the woman, leaned in face and asked, "Do you know me?" The woman stepped back. "How would I know a lowlife like you?" Lu Wujin said. "So you mean we never slept together?" The woman erupted in fury. "Shameless!" Lu Wujin pointed at his own face. "Do you know who I am?" Before she could answer, he declared the truth. "I am Lu Wujin, the father of your child." You! Her earlier arrogance vanished without a trace, replaced by nothing but boundless terror. "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. I have to go." The woman didn't even care about the child anymore. She only wanted to flee this arena of slaughter. To clear his name, Lu Wujin couldn't let her leave so easily. If this matter remained unresolved, how could he explain himself to his several wives at home? To prove the woman's identity, Lu Wujin summoned Lu Hu. Unexpectedly, Lu Hu's face turned extremely grim upon seeing her. He leaned close to Lu Wujin's ear and whispered, "Young master, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. There are too many eyes and ears here. Let's return to the mansion first." Lu Wujin pointed at the chubby boy with an expression of sudden realization. "Is he your son?" Lu Hu looked disgruntled. "Young master, don't mock me. My name is Lu Hu. Oh, how sick in the head would I have to be to name my son Lu Long?" Lu Hu's reaction only deepened Lu Wujin's confusion. Whose offspring was this brat anyway? They arrived at the old Lu mansion. Lu, who still refused to reveal the brat's identity. Left with no choice, Lu Wujin sought out his father clan leader Lu Tao, and the Lu clan ancestor Lu Yiming. After some inquiries, he learned that clan leader Lu was away on business, and the ancestor had gone out to see a doctor. Hearing that the ancestor was ill, Lu Wujin as a junior hastily brought gifts to the medical clinic to pay a visit. Before he even entered the clinic, he heard the Lu clan ancestors roar. "What? You dare say I have heat stroke? You damned pauper! I am the richest man in Dugu City. How could I possibly suffer from a cheap ailment like heat stroke? Check again, check again. If I don't spend 1,000 or 800 spirit stones today, I'll smash this shabby shop of yours to pieces." Lu Wujin. Could this brat be the Lu clan ancestors' offspring? As the old saying goes, like father like son. A rascally old man begets a rascally child. The more Lu Wujin thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Counting on his fingers, he realized the Lu clan ancestor was 4 generations above him, meaning the ancestor was his great-great-grandfather. If this brat truly was the ancestor's child, wouldn't he have to call him grandfather? With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Wujin pushed open the clinic door. Inside, a dazzlingly golden old man shone brilliantly. He wore gilded Chelsea boots, a mink coat plated with gold, and atop his head sat a golden hat weighing over 800 gold pieces. The ancestor sat casually, as blinding as a light bulb. Lu Wujin was stunned. Was this old man mad? What sane person would drape themselves in so much gold? Wasn't it heavy? Just as Lu Wujin was marveling, the ancestor noticed him and broke into a tender motherly smile. "My dear grandson, you're back. Quick, help your grandpa smash this shabby shop. How dare he say I have heat stroke? He must be blind as a bat." Lu Wujin didn't take the bait. The doctor was already pitiful enough dealing with a rogue like the ancestor. Smashing his shop would be too cruel. A man can lack morals but must not lose his bottom line. Lu Wujin changed the subject, pointing at the ancestor's clothes. "Isn't that heavy?" The ancestor shook his gold-plated mink coat. "I wanted to inlay spirit stones, but they're too brittle to set. By the way, I have a hat made from a single massive emerald hollowed out in the middle. I'll give it to you." Lu Wujin refused without hesitation. "Thank you, ancestor, but no. Good heavens, carving a hole in a whole emerald. Didn't that just look like a toilet? Placing a green toilet bowl on one's head as a hat. Eh?" The color was vibrant and the stench was potent. It must be said the ancestor's aesthetic sense was nothing short of explosive in all of human history. Thinking this over, Lu Wujin grew more convinced that the brat behind him was the ancestor's offspring. With a dark expression, he shoved the boy in front of the ancestor. Puzzled, the ancestor joked, "Your son." Lu Wujin replied, "Take a closer look. Doesn't he resemble my grandfather?" The ancestor. Was this grandson out of his mind? Who casually goes around claiming grandfathers? Lu Wujin and the ancestor stared at each other, both seeing only confusion in the other's eyes. Was he mistaken? "Lu Wujin, great-grandfather, isn't this brat your son?" The ancestor fumed. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? Since your great-grandmother passed away, I haven't touched a woman in over 100 years. Lu Wujin, Then whose offspring is this brat?" The ancestor thought for a moment and immediately offered an answer. "Go ask your father. In the entire Lu mansion, he's the most shameless one. He keeps one mistress after another outside. It's truly an eyesore. Damn, how had he forgotten that?" Since the death of Lu Wujin, and Lu Qingqing's mother Lu Bai Lu Tao had never remarried or even taken a concubine. In contrast, the man kept one mistress after another outside. No wonder Lu, who refused to reveal whose child the brat was, by blood Lu Long, was actually Lu Wujin's own little brother. Hearing the child was named Lu Long, the Lu clan ancestor smashed a table on the spot. In ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans ruled the world. After eons of inheritance, the words dragon and phoenix still held extraordinary significance. If Lu Wujin's son were named Dragon, no one would oppose it. If another direct descendant of the Lu clan were named Dragon, the ancestor might grumble, but would reluctantly accept it. But this bastard child without even a proper status dared to be called Dragon. "Someone! Arrest that scoundrel Lu Tao and bring him to me immediately." The moment the ancestor's words fell, 2 dark figures moved and vanished into the streets with incredible speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Lu clan leader appeared before them, bruised and battered. The ancestor asked curiously, "How did you end up like this?" The clan leader looked utterly dejected. "I didn't know they were really your men. They tried to capture me, so I thought I'd fight back." The ancestor's face darkened. "You, a mere golden core mid-stage cultivator, want to fight 2 nascent soul latest-stage cultivators? Have you lost your mind, or did you forget to take your medicine? Is this your son? Patriarch Lu pointed at the unruly child and asked. The clan leader Lu took a closer look, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. This. Perhaps. Slap. Patriarch Lu did not hold back, landing a palm on Lu Tao's face. Was it you who named him and even dared to call him Lu Long? A mere bastard, does he deserve it? The clan leader Lu, clutching his swollen left cheek, nodded. Slap. Another resounding blow followed. Where does this brat's mother hail from? Liyuan Court. Slap. You've never tasted good meat in your life. There are thousands of women in Duga City. Yet you had to dig through a cesspool. Clan leader Lu Shi has a fine figure and deep skills. Slap. Fool. Now expel this woman and the brat from Duga City immediately. If they linger even a second, you can forget about being the clan leader. Lu Tao, who had been a coward all his life, finally stood up like a man, shielding the woman and the child behind him. I protect my own seed. If it means losing the position of Lu clan leader, so be it. Slap. Patriarch Lu. Don't think I don't know your sly little scheme. Relying on being Wu Jin's father, you think I can't do anything to you. Besides, that woman has been with countless men. How can you be sure this brat is your seed? Clan leader Lu, this. He hesitated and the woman nearly went mad. Tao Gu, you must believe me. Since I've been with you, I've remained chaste, even keeping my distance from stray dogs on the road. I swear to the heavens this child is yours. Patriarch Lu interjected. That's just your word. A woman's mouth is a deceiver's ghost. Women from pleasure quarters never speak a word of truth. Seeing the woman about to retort, Patriarch Lu waved his hand, signaling he didn't want to hear it. He turned to the physician in the corner. Physician Zhang, is there a way to confirm this child isn't of the Lu bloodline? Physician Zhang looked at Patriarch Lu with some hesitation. Patriarch Lu bared his teeth, giving him a very benevolent smile. Physician Zhang, this. There should be right. Patriarch Lu nodded with great satisfaction. Good thing your medical skills are superb, or I'd have smashed this shabby shop of yours. Physician Zhang. He must have forgotten to check the almanac today, or otherwise why would he run into that old scoundrel from the Lu family? How about trying blood identification? As an excellent physician, Zhang Jiang naturally knew that blood identification was utterly unreliable. To put it bluntly, even a stray dog's blood could mix with human blood. But who could give birth to a dog son? Yes, Physician Zhang loved medicine, but what was truth compared to his life? Patriarch Lu. Can blood identification confirm this brat isn't of my Lu blood? Physician Zhang, blood identification can confirm the child is of Lu blood. Patriarch Lu. Then find another method. Clan leader Lu. This old man was too much. He was determined to cuckold him today, wasn't he? Clan leader Lu was frustrated, but Physician Zhang was even more so. Aside from blood identification, he had no other methods. Physician Zhang hesitated. How about? Let me take your pulse first. It was the last resort. To save his clinic, Physician Zhang had to think of every way to prove the brat wasn't of the Lu bloodline. Physician Zhang first examined the brat's mother. As soon as his fingers touched her pulse, his expression turned exceedingly strange. Clan leader Lu, too anxious to care about Patriarch Lu, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Is Yenner unwell?" Physician Zhang, this. It's not exactly bad. Clan leader Lu, have you heard of occupational diseases? Clan leader Lu. What do you mean? Physician Zhang. Your esteemed wife's previous work was too strenuous, leaving her with a host of occupational ailments. Truly the learned could be insidious, using the most polite words to utter the most venomous insults. And you couldn't even refute it. Infuriated clan leader Lu had no outlet for his anger. He pushed Yenner aside and thrust his arm before Physician Zhang, threatening fiercely, "Examine me well. If you spout nonsense again, it'll break your old bones." Slap. Before Physician Zhang could speak, Patriarch Lu struck clan leader Lu again. "If you're seeing a doctor, just see the doctor. Where do you get all this nonsense?" Clan leader Lu rubbed his head in grievance, not daring to speak further. Physician Zhang placed 3 fingers on clan leader Liu's pulse. After a moment, Physician Zhang's expression turned very peculiar, his eyes fixed on clan leader Lu for a long time. Being stared at like that by a physician was unbearable, and clan leader Lu was no exception. "Physician Zhang, please speak plainly." "I can take it." Physician Zhang. Clan leader Lu, it's been a long time since your last checkup, hasn't it? Clan leader Lu, about 20 or 30 years. No illnesses or disasters, why check? Physician Zhang, are you thirsty? How about a drink of water first? Or perhaps you should lie down for a while. The more Physician Zhang acted this way, the more anxious clan leader Lu became. "I'm not thirsty." Physician Zhang, what's wrong with me? Do I have a terminal illness? Physician Zhang nodded, then shook his head. Clan leader, your pulse is weak and rough with kidney deficiency and scarce essence. It may be difficult for you to have offspring. Clan leader Lu had once been a prodigal son, and he simply couldn't grasp such a straightforward statement. Not understanding, he feigned profundity and asked, "Do you mean I want die?" Physician Zhang, were people these days so carefree? Even being cuckolded, it didn't matter. Patriarch Lu kicked clan leader Lu in the backside in fury. "You dimwit. Physician Zhang says you're infertile. Ha ha ha. I told you this bastard couldn't be of my Lu bloodline. Ha ha ha." But as he laughed, Patriarch Liu's laughter died out, because he suddenly remembered there was another person in the room, Lu Wujin. If that scoundrel Lu Tao was infertile, then whose seed was his precious grandson Wujin? At this thought, cold sweat poured down Patriarch Liu's back. The Lu family's current power rested not on him, the family patriarch, but on the blood C-sex divine son Lu Wujin. If Lu Wujin wasn't a Lu, wouldn't that be the end? At that moment, Patriarch Lu regretted so much he wanted to slap himself twice. If he had known, why bother investigating? He should have just killed the mother and son with a single slap. Clan leader Lu was also stunned. Infertile? Then what about his 13 concubines and 16 children outside? Liars. Women were all liars. This cuckoldry was too much, enough to drive clan leader Lu to despair. He grabbed Yan Yang by the clothes, his eyes bloodshot, and demanded harshly, "Speak. Who is the real father of this bastard?" Yan Yang had already collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. "This servant is not certain." "Not certain? How can you be not certain?" Clan leader Lu was going mad. Yan Yang knew there was no easy way out of this. All she sought now was to suffer less torment. So she gave up and told the truth. "After sleeping with you that day to get pregnant quickly, I invited 5 or 6 men." Slap. An angry slap cut off Yin Yang's words. Why? I Lu Tao asked myself, I have never mistreated you all. Why do you humiliate me like this? Clan leader Lu was on the verge of collapse, shaking Yin Yang's head violently. Yin Yang just cried, saying, originally Lu Wujin was just quietly eating melons on the sidelines. He never expected the melon to land on him. His father Lu Tao was infertile. Then where did he come from? Dr. Zhang, Lu Tao's illness was only recently contracted, right? The Lu family patriarch held a blade against Dr. Zhang's neck. Due to extreme tension, the sharp edge kept scraping against Dr. Zhang's skin, drawing blood. Gulp. Dr. Zhang swallowed hard. From the bulging veins on the Lu patriarch's forehead, one could infer that if he uttered a single wrong word today, his head would surely roll. Yes, whatever you say is right. The Lu patriarch glanced at Lu Wujin, somewhat dissatisfied. What do you mean by whatever I say is right? Right is right, wrong is wrong. Give me a definitive answer. Cold sweat dripped down Dr. Zhang's face. This blind guessing life or death game was terrifyingly Lu clan leader's illness. Dr. Zhang stared intently at the Lu patriarch's face, hoping to glean any hint. The duration of this illness is about 10 years. Seeing the Lu patriarch's brow relax, Dr. Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This line of thought was correct. Yes, clan leader Lu contracted this illness about 10 years ago. Before that, he was completely normal. Whoosh! The Lu patriarch let out a long breath. Whether what Dr. Zhang said was true or not, at least today's crisis was averted. He kicked the weeping Lu clan leader aside and then approached Lu Wujin, asking with trepidation, "Dear grandson, are you satisfied with this result?" Lu Wujin nodded somewhat blankly. In truth, he didn't care at all whether he was a member of the Lu family. He himself was originally a usurper occupying a nest that wasn't his. Even if the body didn't belong to the Lu family, that wouldn't hinder him from killing Yiming one bit. As long as no cliched plot twist appeared, like Yiming being his biological brother or son, he could accept everything else. Lu Wujin's hesitation made the Lu patriarch tremble with fear. Could this child be doubting what he said? No, better safe than sorry. He must eliminate all suspicion completely. Slap. The Lu patriarch slapped Lu clan leader yet again. Grabbing him by the collar, he threatened, "Lu Tao, clean up all your messes. If you don't clean them up thoroughly, I'll clean you up." The next morning, Lu Hu dismissed all attendants and met Lu Wujin alone. "Young master, everyone is dead." Lu Wujin, who was having breakfast, was taken aback. "First thing in the morning you tell me this. Not exactly auspicious, is it?" Lu Hu replied, "The patriarch ordered me to report this to you." Lu Wujin nodded. "In that case, go on." Lu Hu continued, "Yan Yang and 12 other women were all drowned in pig cages. Their 16 children and 183 adulterers were all buried alive, and a soul-suppressing pagoda was built over their graves to ensure they never reincarnate." Lu Wujin set down his porridge spoon. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lu Hu replied, the patriarch anticipated you would say that. He sent you these 16 words: the merciful cannot command troops, the righteous cannot manage wealth, the emotional cannot establish affairs, the kind cannot hold office. Lu Wujin nodded, though it was unclear whether he truly absorbed the lesson. Anything else? If not, join me for a bite. Lu Hu hesitated, then said, young master, there is one more thing. The clan leader fell from his horse last night and was injured. Lu Wujin was stunned. A golden core stage cultivator falling from a horse. Who was he trying to fool? Yet as a son he had to feign concern. Where is he hurt? Is it serious? Lu Hu replied. He injured his lower back. The doctor said he can no longer father children. The patriarch, in gratitude for the clan leader's years of service, has granted him 3 years of rest. During these 3 years an acting clan leader will manage the Lu family. There was a lot of information, but Lu Wujin quickly grasped the key point. Whom does the patriarch intend to appoint as acting clan leader? Lu Hu replied, the patriarch wants you to recommend a candidate. He said plainly that anyone from the Lu family is acceptable. Saying recommend was merely the Lu patriarch's face-saving way of putting it. In truth, he was letting Lu Wujin decide the acting clan leader. And that phrase, anyone from the Lu family, was rather subtle. It seemed like a redundant statement, but in reality Lu family didn't refer only to those surnamed Lu. Weren't Lu Wujin's 3 concubines part of the Lu family? Wasn't Shire? The Lu patriarch had granted Lu Wujin enormous leeway in choosing the acting clan leader. Unfortunately, Lu Wujin didn't grasp these worldly intricacies at all. He was just a failed web novelist. What emotional intelligence could one expect from him? Since the patriarch wanted him to recommend someone, then recommend someone he would. It was just a matter of opening his mouth, costing nothing. Lu Wujin said, I recommend Lu Qingqing as acting clan leader. Among the people surnamed Lu, Lu Wujin knew only for the Lu patriarch Lu Yiming, the guard Lu, who his nominal father Lu Tao, and his nominal sister Lu Qingqing. Lu Hu's ancestors didn't bear the Lu surname. So there was no choice left. Only Lu Qingqing remained. Lu Hu left and Bai Ruoshui arrived. As agreed today, Lu Wujin was to spend the entire day with Bai Ruoshui. In front of others, Bai Ruoshui was a cold beauty, who rarely smiled, but in front of Lu Wujin she was a goofball. Upon discovering that Lu Wujin hadn't changed after becoming the divine son, she completely relaxed. She accompanied him for breakfast, basking in the sun, playing with the dog, strolling through the streets, eating lunch, and cursing Yi Ming. Bai Ruoshui had no special demands. Just being able to stay by Lu Wujin's side made her happy. In the evening the couple chatted and laughed as they returned to the Lu residence. They ran into Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was holding 3 apples. She tossed one to Lu Wujin and one to Bai Ruoshui, keeping the last for herself. Lu Wujin took a bite and nearly lost his teeth from the sourness. Sister, something on your mind? Lu Qingqing said. I've become the acting clan leader. There's never been a female clan leader in Lu family history. No need to guess. It must be my brother who helped me get the position. Lu Qingqing raised the apple in her hand. Here, a little gift to show my gratitude. And I'd like to ask your advice on how to be a good acting clan leader. Lu Wujin said, nonsense. If you're short on money, just tell me. You can run the clan however you want. As long as your brother is alive, you can do whatever you please with the Lu family. Lu Qingqing replied, don't talk about death, no bad words. But with your words I'm relieved. It's getting late, you'll head back now. I won't disturb you and sister-in-law. With that, Lu Qingqing left the Lu residence with light steps. After Lu Qingqing departed, leaving Lu Wujin and Bai Ruoshui alone, a bit of awkwardness settled in. During the day it hadn't felt that way. But under the twilight glow the ambiguous atmosphere between them grew thicker. Lu Wujin spoke first. It's getting late. How about we wash up and go to bed? Bai Ruoshui blushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Hey. That night Bai Ruoshui lay beside Lu Wujin in a long nightgown. Gazing at her curvaceous figure, Lu Wujin felt his mouth go dry. Bai Ruoshui asked, husband, are you all right? Lu Wujin replied, Ruoshui, aren't you hot in so many clothes? Bai Ruoshui said, husband, your wound hasn't healed yet. You should restrain yourself. Lu Wujin said, it's fine. It'll just look, I won't touch you. Bai Ruoshui nodded. It was indeed a bit hot today. Underneath the nightgown was a red belly band. Lu Wujin ventured, how about you take off one more layer? Bai Ruoshui's face flushed as if it would bleed, but she didn't refuse his request. Ouch! The moment the belly band fell to the ground, Lu Wujin cried out in pain. Bai Ruoshui quickly leaned over to check. Husband, are you all right? Lu Wujin winced in agony. Damn it, the wound has reopened. Lu Hu, physician, be gentler. Can't you see the young master is wincing in pain? Shire, young master, please bear with it. It will be over soon. Bai Ruoshui, husband, I was wrong. I shouldn't have seduced you while you were injured. Yi Mengmeng, husband, brother, I have some candy here that can ease the pain. Huang Ningxiang Wa. The next morning, lying in bed naked from the waist down, Lu Wujin rolled his eyes at everyone. Everyone, could you please stop crowding around me? I beg you to grant me a shred of privacy. And Ningxiang, can you stop crying? I'm just injured, not dead. After dismissing the crowd, he kept only the Lu residence's imperial physician Lu Jiuzhen. At that moment Dr. Lu wasn't treating the wound, but instead held Lu Wujin's injury, letting out sighs of admiration. Absolutely perfect, truly perfect. This technique, this precision, this incision. TSK. Such skill exists only in the heavens, rarely seen in the mortal world. Lu Wujin could no longer endure. Old man, can you please put down my balls first? You're nearly 80. How can you be so perverse? If you weren't a physician, I'd beat you up today. Lu Jiuzhen, young master, there's no need to be shy. When you were 4 or 5 you hated wearing clothes, and would show off your little thing to anyone. All the old servants in the manor have seen it. Lu Wujin. Good grief. I never imagined myself had such a dark history. How utterly mortifying. Thankfully his younger sister Lu Qingqing was born later, or otherwise Lu Wujin would have died of sheer embarrassment on the spot. Dr. Lu paused, then delivered another blow. Oh, and I recall once when Lady Ruoshui visited, she saw it too. She was frightened to tears on the spot. Truly fate works in mysterious ways. Lu Wujin. Blast this old codger, please stop. I just needed you to stitch a wound. There's no need to go for the kill. Lu Jiuzhen was highly skilled and quickly stitched up Lu Wujin's wound. After finishing, Dr. Lu asked who had treated him initially. Such a renowned physician deserved a visit and exchange of ideas. It wasn't a secret, so Lu Wujin gave Lu Jiuzhen Qin Huai's address. After Lu Jiuzhen left, Lu Wujin rested briefly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Huang Ningxiang sitting alone by the bed. Seeing him awake, Huang Ningxiang smiled. Husband, you're awake. Lu Wujin immediately remembered that today was the day to accompany Huang Ningxiang. His heart tightened and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Ningxiang. I'm afraid I can't take you shopping today. Huang Ningxiang was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Wujin to apologize over such a trivial matter. He seemed different from other men. Having promised to spend a day with Huang Ningxiang, he couldn't just lie in bed. Lu Wujin offered to take a stroll. Given his injury, Huang Ningxiang suggested they go to her courtyard. Lu Wujin sat in a wheelchair, and Huang Ningxiang pushed him to her residence, Ningxiang Garden. As the door opened, peach blossoms filled the view. Blossoms like brocade stretching endlessly like clouds. In his student days, Lu Wujin had been a bit of a literatus, and he blurted out, peach blossoms bloom first in the warm spring hues. Who wouldn't come to see their brilliance bright? But when the wild wind blows them down, crimson petals dot the moss in plight. Little did he know this casual recitation would cause trouble. Huang Ningxiang's eyes sparkled as she bent down, pressing on Lu Wujin's shoulders, her face close to his. Her face brimmed with anticipation. Husband, can you compose poetry? Lu Wujin wasn't that shameless and quickly denied it. Someone else wrote this poem. It has nothing to do with me. Huang Ningxiang's interest didn't wane. Who wrote it and when? Lu Wujin, probably someone from the Tang dynasty. Oh no, this poem was somewhat obscure. Lu Wujin couldn't remember who wrote it. Huang Ningxiang gave him a meaningful glance. Husband, are you trying to hide your talent? Lu Wujin, no, I'm not. You're overthinking. I'm just a third-rate web novelist. I could never write such a good poem. Lu Wujin, no, I'm not. You're overthinking. I'm just a third-rate web novelist. I could never write such a good poem. Decided to come clean rather than bear the bad reputation of plagiarism. Ningxiang, am a third-rate author of harem novels. Huang Ningxiang, harem novels. Lu Wujin, it's writing erotic fiction. You know the untold secrets of Yi Ming. I wrote it. To convince Huang Ningxiang, Lu Wujin didn't hesitate to expose his own dark history. To his surprise, Huang Ningxiang wasn't disgusted but became even more excited. So when Golden Wind and Jade do meet, they surpass countless scenes on Earth. Did you write that? Lu Wujin quickly waved his hand. I copied that line too. Wait, hold on. How do you know the verses from that book? Have you read it? Huang Ningxiang's face flushed crimson. Well, I just like the poetry in it. Lu Wujin. Forget it. It's just that his own wife liked reading erotic fiction. And it was written by him. Sigh. Lu Wujin never expected that the Lady Huang, he thought was a melancholy Lindayu turned out to be an ancient fujoshi who loved reading smut. A fujoshi? It's not impossible. She's already married into the family, can't send her back. While Lu Wujin's mind wandered, Huang Ningxiang's heart raced like a frightened rabbit, her tension palpable. Would my husband look down on me? Reading those books wasn't a grave sin, but if scrutinized it could be labeled as unchaste. If the Lu family divorced her on those grounds, she might have no choice but to throw herself into a well. Lu Wujin, wife, it's a bit cold. Let's go inside. That single wife dissolved the rift between them. Huang Ningxiang's room was spotlessly clean. Everything was arranged neatly and tidily, exuding a refreshing atmosphere. Having pushed Lu Wujin the whole way, a light sweat broke out on Huang Ningxiang's forehead. She had a mild case of mysophobia and couldn't stand being sweaty. Husband, may I bathe first? Lu Wujin nodded. As you wish. Bored, Lu Wujin surveyed Huang Ningxiang's room. A faint jasmine fragrance filled the air, intoxicating. Hearing no sound from Huang Ningxiang for a while, Lu Wujin said, Ningxiang, why haven't you gone to bathe? When he looked, he nearly had a nosebleed. You? Why are you completely naked? Huang Ningxiang tilted her head. Should I bathe with my clothes on? Lu Wujin, no, I'm still here. How could you undress? Huang Ningxiang smiled softly. We're already married. Lu Wujin said in despair. But my wound hasn't healed yet. Never mind, don't bathe. Go fetch the physician. The wound has reopened. Sigh. Lu Jiuzhen stared at Lu Wujin, sighing. Young master, were you a bit too hasty? I stitched you up this morning and it's already split by noon. Lady Huang is beautiful, but you can't be so impatient. Lu Wujin's face flushed with shame. Yes, you're absolutely right. Lu Jiuzhen then turned to Huang Ningxiang. Madam, please exercise some restraint. If you wear out the young master now, there might be nothing left to enjoy later. Outside the Lu residence, an inconspicuous little wine stall. Lu Jiuzhen was drinking tea with Lu Hu. Setting down his teacup, Lu Jiuzhen's voice rang out with displeasure. Are you out of your mind, boy? Rushing me out of bed at the crack of dawn just for a cup of tea? Lu Hu replied, Uncle, please don't be angry. I was just worried about the young master's wound. Lu Jiuzhen's face darkened. Has the wound split open again? Lu Hu, not yet. Lu Jiuzhen let out a light sigh. Which madam was it this time? Lu Hu, Madam Yi. Lu Jiuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's all right then. Today Lu Wujin wasn't sitting in his wheelchair, but was instead seated sideways on the back of the little donkey Mahu. Perhaps because he had been attending the private school more frequently lately, Lu Wujin could clearly feel that the little donkey had lost weight. It had gone from a donkey fatter than a pig to a donkey as fat as a pig. The poor little donkey pounced on Lu Wujin as soon as it saw him, its eyes brimming with tears as it recounted its recent tragic experiences. Unfortunately, Lu Wujin couldn't understand donkey language, and just assumed it was complimenting his handsomeness. As for Yi Mengmeng, who was sitting behind Lu Wujin, she remained silent the entire time. Lu Wujin also didn't know how to broach the subject. Yi Ming must die. That was Lu Wujin's bottom line. Yi Mengmeng was Yi Ming's biological sister. In other words, Lu Wujin was her would-be brother killer. Sleeping with the sister of one's enemy. It somehow felt deeply wrong. After organizing his thoughts, Lu Wujin began in the gentlest tone he could muster. Well, Mengmeng, perhaps we should divorce. Yi Mengmeng wept. Husband, brother, please don't cast me aside. If only I can stay in the Lu residence, I am willing to be your beast of burden. I don't want to return to the Yi family. I don't want to die. Boo-hoo. Lu Wujin furrowed his brow. He knew about Yi Mengmeng's situation. In the original novel, Yi Mengmeng had always been a mere background character. She only appeared once when Yi Ming annihilated the Yi family. To highlight the justification for Yi Ming's slaughter of his own kin, Lu Wujin had written Yi Mengmeng's plight as utterly miserable. At just over 20, an age that should have been like a blossoming flower, yet Yi Mengmeng was bald with graying hair, her body covered in whip scars, and even her left eye had been cruelly gouged out. All these injuries were inflicted by the Yi family. Yes, as the author, Lu Wujin had to bear part of the blame too. But Yi Mengmeng was different from Long Xiao, as she was Yi Ming's own sister. Lu Wujin wasn't a bad person, but he was certainly no saint. What if one day the sibling bond between Yi Mengmeng and Yi Ming rekindled, and she cut off his head while he slept to present it to Yi Ming as a football? Wouldn't Lu Wujin die a most unjust death? Life isn't a melodrama. It's best to avoid such cliched scenarios as falling for one's enemy's sister whenever possible. Lu Wujin, how about I send you to the Taishan sacred gate? Although Yi Ming was a beast of a man, he wasn't so depraved as to harm his own sister. Yi Mengmeng shook her head without hesitation. Yi Ming is arrogant and lacks strategy. He is boastful in triumph and brutal in defeat. He is fickle, selfish, and self-centered. He brings calamity to heaven, earth, and his own parents. None who are close to him ever meet a good end. If my husband sends me to the Taishan sacred gate within 3 years, I will surely die without a burial place. Lu Wujin was stunned. That description was too accurate. Coming from a child of 13 or 14, such insight meant Yi Mengmeng was no simple person. After much deliberation, Lu Wujin decided to send Yi Mengmeng to the Tianji Pavilion in the central continent, entrusting her to the care of Tianjizi. For Lu Wujin, as long as he could get Yi Mengmeng away, anything was negotiable. Yi Mengmeng was even more satisfied. It wasn't that she truly loved Lu Wujin, being able to use the Lu family as a platform to distance herself from the Yi family was a win-win for everyone. That day Yi Mengmeng was very happy. No longer living in constant fear, no longer worrying about going hungry the next day, and most importantly, she now had a future. The next day as they left Dugu City, Yi Mengmeng knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily 3 times to Lu Wujin. She struck her forehead so hard that blood flowed freely. Lu Wujin tried to help her up, but Yi Mengmeng refused. Husband, brother, a great kindness needs no words of thanks. Today's grace is like a rebirth. If ever there is a place where this humble one can be of use, I shall face death without regret, only to repay your favor. With the atmosphere so charged, it seemed remiss not to give her something. Lu Wujin reached into his pocket, fumbled around, and pulled out a storage pouch, handing it to Yi Mengmeng. There are 20,000 spirit stones here. Yi Mengmeng was about to refuse, but Lu Wujin cut her off. Lu Wujin, officially you are still my wife. If I don't spend money to support you, I'm afraid the feminists will curse me to death. Yi Mengmeng feminists? Lu Wujin waved his hand, too lazy to explain. A bunch of irrelevant people, no need to mind them. As he watched Yi Mengmeng disappear into the distance, Lu Wujin crouched down in agony, clutching his chest, almost sobbing out loud. He even muttered to himself, "Don't go, please don't go." Shire had never seen Lu Wujin like this before, and his heart ached so much he almost cried. "Young master, how about I go and bring the madam back?" Lu Wujin waved his hand, his voice choked with tears. "Forget it, spirit stones given away are like water spilled. Just let me have a moment to recover. Damn, it hurts so much. That's a full 20,000 spirit stones. What a spendthrift I am." Shire. So this sly dog wasn't heartbroken over the person but over the money. Eh? Without the money, Lu Wujin felt a hollow emptiness in his heart, as if something terribly important was missing. He looked down at Mahua. The wretched donkey was leisurely munching on grass. "No, I can't be the only one suffering." Lu Wujin patted Mahua on the back. "Stop eating. Look up. I need to check on your recent studies." "Mahua, check my studies. Are you so bored you want to eat a fart?" Lu Wujin frowned and pulled Shire over. "You be the translator." Shire nodded helplessly. The following is the conversation between Lu Wujin and Mahua as translated by Shire. Lu Wujin, what have you learned recently? Mahua, I learned to read characters and I also learned to compose poetry. Lu Wujin, how many characters do you know, and what poems have you written? Mahua, I know 1, 2, 3 and can write heaven, earth and man. After thinking for 3 days and 3 nights, I wrote a poem, am quite satisfied with, titled Ode to Snow. Lu Wujin, oh, let's hear it. Ahem. Mahua first cleared its throat, then swayed its head and recited, 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3, 4 flakes, 5 flakes, 6 flakes, 7, 8 flakes, 9 flakes, 10 flakes, 11 flakes, fall into a ditch all gone. Boss, how is it? Not bad, eh? Lu Wujin curled his lip. Good thing you weren't born in the Qing dynasty, or you'd definitely end up as a pot of donkey hot pot. Little donkey, you've improved in your studies. But what about your morals? Is there nothing you want to confess? Mahua nodded. The teacher said those who kill and burn earn gold belts. Those who build bridges mend roads and die without a shroud. To be a man. No, to be a donkey you must be ruthless. If you see someone you don't like, just pull out the weeds by the roots, or the spring breeze will make them grow again. The wildfire can't burn them all, so roast your whole family to death. In short, just one word, do it and be done with it. Lu Wujin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shire, go back and hang that private school tutor up and give him a beating. That damn bastard, what the hell has he been teaching? Lu Wujin overlooked one crucial fact in this world. There was no such subject as moral education. When he had hired the private tutor, he repeatedly emphasized the need to elevate the little donkey's ethical standards. In the tutor's understanding, the method to elevate moral standards was naturally through the study of the 4 books and 5 classics. Since the little donkey was illiterate, the tutor had to read them aloud to him. Anyone familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics would know they are tediously filled with archaic jargon. After a few days of reading, the tutor delegated the task to his own attendant. Once the task was handed to the attendant, things spiraled out of control. In the first few days, the attendant dutifully read the 4 books and 5 classics to the little donkey. But as he read on, he realized that even if he made mistakes or skipped passages, no one would notice. At first, he merely slacked off, repeating the same paragraph dozens of times. Yet even 10,000 repetitions of the 4 books and 5 classics remained excruciatingly dull. With no oversight, the attendant grew bolder. He began secretly reading his own favorite books to the donkey. The attendant's preferred titles included Brothers Stab Each Other in the Back, Tales of Dugu City, The Making of a Villain, and The Supreme Demon Lord. These were popular xianxia novels in Dugu City, with plots much like online web novels. The protagonist suffers the death of his parents, faces a broken engagement, has his cultivation crippled, and is abused like a dog until he stumbles upon a golden finger and turns his life around overnight. Robbery and murder are framed as justice, and every beauty he meets falls for him instantly. Using such books to enlighten the donkey was bound to cause trouble. After learning the whole story, Lu Wujin sighed deeply. Web novels are a plague. Then he had both the tutor and the attendant hung up and beaten. The paid leave passed in a flash. One day Lu Hu arrived with Tai Xiong to find Lu Wujin. Tai Xiong, divine son, a letter from home orders you to return immediately. Lu Wujin, has something happened? Tai Xiong, the Ensever 20er sect rookie selection has begun. Lu Wujin, can I skip it? Tai Xiong, the sect leader said if you don't go to break your legs. Lu Wujin. 7 days later, Long Xiao handed a list to Lu Wujin. Pick your team, you're the leader this time. Lu Wujin gave Long Xiao a thorough once-over, sensing something off about her. Usually Long Xiao favored a seductive and alluring style. Long Xiao, what are you staring at? I don't like scrawny dogs like you. Lu Wujin Senior Sister, your outfit today. Could it be you've taken a fancy? Long Xiao, what are you staring at? I don't like scrawny dogs like you. Lu Wujin Senior Sister, your outfit today. Could it be you've taken a fancy to some young master? Long Xiao rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. What nonsense are you spouting? What man in this world could be worthy of me? If it weren't for the mission, I'd never wear this. It's so effeminate. Effeminate? Whatever, he couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. Lu Wujin opened the list and immediately chuckled. Senior Sister, why is Yi Ming's name on here? What, can't that bastard make it in the Taishan sacred sect, and wants to die in the Blood Sea sect? Long Xiao, what grudge do you have against Yi Ming? Out of all these names you only see his two. To boost our performance in the rookie selection, the Blood Sea sect has decided to collaborate with the Taishan sacred sect for the rankings. There are 4 slots. You and the Taishan sacred sect's divine maiden Zi Yueqing must participate. You decide the other 2. Lu Wujin. Why isn't Senior Sister on the list? Long Xiao was famously formidable in battle. Her inclusion would guarantee victory. Long Xiao, the rule is participants must be under 100 years old and below the nascent soul stage. Lu Wujin, so you're too old. Brat, you're asking for death. Long Xiao's eyes blazed as she raised her leg to kick Lu Wujin. Ryup. Unfortunately, she forgot she was wearing a skirt today. With too much force, the kick tore the skirt and her stunning meter-long leg emerged from the fabric. Gazing at that snow-white leg, Lu Wujin, who hadn't touched a woman in decades, felt a surge of lust. He greedily groped her thigh with both hands before swiftly fleeing. Long Xiao went berserk. Lu Wujin'll kill you today. A battle was about to erupt. An hour later, Long Xian's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Are you two insane? One is a divine son, the other a saintess. Have you no shame? Tell me, how many times is this? Are you children? Why do you fight every time you're together? Long Xiao shot Lu Wujin a glare. Humph. At that moment, Lu Wujin's head was swollen like a pig's, but it didn't hinder his speech. Sect leader, it was my fault. I shouldn't have touched Senior Sister's thigh. I didn't mean to. I've been cooped up at home too long and lust clouded my mind, leading to such shameless actions. I deserve the beating. Lu Wujin's swift admission left Long Xian with no outlet for his anger. He finally waved his hand. Fine, go to the punishment hall and receive 100 lashes. If you do it again, you won't keep those paws. Lu Wujin left, but Long Xian kept Long Xiao behind. Xiao, don't be angry. You know Lu Wujin. He's nothing but a brainless fool. After much fuss, Long Xiao we're fellow disciples. If he wanted to touch me, he could have just said so. Why the sneak attack? It makes me look petty. Long Xian, why did that sound so strange? Fortunately, Long Xian was an old man who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and had no interest in gossiping about trivial romantic matters. Changing the subject, he said. Xiao, you just fought with Wu Jin. How is his strength lately? Has it improved? Long Zyra's face darkened. That bastard's strength hasn't improved, it's actually declined. The useless fool probably spent his 6-month vacation lying in a pile of women. Long Xian held his head, equally frustrated. That brat is just like a donkey. He won't move unless you beat him. Aside from Ming, no one can make him train willingly. Erase the plan. Tell Lu Wujin that if he doesn't get first place in the rookie competition, he'll break his legs. If he wins first, the sect will reward him with 500,000 spirit stones. Also, when you're around Lu Wujin, keep praising Ming. Say he's handsome, talented, lay it on thick. Long Xiao silently gave Long Xian a thumbs up. Only the sect leader could come up with such schemes. Vicious, yes, but sure to keep Lu Wujin firmly in check. The next day, Lu Wujin handed the list to Long Xiao. One glance and her brow twisted into a knot. Yiming and Zhang Erlingzi. Leave Yiming aside for now. Who is Zhang Erlingzi? I don't recall any such figure among the divine sons or true disciples. Lu Wujin, no, Zhang Erlingzi is a true disciple. Oh right. He's a true disciple of the Taishan sacred sect, currently undercover in our outer sect. Long Xiao was dumbfounded. Lu Wujin, do you even hear what you're saying?